Despite the comments, ensuring flawless execution of the operation was crucial. Command all combat members of the battleships to be ready to activate the Dark Energy Shield system at any moment. Yes, Commander. After all, no one could be 100% sure that the planet devourers had not detected them. To be on the safe side, Zhang Sen had to make adequate preparations. After Epunos ran out tearing the void, various beings, although smaller in size than it, gradually emerged from the channel, following behind Epunos. Commander, any discoveries? Ola approached Epunos and inquired. There's definitely something wrong, I can feel it. The prying eyes emanate from here, a gaze that is both familiar and abhorrent to me, but there is nothing here. Epunos felt frustrated. When it arrived here, its senses became clearer, and it could sense that the other party was right here. However, after searching for a long time, it found nothing at all. Either it mistakenly felt something, or the opponent was much more powerful and deliberately toying with it. In any case, regardless of the possibilities, it made Epunos very unhappy. At the same time, Zhang Feng, who was observing everything from the flagship's bridge, sighed in relief. It seemed that, as the commander speculated, the planet devourers could only vaguely sense their presence but couldn't pinpoint them. This gave the operation a lot of leeway. Initiate movement, according to the plan, full fleet to the 7th combat speed. Yes, Commander. In stealth mode, the 2nd Division began to move as ordered by Zhang Sen. The 7th combat speed, which was 0.3 times the speed of light, was the maximum speed of the Shadow-class battleships and the fastest speed achievable without the influence of time dilation effects. Suddenly, Epunos felt that the detestable sensing which made it so uncomfortable was gradually moving away in a certain direction. However, when it looked in that direction, it still found nothing there. It was certain, whoever the opponent was, they were definitely playing games with it. After a moment of feeling, Epunos thought in frustration that even if it was certain, what could it do if it couldn't see the opponent? It was at this moment that a flash of insight passed through Epunos' mind. Perhaps the opponent could use stealth to deceive its eyes, maybe even fool its senses. But just because the opponent's true form was concealed didn't mean it ceased to exist. If Epunos could ascertain its approximate direction, it would be enough, wouldn't it? Glancing back at its own species of void dragons, after more than 3 million of them had arrived here after the various clan leaders traversed the channel, Epunos saw that it was barely sufficient. At that moment, the giant dragon head revealed a somewhat human-like smile. A thought swiftly spread out, and immediately, the 3 million void dragons began to move, forming a neat formation resembling a fleet array around Epunos. Their actions were swift. In less than a minute, they had formed an orderly array like a fleet ready for battle. Zhang Feng also observed this move. What are they trying to do? Watching the actions of these void dragons, Zhang Feng was puzzled. But shortly after, with a single action from these void dragons, Zhang Feng's expression changed drastically. The millions of void dragons opened their huge dragon mouths, and crimson energy began to gather in front of their gaping maws. What are they planning to do? If Zhang Feng still couldn't understand, then he might as well retire and let someone else be the fleet commander. Deactivate stealth mode. Switch to DEAC combat mode. Combat team members, take your positions now. Yes, Commander. Suddenly, there was a significant change in the area where the combat team was located on the bridge. The original control consoles were retracted, and a strange operation platform emerged from the ground. Subsequently, all members of the combat teams placed their hands on this new platform and closed their eyes. End of the chapter. Chapter 608. The barrier of dark energy summoned hundreds of thousands of virtual sky dragons, led by Epunos, towards the empty space ahead, and launched an attack. Hundreds of thousands of crimson light pillars, resembling black thunderbolts, shot out at an extraordinarily high speed towards the hidden location of the 2nd fleet of ships under Zhang Feng. As the attack passed through, space was torn apart, evidently not a typical energy attack but a combination of energy and spatial attack. This scene set off alarms within all the warships of the 2nd fleet. Activate maximum dark energy shield on all ships. Captain. In the originally empty space, the 2nd fleet that had disabled its invisibility mode gradually revealed its form. This discovery caused Epunos in the distance to narrow his eyes suddenly. I knew my intuition wasn't wrong. There's definitely something there. Wait, it's you guys? No wonder I had a sense of familiarity mixed with disgust. It's you guys. Today, none of you will escape. At that moment, Ioponus also saw the visible Second Fleet, and the emblem on its hull made Ioponus unmistakably familiar. Wasn't this the human civilization that had destroyed his entire life, forced him into a corner, and ultimately got tricked by that guy far into his laboratory, subjecting him to decades of torment? Upon realizing this truth, Ioponus's eyes turned bloodshot, almost on the brink of losing his sanity. After all, those humans on the other side were the culprits behind a series of tragedies. At the same time, the flagship within the Second Fleet, the Cambridge, had already made contact. A battle formation made of 3 C-grade dark energy operators, with eyes closed, was controlling the ship. Transformation complete. Commencing building of the first dark energy barrier. Second barrier construction initiated. Third barrier construction complete. Each battleship's bow was continuously forming silver-white rhomboid shields, 3 in total, securely protecting the ships from behind. This was a skill that normally required at least a B-grade dark energy operator to use, but with the help of the large deca on the warships, several C-grade operators could collaborate to execute it. Inside each Stygian-class battleship, to combat teams consisting of 3 C-grade operators were assigned. Therefore, the operational methods of the Stygian-class battleship were entirely different from traditional warships. They relied on dark energy operators to drive the ship's DCA for defense and offensive actions, rather than traditional warships, which could be operated with just ordinary human hands. Just as the dark energy barriers were forming, the millions of crimson light pillars, seemingly wrapped in black thunderbolts, had already collided. The battle between offense and defense persisted. After a few seconds, the first dark energy barrier shattered like glass, leaving the attack unhindered. It continued moving forward but was soon blocked by the second energy barrier. The back-and-forth struggle between attack and defense commenced again. However, it was apparent that even though the attack had broken the first barrier, the prolonged duel had weakened it. While it took twice as long to break through the second barrier, there were no signs of breaching it even after 3 seconds. The black thunder entwined around the crimson light had disappeared, and the pillar had exhausted its energy, dissipating into the void. However, the celebration was premature, as it wasn't just ordinary virtual sky dragons attacking, but also Ioponus, the leader of the tribe. How could his attack be compared to that of ordinary sky dragons? As the crimson light pillars gradually disappear, one powerful attack, after breaking through 2 dark energy barriers, was now struggling against the third. Coincidentally, the warship that had been pushed to its final barrier was the flagship of the Second Fleet, Zhang Sen's vessel. Dark energy barrier integrity at 70%, 60%, 50%. Commander, the leader of the combat team, continued to control the ship's deco with his 2 team members while keeping his eyes closed. He could sense that even if the third barrier were to deplete, it wouldn't withstand this overwhelming attack. The energy it contained was too immense. The urgency in his voice was noticeable. Zhang Sen closed his eyes as well, his hands placed on the control panel that had appeared in front of him. As the commander of a Stygian-class fleet, tactical skills weren't the only requirement. One must be at least a B-grade dark energy operator. In an instant, the DCA on the flagship went into overdrive, increasing the dark energy extraction efficiency by at least 3 times. More dark energy began to gather at the bow, forming a 4th barrier after the third one shattered. This new barrier was noticeably larger and radiated a brighter light. Within a second after its formation, the previous barrier broke, allowing the crimson attack to advance once again, colliding with the 4th barrier. Inside the bridge, Zhang Sen furrowed his brow with his eyes closed, sensing that even after breaking the 3 barriers, Ioponus's attack had only consumed about 20% of its energy, indicating its significant power. It was fortunate that the attack landed on his flagship. Otherwise, other warships manned by just C-grade operators wouldn't stand a chance. The battle between attack and defense continued, with all the soldiers' attention focused on the flagship, until a few seconds later, the crimson attack dimmed, signifying its diminished strength. However, the dark energy barrier constructed by Zhang Sen through the ship's deco remained bright. Seeing this, the tension among the crew gradually eased. Moments later, as the crimson light completely dissipated into the void due to energy depletion, Zhang Sen let out a sigh of relief. In reality, he was not relaxed at all and acknowledged that if the 3 C-grade operators hadn't diminished the attack's energy by 20% earlier, the hastily constructed dark energy barrier wouldn't have been enough to stop it. Nevertheless, his mission wasn't to defeat the enemy, but to delay them, so these issues didn't need to be a concern. Do not engage with the target, follow the plan, and gradually move towards the Kull star system. Set the distance of each hyperspace jump to 100 light-years. Yes, Commander. End of chapter. Chapter 609. Johnson, who activated the dog-walking mode at this moment, was very unhappy. Extremely unhappy. It was fine that the attacks of those void dragons under his command were blocked, but his own attack was also. Although it was just a trial and his attack was not at full strength, it still had half the power of his full-strength attack. Yet, even with such a powerful attack, it couldn't even break through the enemy's defense barrier. He had underestimated this race called humans, comparing them to the humans from decades ago in his memory. They were much stronger. However, even if you manage to block my last attack, it doesn't mean you can withstand a full-strength blow. However, just as Hypnos was preparing to launch another attack and go all out, he found that the human fleet had actually escaped. This was simply outrageous. After finally finding you, can I let you escape? Sensing the presence of the opponent carefully, but it was obvious that the second fleet in the hyperspace, Hypnos couldn't feel it. It was only after several minutes that the second fleet exited hyperspace 100 light-years away and could be sensed again by Hypnos. Without hesitation, he tore open a space crack with both hands and dove in, completely forgetting the biological legion he brought with him, as well as the leaders of other races like Orla. They all exchanged glances and looked at each other. Well, let's follow him. What else can we do? Besides, everyone felt from Hypnos's previous actions that their leader seemed to have an old grudge with the civilization to which that fleet belonged. Besides, wasting a little time wouldn't affect the overall situation. As a result, the entire biological legion also opened space transmission channels and flew in towards Hypnos. It took about 7 minutes to go through the space teleportation process, and Hypnos appear where he had sensed before, but the human fleet was no longer there. No. Not that they weren't there, but they had flown nearly 50 million kilometers at near light speed during these 7 minutes. Watching the human fleet that had already run far away, Hypnos was simply furious. 50 million kilometers away. The second fleet, Commander, target acquire, located directly behind us, at a distance of 50 million kilometers. No problem. Continue to maintain 7th combat speed. His attacks lack the instantaneous nature of space strikes, though faster than traditional energy attacks by several times. We have enough time to evade based on his attacks alone. Indeed, just like Johnson's judgment, Hypnos's attacks were very powerful, but they were not purely related to spatial attacks. Although they had the power and effect similar to spatial attacks, they could not directly affect the target location like pure spatial attacks, instead resembling the energy beam attacks of the past, just faster. However, no matter how fast the attack was, the distance was now 50 million light-years, providing enough time to predict and evade Hypnos's attacks. After all, you can only release one attack, right? Of course, Hypnos could also perform a blanket attack along with a large number of void dragons like before. But don't forget, Hypnos's tribe had not yet arrived. You see, with the space portal open in this way, only a limited number of void dragons could pass through at a time. If they all wanted to come through, that wouldn't be possible in a short period, and by then, the second fleet would have already flown several low away. If you want to chase, that's fine, but with the fleet at 7th combat speed, which is 0.3 times the speed of light, Johnson doesn't think Hypnos can catch up unless he possesses the capabilities of an invincible fleet, allowing him to directly combat time effects to break the limit of 7th combat speed. Otherwise, the second fleet can forever tow with Hypnos at the back. Of course, Hypnos had other options, like opening another space teleport channel to cross a significant distance within 7 minutes. However, even if he did so, it would only bring the problem back to square one. 7 minutes later, when Hypnos came out of the space channel, the human fleet would have flown nearly 50 million kilometers again, while Hypnos's tribe, the millions of void dragons, wouldn't be able to arrive in time to assist with his blanket attacks. It was quite embarrassing. Hypnos seemed to be caught in a kind of loop, quite a dilemma. Well, you can't say it's completely impossible to resolve. At least it could choose to ignore this human fleet and continue with its original plan. However, the present Hypnos had been blinded by anger and only thought of taking down this human fleet. This was the root cause of his miserable life for decades, not to mention that he was being played by them. Can he endure this? Hypnos said. Absolutely not. He opened his huge mouth, and the crimson energy began to gather again. This time, the gathering of energy took longer. The first time he released this attack, Hypnos spent roughly 3 seconds gathering energy, but this time, it was almost 10 seconds, and the energy continued to gather without being released. It was only after 12 seconds that his huge dragon head abruptly stretched forward, and a larger crimson beam was shot out from his mouth, swiftly heading towards the position of the Second Fleet. However, the prepared Second Fleet immediately calculated the angle of the attack and had all warships on its attack route urgently evading. Despite being a whole 50 million kilometers away, no matter how fast the strike was, unless it was a spatial method, it would take some time to reach the target. And this time, although not long, only a few tens of seconds, was enough. Accompanied by dark thunder and continuous space tearing, the crimson beam shot out at a speed far higher than that of an energy beam, directly entering the array of the Second Fleet. However, all the warships on its path had already evaded. By the time Hypnos's attack penetrated the entire formation and continued forward, not a single Stygian-class battleship had been hit. If a human were to put it, Hypnos's blow was simply a lonely one. Watching his completely ineffective full-force attack, Hypnos was enraged. It was only at this moment that he remembered the biological legion under his command. Why did he attack alone just now? Where did his tribe go? End of this chapter. Chapter 610. In the central area of the Shepherd's Seat Hollow, a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Hypnos was on the verge of exploding with anger. Zhang Feng was treating it as a plaything, trying to catch up on its own, and relying on its single-target attack to hit the Second Fleet millions of kilometers away was almost impossible. Waiting for its millions of kin to arrive and launch a coordinated attack. They had already flown several astronomical units away. Their range simply couldn't reach that far. It might as well ignore Zhang Sen's fleet. They would just come back to flirt with you. After being toyed with continuously for a month, Hypnos finally erupted. It couldn't tolerate this any longer. If it couldn't catch these humans, it wouldn't bother with anything else. Although Aura had advised several times, given Hypnos's current state, it was useless, so all Aura could do was shake their head helplessly. While Hypnos was fervently chasing Zhang Sen, after a month had passed, Lin Yu led the fleet along the edge of the Shepherd's Seat Hollow, circling around almost half the circumference, successfully evading Hypnos's detection, and entered the interior of the Shepherd's Seat Hollow from the other end. With a diameter of 250 million light-years, there was nothing inside. Imagine the extent of the St. V Empire's madness during the war's final stages. Even the Virgo supercluster, where the Federation was situated, only had a diameter of 110 million light-years. This meant that the St. V Empire had directly destroyed more than 2 Virgo star systems at the war's end, leaving nothing but endless darkness, causing everyone to shudder. What exactly was hidden in this barren land that both the planet Devourer and Daria valued so much? The First Legion of the Ghost Fleet, maintaining its invisibility mode, had been circling around the Shepherd's Seat Hollow for 3 days, but found nothing. However, this was just the outer region of this super hollow, just the tip of the iceberg. After finding nothing, Lin Yu decided to venture further into the interior of the Shepherd's Seat Hollow, aiming for its central area. With a distance of over 100 million light-years, even with Federation superspace technology, it would take more than 20 days to arrive. Moreover, reaching the central region didn't mean it would be a direct route for Lin Yu. After all, who knew what lurked in these places along the way? So, it was better to advance 10,000 light-years each time and then pause for a maximum range space radar scan. Therefore, in total, it would take at least 5 months to reach the central hollow. Time flew by like an arrow, and the 5 months quickly passed. Diverse supercluster, at the cosmic ocean stream node of the Kul star system, Zhang Sen, who had meticulously planned the whole operation, led his fleet to arrive here. According to the timing, within the next 7 minutes at most, Auria's large army would descend from the cosmic stream, and the planet Devourer would also arrive around the same time. It was simply perfect. Indeed, although the past half-year had been delightful, it was a continuous battle spanning half a year, and all the soldiers were quite weary. Fortunately, the mission was about to end. They only had to set up some hidden detectors here, then retreat from Kul's, allowing them to rest and watch the imminent grand battle between the civilizations. while Zhang Sen was commanding his subordinates to set up reconnaissance devices everywhere. Lin Yu, leading the main force of the 1st Legion, was finally approaching the central region of the Shepherd Sea Hollow. "Commander, we'll be reaching the central region of the Shepherd Sea in 1 minute," Bai Zhuan reported as she stood beside Lin Yu, slightly leaning over. After a full 5 months with no discoveries, if they still found nothing at the very center of this hollow, then this half a year had truly been in vain. "Okay. This is the last stop. Let's hope we find something. By the way, the situation at the Kul star system is about to begin." When Zhang Sen finished his setup, synchronize the monitoring data from there. "Yes, Commander." The dark and empty void was suddenly illuminated by numerous swirling blue superspace portals, from which tens of thousands of warships emerge, arriving at this place that seemed devoid of any hint of light. In reality, this wasn't the exact central region but rather its outskirts, even in invisible mode, making ordinary insect races unable to detect them. The scene when the superspace portals were open couldn't be concealed. Therefore, in this central region where something could be hidden, Lin Yu didn't allow the fleet to fly directly via superspace into it. Instead, he located the coordinates on the outer periphery of the area to minimize the chances of being detected by any potential insect race. "Commander, all warships are out of superspace, and the invisible mode is activated. Immediately scan the surroundings to check for the presence of an insect race." "Yes, Commander." "Commander, insect traces detected approximately 30 astronomical units ahead of my fleet, about 1,000 in number, extremely scattered." 10 seconds later, the radar team leader manipulated the console, loudly reporting. This revelation startled everyone. Truth be told, after spending a full 6 months in the Shepherd Sea Hollow, this was the first time they had come across traces of an insect race. "You just said there were only 1,000 of them, and they were extremely scattered." "Yes, Commander, all the insects are solitary and separated by no less than 10 million kilometers from each other. Mark the distribution positions of all insects on the star map for me." "Yes, Commander." Upon receiving Lin Yu's latest command, the radar team leader immediately began operations, and shortly afterward, a 3-dimensional star map appeared in front of Lin Yu. It was a peculiar star map since there were no celestial bodies present. Instead, there were only the positions of the 1,000 combat bugs marked by the radar team leader. With all dots connected, you would see that these insects had somehow formed the hemisphere. It was evident that these insects weren't randomly positioned but deploy according to some rule. However, since they were just 30 astronomical units away, Lin Yu had obtained data on these insects from the space radar scan. They were just ordinary combat bugs, not some new kind of war insect. This confirmed Lin Yu's earlier speculations and left only one possibility: surveillance. Yes, surveillance. Using the precise sensory range of the combat bugs found in the database, Lin Yu would discover that these 1,000 combat bugs had formed an impenetrable monitoring network without any blind spots. All routes that could enter the hemisphere area were included in the surveillance range. End of the chapter. Chapter 611 Insect Legion arrives. Although Lin Yu realized that these battle insects were on guard, the secrets within this hemispherical area are still unknown. At least the space radar scan revealed nothing. However, the space radar is only used to scan objects within the space and has many limitations. Activate all scanning devices on the battleship, and the information team start analyzing all data in that area. Yes, Commander. Suddenly, not only the radar team, but also the information team joined in, using all available scanning devices to conduct a comprehensive observation of the hemispherical area. No abnormality found in the energy wave pop scan. No abnormality found in the void dynamics scan. No anomaly found in the phase scan. Commander, there is abnormal data in the scan data of the cosmic background energy. Details, please. Yes, this abnormal data is somewhat similar to a set of data recorded by the Angel Fleet in the Mejia star system. According to the matching results in the database, there is 37.29% similarity. However, I don't have enough permission to view the content of that data report. The Mejia star system, data recorded by the Angel Legion. Could it be the time bubble in the Blech star system? Retrieve the report related to the similar data matched in your database and send it to me. Yes, Commander. Soon, a report was retrieved by the information team leader and transmitted to Lin Yu's terminal. After confirming sufficient permission, the content of the report was shown. It was indeed related to the time bubble. Could it be that there is a time bubble in this area, and Aelia is using the time dilation effect to accelerate the breeding of the king insects? This explains why, according to Emil, in the hundreds of thousands of years of the insect tribe's history, only a few first-tier king insects were bred, but after just 100,000 years, Aelia has bred hundreds of first-tier king insects. This is indeed unusual. However, it is also contradictory. If it is similar to the time bubble in the Blech star system, shouldn't what one sees be still or moving fast like in Fast Forward? Time bubbles don't hide what's inside them. But now, in that area, nothing can be seen. Immediately, have the onboard expert team report to the bridge. Yes, Commander. A few minutes later, under the leadership of the team leader Rayleigh, dozens of experts from different fields arrived at the bridge. Rayleigh, I've encountered some trouble and need the help of your expert team. Here is the situation. Lin Yu quickly explained the current situation, and upon understanding the situation, Rayleigh immediately took charge with the experts to take over the information team's position. However, results would not be immediate. Commander, time is running out. Looking at the time and the experts, who didn't seem likely to produce results in a short time, Baijuan knelt down and whispered to Lin Yu. Well, I almost forgot. Connect to real-time data and images over there. Yes, Commander. After a dozen seconds, under Baijuan's operation, 3 huge images appeared in the bridge. One displayed various continuously refreshing data, another displayed tactical images without any markers yet, and the last one showed real-time monitoring, with thousands of different angles to switch between. In the image, the starry sky was currently empty, looking nothing like an impending battle. However, in less than 10 seconds, this calm was shattered, and the one to first break the calm was the sudden appearance of 2 huge sharp claws piercing through space in the void. Just like before, the scene of Epura's tearing open a space channel was visually stunning every time. It was as if it was a scene from a fantasy novel where he tore the void with his hand. Emerging rapidly from the spatial transmission channel, Epura suddenly felt somewhat dumbfounded. Over the past half-year, he had become accustomed to the scene of discovering that the human fleet had already run far away upon coming out of the channel. But this time, something seemed amiss. There were no human fleets that had been thrown tens of millions of kilometers away. Even with careful sensing, nothing could be found. Were the humans overwhelmed and running away on their own? However, just as Epura was puzzled, changes were happening 1 astronomical unit outside of the universal ocean current mouth. A large number of insect tribes poured out like locusts from the current, and still within the current, Aelia, located in the middle of the army, also discovered Epura not far from the vanguard insect group through the spiritual sensing network of the insect tribe. Having commanded several battles against Epura before, Aelia immediately recognized the unknown force leader that invaded the Vil star supercluster. Without thinking much, a massive battle was about to unfold. The surging insect swarm quickly formed a sea of insects and pounced towards Epura. Their mission was simple: entangle the opponent and wait for the arrival of the main force of insect swarms. After all, these vanguard insect groups were just cannon fodder-type battle insects. Based on the experience of several previous battles, low-level battle insects could not pose a substantial threat. Of course, by now, Epura had also recovered from his perplexed state. He needed to vent, to release the accumulated frustration of half a year. And here were these low-level insects daring to attack him. Perfect. It was time to let out some steam. Without further thought, he directly pounced towards the approaching insect swarm. At this moment, Orla and other leaders of various ethnicities also flew out, one by one from the spatial transmission channel. However, after checking the situation around them, these dozens of leader-level beings were somewhat dumbfounded. Wasn't their original plan to chase after the human fleet led by Epura? How did it suddenly turn into a skirmish with those low-level insects? Moreover, wasn't this the universal ocean current? These insects had already brought a large army into the other supercluster and crossed through the current? Well, regardless of what happened to the human fleet, let's deal with these insects first. These leader creatures were not concerned about low-level battle insects, as they had been trained several times. Not only could these low-level battle insects not threaten them, but they were also not worthy of threatening their small followers. Furthermore, during this time, not only had Epura been frustrated, but they had also been holding it in. Without a second thought, more than 30 leader-level beings follow Ipura's and charge towards the increasing swarm of insects ahead. Watching the leaders charge forward, Orla was speechless. They all went. Now who would command the biological legion? Turning to look at the continually emerging void dragons from the spatial channel, Orla shook his head and stayed in place. End of the chapter. Chapter 612. The void predator Anar has passed since the confrontation between the two sides. In terms of individual strength, the insect race is not even considered as in front of the army of Hypnos and its creatures. However, the insect race has its own advantage: sheer overwhelming numbers. While a single ant may not be able to harm you, countless ants can devour you completely. Therefore, although the battlefield is littered with the remains of insect race, it doesn't mean Hypnos and his side have suffered no losses. They have, but compared to the losses of the insect race, it's much smaller. Looking at the percentage of total numbers, the insect race has suffered lesser losses. Originally, this situation should not have occurred, as Hypnos had engaged with the insect race left in verse 10 numerous battles before, almost always ending in near-perfect victories with minimal casualties. However, in the past hour, all that had emerged from the cosmic currents were cannon fodder units of the insect race, similar to the swarms in verse, just low-ranking combat insects. Yet, even these low-ranking combat insects managed to cause some damage to Hypnos's army. It's impossible in normal circumstances, yes, under normal circumstances, but here, under the exceptional circumstances orchestrated by Lin Yu and executed by Zhang Sen, following a strategic plan lasting nearly half a year, they accurately calculated the arrival time of Alia's insect army, precisely luring Hypnos and his insect army to this place, causing both sides to appear from the cosmic currents and the spatial transmission channel almost simultaneously, only one astronomical unit apart. There was no room for maneuvering, straight into intense battles upon meeting. This also prevented Hypnos's biological army from utilizing its long-range attack mode effectively, forcing them into a strenuous close-quarter combat against the vastly outnumbering insect race, leveling the playing field in terms of overall strength. In any case, Hypnos is now frustrated but helpless. Most of the combat power in his biological army had yet to arrive. If he had strategically retreated with the already arrived forces to create distance, the subsequent arrival of the biological army would have ended up shielding the insect race inadvertently. Therefore, until all reinforcements emerged from the spatial transmission channel, he had no choice but to press on. At the same time, within the cosmic currents, Alia, floating along, also began to feel perplexed. The unknown alien military force was originally heading towards the Shepherd's Hollow, yet somehow, they managed to startle her. Chronologically, Alia's reinforcement wouldn't arrive in time. Why did they appear here now? Even Alia sensed a hint of surprise in the emotions of the dragon leading the army. What did this indicate? It implied that their arrival here was not intentional. Hence, the previous assumption of being lured in was utterly wrong. But if not that, then what exactly was happening? Well, regardless of the reasons, in this favorable situation, Alia would not let go of the opportunity to strike back forcefully. Otherwise, she would never forgive herself. Considering the time, the first batch of high-ranking warlord insect guard swarms should be arriving soon. After carefully sensing through the mental network, indeed, in less than a minute, they would arrive. Regular combat insects were only for containment purposes. The elite warlord insect guards were the true backbone force. Starting from the third-rank warlord insect guards, they posed a significant threat to the enemy. Moreover, it was not just the elite guards. There were also numerous invisible blade insects, along with the void predators cultivated from Arlia's alba cells by Alia. 10 minutes later, at the cosmic current node in the Chels galaxy, a peculiar insect emerged from the current passage, peeking out its hideous head, swiftly darting out. Following it were swarms of insects, identical in appearance, but in vast numbers, along with 3 super swarms of the blade insects. In the void, a void dragon was fiercely attacking the insect swarms trying to assault it. After a bloody battle, it managed to drive back the lower-level insects surrounding it. But before it could relax, hundreds of razor-sharp forelegs pierced into the unfortunate void dragon from various angles as soon as the blade insects showed up. This was not an isolated incident but a scene playing out all over the battlefield. The arrival of the blade insects inflicted significant losses on the ordinary species within Hypnos's biological army. Furthermore, The entry of a large number of second and third-rank guard insects also caused trouble for Hypnos, unlike the low-ranking combat insects. These could effectively engage and pose a threat to his biological army. While the damage per individual was not high, the collective attack of hundreds or thousands could decimate the ordinary species within his army. However, these were just threats to the ordinary species in Hypnos's biological army. The real trouble was the intimidating presence peeking in from the cosmic currents. Emitting almost no aura or energy, it went unnoticed by almost everyone. Like a leisurely stroll, it moved through the battlefield, slowly closing in on a leader class 7th rank creature. It resembled a giant creature, a Khanate, swinging a short stick-like object made of an unknown substance, causing a bloodbath whenever it swept through the insect swarms, taking numerous insect lives, seemingly unstoppable. As the void predator approached from behind, it still hadn't alerted the leader-class creature, who continued to massacre the insect army. However, as it prepared to attack another swarm, it suddenly felt something strike its back, but unbothered, it merely paused for a moment before continuing with the slaughter, until 3 minutes later. The leader-class 7th rank creature was completely immobilized, filled with terror in its eyes, watching itself nearing Hypnos helplessly, but unable to do anything about it. End of chapter. Chapter 613. In the heart of the heavily damaged battlefield, Hypnos stood like a war god. With a gigantic body as huge as a star, with just one wide-open mouth, it could swallow hundreds of billions of low-level war insects, or it could sweep them away with its thick tail, dispersing a large insect group in a single motion. It was definitely the most eye-catching presence in the entire battlefield. Alaria, who was still in the ocean currents, was already gritting her teeth, eager to kill it as soon as possible. However, not to mention low-level war insects, even the second or third-tier guard insects were no match for it. Even the stealth blade insects, despite being able to approach stealthily, couldn't penetrate its defense. This made Alaria extremely frustrated. Fortunately, a few of the Void Ravagers she had bred were deployed at the front of the army from the beginning, and at this moment, they could be put to good use. Unlike other insect species, the Void Ravagers did not have strong offensive capabilities, but they had a terrifying ability: parasitism. Yes, parasitism. Despite their small size, smaller than a mosquito, in front of these gigantic creatures that were as large as planets, they were so tiny that they couldn't even be compared to ants and didn't attract any attention in the slightest. Yet, with claws that could penetrate almost any substance, they could easily tear through the target's outer skin and enter its body. Once inside the target, they would quickly attach themselves to the target's central nervous system and have complete control over it. At this moment, the Void Ravager that had invaded the leader-level creature had grown in size countless times within a few minutes, extending numerous tentacles from its body, wrapping around all the central nerves of this leader-level creature and completely controlling it. Slowly but steadily approaching Hypnos, all the insect species along the way consciously avoided them, making way for the Void Ravager, allowing it to move smoothly. Finally, after 3 minutes, the Void Ravager controlling its puppet had reached Hypnos's side. "Bolt, why did you bring your clan here to die?" Hypnos, who was in a frenzy of killing, looked at Bolt, who had come to his side, with some confusion. However, Bolt did not respond and continued to move gradually towards Hypnos. "Commander, be careful. Bolt is being controlled." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in Hypnos's mind. It was Orla, who was commanding the entire army behind the scenes, with a tone of shock. As an auxiliary leader-level creature, Orla never went to the front lines of the battle, always serving as the overall commander of the entire army. After all, Hypnos had no understanding of commanding and simply went to the front lines to kill crazily. As a result, it became the second person in Hypnos's biological legion. Just now, while commanding the overall battle, it had already sensed that Bolt's behavior was strange. Of course, at first, Orla neglected it. Even when it felt that Bolt was behaving strangely, it didn't pay much attention. After all, the entire battlefield required its command, and it was impossible to focus all attention on Bolt. However, as time passed, Bolt's behavior became increasingly strange. It was obvious that even when it was heading towards Hypnos, the large number of insect groups blocking between them actively made way for Bolt, as if Bolt was one of their own kind. After noticing this, Orla had to take it seriously. Until it used its unique ability to perform a full body scan on Bolt, it found something wrong. There was a parasite in Bolt's body, entwining and controlling all the central nervous networks in Bolt's body. Clearly, Bolt was no longer the same as before, and its purpose in approaching Hypnos was already obvious. Realizing all of this, Orla had to shout regardless of everything. But it was too late. Bolt's long arms had already swung the club made of an unknown material in his hand. Well, the club was considered short for Bolt, as its actual length reached tens of thousands of kilometers. Even though Hypnos didn't react for a moment when it was hit by Bolt's club on its huge dragon head without any preparation, its whole body was instantly sent flying. This was a full-force strike by a 7th-tier leader-level creature, and even though Hypnos was already a peak 7th-tier leader-level creature, it was still a 7th-tier creature. Bolt's full-force strike on Hypnos, who was defenseless, was enough to cause it significant damage. This strike truly lived up to the full-force strike of a 7th-tier leader-level creature, even though it was much smaller in size than Hypnos. Hypnos was sent flying, and only with the help of two 7th-tier leader-level creatures nearby was it able to stop, after scattering dozens of insect groups and several biological legions battle formations around. However, Hypnos was already injured, and it was not light. There was a huge gap on its enormous dragon head, and purple blood was continuously flowing out. This incident threw the entire biological legion into chaos, as the leader was the soul of an army. Once the leader was in trouble, the impact on the army was definitely catastrophic. Everyone retreat immediately. Seeing this scene, Orla had to make an immediate decision, ordering the frontline army to retreat, and at the same time stopping those who hadn't entered the spatial teleportation channel yet. As for the tens of millions who had already entered 7 minutes ago and were now in the teleportation channel, they could only be abandoned. These abandoned ordinary clan-level creatures, with the frontline army retreating, when they stepped out of the spatial channel, they would undoubtedly immediately be surrounded and slaughtered by the insect species, with almost no chance of survival. For the biological legion, this might not be crippling, but it was definitely a substantial loss. After all, they didn't have near infinite numbers like the insect species. The entire biological legion only added up to a little over 1 billion. Even though after intense battling for over an hour, the losses were only slightly over 1 million. Of course, now that they were already engaged, and with the opponent's commander heavily injured, Aureo would definitely not allow them to retreat so easily. Helplessly, Orla had no choice but to leave 10 million clan-level creatures behind to cover the retreat until they successfully withdrew. The total casualties added up to over 60 million, even including a 7th-tier leader-level creature. End of this chapter. Chapter 614. The plan changes. The command of Hypnos, the commander of the Purgatory 2nd Legion and the main force of the insect race. The first battle finally came to an end after more than 2 hours of fighting. If we were to say who won and who lost, it is definitely Aureo who won this first round. Firstly, there were casualties in the lower ranks. The Purgatory Legion suffered approximately 4% losses, while the insect race, it seems, did not even lose 1%. Secondly, there were losses in the higher ranks, since the insect race's king insects, who were all with Aureo in the center of the army and had not yet reached Charles. There were no losses in the higher ranks. The Purgatory 2nd Legion, on the other hand, was different. The entire legion only had about 27th rank leaders, one of whom was directly lost, and the commander Hypnos was severely injured. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, it is indisputable that the insect race successfully won this first round. However, the reason why the insect race was able to easily secure this round was ultimately due to Lin Yu's actions. It is not an exaggeration to say it was perfect timing and an advantageous situation. Just after the battle between the two sides ended, inside the bridge of the Milos ship more than 100 million light-years away, there was no relaxation at all. Over 100 people in the bridge were divided into 2 teams. One team was analyzing the data in a special area head of the fleet, while the other team was analyzing all the data returned by Charles. At this moment, Lin Yu was staring intently at a set of images in front of him, his expression extremely serious. The images showed an insect that had no record in the federal database. In fact, at first, Lin Yu and the others did not notice this insect, and even various monitoring devices did not detect it. It wasn't until Bolt was controlled by the Void Marauder and suddenly attacked Hypnos that everyone realized something was wrong. However, even after noticing something was wrong, No issues were found in the data returned by Charles. It was only after failing to find any problems that an expert in biology suggested checking the image data about Bolt's location 10 minutes before the problem occurred. Finally, this expert discovered the issue. After magnifying the images hundreds of times and spending a lot of time checking, they finally identified this tiny insect, even smaller than an ant, this insect named Biaria, as the Void Marauder. After the Void Marauder invaded Bolt's body, Bolt began behaving abnormally. So, this biologist made a bold assumption that this was an insect capable of parasitizing individual organisms and fully controlling them. When this assumption was made, everyone was instantly horrified. You see, this insect was even smaller than an ant. If this assumption were correct, it would mean that this new type of insect could not only invade and control these purgatory creatures, but could very likely parasitize and control humans as well. If the insect race had a large number of these insects and stealthily invaded human territory, parasitizing and controlling the top human leaders, what would be the outcome? It would undoubtedly be a disaster, possibly even leading to the destruction of the entire human civilization. Can we distinguish people controlled by parasitic insects? Commander, the current information is still lacking to determine, unless what? Unless we capture a 7th rank purgatory creature parasitized by the insect race so we can understand their parasitic methods through this creature and develop targeted detection devices. Capturing a 7th rank purgatory creature parasitized without revealing their situation. Lin Yu furrowed his brows slightly. This difficulty was not easy at all. However, compared to capturing a parasitic insect for research and developing technology that can detect its presence and determine whether humans are parasitized, exposure seemed less important, right? After weighing the options, Lin Yu decided to take the risk of exposure and capture a parasitic insect or a creature already parasitized. The plan was set for a week later. Not that they couldn't act now, but Lin Yu wanted to try a little harder. If the secrets in the central region of the Shepherd's Hole were deciphered within a week, capturing and investigating the parasitic insects would make the plan perfect. Of course, if the secrets of Arya could not be uncovered within a week, they would abandon the current mission and directly focus on capturing the parasitic insects. Soon, a report was sent to Lin Yu. Lin Fan was quite surprised by the sudden situation and immediately consulted Emil. However, Emil clearly had no information about these insects and was equally puzzled. Eventually, unable to find answers even from Emil, Lin Fan discreetly issued a top-secret order to Lin Yu at all costs to capture a parasitic insect and bring it back to the Federation. Why was it such a top-secret order, not even reported to the top figures of the Federation? After all, the issue of parasitic control had arisen, and until they acquired technology that could detect this type of parasitic insect, Lin Fan had to be extremely cautious and could not easily trust even his father, Lin Zhen. With the order issued, Lin Fan also fully supported Lin Yu's decision to further investigate the secrets of the central region of the Shepherd's Hole. If there were no results within a week, they would go straight into the parasitic insect capturing operation. Upon receiving Lin Fan's order, Lin Yu was equally cautious. He restricted the movements of all personnel on the bridge and then arranged detailed physical examinations for each person on the bridge. After all, who knew if there were already parasitized individuals among the people on the bridge? Although there was currently no clear technology to identify them, perhaps these insects hiding in human bodies could be detected just by conducting full body scans. Therefore, although unsure of its efficacy, it was worth a try. No one on the bridge who knew about the Void Marauder objected or expressed dissatisfaction with Lin Yu's decision. It was all commanding officers and experts here, and they clearly understood the necessity of Lin Yu's decision. Thus, an inexplicable physical examination began. Not only the people on the bridge, but even the crew on other warships had to undergo a physical examination, with the purpose of the check completely unexplained. At this moment, the entire fleet on all warships was filled with an eerie atmosphere. End of the chapter. Chapter 615. Stop. You can rest now. It took a whole day to complete the full body scans of all warships according to orders, and no discoveries were made. This result made Lin Yu slightly relieved, but not completely at ease. After all, until the parasite was captured, who knows if it had special abilities to evade body scans? One couldn't just cut open everyone's bodies to check for parasites, right? Anyway, regardless of the parasite issue, in the following time, Lin Yu focused all his energy on the abnormal area ahead of the fleet. However, even on the last day of the plan, there was no breakthrough progress until ... Commander, we have a situation. Just as Lin Yu was about to announce giving up and starting the parasite capture plan, the voice of the radar team leader suddenly sounded in the bridge. While reporting, he operated to open an observed image and projected it inside the bridge. The originally empty voice suddenly split open a gap, and then hundreds of kingworms flew out from it. Among these kingworms, ranging from 1st to 5th tier, the majority were 4th and 5th tier kingworms, but there were also as many as 3 first-tier kingworms. And this was not the end. As the kingworms appear, a large number of insect swarms began to emerge from the gap, all high-tier guard insects, without any low-tier war insects. After a full hour, when the void was filled with over 50 swarms composed of guard insects of various tiers, the strange gap gradually healed and finally disappeared completely. I know what's going on in this area. Suddenly, as the leader of the expert group, Lei Li, exclaimed excitedly. Lei Li, have you found something? Yes, I already know what's going on in that area ahead. Lei Li nodded, his face still filled with excitement. As scientists, what could be more exciting than suddenly finding a breakthrough in something they've been studying for a long time? It's like this. Previously, we detected a 37.29% similarity between this area and the report in the database. In these past few days, I couldn't figure out why, if the area ahead was a time bubble, why we couldn't see anything inside it. You see, time bubbles don't hide things trapped inside them, but from all the data, I'm very certain that the area ahead is a region shrouded in a time bubble, which is somewhat contradictory. However, just now, when the swarm opened that strange passage, we conducted a comprehensive scan of the crack, and the data we obtained finally revealed the source of all the contradictions. Lei Li was very excited, gesticulating as he spoke. Get to the point. Lin Yu, who had known Lei Li for decades, furrowed his brows. He knew that if he didn't stop Lei Li now, this guy could talk for days on end about technical details without getting to the conclusion. So, Lin Yu ruthlessly interrupted Lei Li, who was still excited. Oh, all right. This is a small universe, and it's a small universe with a different time flow speed from the grand universe. A small universe. Lin Yu was surprised. Of course, Lin Yu wasn't surprised that there really was such a thing as a small universe, as the Federation had long proven the existence of small universes and had been conducting related research. What surprised Lin Yu was that the insect race actually had a small universe and used this small universe with a different time flow speed to constantly strengthen themselves. Are you sure this is a small universe? Absolutely. Over 10 years ago, the Federation's strategic scientist, academician Li Lizzie, had already proven the existence of small universes and published many papers. I've read all the papers related to small universes. Based on the latest data we've detected, I'm quite sure this is a small universe. When combined with the data in the report on time bubbles, the comparison of data largely confirms that this is a small universe with a different time flow speed from the grand universe. Of course, currently, I can't determine the time flow speed difference inside this small universe, whether it's artificial or natural, and I also can't determine the difference in time, whether it's a contraction effect or an expansion effect, or at what rate this time effect operates. Lin Yu understood, but he still furrowed his brow. Understanding these things alone wasn't enough. He needed more information to make a decision, and to obtain more information, it seemed there was only one way to go. Can we enter this small universe? Yes, there's a way. Hearing Lei Li's confident answer, Lin Yu was also somewhat excited. Perhaps ... could he really balance both sides? Actually, it's quite simple if we want to enter. According to academician Li Lizzie's research and the paper she published, once a bridge, a passage is established between the small universe and the grand universe, this passage will definitely be two-way, not like the spatial passages that are only one-way. In other words, as long as we wait for the next time the bug race opens the passage, we can sneak in. That's simple. Lin Yu was a bit dumbfounded. This meant that as long as he waited, he could sneak in secretly and obtain information from inside this small universe. However, while the method was simple, the problem was that he didn't have the time to wait. If the bug race opens the passage regularly to transport a new batch of bugs into the grand universe, how long is the interval between these occurrences? Lin Yu quickly came to a vague answer. No less than 7 days. After all, his fleet had been spying here for a full 7 days before seeing bugs come out, and this was no less than 7 days. Alright, 8 days are no less than 7 days, 8 years are no less than 7 days, even 80 or 800 years are still no less than 7 days. This was a bit tricky. Is there no other way to get in? There is. Really? With a somewhat hopeful attitude, Lin Yu asked again, not holding out much hope. However, Lei Li's answer surprised him. There definitely are other ways. Otherwise, how could the bug race open the passage to come out? It's just that our understanding of the small universe is still very shallow at the moment. So, that means we can't do it right now. Lin Yu's mouth twitched a few times, and he directly cut off Lei Li's words, saying rather impatiently, "Oh, indeed, we can't for now. But in the future, as our research deepens, we surely will be able to." Stop. You can go rest now. End of this chapter. Chapter 616 Insect Trap Operation. After weighing the options multiple times, Lin Yu had no choice but to give up on waiting for the next opening of the Little Universe channel. After all, he didn't have time to deal with this matter at the moment. Nevertheless, even though he temporarily gave up, he still left a backup plan. Unconsciously, time flew by once again, and quickly another month had passed. During this month, the Insect Clan and the Second Legion of Purgatory, led by Epunos, engaged into fierce battles. Despite the Insect Clan's full arrival and occupation of an absolute numerical advantage, despite Epunos not showing up for a month due to being heavily wounded, and despite the Insect Clan having killers like the Void Assassins, after the 2 battles, they were at a disadvantage. After losing the advantageous timing and terrain in the first battle, the following battles were difficult to fight, almost being directly suppressed by the Purgatory Legion, with their numerical advantage almost impossible to utilize. Without being able to form the Insect Clan's expert strategy of surrounding with a sea of insects, they could only progress as difficultly as when they attacked the Vital Line. However, it's not to say that Arlia didn't gain anything at all. Even though the losses in both battles were significant and a few of the Void Assassins sent out by Arlia were eliminated by Ola in the second battle. In the third battle, Arlia, risking the loss of more than a dozen first-tier king insects and several hundred other tier king insects, allowed the Void Assassins to seize the opportunity and successfully control another 7th tier leader-level creature. Thus, both sides entered a standoff phase. Arlia feared the powerful combat abilities of the Purgatory Legion, while Ola feared the Insect Clan's Void Assassins. Neither side was willing to easily initiate the 4th battle without absolute certainty. While the Insect Clan and the Purgatory Army were in a standoff, after a month of sailing, the First Legion of the Underworld Fleet finally crossed a distance of more than 100 million light-years and arrived again outside the Shepherd's Hollow. Commander, the fleet has exited the Shepherd's Hollow and is currently located in the Velas Galaxy. Is Johnson in position? Vice Admiral Johnson is already in position. Good. Now I declare that the operation officially begins. With the code name Insect Trap, immediately order Johnson to carry out the first stage of the operation according to the plan. Yes, Commander. At the same time, 5 million light-years away from Lin Yu's location, a fleet merged seamlessly with the background of the universe, and no one could detect its presence visually or in any other way. Commander, we have received a Level 1 combat command from the flagship Milos. The adjutant approached Johnson and reported. Opening his command terminal system, a red combat command was flashing continuously, and when Johnson opened it, as expected, it was exactly the same as he had guessed. Insect Trap Operation officially begins. Order the Second Fleet to execute the first stage of the planned operation immediately. Inform the fleet to be ready. Depart in 3 minutes, aiming for the rear of the Insect Clan's main force, the Essex domain. Yes, Commander. After leading Epunos to the position where the Insect Clan would encounter them, Johnson brought the entire fleet to a location 10 million light-years away, waiting quietly for Lin Yu's latest command. For Johnson, the first stage of the Insect Trap Operation was both simple and difficult. It was simple because Arlia had placed the first captured 7th tier leader-level creature, Bolt, at the far back, the Essex domain, where the Kul's Galaxy is located, and Arlia was not there. As Emil said, even the royal insects could only vaguely sense the existence of the Ghost-class battleship under invisible mode. As for those royal insects, they couldn't sense it at all. So, in this sense, this mission was quite simple. However, the trouble came afterwards. Keep in mind, Although Bolt's size wasn't as huge as Epuno's, it was still much larger than an ordinary planet, almost equivalent to the size of two Starship-class battleships. For such a massive individual, even if Johnson's fleet could sneak in without alerting the insect clan, how would they take away such a gigantic living being? Furthermore, it was under control, not a lifeless object incapable of action. Of course, to ensure the ultimate success of the mission, Lin Yu allowed Johnson to expose himself only if necessary. However, for Johnson, if detected, it would mean mission failure, an unacceptable shame for a Federal Fleet commander. To complete this mission, they needed to utilize the Federal space storage technology as described in Lin Yu's plan to take Bolt away. While the plan seemed flawless, disappearing such a large organism suddenly would also raise the insect clan's alertness. However, this wasn't too big of an issue as long as Johnson himself wasn't exposed. Arlia wouldn't immediately suspect their presence as a Federation fleet that shouldn't be there, instead pointing suspicion towards the Purgatory Legion. Therefore, the key to this operation lay in covert action. Essex Domain, Lara Star System, the Enleaf Star System, 5 million light-years away. For a Ghost-class battleship, it would take approximately 30 hours to travel, not consuming too much time. Of course, Johnson didn't directly travel through hyperspace to Enleaf. Even though ordinary insects couldn't detect the presence of Ghost-class battleships, the disturbance caused by a whole fleet of 1 million battleships opening a hyperspace window was too significant and would definitely not go unnoticed. Therefore, the second fleet's exit point from hyperspace was set outside Enleaf, followed by spending approximately 2 days gradually approaching their target location within Enleaf using sublight engines. This was after all the deep rear of the insect clan. For Arlia, it was an absolutely safe place. Therefore, even though there were many insect swarms stationed here, in terms of the insect clan scale, it wasn't considered many. In the center of Enleaf, surrounded by hundreds of giant insect swarms, was Bolt, along with several first-tier royal insects cultivated by Arlia, examining its flesh and cell tissues, completely unaware that the Federation fleet had arrived by their side. Commander, we have arrived at the designated operation location, with no signs of detection by the target. Good. Relay my command. The first stage of the insect trap operation officially commences. Yes, Commander. End of this chapter. Chapter 617. Starting to lure the enemy. Mentioning the method of studying biological technology by the insect race, it is indeed quite brutal. They directly devour the flesh and blood of the other party, then rely on the unique organ of the king worm to absorb it, in order to identify whether these flesh and blood cells are helpful in breeding battle worms for themselves. This is not a one-time devouring. After all, the insect race has a considerable number of cells from various races in their control. It requires repeatedly devouring the flesh of these new creatures, constantly comparing them with other biological cells in their bodies, repeating this process numerous times until finding a suitable matching scheme. Of course, this may not always be successful, as the vast majority of biological details have properties of mutual exclusion. Otherwise, the insect race would not have only a few species of battle worms until now. After all, almost all attempts would face failure. Even the birth of a new type of battlefield once in 1,000 years would be considered very lucky. Well, leaving aside the way these insects breed new worm species, after observing the kingworms doing their business up close, even Johnson felt a bit nauseous. Over 100 kingworms, including 5 first-tier kingworms, were gathered around Bort, seemingly feasting, constantly trying to remove some flesh and tissue from him with their sharp claws and consuming them. That wasn't the end. The crucial part was that after they devoured it, they were excreting it quite quickly, even in the battleship. Johnson felt like he was about to pass out from the stench. Lure team, act immediately. Johnson, who no longer wanted to watch these scenes, waved his hand to close the observation image and gave the order directly. Yes, Lure team understands. We'll start action immediately. At the edge of Enlice, over 100 warships were hidden, unseen and unfelt. Just at that moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the smooth hull of one of the warships, then opened like a door to reveal a small opening. Numerous equipment were quickly ejected from it and precisely controlled to their respective target positions without any error. Colonel, deployment is completed. Well done. Immediately move to the designated position according to the plan and activate the space illusion system in 10 minutes. Yes, Colonel. Wanhai clearly understood the importance of this mission. Being only 38 years old, He was the youngest colonel in the Federation in nearly 50 years and would soon become the youngest general in the Federation. At the same time, he was also the youngest quasi-B-level dark energy manipulator in the Federation. Should this mission fail, his promotion path would become extremely difficult, even cut off completely. Therefore, Wang Hai dared not be careless in this mission. After all the warships had finished their tasks, over 100 warships remained in stealth mode as they headed towards the next planned location. Colonel, will this deceive the insect race? After all, although the illusion system can simulate realistic illusions, it can't simulate the special energy of living beings, and the insect race relies more on sensing than on visual observation. A major staff officer in the command bridge said to Wang Hai with some worrying in his tone. Indeed, deceiving technological equipment was completely different from deceiving a biological civilization. Take the insect race for example. Their way of observation was not based on eyesight but on sensing, something scientifically unsound. Therefore, this major staff officer had no clue about whether the space illusion system could deceive the insect race. Don't worry, this effect is what we want. Let me ask you, if your Queen Arlia of the insect race suddenly receives a report from her subordinates that a high-ranking leadership-level inferno creature has appeared here, but she can't sense its presence, what would you think? Wang Hai threw out this question with a smile, causing the major staff officer to sink into deep thought. Correct, Arlia would think that this is a special ability leadership-level creature, similar to a parasite of the insect race, and would not consider the possibility of a technological civilization interfering in their war. After all, Arlia has no idea of our presence here. With this explanation, the major staff officer understood. Indeed, as Wang Hai said, unless humans revealed themselves in front of Arlia, she would not actively focus on humans no matter what strange events occur. Instead, she would point the blame at the Inferno Legion and keep imagining scenarios to make it more plausible. Colonel, all warships have arrived at the designated coordinates. Good. Immediately activate the space illusion system targeting the planet Devourer. Hearing the report from his deputy and checking the time, finding that the 10-minute countdown had just elapsed, Wang Hai did not hesitate and gave the order directly. As the command bridge personnel relayed the instructions, the previously deployed equipment all began to operate, and a huge and terrifying monster gradually took shape in the void. This was what the Federation called the planet Devourer, at least visually speaking. Space illusion system activated. Simulation at 100%. All systems operating normally. It seems the insect race hasn't found us. That's right. After all, this illusion is not real. It's simply visual deception, and the insect race, which mainly relies on sensing, is not detecting anything. Looking at the tactical images, there was no reaction at all from the insect race within the 3 astronomical units range. After a brief reflection, Wang Hai muttered to himself, however, if the insect race doesn't react, then this operation is meaningless. Immediately proceed with Plan 26. Yes, Colonel. Within seconds, the previously motionless planet Devourer suddenly lifted its ugly head, gathered a large amount of energy in its mouth, and then, just a few seconds later, when it thrust its head forward, a terrifying beam of light shot out from its mouth and swiftly flew towards a group of insects 2 astronomical units away. Half a minute later, this terrifying beam of light directly hit the group of insects, and in an unstoppable manner, completely decimated the entire group. When everything was over, what could be seen was that the previously densely packed group of insects now had a large hole in it, and all the battle worms that were inside it had undoubtedly been completely wiped out. End of this chapter. Chapter 618. Wang Hai's strange idea of a phantom image released a substantial attack, severely damaging a swarm of insects. This was clearly an impossible thing to happen. However, no matter how impossible it seemed, this was indeed what happened. It wasn't until the closest swarm of insects was directly blasted into an empty space that the insect race noticed the existence of the planet Devourer. Of course, at the same time, millions of light-years away, Alia also knew through the insect race's psychic network what was happening. But Alia was puzzled because even after taking control of some insects and initiating shared perception, she completely failed to sense the presence of the planet Devourer. In her memory, in her battles with Hypnos, whether through remote command or personal combat, she had never encountered such a situation. Logically, Hypnos shouldn't be a species capable of hiding its existence, but the scene before her was like a slap in the face. Apart from being visible to the naked eye, it was completely imperceptible. However, as Wang Hai said, Alia instantly imagined that Hypnose was a special creature with the ability to conceal itself, but he had never revealed it in previous battles. As for why Hypnose appeared here, regarding this, for Alia, it was easier to imagine, given that Bolt, controlled by the Void Predator, was here, right? The key was, since Hypnose was so bold to intrude into her territory alone, could this also be an opportunity for her? Under usual circumstances, with Hypnose's formidable combat power and a bunch of high-level creatures around him, except for a surprise attack like the last time with the Void Predator, Alia really had no way to deal with him, and the same surprise attack would never succeed a second time. But now, finding herself alone, Alia felt like she could give it a try and might successfully take him down, right? Fully motivated, she immediately began to command through the insect race's psychic network. Commander, the insects around the target are starting to move towards the bait. Where is the king insect? Two are moving with the swarm, and two are inactive. Quite cautious. Tell Wang Hai to figure something out on his end. Yes, Commander. In the second fleet, after Zhang Feng found that two first-level king insects remained here, he pondered for a moment and immediately gave the order. Wang Hai had always given Zhang Feng the impression of being a mischievous little guy, and Zhang Feng believed he would figure it out. At the same time, leading the fleet hidden in the cosmic background energy, Wang Hai watched the insect race's reaction on the tactical board with interest. It looks like the insect race just intends to hold off the planet Devourer first and wait for reinforcements, right? Watching the swarm surrounding from all sides on the tactical board, but all low-level warriors, he murmured to himself, "Colonel, Commander's orders. Let's create some commotion. There are still two king insects at the edge. All right, the two first-level king insects pose no threat to the commander's side, but for the sake of operational stealth, we still need to lure them away." Wang Hai immediately understood Zhang Feng's meaning, but luring away those two king insects was no easy task. After all, the current situation clearly indicated that the other party wanted to delay the planet Devourer, not fight to the death at this moment. Therefore, Alia did not need to bring all her top combat power unless she had a plan. Immediately inform the technical team that I need to simulate an image of the planet Devourer still injured after multiple attacks. Understood. Arrange it right away. Yes, Colonel. Since the other party wanted to be cautious and not engage in direct combat, Wang Hai would give them a reason to go all out. Colonel, the technical team says they need 10 minutes to reconstruct the necessary scene. Okay. Inform me immediately after completion. Yes, Colonel. Looking at the swarm closest to them, still 2 AU away, at the swarm speed, it would take at least more than an hour to arrive. Wang Hai nodded. Also, have them prepare a scene of the planet Devourer trying to tear through the void to escape but failing due to severe injuries after our third wave of attacks. Yes, Colonel. Due to Wang Hai's last-minute additional request, it was not until 15 minutes later that the technical team reported that they were ready. However, this was not a problem, as time was still abundant. Let's start now. Proceed with Plan 17. Yes, Colonel. In the void, Hypnose, who had been quiet since the last attack, suddenly widened his eyes and two red-black beams intertwined and shot out towards the swarm in the distance at high speed. If Alia's actual self were here, she would definitely sense that there seemed to be something hidden in Hypnose's eyes. But unfortunately, she wasn't there, and her only reliance was on the sensory information shared by ordinary combatants. Therefore, in her eyes, it was still Hypnose launching a new round of attacks suddenly, without noticing anything strange. Two beams with a diameter of more than 10 meters, carrying a devastating aura, instantly swept away all life on the trajectory, piercing to holes in the swarm once more. Dark Energy Cannon, attack completed, successfully hitting the target. Continue the attack. At the same time, have the technical team prepare, and after our third wave of attacks, act immediately. Yes, Colonel. In just 1 minute, Hypnose released 2 more attacks in succession, causing significant damage to the leading swarm of insects. With the power and speed of these attacks, Alia was feeling increasingly alarmed. At this rate, within an hour at most, this guy could wipe out all the swarms surrounding her and reinforce the arriving army, which would take at least a day to arrive. This made Alia contemplate a retreat, perhaps while still having some forces to delay Hypnose, should she quickly transfer Bolt. However, Just as Aelia was about to make a decision, to her surprise and infinite joy, a scene unfolded unexpectedly. The Hypnos, preparing for the fourth wave of attacks, suddenly had the area where he was previously injured by bolt explode. A large amount of purple blood sprayed out continuously, and Hypnos's complexion quickly turned pale. This wasn't the end. In his worsening condition, Hypnos used up his last remaining strength, attempting to tear open a spatial teleportation channel to escape, but before he could start, he was already unable to continue. Another large amount of purple blood spurted from his mouth. End of this chapter. Chapter 619. Success. And initially, Aelia had already entertained thoughts of retreat, but the sudden turn of events filled her with an overwhelming sense of excitement. Was this a truly earth-shattering reversal of fortunes? The fact that Hypnos, still recovering from serious injuries, had come to her pretending to be injured was unexpected. It seemed like he was trying to stage an accident, right? No, she couldn't afford to miss this golden opportunity. If she waited even just one more day, Hypnos might recover enough to escape through spatial manipulation. She had to seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance to control him. Even if she couldn't fully control him, while he was incapacitated, she could at least tear off some flesh and tissues from him. Such a powerful creature, by using its flesh and blood, could she cultivate a new kind of powerful war insect? Yes, that was it. At that moment, the exhilarated Aelia didn't even consider the possibility of human interference. After all, in her view, humans couldn't possibly be present in this scenario. A new command was swiftly transmitted through the insect race's mental network. Soon, the remaining Tier 1 royal insects, still guarding Bolt, headed towards Hypnos. Ha ha. I knew this kid had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, right? Hearing Johnson's smug words, his deputy also chuckled along. Honestly, after Johnson issued this command earlier, he had thought about many ways to carry it out. However, no matter how he calculated, the methods he came up with seemed insufficient to complete the mission perfectly. As for the method Wang Hai used, the deputy had never even considered it. Well, this time, Wang Hai has made a great contribution. When we return after completing the mission, he might be promoted to a brigadier general. He will be the youngest brigadier general in the federal military in 50 years. Speaking of which, the current federation was vastly different from the past. In the past, when the average lifespan of Federation citizens was around 100 years, it was common for individuals in their 20s or even younger to join the Federation fleet, and talented commanders like Ling Fen could be promoted to the rank of general at around 30 years of age. But now, things were different. With human lifespan averaging over 1,000 years and the advancement of civilization, the new generation of humans needed to learn more before joining the Federation fleet. 30 years of age was just the age at which the new generation had recently graduated from military school. So, when Johnson said that Wang Hai would become the youngest star among the new generation of federal military personnel, his statement was absolutely correct. Okay, the pesky bugs have left. Let's take action. After all, Wang Hai's side can only delay for another hour at most. Yes, Commander, I will make arrangements immediately. Space storage technology. This technology was first used in the Dreadnought fleet, creating a fleet composed of battleships no larger than destroyers. Now, the Federation's Department of Science had already mastered this technology, although it had not been extensively applied to battleships yet, as the technology for the next generation of battleships had not been fully understood in several aspects. Hence, the timing for the new fleet's refitting had not yet matured. However, the Federation had extended this technology to various fields, such as interstellar mining. Just imagine, in the past, Federation mining ships could only return when their cargoes were full. But now, with space storage technology, the new generation of Federation mining ships didn't even need to install cargo holds in their designs. They could simply place the collected minerals within a designated empty space, activate the space storage technology to cover this space, and then transport it immediately. With this new method, the amount of minerals collected and brought back by mining ships in a single run was hundreds to thousands of times higher than before. The efficiency increase was significant. Moreover, the ambitious Department of Science had used this technology specifically to develop another mind-boggling device known as the Stellar Envelopment Apparatus. As the name suggested, this was a space storage technology that could envelop an entire star, allowing the Federation to transport stars to places where star energy was needed. And now, Lin Yu had Jiang Sen use the stellar envelopment apparatus directly to package and take away the colossal board-like entity. Stellar envelopment projection device has been activated. Estimated arrival at designated location in 90 seconds. Arrived at the designated coordinates. Control authorization successfully activated. The device is ready. Initiate immediately. Without hesitation, Jiang Sen immediately ordered. Understood, Colonel. Stellar envelopment is currently starting, and the spatial storage area is forming. Although the two royal insects had left, the Void Predator was still present, as it was controlling the mighty body of board. Suddenly, it sensed something was amiss, but before the Void Predator could think further, all its senses were abruptly cut off. Inside the space storage area, it was like another world, preventing it from perceiving the external environment and plunging it into boundless terror. Regardless of the Void Predator's reaction, Jiang Sen had already moved on to the next step. Commander, the target has been successfully captured. Retrieve the stellar envelopment, inform Wan Hai, and prepare for evacuation. Yes, Commander. Meanwhile, several astronomical units away. Has the commander sorted things out? Yes, the commander has ordered us to prepare for evacuation and leave no trace behind. Notify the technical department to begin the final phase. Understood, Colonel. In the void, where Hypnos only had half a life left, it suddenly seemed to regain some vitality. It lifted its hands, which had been hanging limp for quite some time, and thrust them into the empty space before it with renewed vigor. As if expending its final strength, it barely tore open a spatial rift, and dragging its almost uncontrollable body, staggered into it. Damn it, why did it recover so quickly? It was so close. At that moment, Alia was extremely frustrated. If she had just one more hour, she would have succeeded. Who could have anticipated that at the brink of success, victory would slip through her fingers? Nevertheless, at least the 7th-tier leader-class creature was still in her hands. She hadn't let Hypnos take it away. Even though she hadn't won this round, she hadn't lost either. In her frustration, Alia could only console herself in this way. However, when she attempted to sense Bolt again, the immense creature that should have been there was now gone. The space that should have been occupied by a planet-sized entity was now empty. Nothing was left. End of this chapter. Chapter 620. Wan Hai's surprising move as the second fleet was on its way to Chess preparing to rendezvous with the main fleet. AS brain seemed to glitch. How could such a massive 7th-tier leader-class creature disappear right in front of her? After contemplating for a long time, A still couldn't understand how Eponus had done it. She hadn't even considered the possibility of human interference. However, one thing balanced AS thoughts a bit. Regardless of how it was done, it was clear that Eponus had only acted after she had allowed the last two Kingworms to leave. A even suspected that the scene of Eponus being severely injured was intentionally shown to her, aiming to divert her attention and move the two first-tier Kingworms away from board. Through all of this, A concluded that Eponus' approach required going unnoticed, and once discovered, it could be easily thwarted. Despite losing one 7th-tier creature, she still had one left, and as long as she remembered not to make the same mistake again, it would be fine. Although everything was just AS speculation, she felt considerably relieved after this mental exercise. One day later, Johnson led the second fleet to the outskirts of Chess and successfully joined forces with the main fleet commanded by Lin Yu. However, they encountered a new problem. The insect clan had completely blocked the entrance to the current with a dense group of insects. While the ordinary insects couldn't detect the abyssal fleet in stealth mode, the problem was that the abyssal-class battleships were visually invisible and simulated energy camouflage, hiding themselves beneath the background energy of the universe, but not actually disappearing. In this scenario, the fleet couldn't navigate through the mass of insects without exposing themselves. Directly barging in under stealth mode was a viable strategy as long as their true forms remained unseen. However, while maintaining stealth mode, they couldn't activate shields. The consequences of activating shields would expose a vulnerability, alerting the insects to the fleet's presence. So, what could they do? Their only option was to divert the insect swarm and reveal a path large enough for their fleet to pass through. Instructor, I think we should let Wan Hai give it a try. This kid always has unconventional ideas. His performance in the previous Plant and Lies was a perfect example of his ingenious tactics. Inside the virtual operations conference room, Lin Yu deliberated with 10 fleet commanders on breaking the impasse. Although they had considered several strategies, each had its drawbacks. At that moment, Johnson suddenly thought of something and suggested to Lin Yu, "Oh, him? I thought the method was not your style." Surprised by Lin Yu's response, Johnson hesitantly scratched his head. But if it's him, he might come up with a creative solution to solve the current issue. "Tell Wang Hai that I only care about results, no matter the method he uses," Lin Yu instructed. "The fleet must remain concealed. Also, inform him that if he flawlessly accomplishes this, not only will he enter the federal marshal ranks, but I will also make an exception and grant him command of a fleet as a brigadier general." This statement sent shivers down the spines of the others present, even surprising Johnson, who proposed activating the trump card. Commanding a fleet singularly was an unprecedented offer in federal history. It meant leading a force equivalent to a galaxy-sized legion within the Abyssal Fleet comprising 100 million Abyssal-class battleships. Additionally, all current commanders overseeing forces of this scale held at least the rank of Rear Admiral. Granting a brigadier general command over such a massive fleet was unheard of. Therefore, Lin Yu's high expectations for Wang Hai were evident. Shortly after Lin Yu's orders reached Wang Hai, he was thrilled. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity where taking this step would pave the way for a smooth military career. Just as someone once said, in the old times, a soldier who doesn't aspire to be a general isn't a good soldier. Similarly, an officer who doesn't strive to become a marshal isn't a good officer. As a staunch admirer of Lin Fan, Wang Hai constantly envisioned climbing the ladder in the federal fleet to become a federal marshal like his idol. However, after half a minute of excitement, Wang Hai calmed down. While the task wasn't exactly difficult, it certainly wasn't easy. There were numerous ways to provoke the insect swarm, but doing so without any traces was a challenging feat. Relying on the same act was out of the question, as repeating strategies consecutively was a severe taboo. Eureka! A smirk appeared on Wang Hai's face. If a direct approach wouldn't work, why not try a different approach? Soon, a battle plan was sent to Lin Yu. After reviewing the plan, Lin Yu was taken aback by Wang Hai's unconventional ideas. It even sparked a sense of resemblance between Wang Hai and Lin Fan in Lin Yu's mind. Wang Hai's ability to instill this feeling wasn't surprising. He had always considered Lin Fan his sole idol and meticulously studied all the wars Lin Fan had commanded. Through these studies, Wang Hai's thought processes had gradually aligned with Lin Fan's unintentionally. As the operational meeting resumed, the 10 fleet commanders, after initially finding the plan audacious, realized its brilliance upon further contemplation. "Commander, I believe this plan is worth a shot." "Yes, I share the same sentiment." None of them were mediocre. Everyone recognized the finesse of this plan. "All right, since there are no objections, we shall proceed with this plan. Prepare your fleets, and the operation will commence in 1 hour." "Yes, Commander." End of chapter. Chapter 621. Successful Retreat. Kull serving as a node on the cosmic ocean currents on one side of the worst supermassive star cluster is highly valued by Arya. After all, for Arya, the Cania super galaxy cluster is also within her sphere of influence, as well as her escape route. Therefore, she is not willing to let Itna sneak up on her back without her knowledge. In the void, ahead of the pitch-black entrance of the ocean current with no hint of light, thousands of insect swarms are being deployed there to completely block the entrance of the entire ocean current, leaving almost no gaps. Not far away, a huge ape is swiftly approaching the ocean current entrance, but for now, it has not attracted the attention of the insect race. For the insect race, mental perception is their primary way of exploring external objects, and while eyesight is not impossible, the limitations of the naked eye are too great. Even though the insect race's eyes are uniquely structured, allowing them to see objects hundreds of millions of kilometers away very clearly, a distance of just a few million kilometers is too close for this universe. "Commander, distance to target 12 million kilometers, spatial illusion system is operating normally." After entering 5 million kilometers, all fleet activate the United Shield and Dark Energy Shield mode. "Yes, Commander." The speed of the giant ape is not fast, about 30,000 kilometers per second, but even so, it only takes a little over 200 seconds to cross a distance of 7 million kilometers. After more than 3 minutes, as expected, the giant ape suddenly broke into the swarm within 5 million kilometers. "All warships, activate United Shields." "Yes, Commander." Immediately, All warships, under individual dark energy control manipulations, all activated the shields composed of rhomboid dark energy screens and connected them together. Previously mentioned, it's not that the Ghost-class warships cannot activate shields in stealth mode, but once the dark energy shields are activated, the special dark energy reaction will alert the insect race. Of course, what the insect race can sense is only the dark energy reaction brought about by the dark energy shields, not the warships themselves. So, what's interesting is when the fleet directly forms a special array resembling a bolt-shaped pan jointly activates dark energy shields, what kind of effect will occur? From the perspective of the insect race, when the Federal Fleet's dark energy shields are fully activated and connected together, in the eyes of the insects, what they will see is a 7-tier leader level being capable of using shields. At the same time, through mental perception, the insect race will find that apart from that layer of shield shrouding the bolt, they cannot sense the presence of any biological entity within the shield. So, how will Arya judge this situation? She probably would think, without a doubt, that the strange mental barrier of the bolt hinders her troops from probing its interior. But what Arya doesn't understand is how did this guy break free from the manipulation of the Void Marauder? And what does it want to do? Force its way into the cosmic currents and head to the Cania super galaxy cluster? Well, this time Arya is not mistaken. Bolt's objective is indeed to force its way into the cosmic currents and enter the Cania super galaxy cluster. It's just that this bolt is different from that bolt. The remaining 5 million kilometers passed in an instant. The planet-sized bolt, like wearing a suit of armor composed of dark energy barriers, fearlessly smashed into the swarm. Arya was also waiting for this moment. Since this guy wants to charge in, then let it come. Close combat, coupled with absolute numerical suppression, is the insect race's specialty. You see, S can even kill elephants. However, Arya underestimated the dark energy barrier, especially the defense of the United Dark Energy Shield. Not only did the attacks prove ineffective, but it was even directly smashed a path through the swarm by bolt within the insect sea. Imagine a planet hurtling at 30,000 kilometers per second. If these ordinary war bugs didn't avoid it, could they withstand it? The answer shows they couldn't bear it. The debris left along this path in the void and insect blood is the best evidence that the dark energy shield is not invincible to the extent that the insect race cannot break through, but it's not something they can break through in a short period of time. After all, this is something even the full force of Hypnos can resist. In just 1 minute, in Arya's state of confusion and lack of reaction, Bolt had pierced through the swarm and plunged into the cosmic currents, the Mel's Galaxy Cluster, the headquarters of the Federal Interstellar Fleet. Deep beep beep. Lin Fan, who was busy with documents, suddenly heard the alert sound from the terminal and stopped what he was doing. After a series of operations, a top-secret document was opened. Well done, and an accompanying promotion recommendation. Wang Hai. For Lin Fan, he had only heard of this name, with not much of an impression. After all, the current Wang Hai is just a colonel. At present, with the size of the Federal Fleet, there are tens of thousands, if not even 80,000 colonels. This level of a person is not within Lin Fan's view, even if he is a genius. At this moment, however, Wang Hai has completely entered Lin Fan's view. Thus, in this top-secret document, there were 2 battle reports and a special promotion request attached. Interesting. This Wang Hai is really interesting. After reading the 2 battle reports about Enelancals, Lin Fan's lips curved into a smile. Then, he signed his name on this special promotion request. End of this chapter. Chapter 622. After a month of sailing, Lin Yu led the fleet back to the Mel's Galaxy Cluster, within the territory of the Federation. The package brought back with the fleet was immediately sent to a top-secret research base within the Interstellar Fleet headquarters. Lin Fan attached great importance to the contents of the package, even specifically pulling out Wei, the most authoritative strategic scientist in the Federation on matters related to the insect race, from a crucial project at the Beelan Research Institute. This research facility, located between 2 star systems, Novoy Zone, was built by the Interstellar Fleet headquarters over more than 10 years and does not appear on any star maps. It was like trying to find a needle in a haystack in the vast ocean if one did not have the correct coordinates to locate it. In what should have been an empty void, now stood a continent, a starry continent, similar to the sacred land of Helavi in the Nucania super galaxy cluster, but not as vast. just the size of one astronomical unit. However, even though it was only one astronomical unit, it was the largest space structure created by the Federation so far, spanning over 100 million kilometers. Compared to Helavi, this place might be considered tiny, but for the Federation now, it was definitely not small. The edge zone of Beelan, within Research Facility No. 17. Make sure Arya doesn't notice, okay, Lin Fen asked, looking at the holographic image of the bolt constrained within a special force field. Don't worry, Marshall. The insect race's mental network is essentially a dark energy communication network. For us who have mastered dark energy, it's not difficult to block its external communication. That's good. Until everything is clear, Arya must not suspect anything. Understood. So, not only is the dark energy communication outside the restricted area isolated, but the entire research facility No. 17 is also cut off. No one here should leave until we have results. Could notify me immediately once there are results. Lin Fen nodded in satisfaction with Wei's arrangements. No problem. At the same time, in the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy, at the Earth Federation Presidential Palace, Vice President Ed was in his office dealing with a pile of important documents, barely even lifting his head. Queen Arya. Then, the Vice President suddenly raised his head, his eyes emitting crimson light, muttering out 5 incomprehensible words as if talking to himself. Yes, I understand. There shouldn't be any obstacles. We've discussed this before. All right, I will help make this happen. He continued to mutter to himself until over a minute later, Ed's eyes gradually returned to normal, and he resumed burying himself in the documents. A few minutes later, Ed's communicator rang. He glanced at it. It was Lin Zhen's secretary and quickly answered the call. Secretary John, what is it? Vice President, there will be an emergency meeting in the virtual conference room 10 minutes from now. You are on the list for this meeting. Please be punctual. Okay. Got it. After finishing signing a few important documents in his hand, Ed picked up a device on the table resembling an earpiece and placed it on his right ear, then slowly closed his eyes. In reality, this meeting was not convened by Lin Zhen but by Lin Fan. Although many of Lin Fan's plans had been put on hold due to the appearance of the Void Predators, there were still some matters that couldn't be delayed. After all, he didn't know how long it would take for Wei to produce results. Everyone is here. Let's begin. Since this emergency meeting was convened by Lin Fan, let him be the host. Seeing everyone present, Lin Zhen looked at Lin Fan and said, all right, here's the situation. As you all probably know, over 3 months ago, we discovered that the massive insect army station on the other side of the current had begun a large-scale withdrawal, which is highly unusual. Therefore, over these past 3 months, our military has utilized a technology still in the experimental stage to conduct a series of observations on the insect race's stronghold, the Verse Super Galaxy Cluster. After the observations, we discovered Lin Fan directly concealed Lin Yu's infiltration mission and, under this premise, explained the ongoing situation at the Verse Super Galaxy Cluster, attributing all inexplicable occurrences to the so-called latest military technology. After spending over 10 minutes briefing the situation, everyone was stunned. A new biological civilization power, a large number of powerful 7th-tier beings, the insect race gradually being disadvantaged in the confrontation. Even the leader of this unknown power had once appeared in the Magellan Galaxy, and the planet Devourer that should have been eliminated. Wait a minute, Lin Fan, what kind of technology allowed you to conduct such detailed observations on an area over billions of light-years away? While everyone was shocked, Ed, who was also present in the conference room, was experiencing a storm of thoughts. Arya's secrets were now completely exposed to humanity. This was not good at all. He needed to figure out how Lin Fan managed to monitor the Verse Super Galaxy Cluster from such a distance. I'm sorry, but I can't disclose that information. Can't disclose it? Yes. Absurd. What is there that I, with my authority, can know? Seemingly infuriated by Lin Fan, Ed slammed the table with a loud nose, his face filled with anger. This scene surprised the federal bigwigs, as Ed, Lin Zhen, and Lin Fan had always been in sync, and such a situation had never occurred before. Even Lin Fan himself was somewhat taken aback. He thought that even if Ed was not pleased with his explanation, he would inquire privately after the meeting, rather than making a scene during the meeting. Could it be that a dreadful thought suddenly flashed through Lin Fan's mind? When he looked at Ed again, there was a hint of peculiarity in his eyes. Quiet. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Linzen had to stand up and shout, looking somewhat puzzled at his longtime accomplice of over a century, as this was not like him at all. End of this chapter. Chapter 623. The Unacceptable Three-Eyed Clan Meeting. Inside the conference room of the Three-Eyed Clan, after being silenced by Linzen, Ed sat down, feeling sulky. Ed, according to the 7th Special Order, Lin Fen indeed has the authority to conceal some technology related to the survival of the Federation. Under this premise, not even you, or even I, have the right to know, and you should be aware of that. Ed searched his brain for information regarding the 7th Special Order, and indeed, it did exist. Even back when Linzen forcefully pushed through this order, he involved himself, despite not knowing anything. Out of trust for Linzen and Lin Fan, he still aided in implementing this completely unreasonable order. It was unbelievable that such an order existed, making it impossible for Ed to pressure Lin Fan into revealing that technology. Alright, that's how things stand. Since Lin Fan invoked the 7th Special Order to temporarily keep this technology secret, there must be a reason for it. When the time comes for you to know, they will inform you. Now, let's not inquire any further. Although curious, the group of leaders nodded in understanding. After all, this special order did indeed exist and had been referenced several times, such as in the utilization of various technologies by the Fearless Fleet, which Lin Fan had kept confidential under that order. Therefore, the leaders were no longer surprised by Lin Fan's use of the order once again. Lin Fan, please continue. Seeing the nods from the leaders, Linzen urged Lin Fan to proceed. Now, the situation in the entire Versailles Superstar System Alliance can be described as extremely bleak. Although it may appear that the unknown force does not have overwhelming superiority over the insect clan, do not forget one thing. This unknown force is an invading force from outside, and their base is not within the Versailles Superstar System Alliance. Do you all understand what this implies? This was an easily overlooked question, but when Lin Fen brought it up, the leaders immediately grasped the significance. Yes, you cannot assume that just because they have arrived now, this represents their full strength, right? It's similar to the Federation's continuous conquests of the surrounding star clusters, and each deployment of troops generally represents only a few star clusters. You can't say that these few star clusters are the Federation's entire fighting force, can you? Are you suggesting that our current battle with the Insect Clan is just a vanguard action by that force? Exactly. It might even be just a pioneering team. This statement caused nearly everyone present to breathe a sharp breath. Based on Lin Fan's previous explanations of the war situation within the Versailles Superstar System Alliance, although the opposing force did not have overwhelming superiority over the Insect Clan, they still held significant advantages. If this was just one of their vanguard squads, or even only a small fraction of their forces, how powerful must this unknown force be? Given the current combat capabilities exhibited by the Insect Clan, could they truly withstand a full-scale assault from this force if they chose to exert their full might? The answer was likely negative. What are your thoughts? After digesting the information brought by Lin Fan, Linzen asked, "Let the Insect Clan act as a buffer civilization between us and that force, even in necessary times. Here." Lin Fan paused briefly, glancing subtly at Ed. "In crucial moments, we could even assist Alia." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Ed's heart leapt with joy, though he restrained himself from showing it openly. This was the mission Alia had entrusted to him, finding a way to involve the Federation in this conflict. While he had been pondering how to achieve this purpose, Lin Fan unexpectedly brought it up. Could there be anything more wonderful than this? Despite Ed's efforts to contain his excitement, Lin Fan, who had been observing him closely, noticed something amiss. Indeed, there seemed to be a problem, but further confirmation was needed. Removing his gaze from Ed, Lin Fan continued, "For an unknown and potentially very powerful civilization or force, isolating them beyond our reach until we are prepared is undoubtedly the best course of action. And to achieve this, even forming a temporary alliance with Alia, in my opinion, should be considered an option. Helping the Insect Clan in the fight against the invading force and potentially aligning briefly with Alia. This idea shocked everyone present. It was incredibly bold. However, they could not deny the logic behind Lin Fan's proposal, as it was undoubtedly the most advantageous solution in terms of Federation's interests. Yet, would Miyu struggle to accept this decision? All eyes turned to Miyu, the sole representative of the Three-Eyed Clan and the former emperor of the Triangle Empire. As the ex-emperor, Miu resonated with Lin Fan's suggestion, but the psychological barrier was challenging for him to overcome. Though humans had suffered minimal losses in the war with the Insect Clan over the years, emotionally, they had few qualms about the situation. However, the Three-Eyed Clan was different. Presently, the Three-Eyed Clan's population had dramatically declined from its peak, with over 90% massacred by the Insect Clan during the prolonged war. Form an alliance with the Insect Clan, even if, as Lin Fan stated, it was only temporary, it would still be challenging for the Three-Eyed Clan to accept due to these traumatic losses. Miu's eyes reflected a significant internal struggle. While he understood the correctness of this action, emotionally, it was hard to swallow. Just then, Ed, observing the scene, became restless. No, this was not acceptable. We cannot afford to let the Three-Eyed Clan disrupt the favorable situation. Miu, you were once a leader of a civilization. You should understand that this is the best choice for the Federation. I do understand. I truly do. But how could Miu, a former emperor of a civilization, not understand what was best for their future? But even if he comprehended it, would the rest of his clan be as understanding? I know what you are concerned about. Anyway, this is just a temporary measure. We can simply refrain from revealing it to the public. Watching Miu continue to struggle with the decision, Ed spoke up once more. If you fear your clan's misunderstanding and potential unrest, it's straightforward. Even if the Federation allies with the Insect Clan, as long as we do not publicize this information, your people would remain unaware of it, right? The surrounding leaders nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was a viable solution. End of chapter. Chapter 624. Under Aid's persuasion, Amelia, in a tight spot, finally accepted the plan, to be carried out in a discreet manner. Old man, I need to have a Central Guard Bureau slot vacated. After the meeting ended, Lin Fan found Linzhen and immediately made a shocking request. A slot in the Central Guard Bureau, and it had to be a vacated one. You see, the Central Guard Bureau is a special force under direct command of the President, with one mission only, to surround the Federal Presidential Palace. Therefore, from the establishment of the Federation, this force has always followed only the President's orders. No one, not even military bigwigs like Lin Fan, had the authority to give them orders. Yet now, Lin Fan was asking Linzhen for a vacated slot in the Central Guard Bureau. What did this mean? Not only did he want command over a slot, but he also seemed to want the slot without an actual person in it. If anyone else had made this request, Linzhen would have probably suspected foul play. Explain the reason? I can't say. Can't say? Linzhen furrowed his brows uncommonly. Lin Fan, presenting such an unreasonable request, and not even giving a reason, did not seem like Lin Fan at all. Some unforeseen situations had come up, and until I investigate everything thoroughly, no one can be trusted, including you, old man. And in order to investigate this matter thoroughly, I must have a slot in the Central Guard Bureau, and I must use the newly produced biohumans. Lin Fan said seriously. These words shook Linzhen, as even though nothing was explicitly stated, they revealed a lot. Firstly, there must be a problem with the people in the Federal Presidential Palace, and currently, Lin Fan couldn't pinpoint who the problem was. Secondly, Lin Fan couldn't trust even his own people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said he wanted to use the newly produced biohumans. Tomorrow, the Presidential Palace will issue an order for the Central Guard Bureau to add a special squadron, and personnel will be selected from the interstellar fleet. At the same time, this squadron will operate independently from the Central Guard Bureau's command system, under my direct leadership, and no one else can interfere. You should promptly submit the recommended candidates to me. After some thought, Linzhen nodded. Thank you, old man. But once everything is revealed, I will give you a detailed report first. Lin Fan's expression suddenly softened. After all, he was dealing with his mentor. Despite the seemingly unreasonable request, out of trust, Linzhen still agreed without further questions. You brat, no need for thanks. Just get things done quickly. Don't make me anxious. Watching Lin Fan's demeanor, Linzhen laughed and scolded him directly. After ending the communication, Lin Fan promptly submitted the list of candidates, all newly produced biohumans. It wasn't that biohumans from the Intrepid fleet couldn't be used, but the key issue was that, Even though they were biohumans, their physical structure was identical to normal humans, meaning the parasites could invade and parasitize them. Moreover, the Intrepid fleet was stationed at the forefront of the currents, which made them the most vulnerable to parasitic invasions. Therefore, the safest option was to produce a batch of new biohumans for deployment. The next day, the Presidential Palace issued a new decree to increase a squadron formation in the Central Guard Bureau. This wouldn't have been a big deal, except the decree stated that this new special squadron would operate independently from the Central Guard Bureau's command system, under Lin Zhen's direct command. Additionally, all personnel within the squadron were to remain in secrecy. Aside from Lin Zhen, no one else was allowed to know. This made the situation quite strange, and even Aide specifically went to find Lin Zhen to understand what was happening. However, despite Lin Zhen's various evasions, Aide returned empty-handed. Nevertheless, he wasn't too concerned about it. After all, a squadron was only 300 people, which was insignificant compared to the entire Central Guard Bureau of 100,000. Perhaps Lin Zhen wanted his own elite guards. With the entire Central Guard Bureau secretly under his influence, Aide wasn't too worried about these 300 people. 153rd year of the Federation. A year had passed, and within the Verse Superstar Cluster Group, the battle between the Bug Race and the Hell Legion's Second Army had intensified. Different from the slight advantage the Hell Legion had at the beginning, with Epona's returning from his injuries, the situation took a dramatic turn for the worse for the Bug Race. Within just a year, Amelia had already lost nearly 20% of her royal bugs, a significant loss. To put it into perspective, back when the Bug Race battled Aholy the Fifth Empire, the loss of royal bugs was slightly higher than what it currently stood at, and now, they had only been fighting the Hell Legion for a year. On the battlefield, a high-ranking Hell creature was constantly maneuvering through bug colonies, hunting for royal bugs. Once found, it would swiftly decapitate them, as if plucking strawberries from a basket, showcasing absolute dominance on a dimensional level. The Bug Race's only asset that the Hell Legion feared, the Void Harvester, had now lost its intimidating presence. The reason was simple: Aura's existence. As a purely supportive 7th-level leader, Aura possessed unparalleled perception abilities within the Hell Legion's Second Army. Relying on its powerful sensing abilities, Aura successfully thwarted the Void Harvester's surprise attacks in the second battle against the Bug Race. Although in the third battle, the Void Harvester managed to strike again, using numerous royal bugs as bait provided by Amelia. It was undeniable that Aura had a natural advantage over the Void Harvester. During subsequent engagements, Aura discovered a fatal weakness in the Void Harvester: its fragility. Yes, the Void Harvester was incredibly fragile. How fragile exactly? Even if it managed to invade a host, if a swift counterattack was launched upon its location in the critical first moments, the Void Harvester would be killed before it could establish control over the host. Consequently, Aura no longer needed to tirelessly scour the battlefield searching for Void Harvesters, difficult to locate even for itself. Instead, it focused attention on the more than 20 leader-level creatures within its legion. As soon as any invasion was detected, Aura signaled the location, enabling swift retaliation. This left Amelia dumbfounded. Typically, controlling the host wasn't an immediate process after invasion. There was a time delay, usually around 5 minutes required to establish control. However, with the way Aura handled things, Void Harvesters didn't stand a chance of surviving even 5 minutes, let alone a few seconds. Despite maintaining absolute numerical superiority, Amelia found herself retreating step by step, after losing the one element that made the Hell Legion cautious. Of course, this wasn't to say the Hell Legion hadn't suffered losses. Though insignificant compared to the Bug Race's losses, given their massive size, these losses still weighed heavily on the Hell Legion. Moreover, the Bug Race's remarkable regenerative abilities allowed them to engage in a war of attrition if they had a broad rear area. Ultimately, they could even turn the tables, wearing down the Hell Legion into defeat. However, for this strategy to work, the essential condition was slowing down the enemy's advance and ensuring a continuous flow of reinforcements. If Epona's managed to reach Shells and enter the Kingdomia Superstar Cluster, Amelia would lose her crucial rear area support, and the prospects of a prolonged conflict would be jeopardized. This was why Amelia urgently sought to bring humans into the war, believing they would understand and join forces against the Hell creatures, aligning with the Federation's interests. Moreover, she had an ally within the Federation actively carrying out these decisions. However, Amelia found it peculiar that a whole year had gone by, with all internal efforts in place, yet the Federation had not made a final decision. The resistance seemed to come from a man controlling the entire Federal fleet, Lin Fan. Indeed, discussions on when the Federation should contact Amelia, propose an alliance, and officially send troops had taken place in over a dozen high-level meetings. However, each time, Lin Fan prevented any progress. Currently, within the Federal high ranks, most individuals were displeased with Lin Fan, with calls for his removal, a voice that previously seemed impossible, gaining traction. Nonetheless, somewhere behind the scenes, someone was pulling strings to support him. But Lin Fan remained indifferent, sticking to his decisions without a care. Maelstrom Galaxy Cluster, Bayland Research Institute, 17th Research Facility. A phantom image suddenly appeared in Wei's office. Wei, you contacted me urgently. Is there any progress? Yes, we've made breakthrough progress and successfully developed a scanning device aimed specifically at these parasites. Within a 1-kilometer radius, we can accurately locate them. Fantastic. This means we can finally resolve this crisis. Lin Fan was thrilled. After a whole year, they had finally succeeded. Not resolving this crisis was a roadblock for many tasks, especially concerning the ongoing war in the Verse Superstar Cluster Group. There's another surprise. Watching Lin Fan's excitement, Wei playfully winked. End of chapter. Chapter 625. Surprising battle against rebellion? Compared to the progress on discovering parasites, there was still something that could be called a surprise, which piqued Lin Fan's curiosity slightly. What kind of surprise? We have confirmed that hosts invaded by this parasite actually lose control of their bodies, rather than die. So, are you saying the hosts can be saved? Yes. Wei nodded to confirm. The shock this news brought to Lin Fan was definitely no less than when Wei developed the parasite scanning device. After all, in this whole situation, Lin Fan was most worried about his wife Emma. After all, Ed was Emma's father. If it was confirmed that Ed had been invaded by parasites and the original Ed was already dead, Lin Fan was truly afraid that Emma would not be able to handle the blow. And at this moment, the surprise that Wei mentioned was definitely a huge piece of good news, truly deserving to be called a surprise. Thank you. Not many words were spoken, but Wei could feel the gratitude that Lin Fan couldn't hide when he said these two words. Well, he was on the verge of tears. 1 week later, over 1 million sets of parasite tracking devices were produced over time at the 17th Research Institute. After receiving this batch of equipment, Lin Fan immediately launched a comprehensive self-inspection of the entire Interstellar Fleet headquarters. The results were simply shocking. Just within the Interstellar Fleet headquarters alone, they found a total of 7 individuals who were controlled by parasites, and among them, 3 were even ministers of key departments. This left Lin Fan completely stunned. If they hadn't discovered it early, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After escorting all identified hosts invaded by parasites to the 17th Research Institute in Bayerland, Lin Fan immediately expanded the self-inspection operation to all fleets. Over the course of a whole month, almost every day saw individuals being arrested from various fleets, ranging from ordinary soldiers to some fleet commanders, with the number reaching a staggering 2,000 people. And just as Lin Fan initially anticipated, the frontline fleets were the hardest hit, especially the Invincible Fleet, where over 800 individuals were apprehended. This was such a dreadful situation, truly making Lin Fan shudder with fear. Fortunately, the biohumans within the Invincible Fleet were implanted with false memories at the system, so they were unaware of their own identity as biohumans. Otherwise, Lin Fan's biggest secret would have been directly exposed to Arya. After thoroughly resolving the parasite crisis at the Interstellar Fleet headquarters and all its affiliated fleets, Lin Fan convened an emergency meeting. In the meeting room, the heads of all fleets gathered, but the number was noticeably less than before. This left all attendees somewhat puzzled because Lin Fan had summoned all fleet commanders to this meeting, so why were so many absent, even daring to skip a meeting called by the Marshal? Was this not a bit audacious? Seeing that all expected participants had assembled, Lin Fan didn't say much and directly transmitted a document to the terminal of each person present, indicating they should read it first before discussing. 1 minute later, some people's faces began to change. 2 minutes later, everyone's faces had changed. 5 minutes later, each pair of eyes filled with shock turned towards Lin Fan. They had not expected such a dreadful situation to occur at this seemingly calm moment. No wonder some time ago, Lin Fen suddenly dispatched enforcement teams into various fleets and inexplicably took away many individuals under various pretexts. Despite their inquiries to Lin Fen, they received no response, causing many to begin harboring resentment towards him. It should be noted that many of those taken away included the deputies, staff, and even relatives of those present at the meeting. They were removed for reasons unknown and some were taken away without any explanation. And now, this turned out to be the case. Marshal, what about Xiao Xuan? Finally, a vice admiral urgently spoke. It should be noted that among those initially taken by the headquarters, one was his fiancée. How could he not be anxious? Don't worry, they are just being controlled. Wei's team has already found a method to remove the parasites safely, without endangering the host's life. Oh. Although Lin Fan's reassurance calmed Emma down somewhat, her face was still pale, and her response even slightly trembled. However, it was not appropriate for Lin Fan to comfort his wife at this moment. He would have to speak with her after the meeting. What's crucial is that almost all high-level members of the Central Guard have encountered issues. I have no command authority over the Central Guard. Do you understand what this means? Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone took a sharp breath. Despite only consisting of just 100,000 personnel, the Central Guard was stationed around the presidential palace. If any issues arose, the consequences were simply unthinkable. As Lin Fen had mentioned, he lacked authority over the Central Guard. This meant that unlike at the Interstellar Fleet headquarters, Lin Fen couldn't dispatch military police to inspect each member for parasite invasion. Otherwise, the parasites might take all their officials in the presidential palace as hostages, leading to drastic results for everyone. This was definitely not what Lin Fen desired. Marshal, tell us what to do. We will follow your lead. Yes, we'll follow the Marshal's orders. Absolutely. Everyone knew that since Lin Fen had called this meeting, he must have a plan already. They looked at Lin Fen with determined eyes. All that was needed was a word from him. Even if it meant attacking the presidential palace, they wouldn't hesitate. All right, my plan is to overtake the Central Guard in the name of rebellion and seize the presidential palace. What? Everyone was instantly confused. Boss, we were just expressing our determination. We didn't actually mean it. It was just a show of our resolve. Don't take it seriously. You can't attack the Federation's highest authority directly. This would trigger a kneeling response. Have any of you thought about how to take down the Central Guard without them retaliating and using the presidential palace personnel as hostages and causing a disaster? This silence enveloped everyone. However, in this elite gathering, someone quickly reacted. Indeed, if they openly exposed the parasite issue or conducted a massive operation, the consequences would be unpredictable. To control the situation, they couldn't let the parasites know they were being targeted. Hence, making the presidential palace a surface target under the guise of rebels seemed to be the best method. This way, the parasites wouldn't harm the VIPs in the palace and might even protect them. After all, any harm to those personalities would not yield favorable outcomes for the parasites. Lin Yu, here. Upon his father's call, Lin Yu immediately stood up and responded loudly. This mission isn't suitable for other troops. Although the Central Guard is controlled by the parasites, the majority of personnel, aside from a few high-ranking commanders, are innocent. In this scenario, if we employ regular forces, even if they can subdue the Central Guard, it will inevitably result in significant casualties among these innocent individuals. Now, I ask you, can the Dark Legion capture the entire Central Guard without any casualties? No problem. With confidence, Lin Yu replied, grounded in his status as a great energy manipulator with a vast number of B-grade energy manipulators under his command. The Central Guard was indeed formidable, with each member being a military elite. But in the face of the Dark Legion, hey, good. Satisfy. Lin Fan nodded. Immediately organize your fleet and go to the quartermaster's office to collect enough detection devices. Depart tomorrow. 10 days later, I will mobilize all fleets around Earth under the pretext of an exercise. Afterwards, your task will be to raise the rebel flag around Earth, perform an orbital drop, suppress the Central Guard, and protect every individual in the presidential palace. Additionally, I will provide you with a list of individuals monitored for abnormalities within the past year. These individuals must be tested first. Once confirmed to be invaded by parasites, apprehend them immediately, no matter who they are. Do you understand? Understood. Marshal. Lin Yu saluted in response. All right, I hereby announce that this operation is called Rebellion. End of chapter. Chapter 626 Dimension Reduction, Strike Part 1. A fleet with all markings erased continues to advance in hyperspace. Commander, receive signal from the Marshal. Obstacles clear, can proceed. Understood. How much time do we have left to reach the combat area? 10 minutes, Commander. All right, help me connect with Wan Hai. Yes, soon. As the communication link is established, Wan Hai's figure appears on the bridge. Wan Hai, you've already seen the mission briefing. Do you have confidence in playing your role well? Hearing Lin Yu's question, Wan Hai's face falls. This good guy, promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral, immediately facing his first mission, should have been an exciting event. But what kind of mission is this? Playing the role of a rebel leader, leading an attack on the presidential palace. Commander, are you serious? After all, to avoid causing unnecessary panic, information about the parasites has not been made public within the fleet, only spreading to the level of vice admirals, so Wan Hai did not receive detailed information. What are you thinking? Didn't the mission briefing state that no harm to lives is allowed? All right, when there are things you need to know, you will naturally be informed. Now that I know, can you perform this act? Looking at Wan Hai's hesitant expression and strange gaze, where could Lin Yu not understand what this kid was thinking, finding it somewhat funny? Wan Hai just momentarily got the wrong idea, but after Lin Yu's reminder, he immediately snapped out of it. Yes, if that were the case, there would be no mention of avoiding harm to lives in the mission briefing. Moreover, why dwell on so much? As a soldier, shouldn't one simply follow orders? If you had to clarify every detail before going to battle, then why even bother fighting? Commander, rest assured, I guarantee completion of the mission. At the same time, on Earth, at the Federal Presidential Palace, President Captain Liang Sen from the Special Operations Team of the Central Guard is outside, saying there is important information that needs to be reported in person. Special Operations Team. Wasn't that the blank formation Lin Fen begged him for a year ago? Hearing the words of his secretary, Lin Zhen also recalled. Speaking of which, after providing Lin Fan with the formation a year ago, Lin Zhen did pay attention to the actions of this team, but had not figured out what they were up to. After a while, Lin Zhen decided to stop worrying, knowing that when the time was right, Lin Fan would explain everything. As for any nefarious plans Lin Fan might have with this team, sorry, not even a thought had crossed Lin Zhen's mind. All right, let him in. Yes, President. Shortly after, Liang Sen entered Lin Zhen's office, and the secretary exited and closed the door conscientiously. Looking at Liang Sen in front of him, Lin Zhen couldn't help but think, this bioengineered human was indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Captain Liang, what can you tell me? Don't worry, there is no one monitoring in this room. Yes, Mr. President. At this moment, Liang Sen, having received the parasite locator device specially delivered to him by Lin Fan from a special channel yesterday, had already confirmed that the entire presidential palace had been infiltrated by the parasites. Fortunately, President Lin Zhen was not among them. Therefore, to coordinate with Lin Zhen for the upcoming operation, Liang Sen had come here. Mr. President, you may need to take a look at this document. After operating on his terminal, a file appeared in front of Lin Zhen. Lin Zhen didn't ask anything and directly began to read the document. He had a premonition that perhaps all the answers were within this document. Several minutes later, with a shocked expression, Lin Zhen looked up. What are your next actions? In 7 minutes, a fleet of rebels will appear in Earth's orbit and issue an ultimatum to the presidential palace. At the same time, all defense systems in Earth's orbit will simultaneously fail and go offline, and all station fleets have coincidentally left for exercises following orders from the Interstellar Fleet headquarters. After the ultimatum is ignored, the rebels will conduct orbital landing on the location of the presidential palace and eventually breach the palace, capturing a series of high-ranking officials. Glancing at the time, Liang Sen spoke slowly with his almost expressionless face, as if recounting a mundane event. However, for Lin Zhen, this was anything but casual. The audacity of these rebels, well, it seemed the most prudent method. After all, just as he had seen in the document, nearly all of the Central Guard commanders had been compromised. How do you need me to cooperate? Issue orders for our special team to escort you and other officials into the Eternal Fortress. I understand. Have your people stand by. Yes. Mr. President, with no unnecessary words, Liang Sen turned and exited Lin Zhen's office, leaving President Lin feeling overwhelmed. Earth time, 10:27 a.m. A fleet without any markings suddenly emerged from hyperspace and began to encircle Earth's orbit. From this moment on, no one or spaceship could enter Earth, and likewise, there was no way for anyone on Earth to navigate off the planet. The whole Earth was isolated. In the Central Guard headquarters and various military bases, alarms blared simultaneously. What is happening? The commander of the Central Guard, Durant, shouted as he briskly entered the command center. Report, Commander. An unidentified fleet has suddenly appeared in orbit and is conducting a full encirclement of Earth. Damn it! What about the orbital defense systems? Why aren't they firing? Commander, the orbital defense systems are experiencing unknown malfunctions and have all gone offline. Technicians are trying to resolve the issue. Malfunctions? How coincidental is that? Do you believe this? Durant expressed disbelief, finding the timing too convenient. And the Guard fleet? Don't tell me all warships of the Guard fleet are also malfunctioning. Commander, the Guard fleet is fine, but a month ago, the Interstellar Fleet Headquarters issued a joint exercise plan, and now the Guard fleet is conducting exercises in the third spiral arm. It will take at least an hour for them to rush back. Exercises? Yes. This exercise plan was confirmed a month ago. Damn it, if all Guard fleets are transferred for exercises without arranging for replacement fleets, leaving Earth's defense vulnerable, why wasn't there a backup plan? Durant's aide was also puzzled by Durant's direct questioning. Indeed, if all station Guard fleets were moved for exercises, normally replacements would be arranged. It wouldn't make sense to leave Earth defenseless, right? Well, leaving aside the issues with the Guard fleet and the orbital defense system, Durant was now worried about another matter. After undercover in the Federation for so long, although not knowing the specifics of the Abyss-class battleship's capabilities, he had basic information, being the commander of the Central Guard. And now, looking at those warships in orbit, despite having no identifying marks, Durant immediately recognized them. They were all Abyss-class battleships. Do remember, these battleships are not something ordinary people can pilot. They require dark energy operators to navigate effectively. Moreover, considering the monitored quantity was 1 million Abyss-class battleships, it would require a substantial number of dark energy operators to operate them. Although each member of the Central Guard was a warrior, it was only a warrior among ordinary people. And within the Central Guard, there was a platoon of dark energy operators, whose combat power during exercises could rival at least 5 battalions. What was the concept of 5 battalions? That's a whopping 50,000 warriors. Yet overhead, there were 1 million warships, and among them, one could only wonder the number of dark energy operators. Commander, received a voice message from the other party. Play it immediately. Yes, Commander. Soon after some manipulation by his subordinate, a voice message began playing. This is the Dark Energy Alliance. You have been surrounded. Immediately cease your feudal resistance and surrender. In this world, the powerful reign supreme, and the days of ordinary humans attempting to control dark energy users are over. Surrender your weapons and hand over the federal president, vice president, and other senior officials, and we may spare your lives, otherwise, there will be no mercy. Ants, do not test my patience. You have only 10 minutes. The arrogant voice, echoing with defiant words, filled the entire command center. A rebellion of dark energy operators? And what was the Dark Energy Alliance? Never heard of it. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of how to proceed. Commander, a call from the president. Put it through. Yes, Commander. Soon, the communication was established, and Lin Zhen's figure appeared in the command center. Durant, what is going on? Mr. President, it's like this. Damn it. What are you all doing? How could this happen? I'm sorry, Mr. President, but now is not the time to assign blame. I will arrange for an elite team to protect you and other federal officials into the Eternal Fortress. At the same time, the Central Guard will delay the opponent to buy time for the return of the Guard fleet. The special team will be responsible for escorting me into the Eternal Fortress. Your task is to resolve the current situation. Yes, Mr. President. Durant didn't think much of it, as the special team was a force directly commanded by Lin Zhen, so his proposal for the team to escort was related. 3 minutes later, the newly formed Central Guard special team, under Lin Zhen's orders, fully armed and entered the presidential palace, escorting over 30 federal officials, including Lin Zhen and Ed, quickly towards the entrance of the Eternal Fortress. End of chapter. Chapter 627 Dimensionality Reduction, Attack Part 2. Eternal Fortress. This is the ultimate fortress constructed from simple materials. Bluntly speaking, even if the Earth were to be destroyed, this fortress would remain unscathed. With 2 minutes remaining until the deadline for the rebel army, the newly formed special squad of the Central Guard led by Liang Sen escorted more than 30 high-ranking federal officials into the fortress. However, just as everyone entered the fortress and the fortress gates were sealed, a sudden change occurred. The fully armed members of the special squad suddenly took action, restraining a federal official on the ground and limiting their movements. Then, quickly pulling out a non-contact injection device from their bodies, they aimed at the official's necks and administered the injection directly. In just 3 seconds, the whole process was completed, and the controlled individuals fell into a coma, including the vice president of the Federation, Ed. What are you trying to do? Several officials were stunned by this scene and finally reacted, shouting angrily. However, no one paid any attention to them at the scene. Mr. President, all targets have been fully controlled. Next, we will be responsible for ensuring your safety until the end of the operation. Are they all confirmed? Yes. Mr. President, these are the parasitic locator devices. Liang Sen confirmed before taking out a device from his pocket resembling a communicator, handing it to Lin Zhen. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Zhen took the locator device and opened it to take a look, then nodded. Since he was already aware of the plan, he did not show any surprise. As for the remaining people, since they were all okay, it was time to let them understand the current situation. What about you, Mr. President? A group of people watched as the attackers ran up to Lin Zhen, looking obedient, but confused. What was going on? Instead of saying anything, Lin Zhen passed on the information Liang Sen had given him to the leaders of these more than 10 departments through the terminal. Take a look at these documents first and then we'll talk about the rest. Each of these department heads was no fool. At this point, everyone realized that something big was happening. It was better to read through the documents Lin Zhen had sent and understand the situation clearly before saying anything. However, not looking wasn't a big deal, but as soon as they did, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Mr. President, is this true? Yes, it is true. Just from the headquarters of the Interstellar Fleet, more than 2,000 soldiers controlled by these parasitic bugs have been subdued. And there are quite a few here as well, even Ed. At this point, even Lin Zhen felt uneasy. After all, besides being his deputy, Ed was also his best friend and even his relative. Fortunately, he had learned from Liang Sen that as long as the parasitic bug was removed through a special surgery, followed by a period of rest, recovery to normalcy was possible. Otherwise, Lin Zhen wouldn't have remained as calm as he was now. Alright, you don't need to think too much now. After Lin Fan's troops have taken care of all controlled individuals, we can leave. And before that, think about how to handle the mess left by that brat Lin Fan. After all, this situation is really too significant. Lin Zhen also felt a headache at this point. With the Earth surrounded by the rebel fleet and even launching a comprehensive crackdown on the presidential palace and Central Guard, the situation was indeed too chaotic. And now, with many key officials eating surgery and recovery time, after the event, many federal departments would temporarily be without leadership. If this wasn't a mess, what was? Yes. Mr. President, the more than 10 leaders present understood the importance of the situation and acknowledged. Meanwhile, in Earth's orbit, Wan Hai, who had unrestrained feelings at the moment, was feeling strange. Commander, it's time. Did it have to be like this after all? Well, when it came to this point, there was no time for hesitance. The Dark Energy Mech Cores and the Dark Energy Salt Cores are to conduct an orbital drop immediately targeting the Central Guard base. No casualties, I repeat, no casualties. Standing up, Wan Hai gave a strong order. Inform the airbase to have my Dark Energy battle suit ready. Commander, you don't mean to. This made the adjutant a little anxious. As the overall commander of this operation, how could Wan Hai be on the front line himself? This was reckless. Although all members of our Dark Energy Mech Cores and Dark Energy Salt Cores are Class C Dark Energy controllers, Don't forget that there is also a dark energy squad within the Central Guard, made up entirely of sea-level controllers. If I don't personally suppress them, there may be some casualties on both sides. Sighing, Wang Hai said solemnly. As Wang Hai feared, although the dark energy squad of the Central Guard consisted of only a few hundred people, after all, it was a force entirely composed of sea-level dark energy controllers. And once dark energy controllers reached level C, they had a variety of means at their disposal, even the ability to cause mass casualties in a self-destructive manner. Therefore, it was necessary to suppress them thoroughly at the earliest possible time, absolutely not allowing these dark energy controllers any chance of going berserk. However, to achieve this, even with a numerical advantage, it would be impossible with only C-level dark energy controllers. Only Wang Hai, a B-level dark energy controller, could do so. After hearing Wang Hai's words, the adjutant didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, he knew that what Wang Hai said was correct, but internally, it was quite conflicting for the highest commander to personally engage in frontline combat. When I go down, you'll temporarily take over command of the fleet. Start immediately. Seeing the adjutant trying to say something, Wang Hai didn't give him any chance, giving a loud order before turning and walking away. In orbit, 1,000,000 dark energy mechs and 10,000 orbital dropships carrying dark energy assault teams had already lined up in formation. In front of these two formations was Wang Zi, surrounded by a six-faced rhombic dark energy barrier, standing in space. Commander, we have a message from headquarters. The safety of the President and all officials has been confirmed. Immediately depart to carry out a comprehensive crackdown on the Central Guard and control all personnel on the list. The adjutant's voice was directly transmitted to Wang Hai through the dark energy network on the warship. Actually, Wang Hai could sense something now. It seemed that some force was secretly controlling some top officials within the Central Guard and the Federal Presidential Compound. Otherwise, Lin Yu wouldn't have waited for him to attack after receiving the message. The most crucial part of the information Lin Yu sent was that the safety of the President and all officials had been confirmed. So, it seemed that disguising himself as a rebel was aimed at not drawing attention to himself, thus safely escorting the President and others into the Eternal Fortress. Yes, it must be so. When Wang Hai figured this out, he felt a lot more at ease. Attention! All units, attention! Conduct an immediate orbital drop. The Dark Energy Mech Legion will depart first and clear the airspace and all ground-to-air weapons at the target location. The Dark Energy Assault Legion will conduct a second wave of orbital drops in 10 minutes, fully suppressing the Central Guard and the Presidential Palace. Finally, no casualties. I repeat, no casualties. The orders had been issued, and all inappropriate emotions were immediately discarded. Here, all were the elite of the federal military, precisely understanding this more than anyone else. Following the orders, the Dark Energy Mech Division first surged forward with numerous fireballs filling the entire sky. When viewed from the ground towards the sky, the scene was truly awe-inspiring. The enemy has begun landing, Commander. Inside the Central Guard Command Center, the adjutant shouted anxiously, full of urgency in his voice. Don't panic. Activate all anti-air firepower and intercept with full force. In this region, both the Central Guard space and the Federal Presidential Compound had quite dense anti-air firepower. However, the surface defenses on the planet didn't have any kind of space-based weapons. After all, using space-based weapons within a planet was risky. A slight mistake could lead to the planet's destruction. Therefore, the Federation never deployed any space-based weapons on the planet's surface. So, if not space-based weapons, then what? Energy weapons. But what about the invaders? Opening their dark energy barrier, they directly disregarded all ground anti-air firepower. What was this? It was like the defending forces had regressed to a level 5 civilization, while the invaders were a level 8 civilization. This was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The dense anti-air firepower could not cause any casualties to the invaders, only helplessly watching as one powerful met after another descended onto the ground. Just 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. Whether it was the Central Guard base or the Presidential Palace area, all air defenses were completely swept away. Luckily, the Federation's air defense weapons were all remotely operated, so when the Dark Energy Mech Corps cleared them out, there was no need to worry if anyone was present in those weapons, allowing them to act without restraint. However, the next steps couldn't be handled by the Mech Division alone. After eliminating the ground-to-air threats, numerous fireballs appeared in the sky once again. These were the orbital dropships carrying dark energy assault teams. Their mission was to continue handling tasks that the Mech Legion couldn't, like breaking into the Central Guard base and carrying out a thorough suppression. End of this chapter. Chapter 628. The clash between dark energies. This was an extremely asymmetric battle, showcasing the epitome of overwhelming force on the battlefield. The attacks and defensive measures of dark energy belonged to the realm of 8th-level technological civilizations. However, as the defending Central Guard was unable to use spatial weapons within the planet, they could only rely on energy-based individual weapons. When faced with invaders controlled entirely by C-class dark energy manipulators, the individual soldiers armed with limited weapons appeared helpless. All Delta 127 Squad report. Attacks ineffective, requesting retreat. All Bravo 18 Squad signal lost. Alpha 85 Sector. Inside the command center of the Central Guard headquarters, bad news arrived almost every second. Either a sector had already fallen or was on the brink of falling, casting a grim expression on Durant's face. These bastards, where did they come from? Why is there no information from the intelligence department regarding so many C-class dark energy manipulators? Indeed, it wasn't just a few dozen dark energy manipulators. There were a million Shadow-class battleships alone, each possibly manipulated by tens of millions. Moreover, even within the Federation, Shadow-class battleships were highly classified, making it hard to obtain information about them, let alone stealing the ships without the Federation's knowledge. It was outrageous. No, it hinted at too many mysteries. Commander, something is very strange. What is it? It seems the enemy seems to have no intention of killing our soldiers. Every monitored battle zone has not reported any deaths so far. It seems the enemy appears to only aim to control our people, not harm them, the adjutant said, uncertainly. However, Durant's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this report. Had he overlooked a crucial point? In such intense battles, where no casualties were reported so far, was this abnormal? Was there something too unnatural about this situation? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Durant's mind, causing his expression to change drastically. Ed. Despite calling out continuously through the insectoid mental network, there was no response. Damn, the humans must have discovered, and these invaders were not rebels, they were the legitimate forces of the Interstellar Fleet headquarters, specifically the Shadow Fleet itself. No wonder there were so many Shadow-class battleships and dark energy manipulators. No wonder the intelligence department had no information about this so-called rebellion. No wonder. In that moment, Durant understood everything, but it was too late. The President and all key Federation personnel had retreated to the Eternal Fortress. He could no longer do anything to them. The Central Guard headquarters had been completely suppressed, with over half already fallen, and he had no power to resist. It was all over. No, not entirely over. At least he could still sacrifice some people. Order the Dark Energy Squadron to attack immediately. Tell them, at all costs, stop the enemy and buy time for the reinforcements. At all costs. With bloodshot eyes, a command filled with sheer madness was issued from Durant's lips. This order startled everyone, raising questions about whether the commander was ordering a suicide attack. For dark energy manipulators, the concept of at all costs was clear. It meant the ultimate move, self-destruction. Even if every member of the Dark Energy Squadron self-destructed, it wouldn't turn the tide, as the enemy forces were overwhelming. But at least, it would inflict casualties on the enemy, a certainty. Commander, shut up and execute the order immediately. Yes. Central Guard Headquarters, Compound 200, one of the Dark Energy Squadron. At this moment, 300 individuals were on standby in the square, prepared for immediate action. Brothers, the order is out. Stepping forward with his adjutant to face the formation, Captain Zhang Sai spoke loudly. Currently, most of the Central Guard headquarters have fallen, and the core presidential palace of the Federation is on the verge of collapse. The commander has ordered us to stop the enemy at all costs and win time for the fleet's reinforcements. I believe you all understand what at all costs means. You have 1 minute to consider. If you want to leave the formation, you may, and there will be no punishment. After saying this, Zhang Sai fell silent, watching the countdown timer on his terminal. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Soon, a minute had passed, yet no one in the formation moved. Their faces exuded determination. Well done, All of you. Now, I order the 201 Dark Energy Squadron to strike immediately. Yes, Captain. Central Guard Headquarters, Sector DO-21. The entire corridor was littered with fallen soldiers, all members of the Central Guard. At the corner, a whole platoon defending the location had dwindled to just over 10 individuals, holding out against the odds. However, their resistance was ultimately futile. Dozens of assault team members clad in black dark energy combat suits maintained a dark energy barrier in front of them as they steadily advanced. The firepower from their beam rifles continuously grazed the corridor, finally pounding on the dark energy barrier before the assault team members. Yet, the beam rifles' power alone couldn't even cause a ripple on the barrier. Suddenly, one of the assault team members raised his right hand, aiming the palm towards the corner where a Central Guard member was attempting to shoot. An invisible dark energy shockwave erupted from his palm, striking the Central Guard member, rendering him unconscious and ineffective in battle. Within 10 seconds, 7 to 8 Central Guard members lay on the ground. Seeing no hope of victory, despair filled the hearts of the remaining 3. They raised their beam rifles, abandoned hiding, and charged onto the corridor, firing wildly at the invaders. As expected, 3 more Central Guard members quickly joined the fallen. Report, Zone DO-21 suppression mission completed. Understood. Turn left at the next corner and head to Zone DO-27. Yes, understood. After confirming the communication, the squad leader gestured, and dozens of team members immediately followed, heading towards the corner ahead. As they took a few steps, a massive beam suddenly shot towards them from the front without warning. The black-red and twine beam struck the dark energy barrier of the assault team members, reaching a momentary deadlock. Obviously, this wasn't an attack from beam rifles, and after 3 seconds of stalemate, the entwined beam gradually dissipated, matching the dimming silver-white glow of the dark energy barrier. Report, this is Zone DO-21. We have encountered the Central Guard Stealth Squadron and engaged in battle. Requesting backup. Received. Maintain defense. Support will arrive in 30 seconds. Understood. Although a stealth squad of dark energy was formidable, it couldn't stand against an equal-level dark energy squadron, as the latter outnumbered them by tenfold. However, by focusing solely on defense, the other side also lacked immediate advantages. The Central Guard's Dark Energy Squadron had been the only threatening target in this operation, and Wang Hai had already devised a plan. Upon identifying their presence, the engaged team would adopt a defensive stance immediately, while all surrounding Dark Energy assault teams would rapidly provide support to encircle them. Of course, encirclement wasn't meant for annihilation, but to trap them until the arrival of the Executioner's hammer. In the corridor, Dark Energy Squadron members in black combat suits continued to operate DAC devices, releasing attacks towards the opposing Dark Energy assault team. Damn, are these people just from a mere insurgent group? Zhang Sai observed the Dark Energy combat on the front line and recognized that something was amiss. While some civilian Dark Energy organizations possessed powerful C-class manipulators, they couldn't match the level of coordination displayed by the current enemies. Unlike the military, civilian manipulators were mainly individualistic, not collectively coordinated. So, Zhang Sai couldn't comprehend who these people were. In Zhang Sai's memory, only one unit matched the elite prowess of this Dark Energy squad, the Dark Energy Assault Corps affiliated with the Shadow Fleet. Although there were no markings on the combat suits, Zhang Sai was almost convinced that this squad originated from the Dark Energy Assault Corps, not from a non-military organization. Captain, large numbers of invaders have appeared in the DO-27 direction, and the 7th Squad is engaging them. Captain, large numbers of invaders have similarly appeared in the DO-39 direction, and the 8th Squad is engaging them. The ongoing battle up ahead, coupled with trouble in the rear, made the situation challenging. Engulfed in a T-shaped encirclement, the Dark Energy Squad faced an extremely disadvantageous position in terms of quantity and terrain. Before Zhang Sai could redeploy his forces to the 2 passages behind them, a multitude of figures in black combat suits appeared behind the invaders who had erected dark energy barriers, numbering no less than 200. In merely a few seconds, the absolute numerical advantage shifted to becoming a drastic disadvantage, causing both quantity and terrain to fall to an extreme disadvantage simultaneously. However, one thing puzzled Zhang Sai greatly. Despite having an overwhelming advantage, why didn't the enemy attack but merely defend? No matter how he mulled over it, John Sai couldn't grasp the enemy's intentions. At this moment, he had no time for further contemplation and needed to carve an escape route to allow the entire squad to break through. Remaining here would be a death sentence. Lance, I leave the command to you for the next steps. End of this chapter. Chapter 629. Wang Hai's classmate Lance, I leave the subsequent command to you. A sentence from John Sai made Lance, the vice captain standing beside him, pause for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. Captain, do you remember what we said when we set out? At any cost. What does at any cost mean for controlling dark energy? You should know, John Sai said, as he manipulated the DEAC device in his hand, taking steps forward without giving Lance any chance to stop him. Someone has to take the lead on this matter. So, let me take the lead. As John Sai moved forward, the dark energy on his body began to become chaotic. Everyone, deploy the dark energy shields with full force. Watching John Sai approaching the enemies step by step, Lance gritted his teeth and worked at everyone in the squadron through the dark energy network communication. Now is not the time for sorrow, nor is it the time for confusion. Lance understood this better than anyone. The captain had made a decision, but today, the captain will not be the only one making decisions. Instantly, everyone stopped their attacks that were in progress, controlled their own DEAC devices to release dark energy shields, and jointly formed an impenetrable isolation barrier at the front already arrayed. Through the bright silver barrier in front of them, the team members saw their captain rapidly advancing towards the enemy formation. Unable to hold back any longer, tears fell from the corners of their eyes, while on the other side of the passage, in the dark energy assault team arrayed, the squad leader commanding the defense also noticed John Sai charging towards them with extremely abnormal dark energy. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. Stop him immediately. At this point, he couldn't care less about orders not to harm lives, immediately commanding loudly. Members of the team, who also noticed the enemy's intention, coupled with the captain's order, began controlling their DEAC devices to prepare for the most powerful lethal attacks on the target. However, as they were preparing to attack, a voice resonated in everyone's ears, causing them to stop their actions. This scene, caught in John Sai's eyes, left him extremely puzzled. The enemy had just prepared to concentrate their fire to stop him from approaching, so why did they suddenly stop? Most crucially, not only did they cease attack, but they didn't even reinforce their defenses. Logically, given his obvious intention to self-destruct, even if the enemy used attacks to prevent him from getting closer, they would at least, like Lance, order everyone to deploy the dark energy shields for defense, right? Well, there was only 30 meters left to the enemy array, leaving John Sai no more time to think about why. Since such a significant opportunity was already in front of him, he naturally seized it. Using the DEAC device, he pushed the dark energy to the extreme, far beyond what John Sai could control on his own. A large amount of uncontrollable dark energy began to rage and spill over, blinding silver-white light emanating from John Sai's body, spreading outwards. In that moment, everyone lost their vision. However, as sea-level dark energy controllers, they all understood one thing: the terrifying dark energy storm was about to begin. Sensing the situation within himself, John Sai's lips curved into a smile. With the enemy defenseless, his explosion should tear a hole in the enemy formation, allowing the dark energy squadron to break through from here. But I won't have the chance to surpass that bastard Wang Hai anymore. At this critical moment, John Sai remembered Wang Hai, the genius who constantly overshadowed him during his time at the Dark Energy Military Academy. He always considered Wang Hai his target, striving to surpass him. But now, it seemed like that chance was gone. Are you crazy, risking your life like this? A familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear, followed by the glaring silver-white light dispersing throughout the corridor, while the huge and uncontrollable dark energy around also stabilized. What's going on? John Sai was perplexed. When the blinding silver-white light completely dissipated and their vision gradually returned, they discovered an additional person kneeling in front of John Sai with a specially designed dark energy combat suit exuding a powerful aura, causing even these strong sea-level dark energy controllers to instinctively feel fear. Who are you? What's the matter? After so many years, can't even recognize an old classmate's voice. Jokingly, Wang Hai removed the mask from his helmet. Why you? Why not me? So, you joined the rebels and even attacked the federal presidential palace. Are you out of your mind? Correction, I didn't join the rebels, I am the leader of this rebel group. What? Ha ha ha, your expression, still as interesting as before. Looking at Zhang Sai's bewildered expression upon hearing his words, Wang Hai burst into laughter. Back in military school, Wang Hai's favorite thing was to mess with Zhang Sai and then enjoy his reactions. Despite being twisted, it was a special mode of friendship between them. After all, as friends, someone had to play the aggressor and someone had to endure it, right? All right, have your people stop resisting. I received orders to suppress the Central Guard, ensuring no casualties, Wang Hai said to Zhang Sai as he turned to the side. Think carefully with your not-so-stupid mind. If we were really rebels, would such an order be given? And against a B-level dark energy controller, do you really think any of you have a chance to self-destruct? After a brief moment of banter, Wang Hai looked at Zhang Sai and said seriously, you mentioned a B-level controller. Are you already at B-level? Also, what about the orders you mentioned? Where did they come from? At this moment, Zhang Sai was completely confused. Who could tell him what was going on? Commander, the command center has been suppressed. Target to Brent has been controlled. In addition, the commander has reached Earth's orbit and is heading to the surface. The commander asked me to tell you to join him at the Central Guard Command Center. Understood. Carry on with the cleanup work there. Don't let any mistakes happen at the last minute. Yes, Commander. Well, Zhang Sai was confused, and the rest of the Dark Energy team members were unsure how to proceed. Wang Hai received a communication from his deputy. Let's go. Join me at the command center. If you want to know what's really going on, come with me. 10 minutes later, Central Guard Base, Command Center. Zhang Sai was looking at Wang Hai, who had already removed his combat suit, bewildered. In fact, he was staring at the military rank on Wang Hai's shoulder. Wang Hai and Zhang Sai were classmates from the same military academy class, and it hadn't been that many years since they graduated. Zhang Sai thought he was already a big shot as he had entered the Central Guard after graduation, becoming the only captain of a Dark Energy team in the Central Guard, with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Yes, Zhang Sai believed he was almost catching up to Wang Hai's pace, but what was this star insignia on this guy's shoulder? Since the military school and enlistment age reforms, had there been a young lieutenant general as him? Did he end up in a fake Central Guard? To be continued. Chapter 630. We should have a good talk. Parasitic or insects of the insect race. Apparently, this is a term that Wang Hai and Zhang Sai had never heard of, but the clever duo, even though they had not heard of it, could already understand the gist from the literal meaning. How did you know? Originally with an angry expression on his face, Brent, upon hearing Lin Yu's question, first was taken aback, and then, that trace of anger quickly disappeared from his face at a very rapid pace. A scarlet light instantly occupied his eyes, and even his voice became completely different. However, before Lin Yu could speak, over 10 people were once again escorted into the command center by a team of assault team members. Brent quickly saw these controlled individuals, including squads, platoons, and even battalion commanders of the Central Guards, as well as logistics commanders, staff from the staff group, among others. These people were distributed throughout various departments of the Central Guards, with almost all of them holding high-ranking positions. The key point is, these people, compared to what Brent knew to be the lurking void predators in the Central Guards, were completely identical, not one more person, not one less. This made him feel greatly shocked. What does this imply? It signifies that the other party not only knows about the parasitism of the void predators, it also has means to precisely identify them. It shows that over these years, all the deployments the insect race made within the human race have all lost their effectiveness, and can now be described as being completely uprooted. Commander Lin Yu, Commander Durant He, Zhang Sai could no longer hold back, even inferring a general idea from Lin Yu's hints. But this idea was truly terrifying, and he urgently needed confirmation. Just as you guessed, the insect race has produced a new kind of war insect. For now, let's just call it a parasitic insect. These parasitic insects are very small, even smaller than ants, but once they invade another organism, they can quickly control the central nervous system of that organism, and even obtain the memory information of this organism. Although we discovered the existence of parasitic insects a year ago, at that time, we lacked precise detection methods and were also afraid of startling the snakes. After all, nobody knew how deeply they had infiltrated the entire Federation. Therefore, It wasn't until now, after we had equipment for precise locating of these parasitic insects, that we were able to launch this operation and completely uproot them. Hiss. After Lin Yu finished speaking, Zhang Sai and Wanzi nearby both sharply gasped for air. Truly a parasitic war insect. Not only can it control the human body, but it can also obtain the memories of the controlled individual. Although they had just guessed this way, when Lin Yu said it out loud, they still felt deeply shocked. You damn bug, you dared to harm Commander Durant. After the shock had passed, Zhang Sai's entire face was immediately filled with anger. In his view, Commander Durant was already dead. You brat, don't get so worked up. Commander Durant is not dead yet. Looking at Zhang Sai, who looked as if he wanted to bite Commander Durant, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. Commander Lin, are you saying? Yes. According to our research, we can now remove the parasitic war insects without harming the host, and when this parasitic war insect is removed, the host can regain control of their body. I see. After listening to Lin Yan's exclamation, Zhang Sai breathed a sigh of relief. It's good as long as he's fine. It's good as long as he's fine. However, when he turned to look at Durant, who was being pressed to the ground, Hey, you guys, be gentle, maintain control, be sure not to injure Commander Durant's body. Yes, it's you. Is it necessary to kneel and press him? And you, stop laughing, be gentle. What if you sprain Commander Durant's hand? Stunned, absolutely stunned. Watching Zhang Sai, who had relaxed, shouting those words, Lin Yu was left speechless for a moment. This lively lad, is he the second class of your rank? And on the side, Wang Hai, who was very familiar with Zhang Sai, covered his face for a long time before squeezing out a sentence. I'm not close to him. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at the presidential palace. The presidential palace had already been thoroughly suppressed, with Dark Energy Assault Corps soldiers stationed every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps all over the place. Especially at the entrance of the Eternal Fortress, heavy defenses were in place, ready for action. Send a message to the president. The suppression operation is complete. The safety of the presidential palace and the Central Guard's headquarters has been ensured. Yes, Commander. Half a minute later, with a slight tremor, the massive gate made of simple and combined materials gradually opened. President, soon. When he saw his grandfather leading the way out, Lin Yu immediately stood upright and saluted him. Is it over? The presidential palace and the Central Guard's headquarters have been clear. As for other places, there are people currently leading teams to handle them. It's expected to be all finished in at most an hour. Good. As expected, your actions this time were truly significant. They are all worried sick about cleaning up after you. As Lin Zhen spoke, he turned and pointed to the dozen or so federal big shots behind him. Lin Yu followed his gesture to look. Good fellows, each one of them was looking at him with extremely resentful eyes. President, since things are fine on your end, I'll stop. Don't even think about running off, you brat. Just as Lin Yu spoke, Lin Zhen knew what he was planning and scolded him without mincing words. Although this was a diminution-style strike, the entire battle quickly ended, with no fatalities on either side. Except for more than 10 severely injured individuals, the rest of the injuries were mostly minor. That this was still a genuine war, even though the battle occurred within the presidential palace and the Central Guard's headquarters, out of sight of the common people. The massive orbital drops and ground-to-air weapon strikes at the outset couldn't be disguised no matter what. It could be said that at this moment, the entire Earth had plunged into panic, with many people thinking it was an alien invasion. Even alarms had already been sounded in various inexplicable cities. That's why those dozen or so federal big shots were so resentful, and they looked at Lin Yu. This aftermath work is truly not easy. Ignoring the fact that he was surrounded by a group of federal big shots and his grandson, who was currently wearing a mournful expression on his face, Lin Zhen turned and walked towards Ed, who was being suppressed by 2 Dark Energy Assault Corps soldiers but had already regained consciousness. Have you shielded his insect race spiritual network? Standing in front of Ed, Lin Zhen first asked one of the soldiers, who was pressing him down. Yes, President. The insect race spiritual network is essentially a dark energy network and is currently shielded. Then release the shield on him. Ow. President, it's okay. Just do as I say. Yes. After tapping a few times on the Deca device in his hand, he nodded towards Lin Zhen. All right, I don't know if you have a name, but for now, I'll call you Ed. I've had them lift the shield on your insect race spiritual network. Now, could you please contact your Queen Ali and tell her about the situation here, and also convey a message for me? What message? We should have a good talk. End of this chapter. Chapter 631. The plight of Alia in response to the increasingly severe cosmic situation. A live combat exercise was launched yesterday, jointly planned by the Interstellar Fleet Headquarters and the Presidential Palace. In this exercise, an elite fleet from the Interstellar Fleet Headquarters played the role of an alien fleet, launching a sudden attack when Earth was unprepared, to test whether the Central Guard Corps could hold on until the support of the Interstellar Fleet arrived. Due to Marshal Lin Fan's order to make this exercise as close to real combat as possible, although there were no fatalities, the number of injured personnel exceeded 3,000. In response, Marshal Lin Fan stated, "More bloodshed in peacetime, fewer tears shed in wartime." Mel Star Cluster, Interstellar Fleet Headquarters. Lin Fan, who was watching the news from Earth in the office, was suddenly dumbfounded. Did the old man just put all the blame on himself? Also, shouldn't it be more sweat shed in peacetime, less blood shed in wartime? Well, since the old man is taking all the blame, let's just make this exercise an annual event from now on. Of course, next time, no advance warning for the old man. Yes, as the attacking party, the alien civilization must prioritize the assassination of the federal president. Soon, the office was filled with Lin Fan's malicious laughter. At the same time, in the Velstat Super Galaxy Cluster, the situation of the insect race is quite tricky. Taking advantage of Epunos's serious injury, their forces could only concentrate together, while their enemy had the absolute advantage of dispersing their forces to quickly capture more than 10 star domains. They had also surrounded the Second Legion of Purgatory. However, despite gaining territory with their numerical advantage, they couldn't hold on to it. Whenever the enemy's main forces arrived at a starred domain, they could easily slaughter all the insects within. And these hell creatures could feed on the insects directly without any supply, making it a dire situation for Alia strategically. Originally, Alia considered this as a war of attrition. Every defeat inflicted losses on the enemy, but it seemed more like she was providing nourishment to the enemy as they continued to lose territory. However, everything changed after Epunos recovered from his injuries. Under Epunos's leadership, no swarm could stop the march of the Purgatory Legion, even if only briefly. This created a dangerous situation for Alia. The advanced caterworms of the insect race faced certain death on the front lines, even if they tried to hide behind countless swarms, making it easy for Epunos to claim their heads. Alia was shocked to discover that Epunos not only recovered but also became even more powerful. What was originally at the peak of the 7th stage, almost reaching the 8th stage, Epunos found that this injury was the exact catalyst he needed to advance further. In front of an 8th stage being, the insect race, be it warriors or elite guards or queens, couldn't pose any substantial threat, like a wolf entering a sheep flock, unstoppable. In just a year, Alia lost nearly 20% of her queens. In the Velstat Super Galaxy Cluster, she now only held 3 star domains, including the one with Kulz and 2 neighboring ones. If any one of the neighboring star domains near Kulz fell, Kulz would face the risk of collapse. Once Kulz fell, the gateway to the Cabinia Super Galaxy Cluster would be wide open, leading to the failure of Alia's planned prolonged attrition war. Therefore, Alia urgently needed to drag the Federation down. Of course, Alia had no doubts about achieving this goal, as she already had half of the Federation's top officials under her control. It was only a matter of time for the rest. While deploying frontline defenses of insect swarms, Alia received a mental connection in the insect race's neural network, and she immediately sensed that it was the Void Ravager controlled by it contacting her. Contacted just a few days ago. Has something happened already? Alia thought, establishing a connection within the insect race's neural network. Queen Alia, we have failed. The opening remark left Alia stunned. Could it be that the recent stress had led her to hallucinate? Say that again? We have failed. The Federation has obtained the technology to locate us accurately, and all our kin have been compromised. That's impossible. Alia, now assured that she wasn't hallucinating, began to roar in disbelief. Queen, I too have been captured, and I can speak to you now because President Linzen intentionally lifted the blockade on the insect race's neural network to deliver a message to you. What does he want to say? Ridicule me? No, he asked me to tell you that it's time we had a good talk. Alia was taken aback by this unexpected statement. She thought that as someone who controlled victory, Linzen would mock her, but his words were surprising. What did he want to talk about? Tell Linzen that we can talk using the entry I provided during our previous negotiations. Tomorrow. Yes. Queen Alia. All right. No matter what Linzen wants to discuss, it seems this is her last chance to bring the Federation onto her side. By quickly agreeing to the discussion and setting the time for tomorrow, Alia resolved to act promptly. End of this chapter. Chapter 632. The negotiations once again took place in the familiar virtual conference room, with Linzen, Lin Fan, and Alia seated around the table. It had been so many years since they last met, and Alia seemed to have evolved once again. Compared to how she appeared during their previous meeting, her skin, originally rough like tree bark, had become much smoother, and her once unclear features now looked more refined. If this trend continued, could Alia be on the path to complete human evolution? Lin Fan couldn't help but think to himself as he looked at the present form of Alia. Alia, Queen, you have caused quite a bit of trouble for our Federation this time. Linzen, filled with anger, was the first to speak as they all settled into their seats. This, truth be told, was the most challenging situation Linzen had faced since becoming president. If not for Lin Fan, in a few years, the entire upper echelons of the Federation might have been under the control of the insect race, becoming complete puppets of the insect civilization. This was not an exaggeration, but a very plausible scenario. Every time he thought about it, Linzen felt his anger rising uncontrollably. Are you calling me here just to discuss this? Alia responded casually, with an indifferent demeanor. Of course, this was just on the surface. In reality, she was quite anxious. The failed invasion plan by the Void Marauders against the Federation, coupled with Veilstar facing a total collapse, had left her extremely worried. However, regardless of her anxiety, in this crucial negotiation, she must not let the other side sense it. As the queen of a race that had been gradually aligning its thoughts and logic closer to humans, Alia was well aware of this. All right, Alia, stop pretending. Lin Fan interjected. Now, the situation in the Veilstar supergalactic cluster is on the verge of collapse, isn't it? He said with a smile, noting Alia's false calmness. This sudden comment made Alia's heart skip a beat. Previously, Alia had only learned from Ed, who was under the control of the Void Marauders, that through remote sensing technology, the Federation knew that a war had erupted between the insect race in the Veilstar supergalactic cluster and an unknown civilization. However, due to the immense distance involved, even if the Federation had a vague idea of the situation through this technology, they could not possibly know the detailed specifics. But now, Lin Fan seemed to be well informed about the situation in Veilstar, unsettling Alia. I also know that if you continue to interfere with the Federation now, within a year, you will completely lose the Veilstar supergalactic cluster and open the gateway to the Cabinia supergalactic cluster. Lin Fan continued, causing Alia to feel waves of shock within her. At that point, won't the insect race face the threat of extinction? Therefore, are you sure you still want to waste time here and negotiate with us? Why not be more honest, more direct? Lin Fan's words struck Alia right in the center, leaving her momentarily speechless. However, Alia, possessing the intelligence of a superior race, quickly recovered from her brief lapse and responded, Indeed, you are not wrong. If the current situation continues as it is, the insect race is indeed likely to face the threat of extinction. But, if the Cabinia supergalactic cluster is occupied by these infernal creatures, and without me as a buffer for you, the Federation will face difficulties as well, right? Therefore, this time, we should help each other, rather than the insect race unilaterally requesting assistance from the Federation. After Alia finished speaking, a rhythmic applause echoed in the virtual conference room. Your Majesty, you do have a way with words. However, I have to correct one of your misconceptions. That's right, without you as a buffer, there may indeed be some threats to the Federation, but it's just that, mere threats. You should know that we, the Federation, possess something that nearly wiped out your race 100,000 years ago. So, even if you fail, we could learn a thing or two from the Holy V Empire and create another Shepherd's Gate black hole in the Cabinia supergalactic cluster. After all, this is not our Federation's territory. Even if we shatter the entire Cabinia supergalactic cluster, for us, the Federation, it's just losing an expansion point in a particular direction. It won't bring about a catastrophic crisis, right? Lin Fan's words were indeed correct. Even if the Federation did not form a unified front with the insect race, it would not spell a disastrous crisis for their civilization. At most, it would pose a threat. Therefore, an alliance with the insect race was not an absolute necessity. However, Lin Fan was considering the forces behind Hypnos and their true strength. After all, no one knew if the Infernal Legion of Hypnos was all they had or just a portion, or even just a fraction. Therefore, the buffer provided by the insect race was still required by the Federation. Joining forces with the insect race to repel the invasion of the infernal beings was a decision both Lin Zhen and Lin Fan had already discussed. But even though they had prepared for this decision, it did not mean that the insect race would not have to pay any price. The Federation would provide assistance, but not without a cost. So, Alia, Queen, just as I said earlier, let's be more straightforward. What price are the insect race willing to pay to have the Federation support? Lin Fan's direct statement left Alia with a headache, feeling all doors had been shut. How could the negotiation proceed smoothly? However, the price demanded by Lin Fan left Alia feeling lost. Given that the Federation was a technological civilization, and the insect race a biological one, these two civilizations were like two parallel lines that would never intersect. Technological advancements sought by one weren't needed by the other, and vice versa. The question remained, what price would the insect race have to pay to gain the approval of these two individuals before them? Despite pondering for a long time, Alia couldn't come up with an answer. Go ahead, what do you want? Since she couldn't figure it out, she decided to bounce the ball back and let the other side make their offer. All right, since you've asked, let's get to the point. We want. End of chapter. Chapter 633 Federal Participation in the War. And Alia finished listening to what Lin Fan had said. Her immediate reaction was that she must have misheard. After all, this request was simply unrealistic. Our Federation wants the entire Cabenia Super Galaxy Group. This was the condition that Lin Fan had put forth. However, for Alia, this condition was simply unacceptable. It must be noted that the territory remaining to the insect race now was just the Cabenia Super Galaxy Group and two star domains in the Versailles Super Galaxy Group. Well, one could also add the small universe in the central area of the Shepherd's Hollow, but that was all. If the Cabenia Super Galaxy Group were to be ceded to the Federation, what would the insect race have left? Only 2-star domains on the front lines and the small universe in the central area of the Shepherd's Hollow. What difference would it make if the Versailles Super Galaxy Group also fell and hellish creatures invaded the Cabenia Super Galaxy Group? Not only would there be no difference, the situation would actually be worse. Empress Alia, before you rush to reject, hear me out. Seeing Alia's expression showing an absolute refusal, Lin Fan continued with a smile. First, the Federation is not asking you to immediately cede the Cabenia Super Galaxy Group to us. Instead, we will pay a partial deposit first. Then, after the insects retrieve the Versailles Super Galaxy Group, the remaining amount will be paid. In this way, even if the insects lose the Cabenia Super Galaxy Group, they will still have the Versailles Super Galaxy Group in their hands, right? And as for this deposit, we will substitute it with 30 star clusters and galaxy groups close to the Federation on your side. The Cabenia Super Galaxy Group, one of the 3 super galaxy groups that comprise the Lania Kia, was not very large, only slightly larger than the Virgo Super Galaxy Group. Within the Cabenia Super Galaxy Group, there were 149 star clusters and galaxy groups. Therefore, the 30 star clusters mentioned by Lin Fan were actually about 1/5 of the Cabenia Super Galaxy Group. Adding the remaining 119 star clusters and galaxy groups suggested by Lin Fan, Alia could arrange the transfer after the insects regained the Versailles Super Galaxy Group post-war. This was the best solution reached after discussions between Lin Zhen and Lin Fan. What actions would best serve the interests of the Federation in this situation? After a discussion between the two, a conclusion was reached that while aiding the insects in repelling the hellish creature civilization, the insects should be weakened as much as possible. This would ensure that the Federation emerge as the final, and perhaps the only, beneficiary of this war. Directly demanding the entire Cabenia Super Galaxy Group from Alia would certainly not be accepted. After all, the Cabenia Super Galaxy Group was considered to be the last rear territory for Alia. However, If Alia were to first hand over 1/5 of the Cabinia Super Galaxy Group as a forward base for the Federation's participation in the war, and then, after completely defeating the hellish creatures and reclaiming the Versailles Super Galaxy Group, finally transferring the remaining 4/5 of the Cabinia Super Galaxy Group, it would be a win-win situation, at least from Alia's perspective. Firstly, relinquishing 30 star clusters to the human race would not have a significant impact on Alia, given that this area was previously the frontline between the humans and the insects, and Alia had even stationed her war larvae breeding zone close to the Versailles Super Galaxy Group. Therefore, the 30 star clusters close to the Federation were not very important to Alia. Giving them to the Federation would not be a big deal. It would, in fact, align the Federation's forces with her own to fight against the hellish creatures. Secondly, after reclaiming the Versailles Super Galaxy Group, exchanging the remaining part of Cabinia would make it easier for Alia to accept. The Cabinia Super Galaxy Group was only a small super galaxy group, while the Versailles Super Galaxy Group was a huge one, not to mention the important small universe in the Shepherd's Hollow. So, from Alia's perspective, exchanging a small super galaxy group for a giant one post-battle seemed like a good deal, right? Well, it was a mistaken perception because though the agreement might seem profitable for Alia at the moment, considering that both super galaxy groups were originally hers, she wasn't actually profiting but rather losing a super galaxy group for real. Therefore, after the Federation participated under these conditions, it would not only be able to ensure the security of its homeland but also directly gain back an entire super galaxy group. The insects, on the other hand, would be reduced from having two super galaxy groups to just one, and that too, a heavily damaged one. As for the Hellish Legion, they would face attacks from two civilizations simultaneously. Among these three parties, the Federation would undoubtedly emerge as the biggest winner in this war. However, at this moment, Alia was not conscious of this issue. She only felt that the proposal seemed to benefit her rather than causing harm, and thus, she agreed to it. I agree. 153 years of the Federation's history. It had been 2 months since the second negotiation between the human and insect races had ended. At this moment, in accordance with the agreement reached by both races, Alia had transferred 30 star clusters to the Federation. Perhaps due to the urgency of the frontline battles, Alia wanted to quickly obtain the Federation's assistance. Therefore, during this transfer process, Alia cooperated wholeheartedly, without any delays or deception. Once these 30 star clusters were fully transferred, the Federation's vast army finally crossed the cosmic currents and began to gather within the Cabinia Super Galaxy Group. A total of 85 star clusters. Such a massive fleet had never been deployed at once in the Federation's history. 60 regular cluster fleets, 5 angel fleets, 5 elf fleets, 10 dreadnought fleet clusters, and 5 shadow fleet clusters, comprising a total of 85 billion warships. This large-scale operation finally provided Lin Fan with the opportunity to leave his office, where he had grown weary, and return to the battlefield in full armor. On the new Gone Starship Command Center, Marshal, the fleet is fully assembled. It's worth mentioning that the last time I commanded a fleet in battle, there were only a few billion warships, and now, the scale of the Federation fleet truly makes one marvel. Observing the images, looking at his massive fleet, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Order the fleet to depart according to the plan, targeting the cosmic current node of the Versailles Super Galaxy Group. Yes, Marshal. End of this chapter. Chapter 630. For the worst situation. Vils Supercluster, Sazal Star Domain. This place is right next to the Vitala Star Domain, where Coles is located, and is currently a strategic location contested by the Legion of Purgatory and the insect race. Once this place is taken, Hypnos can attack Coles without any worries, without having to be concerned that when directly attacking Coles, there will be a large number of insects forming a siege behind them. Although as an 8th level creature, Hypnos is not afraid of the terrifying number of insects, nor is it afraid of being surrounded or engaged in close combat. However, this does not mean that other 7th level Lear class creatures are not afraid, nor does it mean that the lower ranked creatures below as ordinary warriors are not afraid. It should be noted that the Legion of Purgatory's main means of attack are of a long-range type, and once surrounded by an endless sea of insects, the fighting power of the entire Legion of Purgatory will plummet by more than half. Although individually powerful, numbers are still their weak point. Here, Hypnos has already led the Second Legion of Purgatory, attacking for a full month, but progress has been surprisingly slow. Up to this point, the Legion of Purgatory has only occupied 30% of the Sazal Star domain. After all, this place is very close to Kul's, so Arya can rapidly reinforce this area with absolute numbers to completely slow down the opponent. How does that saying go again? With such a large number, even if they stand still and wait for you to shoot them, they can still wear you out. Ora, this is really making the dragon so angry. Can't we send out an elite force directly to Kul's to block the flow? After opening his mouth and unleashing a terrifying beam that swept away the insects in front of him, Hypnos's very displeased voice rang in Aura's mind. During this time, it was truly fed up, with no enjoyment compared to advancing through the previous star domains. Just now, after clearing out a group of insects, in the time it took to say a few words, the area that had been cleared was almost filled with insects again. After all, Arya had occupied more than 10 star domains earlier, with forces dispersed and slow to support because of the distances involved. However, now that she only had 3 star domains left, she could concentrate her forces for battle. Furthermore, due to the constant influx of insect swarms from the distant Kabinya supercluster into the Vils supercluster, quick reinforcements could be sent to the war zone. This led to Hypnos's advance speed being severely restricted. Commander, it's not possible. You know, currently only I can accurately locate those disgusting parasitic insect species in the Legion. It's too dangerous to split our forces. Then what should we do? Can we only continue at this slow pace? For now, that's all we can do. Damn bugs. Cursing loudly, Hypnos once again opened its mouth and sent a terrifying beam towards the insects that had just gathered in front. Cosmic Flow Node. Kul's. Counting the time, the human fleet should arrive today, and over in the Sazal Star domain, they should be able to hold out for at least a month. Sensing the frontline battle through the insect race's psychic network, Arya breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that there shouldn't be any major issues. However, just after Arya severed the sensory sharing within the insect race's psychic network, in less than a minute of time, Hypnos, who had been fighting the insect race within the Sazal Star domain, suddenly disappeared. Marshal, the Dark Energy Network has received a message sent by the insect race Arya. What's the content? The Legion of Purgatory has been blocked in the Sazal Star domain by me, confirming that they won't break through for at least a month. Sazal, is Arya too confident? Upon hearing the communication officer's report, Lin Fen couldn't help but furrow his brow, greatly disapproving of Arya's strategy. Yes, from a normal standpoint, Arya was correct. Under the intimidation of the Void Harvester, the enemy dared not split their forces, thus they were blocked at the Cosmic Flow Node. However, there was a serious problem here. Arya had sent the vast majority of the insect swarm to the Sazal Star domain, either fighting there or on their way there. While Arya estimated that this could hold back the opponent for at least a month, the question was, did the Federation need that long? Lin Fen felt speechless. The Federation's fleet could arrive in just a few hours, yet Arya was still sending all incoming insect reinforcements to the Sazal Star domain, resulting in an obvious lack of forces at Kul's. If the opponent had more than one creature capable of locating the Void Harvester or had a method to deal with it, they could split their forces and attack Kul's. Thus, would Kul's, with its current limited forces, be able to withstand it? At any rate, wouldn't there be the danger of the channel for drawing reinforcements from the far rear being intercepted, or even the Federation having to face the risk of forcibly breaking through the Cosmic Flow Node when they arrived at Kul's? Bugs will always be bugs. Even if they have higher intelligence, they still act with such arrogance. They still never understand. As a commander, one must always consider the worst possible scenario at all times, leaving more room for maneuver and deployment. As Lin Fen had thought, for every swarm Arya sent, she shipped another to Sazal, leaving Kul's with only the king insects and a portion of the king's guard to defend. This was a dangerously critical situation. How much time until we break out of the flow? 2 hours, 15 minutes, 38 seconds. Marshal, get me in touch with the Abyss Fleet. Lin Yu. Yes, Marshal. With a few quick actions by the communication officer, Lin Yu's figure was soon projected in the command center. Marshal, you called for me? Yes. Do you remember the worst-case scenario we simulated before departing? You mean the one where when we reach Kul's, the Cosmic Flow Node has already been taken by the creatures of Purgatory, resulting in our fleet being attacked as soon as we break out of the flow. Lin Yu's eyebrows raised at once. Before the departure, the father-son duo did indeed simulate various scenarios for this operation, and among them, the most dire situation was. What do you think of that? Not already, but due to Arya's foolish deployment, the likelihood of this situation has increased by at least 17.32%. Of course, even if Hypnos charges towards Kul's right now, it's unlikely they can take it within 2 hours, even with little insect forces at Kul's. So, if Hypnos does split his forces, then upon your arrival, what you're most likely to encounter is being attacked by Hypnos, leading to a chaotic Kul's. This slightly relieved Lin Yu. Honestly, if the worst-case scenario had truly happened and Hypnos already seized Kul's before the Federation arrived, the fleet would face a tremendous assault when breaking out of the cosmic flow. However, if the enemy had just arrived at Kul's and was engaged with Arya, the situation would be much better. Don't worry, this is the purpose of putting me in the fleet's first sequence, Lin Yu said with a slight smile. This was the best plan devised by the father-son duo after simulating that worst-case scenario. With Lin Yu's command through the A-grade dark energy manipulator, the fleet's losses would be minimized. After all, according to previous reports, John Feng, a B-grade dark energy manipulator, could engage Hypnos briefly with the assistance of the Ghost Fleet, not to mention Lin Yu, and a grade dark energy manipulator. With Lin Yu leading the charge, the rest of the fleet's landings would be much safer. Be careful. Standing next to Lin Fan, his Vice Admiral Lian Zhu, gazing at Lin Yu's figure in front of them, changed her usual cold demeanor to a gentle concern. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Pratt, don't be reckless. Don't forget the latest information provided by Arya. Hypnos has grown stronger after recovering from severe injuries, advancing to a higher level. Marshal, I'm already on the brink of advancement. The only thing missing is ... just a trigger, and this time, it's very likely to be my trigger. You mean? That's right, as an S-grade dark energy manipulator, currently existing only on paper, I can feel that I'm just one step away. Lin Yu's reply was like dropping a bomb in the entire command center, causing everyone to inhale sharply. It was known that although the Federation had set up 5 levels, dark energy manipulators, no one had ever reached the S-grade, making it more of a fantasy among dark energy scientists. Now, when the people in the command center heard Lin Yu, and a grade dark energy manipulator, say that he was just one step away from breaking through to become an S-grade dark energy manipulator, it was a truly astonishing statement. Pratt, can you talk about this kind of thing here? Watching the slightly chaotic command center, Lin Fan directly laughed and scolded them. Of course, Lin Fan was just talking, as in reality, he also agreed with Lin Yu's decision to publicize his advancement after becoming an S-grade dark energy manipulator. After all, at this level, if Lin Yu truly was as formidable as suspected initially as an A-grade dark energy manipulator, then the entire Federation no longer posed a threat to him. Therefore, there was no need to keep his advancement a secret to ensure his safety. On the contrary, being proactive in revealing it would serve as a powerful deterrent, both internally and externally. End of this chapter. Chapter 635. Alia's crisis an hour away from the arrival of the Federal Fleet, the cosmic current node Kul's. Alia watched as hundreds of insect swarms continuously entered the Alia tunnels, brushing away the unease in her heart and feeling almost weightless. Feeling content, she once again connected to the frontline war insect senses, starting to check the battle situation to pass the remaining boring hour. However, why does something feel off? The battlefield was still intense, with large numbers of insect war insects and occasional purgatory creatures dying every second. Yet something felt different. Why did she feel that way? As her brain raced, Alia plunged into thought until a minute later when she suddenly widened her eyes, finally discovering what was truly wrong. Although the battlefield was still fierce, the most brutal part was missing. The slaughterhouse of Hypnos. Yes, Hypnos's slaughterhouse. The name was quite fitting, considering that every time there was a war near the 1 astronomical unit area around Hypnos, it truly resembled a slaughterhouse scene. Almost every battle in this area resulted in nearly half of the total casualties among the insect race in normal battles. This was truly a terrifying situation. Now, even though the scene remained intense, the slaughterhouse was gone. As the main character of this slaughterhouse, Hypnos had disappeared without a trace, even after Alia continuously switched war insect senses across the battlefield and searched the entire star system. Damn it! Where did this guy go at this critical moment? Any organism, whether a human or an insect, harbors desires. Control is one of the desires rooted in them. No entity likes situations slipping out of its control, including Alia. However, with Hypnos's disappearance, it was evident that things were slightly out of control, leading her to feel restless again. Despite reassuring herself that the human fleet would arrive soon and that Hypnos couldn't do much in an hour, Alia couldn't suppress her restlessness. While Alia continued her search for Hypnos, just tens of millions of kilometers away, a pair of gigantic claws suddenly extended from the empty void. Using an explosive display of power, the void was torn apart as a stellar-sized western dragon swiftly emerged, roaring thunderously even in space, where sound couldn't propagate, sending shivers through the minds of the insect race. Alia and other royal insects coped well, but even the war insects were starting to tremble. This absolute difference in the hierarchy of beings caused a dimensional suppression that ordinary war insects couldn't withstand. Alia's expression finally changed at this moment. What was the origin of this giant dragon? Being someone who commanded insect swarms in battles against it, she understood perfectly. Consequently, she was well aware of the threat Hypnos posed. Only now did she realize a crucial point. If the humans would arrive in an hour, why did she send nearly all her forces to Sarsar? Why did she dispatch almost all her forces to the Sarsar star system? As for unleashing the Void Predator directly on Hypnos, a few months ago, Alia had considered and even acted on such thoughts. However, she discovered that Hypnos's skin had become even more indestructible. Even the Void Predator that could easily tear into a 7th-tier leader's flesh and infiltrate couldn't breach Hypnos's defenses. Thus, eliminating Hypnos through the Void Predator had become an impossibility. In the subsequent months, Alia completely abandoned the strategy of besieging Hypnos and instead sent continuous waves of insect swarms to confront it, counting on their deaths to stall its movements. This shift in strategy was why the once balanced situation across the insect race collapsed rapidly upon Hypnos's return to the battlefield after recovery. Hypnos's effective control over nearly half of the insect race's forces allowed lesser resistance elsewhere, leading to the insect race being decimated. As Hypnos flew out from the spatial channel, a large number of mythical-grade void dragons continuously emerged, further darkening Alia's expression. Just the existence of Hypnos versus Hypnos supported by a group of purgatory creatures was a vastly different scenario. With no other options, Alia hardened her resolve, intending to hold out until the federal fleet's arrival. Alia commanded around 1,000 common insect groups, several hundred tiers of guard insect groups, and dozens of special insect groups Inculs. This represented all her forces Inculs, not to mention Sarsar, not even a fraction of Vatala's forces. With a single thought, commands were transmitted through the insect's spiritual network, and all insect groups were directed towards the torn spatial portal by Hypnos. However, Hypnos seemed oblivious to these groups. Its massive dragon eyes focused keenly on a human shape being tens of millions of kilometers away. The insect queen, Alia. Recognizing the insect monarch, Hypnos grew excited and no longer suppressed its impulses. It opened its maw, gathering energy rapidly in front of its colossal mouth. Not good. Faced with Hypnos's actions, Alia realized the danger. The assault cut across tens of millions of kilometers, a perilous move. Hypnos's attacks were capable of striking targets up to 2 AU away, an ultra-long-range capability. It was too late to escape now. Alia's mental power surged, diffusing through the insect's spiritual network. The first-tier royal insects around Alia's vicinity turned white-hot, gradually losing consciousness. Within moments, over 30 of these first-tier royal insects became puppets, moving forward towards Alia's front. Advance to the midway line between me and Hypnos. Expand the royal insect force field. Focus on the front. Here it comes. Survival depends on this moment. 32 first-tier royal insects lined up in front of Alia and immediately obeyed her commands, deploying the royal insect force fields as instructed. Terrifying energy beams crossed tens of millions of kilometers, reaching the forefront first-tier royal insect and ruthlessly blasting it. The royal insect force field shattered, and almost simultaneously, this royal insect was consumed by the beam, leaving nothing behind. The assault continued on the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 10th, until the 12th first-tier royal insect, whose force field didn't break like the prior ones. Nevertheless, just a second later, it too succumbed like its predecessors. As the scenes unfolded before the 24th first-tier royal insect, something changed. After piercing through 23 royal insects and expending a significant amount of energy, Hypnos's attack began to dwindle. Following the 20th royal insect, each successive insect could endure for several seconds. The clash between spear and shield persisted, falling just short of holding back Hypnos's ray for an entire 10 seconds. Finally, the lucky chance struck with the 24th royal insect. With its energy nearly depleted, Hypnos's attack was completely blocked, causing only a minor crack in the royal insect's formation. Recognizing this, Alia wasted no time and immediately mobilized all her mental energy, opening a portal to a Hive 5 away and without hesitation, dove through it. The other royal insects followed suit. At the battlefield, only the war insects remained, facing Hypnos and its ancestral grade mythical creature, the Void Dragon. Hypnos charged towards the war insects, and the slaughterhouse resurfaced. In the cosmic current, the Merlos was smoothly sailing with the flow. "Commander, urgent battle report. Send it to my command terminal." "Yes." Seated at the bridge's main seat, Lin Yu opened the terminal and quickly accessed the battle report that Bai Zhuan had just sent over. Soon, Lin Yu furrowed his brows. The old man's speculation was correct. "Commander, what happened?" Bai Zhuan knew who Lin Yu referred to as the old man, and that was none other than Lin Fan, the marshal of the entire Federal Interstellar Fleet. Was something wrong with the current battle situation? Well, it's not a big problem, just that the insect queen Alia did something stupid. That gave the planet eater Hypnos an opportunity to directly attack Kulz. Currently, Kulz is in chaos. Lin Yu smiled casually, appearing unconcerned. As he had said, as long as Hypnos hadn't gained complete control of Kulz and blocked the current exit, there was no need to fret. End of chapter. Chapter 636, Epunos's Wrath. Regarding the current situation, Epunos was very satisfied. At this rate, it would only take half a day at most to completely take down the entire Charis. It's not that Arya couldn't call back the swarm. After all, they are neighboring star realms, so it wouldn't take long to return. However, the issue was that Arya had previously adopted a strategy of using quantity to exchange for time. Therefore, since they were being sent as cannon fodder and were being remotely controlled, there was no need for the Queen Worm to go. The question then arose, in the Sarsar or Vetara star realms, could those insect warrior bugs open the wormhole and come back? The answer was no. Only the Queen Worm and Empress Worm had the capability to open the wormhole. So, it was quite awkward. There were troops in hand, but these troops couldn't come back, at least not in a short time. However, there was still one thing that could give Arya a bit of comfort, and that was even if Epunos managed to strike at her weak point, it was impossible for him to wipe himself out before the Federal fleet arrived. What she needed to do was take the Queen Worm away from the main battlefield, while allowing the warrior bugs and guard bugs to confront the enemy, which wouldn't take long, only an hour. Originally, with the limited forces in Charis, it was absolutely impossible to hold off the Legion of Purgatory for a full hour. However, in order to ambush the insect race from behind and avoid the threat posed by the Void Predators to the greatest extent, Epunos' surprise attack this time only brought along his nearly 1 billion kin-level Void Dragons, without bringing any other 7th-tier leader-level creatures. So, even if Arya wanted to use the Void Predators, she couldn't even if she tried. After all, the Void Predators were completely ineffective against Epunos, who had reached the 8th tier, and they had no parasitic value to his kin-level Void Dragons. It should be noted that breeding Void Predators was not an easy task, otherwise, they wouldn't have only parasitized a few thousand humans over so many years. Therefore, only parasitizing hundreds or thousands of kin-level Void Dragons was completely meaningless. An hour. No, not even a full hour passed. Apart from the more than 21st-tier Queen Worms lost at the beginning to block Arya's shots, the insect race in Charis had already lost more than 300 super giant insect groups, including more than 30 guard insect groups of various tiers. This surprised Arya greatly. She had thought she had calculated Epunos' combat power high enough, but now it seemed that she had still underestimated him. Now, not to mention half a day, being able to hold out for 3 hours would be a miracle. Luckily, she didn't need to hold out that long, because the time had come. At the main battlefield, Epunos, relying on his newly ascended 8th tier power, had transcended into a god, where no one, No insect could exist in front of him for more than a minute, as if possessing endless energy. Horrifying beams of light continuously sprayed from his mouth, sweeping through one insect swarm after another, and behind him, nearly a billion void dragons were constantly releasing long-range attacks weaker than Ippuno's, but extremely threatening to the insect race, providing enough firepower support for their tribal leader. In the cosmic ocean current, located at the forefront of the entire Federal fleet, was the flagship of the Shadow Fleet, the Maloa. "Commander, we are about to arrive at the Vels supercluster. In 3 minutes. Sound the battle alert within the ship. Level 1 battle deployment." "Yes, Commander." "Battle group, activate the DEAC on the battleship, and transfer control to me." "Yes, Commander." The entire battleship, especially the members of the battle group on the bridge, quickly became busy. The battleship DEAC device starts to activate. The synchronization rate is steadily rising to 55%, 78%, 97.8%. The synchronization rate has reached the activation standard. The battleship DEAC has completed activation and the device is running normally, beginning to transfer control. "Control transferred. Commander, please confirm." Just as the commanding voice of the battle group leader fell in front of Lin Yu, the ground suddenly opened up, and a very futuristic-looking control console rose from it. Placing his hands on the console, Lin Yu slowly closed his eyes, beginning to accept control. Control rights confirmed receipt. Navigation team, prepare to depart from the ocean current countdown. "Yes, Commander." 10 seconds. 9, 3, 2, 1. Departure. The pitch-black darkness outside the port window gradually brightened as the Maloa began to depart from the ocean current, allowing a glimmer of light to illuminate the scenery outside and into everyone's eyes. The void, which should have been pitch black, was now brightened, with countless energy rays streaking through the sky, bringing light and death to the starry sky. Just as Lin Yu showed up without hiding, both Arya and Ippuno simultaneously sensed the presence of a terrifying entity in that direction, a threat that could pose a huge danger to themselves, especially a survival-related absolute threat, as they both looked towards the exit of the ocean current at Cheris. If Arya was marveling at the power of the battleship upon first seeing the Maloa, then Ippuno's face was filled with ferocity. How could Ippuno forget this style, this emblem? A year ago, a group of individuals who had played with him for a full 2 months, hiding like rats and not revealing themselves. With an extremely angry roar, Ippuno directly abandoned the area that was once again filled with warrior bugs, his crimson eyes staring fiercely at the warship that had just emerged from within the cosmic ocean current. Just 1 astronomical unit away, a large mouth opened, and energy began to gather frantically in front of him. However, this time, the charging time for the energy was significantly longer than before, and the energy converging in front was enough to make Arya observing the area feel her scalp tingle. This power was far more terrifying than any attack Ippuno had released before. It was not even at the same level. It wasn't until now that Arya finally understood that up until now, Ippuno had never used his full strength. Spending twice as much time as before on the attack, Ippuno finally completed the charging for this attack. A red-black intertwined beam of light, carrying a devastating force, jetted out instantly towards the position of the Maloa. At the same time, on the Maloa, Target 1 discover, at a distance of 1 astronomical unit, target detected charging, suspected energy buildup for an attack. Based on modeling calculations, the target is our ship. Over at the radar team, the leader reported loudly to Lin Yu, his eyes still closed, not even his hands on the control console moved. The DEAC is running normally, starting to build multiple dark energy barriers. Construction completed. All hands, prepare for impact. End of this chapter. Chapter 637. The shimmering silver-white rhombus barrier that showed up in front of the bow of the Malosia was thicker, larger, and brighter than the one constructed by Zhang Feng that day. In contrast, a terrifying black-red alternating light beam was making its way towards the Malosia, cutting through the void. At the moment of contact between the two, the entire universe seemed to freeze. It was a conflict where neither side was willing to back down. However, the spear that was known as Ippuno's strongest attack gradually dimmed after a little over 10 seconds of confrontation, while the silver-white shining shield showed almost no change. This scene left both Epunos and Aliyah beyond one astronomical unit astonished and full of disbelief. For Epunos, such a defensive measure had been encountered over a year ago. While acknowledging the power of this human defense system, which could withstand his strongest strike at the peak of the 7th stage, Epunos couldn't understand why he was unable to tear through it with his increased strength since then, without even causing as much damage as his peak 7th stage self. This made Epunos doubt his own existence. On the other hand, Aliyah, even further away, was even more shocked. While she had invaded the Federation using the Phantom-level fleet in the past and gained some information, she had no idea about the specific combat capabilities of the Phantom-level fleet. She only knew of its existence. But now, just a single warship, seemingly facing off with Epunos who had broken through the 8th stage blockade, and seemingly gaining the upper hand. If a fleet like this had been sent out by humans during the Vital Line, what would she have done then? Thankfully, this time the Federation was on her side. At the same time, within the main bridge of the Malosia, dark energy barrier integrity reduced by 15.7%. It seems this guy is even stronger than I expected, probably holding back during the battle with Aliyah. So, is this your full strength? Lin Yu sighed as he watched the terrifying light beam dissipate into the air. In terms of individual strength, Lin Yu was undoubtedly far inferior to Epunos, even with the assistance of the Dark Energy Algorithm Calculator. However, with the aid of the DEAC in battleship form, things were completely different. He could overpower Epunos. Of course, it was only a matter of overpowering, as at present, it was still unlikely for Lin Yu to completely eliminate Epunos. Commander, there are 3 minutes left. The follow-up fleet will arrive soon. Epunos' current position is still too dangerous. We need to push him further away. Bai Zhuan, standing by Lin Yu's side, whispered into his ear as she saw her commander block the extremely fearsome attack of the opponent and pause. As Bai Zhuan had mentioned, Epunos was only one astronomical unit away from the cosmic current node at the moment, and according to Aliyah's data, Epunos' attack range could reach to astronomical units. Therefore, his current position posed a grave threat to the Federation fleet. While Lin Yu could withstand the attack, others couldn't, and he couldn't protect all the fleet simultaneously. Therefore, some action had to be taken before the fleet arrived. Understood. Let's try scaring it off with that move. See if we can drive it away. Activating the maximum efficiency of the battleship DEAC. Multi-mirror construction begins. One after another rhombus mirrors began to construct in front of the battleship, each one larger and more dazzling than the last, like a magician constructing multiple magic arrays. 7 mirrors built. Dark energy particle compression flow. Initiating irradiation. The DEAC, running at full throttle, began releasing the almost self-destructing dark energy towards the first mirror in front of the battleship. Compressed by each mirror, the vast dark energy was compressed to its extreme after passing through all 6 of Lin Yu's constructed rhombus mirrors. The terrifying energy, capable of destroying the world, made all beings in Chelsnal tremble with fear. Finally, this compressed dark energy, beyond further compression, was sent into the final rhombus mirror constructed by Lin Yu, which had a completely different purpose from the previous 6. If the first 6 mirrors compressed the dark energy, the last mirror molded it. However, this molding wasn't about shaping appearance but form, the form of the dark energy. In the next moment, a silver-white beam shot out from the 7th dark energy mirror, disregarding the effects of time, moving towards Epunos at 10 times the speed of light. At 10 times the speed of light, the 1 astronomical unit distance was traversed in half a second. If Epunos hadn't been alert and prepared for defense, he wouldn't have even had time to react. A crimson energy formed a protective circle around Epunos, engaging once again in the conflict with the silver-white beam. However, this time, the roles were switched, leading to a completely different outcome from the last time. In less than 3 seconds of stalemate, Epunos' defense wall collapsed, and the unobstructed spear quickly advanced, striking directly on his wings. At the beginning of this conflict, Epunos already sensed that his defense wall couldn't entirely withstand this attack. Thus, he immediately formed a second defense with his dragon wings behind him, simultaneously channeling all his energy to them. It was almost like directly confronting with his physical body. However, it had to be admitted that the physical strength of an 8th order divine being was indeed incredibly strong. After about a dozen seconds, the dark energy particle compression flow was exhausted. Epunos's massive body remained intact. He had successfully blocked the attack, but his condition was far from good. His wings were torn and tattered, his body covered in horrifying wounds caused by the piercing attacks through his wings, purple blood oozing from all over his body. Meanwhile, as Epunos was heavily damaged, Demelosia's bridge was also in turmoil. Device damage rate 9.5%. Multiple components unable to be repaired. Only replacement is an option. Warship power decrease. Dark energy supply rate drops to 41.2%. Sublight engines offline. Undergoing urgent repairs. One bad news after another sounded off. Even Lin Yu, who had utilized this powerful attack and anticipated it, couldn't help but furrow his brow. This level of damage was larger than what he had expected. End of this chapter. Chapter 638 sought help from Galan for the compression flow of dark energy particles. Lin Yu, who is an 11th dark energy manipulator, can unleash the strongest attacking method. At the same time, it is necessary to rely on the battleship version of the large-scale dark energy computation assistant device to execute the method. The most critical issue is that the first-generation battleship version of the large-scale dark energy computation assistant device cannot withstand such a huge energy output. Therefore, once this attack is used, it will inevitably cause a certain degree of damage to the dark energy computation assistant device. However, even Lin Yu himself did not expect that the resulting damage would be so severe, to the extent that even the sublight speed engine was disconnected. If it weren't for the need to quickly drive away the Hypnos and provide a safe landing point for the approaching Federal fleet behind, Lin Yu would not even consider using this move. Fortunately, at least the result was not bad. It was visible to the naked eye that Hypnos had been severely injured, although it was not enough to kill him. Shouldn't this scare it off? Otherwise, I'll have to fight barehanded. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at the image of Hypnos covered in wounds and purple blood. Yes, Demeloa has already lost its combat capability in a short period of time. If Hypnos continues to charge forward, Lin Yu will really have to leave the battleship and engage in a personal battle with Hypnos. Of course, in terms of individual strength, Lin Yu is naturally much weaker than Hypnos, but now that Hypnos is heavily injured, Lin Yu can still tremble with him for a while. Commander, look quickly. Just as Lin Yu was contemplating whether to fight barehanded with the heavily injured Hypnos, Weichuan's shout suddenly rang in his ears. Immediately looking at the monitoring images on the bridge, in the image, Hypnos, dragging his heavily injured body, tore open a spatial passage and quickly slipped into it, followed by the race-level void giant dragon it brought, all abandoning the insect clan they were fighting and quickly fleeing towards the spatial passage opened by Hypnos. Phew. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had prepared for a battle with Hypnos, it's always best not to fight if possible. 7 minutes later, 700 light-years away, the Sassar Star Sector. What? Human intervention in the conflict. Commander heavily injured. After seeing Hypnos dragging his heavily armored body, tearing open a spatial passage back to the Sassar Star Sector, and getting a basic understanding of the situation, Ola was simply stunned. The commander had previously mentioned that humans reappear after a year, and this time they directly inflicted heavy injuries on their 8th Order commander. What kind of strength do these humans possess? Well, regardless of their strength, in this situation, they couldn't continue fighting here. They needed to strategically retreat and wait for Hypnos to recover before continuing. It was also time to report to the Saint Lord. And watching Hypnos, who had fallen into a healing sleep, Ola couldn't help but think so. After all, their commander was in this state, and if they didn't retreat now, once they were attacked by humans and the insect clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Nirkania Super Galaxy Cluster, the Holy See of Heloi. In the vast center of the sanctuary, the former council chamber had been converted into Galan's palace. Galan, who was napping comfortably, suddenly opened his eyes. Ola, you better have a reasonable explanation, or, obviously, Galan, who was interrupted from his nap, was very unhappy. Lord, the 2nd Legion has encountered some trouble, and Commander Hypnos is currently a healing sleep due to severe injuries. What's going on? I clearly sensed when setting the mission objectives that there were no strong civilizations in that star system. With Hypnos at the peak of the 7th Order, he should have been able to sweep the place, logically speaking. Lord, the commander has successfully advanced to the 8th Order. After hearing what Galan said, Ola cautiously added, "Oh, this kid isn't bad. It should be this way. As my brother, being at the 7th order is really unsightly. Wait, you mean even after Hypnos advanced to the 8th order, he was still heavily injured by the other party? There was a hint of satisfaction in Galen's voice, but soon, his expression changed, and he immediately asked Ola, with an incredulous look on his face. Yes, Lord, tell me the whole story again from start to finish. Yes, that's how it went in the beginning. After listening to Ola's narrative, Galan fell into contemplation. Humans, strange, why did he feel like he had heard that name somewhere before but couldn't remember where? Well, according to Ola's description, this human should be a technological civilization at the peak of the 7th rank or just entering the 8th rank. So if Hypnos was careless and underestimated them, it was indeed possible for him to be defeated. Perfect timing. His second brother had just completed the conquest of the Ovirus super galaxy cluster, and considering the timing, he should be back in a few days. As a 9th order being, Black Heg, dealing with a technological civilization at a maximum of the early 8th rank should be a piece of cake. After all, in the Ovirus super galaxy cluster he went to before, there were several 8th rank technological civilizations, all of which were destroyed by Black Heg. In that case, let the second brother make the trip again. Ola, your current mission is to protect Hypnos during his recovery period. It's okay to retreat after the battle. I'll have Black Heg lead the first course to support you. Hiss. Black Heg to support them? How could Ola not know about Black Heg, the former second strongest in Purgatory, a 9th order being, even though he had not become the leader of the 8th order, was still far superior in ammunition to Black Heg? Yes, Lord, we will definitely protect Commander Hypnos. In a year at most, Black Heg should arrive. During this time, my useless third brother will be handed over to you. At the same time, the Velstadt super galaxy cluster, the oceanic flow node shells. The massive war star was slowly emerging from the ocean current, serving as Lin Fan's ride. New Gongwu, the flagship of the Federal Interstellar Fleet, was a super giant war star that embodied the latest technologies of the entire Federation. Additionally, the New Gongwu was the mobile headquarters of the Federal Interstellar Fleet. Marshal, the latest news from the Sasser star system has arrived. It has been confirmed that Hypnos has arrived at Sasser, and the Purgatory creatures are gradually evacuating from the star domain. The right choice, with their most powerful force heavily injured, a full evacuation is the best choice. According to the intelligence calculation, how much time do they need for a complete retreat? We've calculated it, Marshal. It should take about 8 hours. Speaking of which, the reason the retreat was so slow was mainly because of Hypnos. After all, only Hypnos could open such a large spatial passage, while other leader-level creatures could only open a medium-sized evacuation passage at most, unable to quickly allow the entire army to pass. Tell Lin Yu not to let the enemy retreat too easily, and by the way, bring back some materials from our Institute of Biological Sciences. Yes, Marshal. End of chapter. Chapter 639. Pursuing the Sasser starfield, Ola grimly directed the evacuation of the large army. Just moments ago, in order to safely send away Hypnos, more than 27th tier leader class creatures collectively opened up a large enough space channel. After all, Hypnos's body, which was as large as a star, would not fit through a channel that wasn't big enough. Opening a space transfer channel beyond their original capacity required an exponential increase in energy consumption for each additional unit, leading to the exhaustion of the 20+ 7th tier leader class creatures after maintaining the channel for only a few minutes, barely enough to send Hypnos away. As for the army's evacuation, well, it could only rely on the space channels opened by the remaining 10 7th tier leader class creatures, but obviously, these channels were much smaller than the one used for Hypnos, and the size of the creatures from Hell made the passage rate very low, resulting in an extremely slow evacuation. Commander, new orders. Read it. According to intelligence, the Hell Legion in the Sasser starfield is in full retreat, and it is estimated that completing the entire evacuation process will take over 6 hours. Order your troops to immediately strike the retreating Hell Legion, targeting their forces as much as possible. The entire insect race in the Sasser starfield has withdrawn. It seems that Hypnos has suffered more severe damage from the bombardment of dark energy particles than I had estimated. Listening to the orders read by Baijuan, Lin Yu couldn't help but think so. But the problem is that our Meloha is now immobile. Even if we want to completely replace all damaged parts, it will still take about 2 days. Bai Zhuan, how many of our Shadow Fleet have arrived now? Commander, the 9 legions stationed at the forefront have all arrived, while the 10th legion in the rear array will need until tomorrow to arrive. All right. Inform Zhang Feng and Wan Hai's 1st and 2nd legions to depart immediately for the Sasser Starfield. And also tell Alia that we need temporary command authority over the insect race in the Sasser Starfield. Yes, Commander. Bai Zhuan responded, and immediately, and to execute the orders. Due to a temporary cooperation agreement reached between the Federation and the insect race, both Alia and Lin Yu's Hawk Fleet had open communication links for each other. After all, the insect race's mental network was actually a dark energy network, so communication between the two sides was not difficult. At this moment, feeling satisfied after the Federation repelled Ipmas, Alia, upon receiving the message from Bai Zhuan through the insect mental network, considered the situation. Commander, Alia said we cannot directly control the insect race, but she can arrange for 10 first-tier king insects to accompany us. If we need to command the insect race, we can relay commands to these 10 first-tier king insects through the dark energy network and use them as relay stations for command. Seeing the information transmitted through the dark energy network, Bai Zhuan reported to Lin Yu. They are indeed cautious, fearing that we might use the insect race as cannon fodder. Otherwise, why would we need a relay station? Well, it doesn't matter. Have the engineering ship come immediately to build the largest possible Stargate and tell Alia to bring the accompanying king insects over. After all, if they rely on the insect nest channel to pass, the speed would be too slow. Yes, Commander. In addition, are Zhang Feng and Wan Hai ready? Estimated to require an additional 2 minutes. Well, no rush then. Just have them wait for the king insects to arrive before departing together. Yes. In less than 10 minutes, amidst the busy activities of several engineering ships and squads of engineering mechas, a super-giant Stargate sufficient for a first-tier king insect to pass through was successfully built. Hundreds of light years, not far, and even a hyperspace journey takes only 3 minutes, but Stargate spatial travel takes longer, with a fixed transmission time of 7 minutes, regardless of distance. Therefore, Zhang Feng and Wan Hai's fleet had to continue waiting for the 10 first-tier king insects to enter the Stargate before departing for minutes later. And this scene was also seen by Alia until now, giving him a clear understanding of the speed of the top human fleet. Compared to that, even the insect nest channel he opened paled in comparison in terms of speed. After this battle, he would honestly fulfill the agreement, surrendering the Kebnea Super Galaxy Cluster to the humans and devote himself to developing in the Varus Super Galaxy Cluster. After all, in terms of attack, defense, or speed, the insect race is no match for the Federation today, not to mention the difficulty of making up for such a gap with numbers. Not to mention the fact that humans have control of the zero-point weapons. With such a gap, if they were to charge forward with a do-or-die attitude, what would be the difference between them and the ordinary warrior insects who could only act based on instincts or commands of king insects? Clearly, Alia was not stupid. Even if he did not completely give up his ambitions, he would not do anything foolish at this moment. When the time comes, everything will wait for the day when the insect race truly breaks through. Returning to the Sasser Starfield. Too slow. Far too slow. Only 10% has been evacuated so far. How are Terra and the others recovering? Watching the slow progress of the retreat, Ola appeared somewhat agitated, completely devoid of his usual calm demeanor. It was understandable that he was feeling this urgency, as no matter how you looked at it, the possibility of the insect race and those humans launching a crazy attack on themselves during this opportunity was almost zero. No good. Terra and the others have suffered too much energy loss, and to recover, they will need at least an hour. An hour? I am afraid we don't have that much time. Just as the words left his mouth, as a 7th-tier leader-class creature with sensory abilities, Ola immediately sensed the arrival of a large number of fleets, feeling a severe threat emanating from these fleets enough to threaten the life of a 7th-tier leader-class creature. End of this chapter. Chapter 640. The change in the target scene is quite embarrassing. Except for Ola, who has almost no combat power as a perception type, out of the remaining 33 7th-order leader-level creatures, 23 are currently in a state of exhaustion and unable to fight, while the other 10 are maintaining energy supply for a spatial channel greatly reducing their combat power. It's absolutely disastrous. The human realm Stygian-class warships are not unfamiliar to Ola. After all, more than a year ago, Zhang Feng played with them for over 2 months with his second legion as if they were nothing. Although they were played with, he had indeed witnessed the defensive capabilities of these Stygian-class warships, especially the scene where Zhang Sen blocked a blow from Hypnos, leaving a deep impression on Ola. Of course, Ola also knew that it must be a command-level warship, because although the defensive capabilities of other warships are strong, they are definitely not as strong as that one. However, even so, the current situation is still quite embarrassing because, besides himself, there are no leader-class creatures available for battle. And as for himself, forget it. His combat power is only 5. In any case, continuing to evacuate blindly will only lead to more casualties. Fortunately, there are not many humans coming, so it's better to stop the evacuation first. Then, let 10 7th Order leader-level creatures and all ethnic-level forces hold off the enemy for an hour, followed by allowing the recovered 20+ 7th Order leader-level creatures to join in for a major counterattack. Finally, after repelling the humans, resume the evacuation. By then, with 30+ 7th Order leader-level creatures opening a spatial channel together, the overall evacuation speed will be several times faster. Wan Hai, what do you think? What else can I think? They have closed the spatial channel, obviously intending to repel us completely before withdrawing calmly. But if that's the case, it will be difficult with just the 2 of our legions. In the flagship bridge of the First Legion, after hearing Wan Hai's words, Zhang Feng shook his head. Although Lin Yu severely injured Hypnos, resolving the fleet's biggest threat, would the Lethal Legion really give up if Hypnos were defeated? Obviously not, otherwise, the Insect Clan would have already pushed them out during Hypnos's previous severe injury, instead of being gradually suppressed. After all, during that period, Hypnos had been recuperating and had not come out. Besides Hypnos, the Lethal Legion also had over 30 terrifying 7th Order leader-level lethal creatures, each as formidable as Alea. So, if the enemy is not retreating at all costs, it means they have temporarily given up retreat and are turning to engage with us. This is a big problem. At least Zhang Feng doesn't see it ending favorably. No, you should take a look at their rear. Watching Zhang Feng shaking his head and sighing, Wan Hai pointed to the tactical panel with a smile. Indeed, the tactical panel showed that almost the entire Lethal Legion was heading towards them. But not all of them. There were still around 10 million lethal creatures staying behind without following the rest for the assault, remaining stationary. What's crucial is that aside from these ethnic-level lethal creatures, the 24 exceptionally large 7th Order leader-level creatures were not moving at all and were being protected by the remaining lethal creatures. This looks very peculiar. Don't you think the appearance of these leader-level creatures is strange? Do they seem exhausted? Wan Hai once again pointed to the other side of the display, showing the image of over 20 powerful 7th Order leader-level creatures appearing languidly in the void. Just as Wan Hai said, they all looked completely exhausted. Quickly, scan the target immediately to detect their biological energy intensity. Yes, Commander. Responding to Wan Hai's words, Zhang Feng immediately turned to his deputy and commanded, Commander, among the leader-level lethal creatures at the rear, other than one with an energy intensity level of 17, the remaining 23 are all below 10. Below 10? Are you sure? Yes, Commander. It has been verified 3 times. Absolutely correct. This is interesting. Zhang Feng also knew that the energy intensity of these 7th Order leader-level creatures ranged from 15 to 18 based on their races. What does a level of 10 mean? In the Insect Clan, the energy intensity of the Royal Guard worm is 10. So, are the energy intensities of these 7th Order leader-level creatures even lower than the Royal Guard worm of the Insect Clan? How is that possible? In fact, I noticed that these 23 guys with obvious problems are the ones who, according to the previous information from the Insect Clan, jointly opened a huge spatial channel and sent Hypnos away. So, are you saying, exactly, combining their appearance, it's highly likely that they are experiencing temporary exhaustion due to energy depletion? Zhang Feng took a sharp breath. He had to admit that Wan Hai's speculation was bold but very probable, and, based on his understanding of Wan Hai, this guy usually has already figured out something by now. So what do you suggest we do? I think we can adjust our targets to achieve greater success. Explain. This piqued Zhang Feng's interest because achieving greater success is always appealing, right? And Zhang Feng also trusted Wang Hai a lot. This guy had never made a wrong judgment or tactical mistake under his command. Think about it, the commander gave us the mission to maximize the killing of the enemy's living forces. And based on this command, most people might make a mistake, that is, to interpret this order as killing as many units as possible. Isn't that the correct interpretation? Zhang Feng was a bit confused. Shouldn't killing more be better? Shouldn't they aim to kill as many enemy units as possible? Yes and no. From a conventional perspective, there is absolutely nothing wrong with this interpretation. However, for the batch of lethal creatures in front of us, do you think killing more ethnic-level creatures would make any difference? Zhang Feng began to understand what Wang Hai meant. Indeed, if the goal is to deal a heavy blow to the enemy, it's obviously not about killing as many ethnic-level creatures as possible because they are just foot soldiers. To truly strike at the enemy's strength, the target should be focused on the 7th-order leader-level lethal creatures. Perhaps it's not easy under normal circumstances, but isn't there a golden opportunity right in front of them now? Alright, let's do something big. Watching the more than 27th-order leader-level creatures at the rear of the Lethal Legion on the tactical board, Zhang Feng's eyes were filled with a greedy glint. End of this chapter. Chapter 641. Entering the final stage, Zhang Feng was a little excited. Originally just here to carry out a pursuit mission, he didn't even expect to be able to take down a 7th-stage leader-level creature. After all, these 7th-stage leader-level purgatory creatures were not easy to kill. They were only slightly weaker than the Apunos at the time, but definitely not a gap separated by dimensions. So, in Zhang Feng's original plan, this time was just to take the opportunity to kill off some of the purgatory creatures of the family level. But now, being spoken to by Wang Hai like this, Zhang Feng was truly excited. Once this was done, his military power would be enough to elevate himself, perhaps even stepping into the realm of a federal marshal. Who wouldn't be thrilled and excited about that? However, how should we proceed specifically? Although it is possible to directly use superspace navigation to reach behind them, I am worried that they might react quickly enough to launch an attack the moment we come out of the superspace window. After all, at this time, all battleships are in a state of no defenses. Zhang Feng's concerns were not unfounded. After all, the various creatures in the Purgatory Legion were different from the insect race. They excelled in long-range attacks, and their range was quite far. Therefore, now relying on superspace navigation to directly send the fleet behind them would still be within the range of their large army, and being defenseless to bear a wave of attacks frontally, that was no joke. So, we need to gradually hide a portion of the battleships. Gradually hide. We have a total of 200 million battleships between our two legions. We can engage the enemy on one side, while having the insect race's swarms come over to provide cover. Then, at the right moment, slowly put some battleships into invisible mode. According to my plan, as long as we can hide 5 million battleships, we can have these battleships form a decapitation team, maintaining invisibility as they navigate through the edge of the battlefield. Finally, launch a deadly strike. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up suddenly. This method could work. Speaking of which, Wang Hai truly lived up to his reputation. He had many creative ideas. That's how we will do it. I'll leave the arrangement of the decapitation team shits to you. I'll go contact the insect race and have them coordinate with our actions. Good. Only 5 minutes later, Wang Hai had already completed the formation of the decapitation fleet. Instead of selecting a fleet from the two legions, he randomly chose battleships from the array of the two legions. After all, no matter how you looked at it, 500 million battleships disappearing would leave a huge gap in the fleet array, which would definitely be noticed by the Purgatory Legion if they were not fools. Therefore, Wang Hai simply didn't directly draw from the fleet, but let the computer randomly select from the entire array. In other words, a battleship would be selected here, another there. In any case, the chosen battleships would not be close to each other. In this way, taking out one battleship in a group of battleships would almost go unnoticed. Plus, having the insect race provide cover made it even more foolproof. Commander, a large number of insect swarms are approaching from the rear. Don't panic. Commander Zhang Sen sent them over to assist us in battle. Yes, Commander. Commander Zhang Sen of the 1st Legion is contacting us. Report the results. Yes. Well, just as they were discussing Zhang Sen, his communication came through, indicating that things were resolved. Wan Hai, I've handled my end. The insect swarms are expected to arrive at our position in 3 minutes. Alright, I've also assigned the decapitation fleet ships. Let's start the operation in 3 minutes. Good. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Thousands of insect swarms arrived in the array of the Stygian fleet like a sea of insects, acting as if they were escort mechs, with each warbub serving as a defense network constructed around each battleship. The insect race is in position. Phase 1 complete. Shift to Phase 2 of the operation. Decapitation fleet. Execute the plan immediately. Yes, Commander. In the array of the entire fleet, one battleship after another vanished without a trace. For a massive array of 200 million battleships, the disappearance of these few ships, all spread out throughout the array, could not possibly attract the attention of the Purgatory Legion. And with each battleship's disappearance, the surrounding warbubs filled the gap, immediately occupying the original position of the battleship. This multitude of insects also disrupted the precise tingle of aura for Ola within a certain range. This strange situation was occurring nearly every second, until 5 minutes later. Commander, decapitation operation phase to complete. Good. What is the distance between the Purgatory Legion and us now? The first target is 2.5 astronomical units away, and the second target is 3 AU away. Alright, notify Commander Johnson that phase 2 is complete, and we are officially entering Phase 3. Yes, soon after. The entire Stygian fleet, while maintaining formation, began to retreat slowly. During this period, the 5 million invisible Stygian battleships had already separated from the main fleet, quietly moving towards their rear without Ola's knowledge. Meanwhile, the recovering leader-level creatures in the rear were unaware that the Scythe of Death was already swinging towards them. The fleet continued to retreat. Although the long-range striking capabilities of the Stygian fleet were now sufficient to strike the Purgatory Legion, Wan Hai still did not issue any commands. Instead, he seemed to deliberately allow the enemy to come even closer. Finally, amid the chase, the Purgatory Legion advancing at full speed was working hard to pull the distance closer between the two sides as they were about to bring the humans into their attack range. Report, the first target is 2.1 astronomical units away from us, and the mainframe has begun issuing warnings. Report, the decapitation fleet has sent a signal indicating they have reached the designated position. Could notify Commander Zhang Feng that the final stage is about to begin. Full attack. Yes, Commander. As a result, the Stygian fleet, which had been slowly retreating, finally came to a stop and unleashed the first strike in this war. In front of the bow of each battleship, an energy shield emitting a silver glow appeared, like a magical array. Seconds later, these diamond-shaped shields all simultaneously launched a powerful silvery white beam towards the Union forces 2.1 astronomical units away. In the array of the Purgatory Creature Legion, chaos ensued, making it quite lively. Report, the first wave of strikes is complete. Begin assessing the results. The assessment results show 1815 tribe-level creatures killed, 31,279 severely wounded, and the rest classify as lightly injured. It had to be said that the bodies of the Purgatory creatures were truly tough. This was the full broadside of almost 200 million Stygian battleships. However, the outcome was like this. Fortunately, he didn't need a war of attrition with the enemy. Continue to maintain the retreat while continuing to strike the Purgatory Legion. Also, inform the decapitation fleet 5 minutes into the final stage. Yes, Commander. Yes. End of this chapter. Chapter 642. Foolish methods. The light rays crisscrossed, illuminating the entire empty space. Unlike the previous time when Johnson toyed with opponents, this was the first time that humanity truly engaged in battle with the Purgatory Legion. After this battle, everyone finally realized what it meant to have thick skin and flesh. It was no wonder that the ordinary insect warriors of the insect race posed almost no threat to them. Not to mention those war insects of the insect race. Even the dark energy attack methods of the Federal warships usually required several hits to take down a racial class Purgatory creature. As for those 7th tier leader class creatures, the attacks on them usually only left a small wound at best. After all, the combat teams handling these warships in the fleet were merely C-class dark energy controllers, with a dimensional difference of not only Lin, use a class peak or even the half-step S-class dark energy controllers. Therefore, the battle was extremely difficult from the beginning. This was even though Aura sensed that the Stygian battleship would pose a threat to the 7th-tier leader-class purgatory creatures and did not let them participate in the battle at the front line immediately. 2nd Squad, 38th Squad. Dark Energy Barrier Integrity. Average consumption is over half. Reassigned from the reserve fleet for replacement. Commander, we have only 3 squadrons of warships left in the reserve fleet. If we continue like this, we will soon have no reserve fleet left to use. I know. Execute the order. Yes. The deputy's face was full of worrying. After all, the reason why there were no casualties in the Stygian fleet was the strong defense of the Dark Energy Barrier, which could withstand multiple attacks continuously. This, coupled with Wan Hai using 20% of the warships as a reserve fleet, since the racial class purgatory creatures could not be killed in one strike against the Stygian fleet's Dark Energy Barrier, it gave Wan Hai the space to micromanage the entire fleet. When the integrity of the Dark Energy Shield fell below half, the warships were moved to the rear for rest, while corresponding warships were allocated from the reserve fleet to fill the gaps on the front lines. However, this approach also had a problem, which was the biggest weakness of the Dark Energy Shield. Indeed, the Dark Energy Shield was powerful, yet the human Dark Energy controllers were not strong enough. It should be noted that Dark Energy was different from previous energy shields, spatial shields, or phase shields. It used Dark Energy as its power source. Where did the Dark Energy come from? The only way was for Dark Energy controllers to obtain it through the Dark Energy Assisted Calculation System DAC, which obtained dark energy from the background energy of the universe. Thus, the key was humans. Furthermore, at best, the DAC served only as a calculation assistance tool. Scientists even speculated that if the human brain were further developed, humans might not need the DAC device to use dark energy. Despite currently having the assistance of the DAC, its use still placed a heavy burden on the human dark energy controllers' brains. Therefore, the Dark Energy Shield was not like the shields previously developed by the Federation, where as long as there was enough energy and a continuous source to charge the shield, it could be maintained for a longer duration. In summary, the C-Class Dark Energy controllers are still too weak. Therefore, even if they retreated, it still required some time for the Dark Energy controllers in the combat team to recover before they could continue fighting. This resulted in the reserve fleet continuously being replaced on the battlefield, and the warships replaced within a short time could not be used as the reserve fleet. Thus, looking at the deputy, who had already used nearly half of the reserve fleet in just a few minutes, saying he was not worried was clearly false. After all, without a reserve fleet to use, the warships in combat would have to endure the battle continuously until the inevitable result was that the Dark Energy Shield would be repeatedly depleted, leading to the combat team members being overwhelmed and unable to maintain defense. As a result, casualties would start to occur in the fleet, and they would increase over time. Don't worry, we don't need to endure for too long. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a foolish tactic. Looking at the worried deputy, Wan Hai said, "Yes, foolish it was." This was Wan Hai's evaluation of the current battle tactics, despite being the one commanding the battle. Clearly, with a longer range than the enemy, Wan Hai placed them at a distance of 2 astronomical units and directly engaged in hand-to-hand combat. As he himself said, it was foolish, but Wan Hai had no choice but to do so in order to achieve a greater victory. Perhaps Johnson only wanted to take out a few 7th-tier leader-class creatures behind the Purgatory Legion, but Wan Hai's ambitions were not limited to that. He was even prepared to inflict a heavy blow on the entire Purgatory Legion. To achieve this goal, he had to lure the Purgatory army deep into his range so that the entire battle could continue in this situation until, 5 minutes later, notify the flagship fleet. The operation officially enters the 4th stage. They only have 1 minute. 1 minute later, regardless of the outcome, retreat immediately. Yes, Commander. Looking at the tactical board, with the Purgatory Legion 2.1 astronomical units away from the more than 27th-tier leader-class creatures in the rear, Wan Hai decisively issued the command. The 4th stage, which was the final stage of the entire operation, was immediately activated. Many of the previously desolate more than 27th-tier leader-class creatures had regained some of their color. Given less than an hour's time, they would be able to restore themselves to their peak state. Terra. These humans aren't as strong as Aura said. Although they haven't suffered any casualties so far, I can feel that the ships that have withdrawn have weakened significantly. While their vitality is gradually recovering after stepping back, it's obvious that they can't recover instantly. And those intact warships in the human rear are also dwindling. An appearance resembling a bear, a 7th-tier leader-class creature, looked at the battlefield ahead while speaking. "Yeah, that's what I think too. But Aura seems to have a different idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept Monba and the others hidden until now. Damn, who knows what that Aura guy is thinking. If I had recovered another 30% of my energy now, I would have gone straight up there and struck. It's unbearable. All right, stop talking. Focus on recovery and try to go up for a drink at the end." That's true. However, just as the two were gossiping, Aura not far away suddenly changed his expression. It wasn't because something went wrong on the front lines or because of Terra's conversation earlier. It was because of this feeling. He turned abruptly, looking towards where he sensed something. End of chapter. Chapter 643. Aura, which was heavily damaged, had a total of 5 million Stygian-class battleships. Although not many, the numbers must be considered in the context. Originally, with 24 leader-level 7th-tier beings, plus 10 million tribal-level beings and 5 million battleships in their arsenal, they didn't even qualify to be taken seriously. But now the situation was that out of the 24 leader-level 7th-tier beings, one was a sentient being with no combat capability, while the other 23 were all acting like sick cats. This problem was alarming. It was as if they were no different from lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The immediate instinct was to summon a large army for an attack, but it was quickly realized that a serious mistake was made. Just as Terra discussed earlier, Aura discovered the tactics used by humans, as well as the slow recovery of the battleships in the rear. After observing for a while, it reached the same conclusion as Terra and the others. By continuing the attack, the enemy would soon run out of reinforcements to replace the frontline battleships. At that moment, they could unleash all 10 7th-tier leaders and beings on the frontline to give a deadly blow to the human fleet. It was busy planning this, but it overlooked the fact that the human fleet had been gradually retreating from the start. Also, the Second Legion was now far away at a distance of more than 2 astronomical units due to the continuous pursuit. What did this signify? It meant that the human fleet, which had managed to sneak undetected, was completely out of range of the main army's fire. Even if the main army rushed back at the fastest speed, it would take at least a minute to bring this human fleet within range again. While Aura was hesitating, the attacks from the human fleet had already begun. The remaining 10 million tribal-level beings immediately ushed forward to form a protective barrier for the more than 20 leader-level beings. However, unlike the attacks on the main battlefield, the focus of this fleet's attack was solely on the 24 beings left behind. It was not a widespread coverage attack, but a concentrated one. While the hellish-level beings were tough and could withstand multiple attacks, the problem now was not just a few attacks, but 5 million attacks in total, split among 24 targets. Each target faced more than 200,000 attacks within their firing range. How could tribal-level beings withstand this assault? Though the 10 million tribal-level beings had thickened the barrier made of their bodies as much as possible, each 7th-tier leader was massive. To protect such a large area, each layer needed millions of beings to provide adequate defense. No matter how thick the barrier was made, the 10 million tribal-level beings could only form 10 layers at most. In front of the concentrated attack from more than 200,000 directions, even 10 layers seemed as fragile as paper and easily pierced through. The attacks tore through the defensive wall formed by the hellish beings' bodies and heavily pounded the leaders and beings in the rear. Even the 7th-tier leaders began to show signs of struggling under the intense barrage. The attacks released by the DAC-controlled battleships operating under sea-level dark energy manipulation posed no real threat to the 7th-tier leaders and hellish beings. However, the situation had changed. The leaders were so exhausted that they couldn't utilize energy for defense and had to resort to physical resilience. Despite their intent, these hellish beings were remarkably resilient. With over 200,000 attacks raining down on them, they only sustained a few wounds and spilled purple blood. But when they assessed the results after the first wave of attacks, everyone was shocked. While the weary leader suffered minor injuries, Aura, who was in perfect condition, was the only one who had activated an energy barrier for defense. Yet, he bore the most severe wounds of all. The barrier was torn apart in an instant, and Aura's body was covered in gruesome wounds, and purple blood flowed profusely. The scene shifted to the main battlefield, where the Stygian fleet and the Hellish Legion's tribal-level beings were still engaged in mutual bombardment. Suddenly, one side halted their attacks and frantically began retreating. "Commander, the enemy is retreating." "I see it. Inform the entire fleet to chase them, but don't pursue within 2 astronomical units." "Understood." Wang Hai had been waiting for this moment. First, he used the main fleet to create an opportunity for the decapitation fleet. Then, he utilized the decapitation fleet's attack to provide an opportunity for the main fleet to pursue unilaterally. Has the outcome of the first wave of attacks by the decapitation fleet been confirmed? "Already confirmed." "Bring it up for me to see." The data was immediately brought up, and Wang Hai focused on the visibly exhausted 23 leader beings. However, the results of the attacks were disappointing. Is it that the attacks by sea-level dark energy manipulators alone can't inflict fatal damage on them? "They're really tough," Wang Hai commented while looking at the data. However, at the next moment, Wang Hai noticed something unusual. It was the only leader-level hellish being at the rear that appeared uninjured. According to the data, it had energized a defense barrier for protection. Why was it hurt so badly then? The intel from Alia had previously mentioned suspicions about a high-level being among the enemy capable of sensing. It must be that. That's why this leader, who was in good physical condition, did not engage in frontline combat but stayed in the rear. No wonder it suffered severe injuries from the same attacks. Order the decapitation fleet to concentrate all attacks in the next wave on the one who was heavily injured in the first wave's attack. "Yes, Commander." End of this chapter. Chapter 644. Fall. As a support-type sentient 7th-order creature, Aura's performance in terms of combat power is not even as good as some 6th-order creatures. At this moment, its body has been stained purple by the overflow of blood, and even in the surrounding void, there is a lot of purple blood spraying out in all directions at a speed scattering in all directions. Aura. Terra's eyes widened. Perhaps Aura was the weakest among them, but at the same time, it was also the most important member. Not to mention anything else, just in the recent battle with the Insect Clan, if it weren't for Aura's presence, they would all have collapsed, just like Bort did. Therefore, within the entire 2nd Legion, excluding Hypnos, among their 7th-order leader-level creatures, none can be missing, but Aura must not be missing. For a moment, more than 27th-order leader-level purgatory creatures, under Terra's lead, are struggling to drag their exhausted bodies toward Aura's direction, preparing to use their bodies to shield Aura from attacks. After all, with the intensity of attacks just now, these 7th-order creatures could temporarily withstand 1 or 2 rounds, but Aura absolutely couldn't bear it anymore, even if it was just 1 round. Of course, under Terra's command, the nearly 10 million tribal-level creatures have already quickly abandoned their original positions and all stood in front of Aura. As the defense area required reduced, they constructed a flesh shield that was thicker than before by tens of times. If you add the more than 27th-order leader-level purgatory creatures, the beheading fleet would really have no way. However, even though Terra and the others had been desperately moving toward Aura's direction, it wasn't something that could be done in just a dozen seconds, as they were too weak at the moment. And Wang Hai wouldn't give them that chance either. 5 million Hades-class warships, after receiving Wang Hai's latest orders, immediately adjusted their targeting, all aimed at Aura's location, and began to charge up for a second round of attacks. Once again, the familiar silver-white rhombus barrier slowly formed at the bows of each warship, like constructing a magic array. The leader-level purgatory creatures from behind were continuously getting closer to Aura, while the front army, ignoring the attack from the human main force fleet behind them, were rushing back. But it was ultimately too late, as 5 million attacks were once again fired from within the 5 million rhombus shields, rushing toward Aura's location at a speed that surpassed light speed completely, even unreasonably, across the void. In just 1 second, they crossed the void and directly bombarded the flesh shield formed by the tribal-level purgatory creatures. Even though the flesh shield had become tens or hundreds of times thicker than before, it could only withstand being pierced for 2 seconds before being penetrated again. Countless beams that had almost converged struck Aura fiercely under the gaze of Terra and other leader-level creatures, hitting its already gaping body. Under 20 times the attack compared to before, Aura, who was already covered in wounds, finally couldn't resist anymore. Its whole body was blasted out, with a huge cavity, completely shattering the core that served as the source of life. With a strong sense of unwillingness, its eyes gradually lost color. Damn it! No need to protect us anymore. Go. Take them down. Watching the scene, Terra roared at the nearly 10 million tribal-level creatures still maintaining the flesh shield. However, just as these tribal-level creatures were about to follow Terra's command to attack the beheading fleet, those 5 million Hades-class warships gradually faded away. At the same time, on the flagship of the First Legion to Yue, Commander, target confirmed dead. Excellent. Do we need to retreat? Why retreat? Order the fleet to continue full attack, but make sure to maintain a safe distance. Understood. Wang Hai was in a good mood. Killing a 7th Order leader-level purgatory creature, and very likely a special sensing-type creature, had significant meaning. Now, it was a matter of seeing how many they could eliminate before the opponent escaped. If only we had a few more fleets, I could definitely have kept them all here. Letting out a sigh, just two galactic legions were still too few in numbers. It's inevitable, after all, except for the dark energy manipulation department, anyone passing through the cosmic ocean would temporarily experience physical discomfort. The deputy nodded. I have heard that corresponding medications are already in development. Hopefully, they will succeed soon. Otherwise, can't have standard fleets go on every mission with the Hades fleet, right? Wang Hai said with a nod. Commander Zhang Feng requests communication. Put him through. Yes, Commander. Soon, Zhang Feng's virtual figure appeared in the bridge, with a hint of excitement on his face. How is it? Should we go for a few more rounds? No need for more attacks. Why not? Aren't there still more than 20 sluggish and injured leader-level purgatory creatures over there that we just wounded again? Zhang Feng was a bit puzzled by Wang Hai's words. In his view, such a good opportunity naturally called for more attacks. Perhaps they could kill a few more. Even if they couldn't kill them, launching attacks for several more waves to further damage these leader-level purgatory creatures seemed like a very good option. Now that the purgatory creature that served as their weakness is dead, if we let the beheading fleet appear and attack now, they will undoubtedly give up defense completely and engage in long-range strikes against the beheading fleet. After all, the beheading fleet is less than 1 astronomical unit away from them. Another point is, their main force is probably only half a minute away from bringing the beheading fleet into firing range. At this moment, the beheading fleet is under, so it's still more prudent for us to take advantage of their main force rushing back and harvest behind them, inflicting as much damage as possible. Zhang Feng took a deep breath. He had really miscalculated this time. He had almost misunderstood the situation completely. As Wang Hai said, it wasn't a good idea to let the beheading fleet strike again now. Instead of taking that risk, it was better to harvest as much as possible while their main force was in chaos. End of this chapter. Chapter 645, Abandoning the Car to Protect Shuivilster Super Galaxy Group, Chell's Current. At this moment, 70% of the Federal Expeditionary Fleet has already arrived here. However, aside from those controlled by the dark energy manipulation within the fleet, the rest of the ordinary people are currently experiencing the discomfort of cosmic ocean current syndrome. Some are vomiting, some are dizzy, some are weak, and so on. Overall, the symptoms vary depending on each individual's constitution. Of course, these symptoms will not last too long, lasting approximately 2 to 3 hours. During this period, the 7 Ghost Legions that have already arrived and not headed for the Sasser Star Domain have been deployed between the Federal Fleet and the Insectoid Army, carrying out escort missions. Marshal, the latest battle report from the Sasser Star Domain. How is it? Wang Hai and Zhang Feng reported that they killed a 7th rank leader, who is likely to be a perception-type auxiliary creature, but with limited damage potential against other 7th rank leaders due to the ability of sea-level dark energy manipulation. Therefore, they have now shifted their focus to targeting ordinary tribal-level creatures. Well, that's enough. I never expected them to be able to kill the 7th rank leader of the purgatory creatures this time. The original goal was to reduce the numbers of ordinary tribal-level creatures as much as possible. Now being able to kill one is beyond my expectations. Lin Fan nodded. Moreover, if this one is indeed the perception-type auxiliary 7th rank leader purgatory creature they mentioned, then it is highly likely the one that Arya mentioned earlier. Killing it would be like taking out the radar of the Purgatory Legion. These 2 little guys did a great job. Lin Fan's face showed a hint of satisfaction. At the same time, not far from where Lin Fan was on the new Gong Star, Arya also witnessed everything that happened through the battle worms in Sasser. Yes, it should be this one. Does this mean the Void Predators can be used again? Arya was filled with excitement. Their biggest killing move had been countered by that perception-type auxiliary creature before, directly leading to a series of defeats for the Insectoid army. And just now, the 7th rank leader Purgatory creature that the human fleet killed was likely the primary cause of the Insectoid defeat. However, she still needed to be careful. Let's send a few to test first. Thinking like this, Arya connected to the more than 100 Void Predators that were on standby in the Sasser Star domain through the Insectoid spiritual network. The Void Predators, who were previously in a dormant state, suddenly opened their eyes. After flapping their wings a few times, they swiftly flew towards their targets. They could go parasitize to 7th rank leader level Purgatory creatures and then ambush the other leader level creatures. But no, Arya had bigger plans. After controlling the 2 Void Predators through the spiritual network Kinchels, Arya's mouth curved in a smile. Sasser Star Domain. With Aura's death, the various leader-level Purgatory creatures fell into panic. It was like an army where the commanding officer was seriously injured and unconscious, and the deputy commander was killed, leaving the whole army leaderless. Terra, come up with an idea. What should we do now? Should we fight or flee? Say something, Terra. Since Epunos and Aura are not here, you are the most experienced among us. The various leader-level creatures pressured Terra to make a decision. That despite Terra and the other leader-level creatures casually analyzing the situation when Aura was present, Terra appeared hesitant when it came to actually making a decision. Tikto, what are you doing? At this moment, Terra, who was hesitating, suddenly felt something and looked over. Tikto, a 7th rank leader-level creature who resembled a crocodile turtle, was activating the energy within its body. Terra quickly recognized that Picto was engaged in a long-distance communication. Long distance with whom? The target would not exceed 3 for sure. What else? Of course, contacting the High Lord. You guys are still indecisive. Even after a few more days, you won't be able to decide. Terra had considered contacting the High Lord, but it was somewhat embarrassing, and Terra was also hesitant to inform Jalan of Aura's death. In its heart, it seemed to be hoping that someone else could make decisions in its place or contact Jalan. Hence, in critical moments, evading decision-making was always the choice of many beings, and these Purgatory creatures were no exception. Nealkenia Super Galaxy Group, Holy See Levi, High Lord's Palace. It hasn't been long, and another contact has been made. Is something wrong again? Wait, this doesn't feel like Aura. Feeling the contact from afar, Jalan's first thought was Aura, as in that direction, there was only the 2nd Legion of Purgatory. But after a closer inspection, it was not Aura. His heart skipped a beat, feeling that something was wrong. I remember. You are called Picto, right? Yes, High Lord. I am Picto of Lord Epunos, under the 2nd Legion. Where's Aura? Why are you contacting me? High Lord. Lord Aura has fallen in battle. As of now, the entire 2nd Legion is leaderless, and we don't know what to do. At that moment, the temperature in the entire palace suddenly dropped by several degrees, and the whole space seemed to turn into an icy tomb. Explain in detail. What happened exactly? Yes, High Lord. It's like this. Tikto quickly recounted everything that had happened. Human, such a human. Tikto, if you still have the ability to act, open a spatial channel immediately. Send Terra and the others away first, and then leave yourself. As for the other tribal level creatures, as many as can leave, even if they all die there, it doesn't matter. Before Haga arrives, your only mission is to protect Epunos. Understood. Jalan's command was resolute. He knew that every minute of hesitation at this point could lead to the loss of several 7th rank Purgatory creatures. He was unconcerned about the tribal level creatures. They could be cultivated in larger numbers at any time, but 7th rank leader level creatures were limited in the entire Purgatory and not easily obtained. Therefore, abandoning the car to protect the leader at this crucial moment was the wisest choice. But, High Lord, with Lord Epunos seriously injured and Lord Aura fallen, if we lose the Purgatory army as well, we may not be able to hold on for a year. It's not a year. Haga will be back in at most 10 days. 10 days? How is that possible? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Did you hear my order just now? Yes, High Lord. End of this chapter. Chapter 646. It wasn't easy to evacuate the entire army in preparation for harvest. However, it was quite easy to evacuate all the 7th rank leader level purgatory creatures. The whole process could even be completed in just a few minutes. The current leader level creatures here needed to recover at least 50% of their strength to open the space channel. The other 10 creatures that were retreating from the front line would not be able to rush to their side for a while. This led to some slight awkwardness. Damn it, Terra. How long until you can recover to the strength needed to open the channel? About 10 minutes, but if we get attacked again, it's hard to say. Alright, focus on recovering, and all our leader level creatures will personally shield you. After hearing the conversation between Picto and Terra, the more than 20 leader level creatures nodded and laboriously dragged their massive bodies towards Terra. Meanwhile, about 2 astronomical units away, the 10 leader level purgatory creatures led by Block gave up on returning to Terra's side, as they wouldn't make it in time anyway. They simply opened 10 space channels on the spot and the command level creatures began to retreat. As for themselves, they were not in a hurry for now. Since Terra needed 10 minutes and they were not in immediate danger, they decided to stay here for the time being to command the troops. In case anything happened on Terra's side, they could provide support. Commander, targets 25 to 30 have opened space teleport channels, but they themselves have not entered. The rest of the command level creatures have begun to retreat. Inside the bridge, the deputy was reporting the latest information to Admiral Wang. Okay. Their goal must be to guard the more than 20 creatures in the rear, as they don't seem to have recovered enough to move freely. Yes, the staff group has come to the same conclusion. Don't worry about them. With our current strength, it's difficult to take down another 2nd rank leader level purgatory creature. Command the fleet to keep their distance, and until they completely retreat, take out as many as possible. Under Admiral Wang's command, countless dazzling lights continued to streak through space, hitting the array of purgatory creatures, one wave after another, taking out at least 1 million each time. Block had tried to counterattack, but the enemy's control over the distance between them was precise, preventing Block from unleashing full combat capabilities. The small portion of their force posed little threat to the Spectre-class fleet. To break through, they needed leader-level creatures to attack. However, the scene with aura from earlier lingered in the minds of each leader-level purgatory creature, making them hesitate. Even though they were not as weak as aura, none of the leader-level creatures dared to approach recklessly. On one hand, this was a fleet of 200 million human warships, not Terra's 5 million year fleet. While the threat of 5 million was limited, 200 million was a different story. On the other hand, Block feared falling into the enemy's trap again. Protecting the more than 20 leader-level creatures in the rear for the next 10 minutes was crucial. Taking down human warships was not meaningful. 10 minutes later, a massive space teleport channel opened behind the Purgatory army. In just 2 minutes, the more than 20 leader-level creatures entered the channel one by one. Of course, as they left, they also sent Aura's body in. Seeing this, Block breathed a sigh of relief and immediately sent a loud shout to the remaining 9 leader-level realm creatures, retreat. After 1 minute, there were no longer any leader-level purgatory creatures left in the Sassel starfield. Only the remaining 20.3 billion secondary targets were retreating through the space teleport channel, while also engaging in random counterattacks. Commander, all primary targets have escaped through the space teleport channel. Currently, only secondary targets remain on the battlefield, numbering 20.3 billion. At the same time, after the last 10 primary targets escape, the secondary targets became chaotic, seemingly lacking command. The assistant reported to Admiral Wang on the latest situation. Encircle with full force and inform the headquarters. In order to eliminate as much enemy forces as possible, we need more firepower support. Commander, at headquarters, I know, but with the scale of the space teleport channel, it will take at least 4 hours for the 20 billion secondary creatures to fully retreat. I'm not asking headquarters to send out fleets immediately, but once they have a fleet ready for combat, they should be dispatched here immediately. Understood. I will contact them now. In the Cosmic Ocean current no. Charles. Marshal, we received a message from Admiral Wang that all the leader-level creatures of the Purgatory Legion have escaped through the space teleport, but there are still 20 billion secondary creatures remaining. According to Admiral Wang's estimate, it will take at least 4 hours for these secondary creatures to fully retreat. Therefore, Admiral Wang hopes that once we have operational units ready, they can be sent to support the Sassel starfield for firepower assistance. This way, we can try to eliminate as many of the secondary creatures as possible before they all retreat. Do we need? Liang Zhu approached Lin Fen and asked after a series of battle reports. Is that so? Tell Admiral Wan that we need another 2 hours before we can start sending out fleets. Understood. 2 hours may seem long, but considering that it would take the Purgatory Legion at least 4 hours to fully retreat, it didn't seem like a significant delay. After all, even if they were 2 hours late, Lin Fan was confident in taking out nearly half of the Legion's forces. Of course, this required headquarters to dispatch at least 10 star system clusters. Can we calculate where those purgatory creatures ended up? Unable to confirm, Lin Fan furrowed his brows. This should have been easily determined based on the direction of the open space channel. But now, Liang Zhu said it couldn't be calculated, leaving Lin Fan puzzled. Marshal, their direction is towards the Shepherd's Hollow. And as you know, there are no planets in the Shepherd's Hollow, so we cannot accurately determine their destination. Ah, I see, but I think if they head for Shepherd's Hollow, there's a high chance they're aiming for the insect race small world. Remember, that's the only abnormal place in the entire Shepherd's Hollow, and it was initially a prime target for Hypnos, but he took a detour and caused a ruckus at John Heise instead. That's true. The possibility is high. Do we need to pursue them there? No need. Lin, you left a gift there before. If they don't go there, it's fine. If they do, it's suicidal. End of this chapter. Chapter 647. The 3-hour extermination from Alia. It has been 2 hours since the 7th level Purgator level beings fled the battlefield. When the last tribe level being that did not have time to cross the spatial portal was obliterated, the entire void fell silent. A large number of fleets began to clean up the battlefield. After all, the bodies of these Purgator level beings were filled with treasures and could not be wasted. Moreover, according to rumors, the Federation's research on the next generation of genetic evolution potions has hit a bottleneck, and the Scientific Academy hopes to find a breakthrough from these purgatory beings. To legions of Stygian-class fleets, along with 3 galaxy clusters that rushed to support an hour ago. Except for some alert warships, all other fleets joined the corpse retrieval team. Marshal, the battle results from the Sassar sector are in. In this operation, we killed 1 7th level leader level being, and 957 million tribe level beings from the enemy. And our losses are as follows. The 2 legions of the Stygian class fleets did not lose any warships, but many combat personnel are medley strained due to long-term control of the DAC-equipped warships, and need at least 3 days of rest to recover to peak combat strength. As for the 3 conventional Galaxy clusters that came as reinforcements, 17 Sea Dragon-class universal battleships were destroyed, and another 127 were severely damaged. In the command center of the new Gone industrial number, Liang Zhu reported, while looking at her command terminal. Lin Fen frowned slightly. He had long expected the results of the Stygian-class fleet. The mental strain caused by prolonged control of attack and defense with dark energy amplification controllers was expected after hours of combat. But he truly did not anticipate the losses of the conventional fleet. Nowadays, the Federation's 3 major fleet systems are the conventional fleet, Stygian Clear Mirror, and Indomitable fleets. Among them, the conventional fleet could be said to be the weakest, but at least it is equipped with the 7th generation Spatial Shield, which has almost developed Spatial Shield technology to its peak. The fact that they still suffered these losses despite the absolute advantage in the battlefield situation was surprising. It had been many years since the Federation had suffered losses in interstellar warfare. Have the reasons for the losses of the conventional fleet been investigated? The expert team is already analyzing it, and the preliminary results suggest that the Purgatory beings' attacks seem to have a strong restraining effect on the spatial shields. The detailed results are expected to be available in a few days. Code. Submit the detailed report to me as soon as it's ready. In the meantime, the next pacification operation will be handled by the Stygian fleets and the Indomitable fleets, while the conventional fleet will be responsible for firepower support on the battlefield. Understood. It seems that the plan to fully equip the conventional fleet with phase shields must be expedited. Chin in hand, Lin Fen muttered to himself. Perhaps when dealing with the Insectoni race, they didn't feel the need for the absolute range advantage, but now, facing the Purgatory beings, Lin Fen keenly felt that the spatial shields were struggling to keep up with the current demands of war. but it was fortunate that the face shield technology had already been breached by the Scientific Academy and was in the final testing phase. Within a year at most, it would be fully standardized and deploy. At the same time, on the outskirts of the Shepherd's Hollow, 30-odd 7th-level leader-level beings surrounded Hypnos. With a distance, in 10 open spatial transport channels, numerous tribe-level purgatory beings continued to emerge. "What's the situation now?" Hypnos, who slowly opened his eyes, spoke with an extremely weak voice. Just waking up from a coma, it immediately realized that this was not the Sasser sector. The surroundings were vast, with no signs of starlight. "Commander, we have now retreated into the Shepherd's Hollow." "Retreated? Does that mean we've been defeated?" Hypnos was not surprised. Even after being promoted to the 8th level, he was so heavily injured. Could he still expect these 7th-level leader-level beings to turn the tide? Impossible. And where is Ola? Why don't I see it? Looking around at the group of leader-level beings surrounding him, he noticed the absence of the indispensable Ola, the entire legion. Hypnos's heart sank, sensing something amiss. Ola is over there. Informed by Terra, Hypnos breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Ola was safe, everything was fine. Looking in the direction indicated by Terra, however, there was only a lifeless giant carcass. Ola. Hypnos's eyes turned red with anger. However, at this moment, Hypnos failed to realize that a huge crisis was approaching him. "Take action." A voice transmitted through the mental network into the bodies of 7th-level beings controlled by the Void Assassins, who had gained complete control, then selectively approached Hypnos. Without Ola, no one in this place noticed anything unusual until they acted. They were signaled, and a scene to stun everyone. "Not go. They've been parasitized. Quickly subdue them." After a moment of daze, Terra immediately reacted. With Ola gone, no one could sense these utterly detestable parasitic beings. A year after being dominated by the Void Assassins, fear surged through every leader-level creature once again. Soon, the 2 leader-level beings that had been parasitized were subdued. After all, almost 30 leader-level beings acted simultaneously. A pummeling followed. Yes, it was a pummeling. However, the force used may not have been significant. Their goal was not to kill these two but to crush the parasites within their bodies. As previously mentioned, the vulnerability of the Void Assassins was their fragility. Even if they successfully invaded the bodies of leader-level beings, a slap in the direction of their location would eliminate them. The difference was that in Ola's presence, the location of Ra could be precisely located, and a slap would suffice. Without Ola now, these 7th-level leader-level beings had to continue pummeling the 2 everywhere on their bodies. "Stop. I have regained control. I have also regained control of my body. Cease." Shortly after, the 2 previously controlled leader-level beings shouted. Hearing this, the other leader-level beings also stopped. End of chapter. Chapter 648. The Special Kirin family returned to 2 hours ago. On the main battlefield, seeing that Tar finally regained movement and opened a spatial teleportation channel, Brock, who was commanding in the front, finally breathed a sigh of relief. 2 minutes later, after confirming that Tar and their leaders had all safely evacuated, Brock also issued orders for the other 9 leader-level creatures on the front line to immediately evacuate through the spatial channel. However, he did not realize that 2 creatures even smaller than ants had invaded the bodies of 2 leader-level creatures in the chaos. Aelia did not immediately launch an attack on other leader-level creatures after gaining control of their bodies, but followed Brock into the spatial channel. It was useless to heavily injure a few leader-level creatures. The true target in Aelia's mind was the heavily injured Epanos. It would be the best result if Epanos could be killed while heavily injured. Of course, even if that could not be achieved, at least causing more harm to Epanos and preventing it from returning to the battlefield for a longer period of time would be quite satisfying as well. In any case, Aelia was quite pleased with either outcome. Time reverting to the present. The Hollow of the Shepherd's constellation, a temporary rest spot for the scattered legion. In the void, chaos reigned. After subduing and smashing the bodies of the 2 leader-level creatures of the legion and eliminating the void predators inside them, Brock and the other leader-level creatures caught up with the ejected Epanos in the distance, stabilizing its body and bringing it back. It must be said that Aelia's fatal blow had a significant effect, directly attacking the wound that Lin Yu had blasted Epanos, making the already terrifying wound even more horrifying. Epanos had fallen into a state of feigned death. With Epanos' breath nearly disappearing, all leader-level creatures of the Legion Pact. If anything happened to Aponos, they would not bear the wrath of the Holy Lord Galan, especially after Galan had specifically instructed them to protect Aponos. Fortunately, even though Aponos' breath had almost disappeared, it was not completely gone. Not to mention an 8th level creature, even a 7th level one could recover as long as there was still a breath. This was a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Now the key was what to do next. No matter what, according to Galen's wishes, even if special means were used, it would take the reinforcements of Heg and the Legion of Hell 10 days to arrive. And within these 10 days, no further issues could arise. 2 days later, the Niconia Superstellar Group, the Sacred Land of Helavi, the Central Palace. Dig brother, what is the situation with the third brother now? Upon returning to Helavi, Heg hurried to Galen's palace, his face filled with urgency. Despite Heg often kicking Aponos in the past, it was a unique way of interactions between brothers and did not mean that the relationship between Heg and Aponos was bad. On the contrary, their relationship might be even more intimate than Heg's relationship with Galan. Back already? Dig brother, please tell me, what is the situation with the third brother? Heg had just returned from the expedition, and many things were not clear. He had only received a message from Galan saying there was a problem with Aponos. It has been severely wounded by a race called humanity and then was attacked by the insect race, causing further injuries. It is currently in a state of feigned death. What? Humans, insect race. How dare they? I will lead the First Legion there now. Stop. Watching Heg ready to run off, Galan shouted loudly. Heg couldn't help but stop, turn back, and look at Galan somewhat puzzled. If you go now, when will you arrive? By the time you get there, the third brother might already be dead. Galan said impatiently to Heg. So, what should we do? Just because time is long doesn't mean we shouldn't go. Did I say not to go? What does big brother mean? Heg was a bit confused by Galen's response. Do you know the black space? Forget it. You must not know. After asking, Galan shook his head and proceeded to explain to Heg. Heg indeed did not know what the black space was. In fact, ordinary civilizations under the super civilization would not know of the existence of the black space. Galan knew about it because of the Kirin family's legacy memories, which one could acquire once reaching the 10th level, including the knowledge of the black space. Heg, first of all, you need to know that the universe we are in is not the only one. Just like there are countless galaxies, systems, planets in the universe, in the black space, there are also countless universes. The universe we are in is just one of them. What? Hearing about the black space for the first time, Heg was completely shocked. However, Galan did not pay attention to Heg's shock but continued speaking. In this universe, the vast majority of advanced civilizations would consider the hyperspace the fastest and most convenient way of travel in the universe, but that's not actually the case. After a civilization becomes a super civilization, they begin to access the black space technologically, leading to a completely new way of universal travel, which is the Black Space Channel. What is the Black Space Channel? Simply put, it is opening a rift in this universe, leaving this universe to enter the black space, then reopening a channel from the black space back to this universe, directly reaching another point in this universe. Such an operation existed. Heg was filled with shock. If Lin Fan were here, he would definitely quip, "Are you launching ballistic missiles? Launching out of the universe, and then re-entering the universe at the end?" But big brother, you said that reaching the black space requires becoming a super civilization and engaging with the black space. In terms of our biological civilization, that corresponds to reaching the 11th level. Right? Stop guessing, I'm not at the 11th level yet. It's just that our family has some special traits. At the 10th level, we evolved organs that can open black space channels. So, big brother can use the black space channel to send us there. Yes. In terms of time, it should only take 7 to 8 days. End of the chapter. Chapter 649. The Passage to the Black Cavity. Veer Supercluster, Federal Fleet Headquarters, Sassar Star Region. Since the battle 2 days ago, Lin Fan proposed to Aelia to use the Sassar Star Region as the headquarters for the Federal Expeditionary Army. Aelia agreed without hesitation. After all, you can't expect others to come from afar to resist Purgatory together without giving them a base for their troops, right? However, Lin Fan had further thoughts. If the goal was just to drive out the Purgatory, Iological Legion of Hypnos from the Veer Supercluster, then there was really no need to establish a large headquarters for the Expeditionary Army. Just push straight through. then return home victorious. Lin Fan's concern was that the enemy might not be showing all of their strength. It was possible that they were just one part of their forces. If that was the case, this battle would certainly not end easily. Therefore, for long-term war considerations, having a sizable territory to use as the base for the expedition fleet was indeed a necessary matter. At the same time, near Kanay supercluster, Sacred Land Helavi, on the outer edge of the starry continent, dozens of different races and nearly 100 billion purgatory creatures had formed into square formations, each square led by a 7th-rank leader. This was the Purgatory First Legion commanded by Haga, consisting of 45 different ethnic groups. Big brother, the First Legion is ready. We can depart. Good. After passing through the Black Cavity, remember not to be careless. I understand. Passing through the Black Cavity did enable faster travel through the universe, but it was also extremely dangerous inside. At least for these civilizations that hadn't reached the 10th rank yet, one wrong move could lead to total annihilation. After reminding Haga once more, Galan fell silent, closing his eyes. Although the Kirin clan was unique and could evolve organs to access the Black Cavity at the 10th rank, their energy at that stage was not strong enough. Therefore, they could only use this ability unnecessary. The antlers on his head began emitting a dazzling silver-white light, and Galen's energy surged, even causing Haga to tremble slightly, let alone the 7th-rank leader-level purgatory creatures or the ordinary ethnic level ones. The energy accumulation was slow, lasting 3 minutes. As Galen's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, the terrifying energy above his antlers directly blasted towards the empty space ahead. The entire area seemed to explode like a singularity, with the blinding silver-white light making it impossible for any creature to look directly at it. The light lingered for a long time, until 2 minutes later when it faded, revealing a massive hole in space. Through this hole, one could see darkness on the other side, seeming to swallow everything in its extreme darkness. This is the Black Cavity. Watching the darkness, even Hage's voice trembled. Yes, hurry up. I can only maintain this passage for 10 days at most. Yes, big brother. Trusting Galan completely, Haga entered the Black Cavity, and the assembled 45 different ethnic square formations followed suit. A moment of darkness, but it didn't last long. After 3 seconds, Haga regained his vision. Perhaps in this universe, looking out through the Black Cavity appeared dark, but upon traversing it and reaching the outer universe, Haga found a massive object in front, seemingly endless. Around this object, an unknown energy shield resembling a transparent energy shield existed. Is this the universe we're in? When Haga saw a hole in the barrier from which the Purgatory army was emerging, he realized that this existence within the barrier should be the universe they needed to survive. Don't space out, move quickly. Remember, you can only trust the universe barrier. Never attempt to leave the universe barrier, or with your current rank, you will be lost in the Black Cavity. Recalling Galen's repeated warnings, Haga led the army closely alongside the universe barrier. For a full 7 days, Haga adhered to the instructions, finally arriving at the location where the cosmogony was happening. It was a hole, like the one through which he'd left the universe. The only difference was that this passage showed the universe's starry sky through it instead of the previous pitch-black view. However, the light within this passage seemed dimmer than when they had started. Galan must have spent too much energy. They had to get through quickly. Realizing this, Haga immediately led the army into the hole, in the Sassar Star region, on the new gong number. At that moment, sharp alarm sounds filled the entire battle star. What's happening? Lin Fan quickly entered the command center, asking loudly. Marshal, we detected a huge energy appearing suddenly in the Veers supercluster. Where? At the Shepherd's Void periphery, suspected hideout of the Purgatory Legion. Activate all scanning devices, conduct a thorough scan. Dispatch strategic reconnaissance vessels quickly to this area. Watching the data flow on the virtual interface, Lin Fan's expression turned serious. I hope I'm wrong about this. End of this chapter. Chapter 650. The First Legion arrived at the outskirts of the Veels supercluster, at the Shepherd's Hollow. 8 days ago, Par and other leaders of the Hellfire creatures discovered a large hole in the void and the horrifying black emptiness that could be seen through it. Originally planning to escape, they suddenly received orders from Galan. Defend the Black Cavity Channel. Although they did not know what the Black Cavity Channel was, Tar knew that the large hole in front of them must be what Galan was referring to. Therefore, abandoning their earlier plan to relocate, the entire Second Legion stationed themselves there. 7 days passed quickly. With no intervention from the Alliance, the insect race could not reach this place in such a short time. Everything remained calm. Nothing happened until a huge crocodile head suddenly emerged from the black cavity channel. The massive biological energy instantly scattered around, causing Tar and the other leaders of the Hellfire creatures to involuntarily prostrate in the void. This was an absolute dimensional suppression of the biological civilization, a reflection of its instinct. Under the deliberate pressure of a 9th level creature, they, only 7th level, had no way to resist. "Where is my third brother?" "Over there." A majestic voice entered the ears of Tar and the other leaders of the biological creatures, making even their voices tremble. Black, who had completely crossed the black cavity channel, didn't even bother to look at them. He transformed into a stream of light and shot towards where Ipnos was. "No wonder I couldn't feel the presence of my third brother immediately after coming out. His aura has become so weak. Damn humans." "Thanos." A loud shot rang out. Black specifically arranged for the second creature to cross the black cavity channel, and upon hearing Black's summons, Thanos flew over immediately. Like Ola, Thanos was a 7th level auxiliary leader level creature. Resembling a butterfly with colorful wings, its combat power was weaker than Ola, but it possessed an unparalleled talent, the ability to heal by consuming a large amount of its own energy to rapidly restore others. Arriving by Ipnos' side and examining his condition, Thanos also felt a slight bitterness. As a 7th level creature, healing the 8th level Ipnos was not an easy task, and now, Ipnos was so heavily injured that even draining all of Thanos' energy might not fully cure him. At most, it could restore 30%, no more. "How is it, Black? I cannot fully heal Lord Ipnos. At most, I can restore 30% of his injuries." 30%? That was better than expected. After all, Ipnos was an 8th level creature, and Black never expected Thanos to completely heal him. Therefore, he had already planned to only restore 1 or 2% of his injuries. And now, Thanos' claim of 30% exceeded his expectations. 30% is good enough. Proceed. Yes. Black, with a flutter of its colorful wings, a gentle green energy scattered like pollen, continuously drifting down and gradually penetrating Ipnos' body. This process lasted for over 3 hours, not ending completely even after the entire First Legion of Hellfire had arrived. At this moment, the green energy released by Thanos had dimmed significantly, and a look of exhaustion had appeared on its face. "You can stop now, Thanos. Go rest." "Yes." Black. When Black saw Ipnos emerge from his false death state and slowly open his eyes, he spoke. Thanos immediately stopped the energy transmission. This was almost fatal. If it had continued for another 10 minutes, Thanos might have suffered irreparable damage. Without saying anything further, Thanos quickly went to rest. Second brother. After opening his eyes, Ipnos' first sight was his familiar crocodile-headed second brother, Black. His body couldn't help but tremble a bit. After all, he had been bullied badly by Black in the abyss. "Why are you here? HMPH. Can it happen if I'm not here? Look at you. How are you now?" I was just careless. Ha. However, Black responded only with a slightly mocking laughter. Ipnos wanted to explain that he was not incompetent, but merely careless. However, unable to speak out in the face of Black's expression, he silently admitted his own incompetence. "All right, continue to rest. I will handle the rest. Oh, before you go back, remember to thank the eldest brother to quickly bring me here." The eldest brother also paid a great price. Looking at Ipnos, Black said seriously. Indeed, Galan had paid some price and taken some risks to open the black cavity channel. In this regard, Black was not exaggerating. Dig brother. Hearing Black's words, Ipnos also felt touched. Originally, in Hell, he was only flattering Galan to find a backer for himself. As a result, he flattered Galan so comfortably, becoming Galan's lackey, or rather, his third brother. Therefore, up to now, Ipnos actually did not have much sense of belonging between the three brothers, just a temporary need, that simple. But now, he seemed to realize he was wrong. Tar, come here. Seeing Ipnos, who was rich in expressions, Black could roughly guess what he was thinking. He didn't speak to him anymore, turning to Tar and shouting. With an anxious heart, Tar arrived in front of Black. Speak about the insect race, humans, and everything up to now. At the same time, in the Salzar starfield, on the new Gongno 1, Marshal, the strategic reconnaissance ship has set off through the Stargate. In order to avoid being detected, the Stargate coordinates are locked 30 astronomical units outside the target position. Liang Zhu reported behind Lin Fan. Even the Federation's most advanced strategic reconnaissance ship cannot conceal the scene when a hyperspace window or spatial channel opens. Therefore, 30 astronomical units is a good distance, within the maximum precise detection range, yet having a safe distance for a secure retreat in case of accidents. However, at this moment, Lin Fan still did not know that this distance might not be that safe for a 9th-level combat-type creature. End of this chapter. Chapter 651. Attack from hides the Shepherd Seat on the edge of nothingness. A very small warship arrived here through a spatial teleportation channel. Don't be fooled by its small size. In fact, its interior is quite spacious. This is a strategic reconnaissance ship that combines the technology of the Dreadnought and the Shadow-class warship. It is Lin Fan's first attempt to integrate conventional technology with dark energy technology. After gliding out of the spatial channel, it immediately blended into the cosmic background like a Shadow-class warship, gradually disappearing completely. Stealth mode activated. EDAC device operating normally. Space scanner activated. Target location calibrated. Detected a total of 10.5 billion suspicious targets, 80 with high-energy reactions. Dark energy scan array activated. Begin observing the targets. Observation screen switched to the bridge's holographic projector. Inside the bridge, with the busy members of the command team, an image appeared in front of Shangguan Yulin. As the daughter of Lin Fan's first batch of commanders, Shangguan Yunting, who awakened as a dark energy manipulator, has been involved in the development of the latest generation of strategic reconnaissance ships at the Interstellar Fleet headquarters. Of course, she was just like a test pilot, not a developer. This time, with the fleet's expedition, Lin Fan also brought this warship, which had completed testing but had not yet been mass-produced, and temporarily appointed Shangguan Yulin as the captain. After all, she was currently the person in the entire Federation who understood this warship the most and was one of the few B-rank dark energy manipulators. As she looked at the image displayed in front of her, Shangguan Yulin's eyes couldn't help but freeze. Even though it was through the screen, she could almost feel the terrifying energy emanating from the target. This should be the target of this reconnaissance, the one that suddenly appeared with tremendous energy. Captain, 30 for high-energy reactions matched the 7-layer purgatory creatures that appeared in the Sassel domain in the database, but the other 46 do not have matches in the database. Focus on detecting the 46 new targets, classify all of their data, and add them to the database. Yes, Captain. Also, notify the engineering team to be ready for the deployment of small wormhole devices at any time. Understood. As she looked at the image of the creature that looked like a crocodile on the screen, which even brought tremendous pressure even through the screen, Shangguan Yulin dared not be negligent and immediately instructed her deputy by her side. This way, if the other party noticed her actions, they could immediately activate the small wormhole and evacuate quickly. After all, with a distance of 30 astronomical units between them, even if the other party was fast, they shouldn't be able to threaten her in a short period. And with adequate preparation, she would have enough time to evacuate. However, just as Shangguan Yulin was commanding her subordinates to input the data of one high-energy reaction creature after another into the database, 30AU Wei, Heige felt it. He was being spied on. Without immediately turning to look in the direction of the spying sensation, he issued a command to one of his subordinates. Douglas, something is watching me. Don't make any obvious movements. Find me the exact location. Yes, Leader Heige. A humanoid creature, like a spider, suddenly heard Heige's voice in his mind, causing him to shudder. Understanding Heige's command, he discreetly emitted a special energy outward as a leader-level creature with abilities similar to Oro, but significantly stronger. Douglas naturally had his own set of detection methods. It was a method somewhat similar to a radar of technological civilizations, but the emitted energy was extremely unusual. For a 10th-level technological civilization, there was almost no way to continue hiding in front of Douglas. Found it, Leader Heige. Where is it? 30 astronomical units away, a very small battleship of a technological civilization. Well done. I will attack. Help me pinpoint the location. Yes, Lord Heige. At the same time, Everyone in the strategic reconnaissance ship was still busy classifying and recording various data into the database, completely unaware that a crisis was already looming. "Captain, there is something off about that crocodile-like creature. What's wrong?" Hearing her deputy's words, while remote observing other creatures, Shangguan Yulin quickly adjusted the image back to Haiju's side. "Captain, look, isn't his abdomen glowing?" Indeed it is. Although facing away from their location, one could vaguely see that Haiju's abdomen was emitting a faint light. "Not good. Immediately activate the spatial alert radar." "Captain, activating the spatial alert radar and scanning will expose our location." "No. We have probably already been exposed. Follow my instructions and do it immediately." "Yes." Soon after scanning the surrounding energy, a cry came from the bridge. "High energy reaction detected. Suspected ... Suspected aggregation resonance reaction before an attack. Can we determine what kind of attack from the energy reaction?" "No. This kind of energy reaction is too terrifying. There is no matching type we can find. Activate the sublight engine. Accelerate to the 9th combat speed. And prepare to evade." "Yes." At this point, no one else raised the issue of being discovered. Obviously, their warship had been discovered. Shangguan Yulin stared at the image of Haija on the screen without blinking. "Engineering team, immediately release the Stargate assembly. Helmsman, steer the warship away from the Stargate position. Caution, once successfully evading the attack, activate the Stargate for emergency evacuation." "Yes." At a distance of 30 astronomical units, will the other party really attack? "No. It should be. Can the other party really attack from such a distance?" No one had an answer, hoping it was just the captain being overly cautious. However, in the next second, Haija's actions told everyone, "I can indeed attack from this far." In the screen image, Haij suddenly turned around. His massive crocodile's mouth opened to the limit, and an incredibly terrifying beam of light shot out, almost speeding forward at a speed of several 10 astronomical units per second. As the beam passed, the surrounding space collapsed. At this moment, forget about the time dilation effect. In the face of such a ruthless attack, all scientific explanations seemed powerless. Evade. In fact, the helmsman had already begun evasive maneuvers without Shangguan Yunting's order. However, in the face of this attack, the warship's evasive speed was as slow as a turtle. End of this chapter. Chapter 652. The distance that suffered heavy damage 30 astronomical units under the attack of Haij, who does not speak of science nor reason, was merely crossed in 3 seconds. Even if the helmsman reacted fast enough, there was still a slight delay, and when the attack arrived, about 1/3 of the ship was still in the path of attack, unable to completely avoid it. The helmsman's eyes were filled with unwillingness, but powerless, as he had already done his best. "Everyone, prepare for impact." At this moment, the voice of Shangguan Yulin sounded throughout the entire warship, and the floor in front of her on the bridge had opened at some point, raising a warship Type PDAC control platform. The dazzling light instantly illuminated everyone's eyes, followed by a violent tremor throughout the entire warship, showing no signs of stopping. "Get out of the way!" The helmsman, who was pushed furthest to the left, couldn't help but shout in anger. Outside the warship, several silver-white diamond-shaped shields on the right side were now desperately resisting Haija's terrifying attack. However, it was obvious that Shangguan Yulin, who only controlled B-level dark energy, was unable to withstand the 3 dark energy barriers that Haij was deploying at full force. Almost every second, one would collapse, only buying the warship about 3 extra seconds before all shields completely broke down. Without the blockage of the dark energy barriers, the terrifying attack had no more constraints and immediately bombarded the ship. Doom. Doom. Inside the entire warship, it shook like an earthquake, with explosions continuously occurring in some areas. Obviously, even with Shangguan Yulin buying 3 extra seconds and the helmsman's desperate efforts, they only managed to avoid the complete destruction of the warship. In the rear of the warship, the entire engine section was completely destroyed, or rather, disappeared from the outside view. From the outside, the entire warship seemed to be missing a part, with leaking air and sparks everywhere at the tail. Immediately report the damage status of the warship. Captain, sections G77 G102 on the starboard side of the warship are all destroyed. The main engine module at the stern has been completely destroyed. The power of the warship has dropped to 15%, and the life support system is offline. Inside the bridge command group, The damage control officer rattled off a long list. The situation was extremely dire. What about the crew? Captain, 82 people in the main engine module and engine room have died. In addition, 18 crew members have died. 37 are seriously injured, and nearly 200 have minor injuries. A total of 100 deaths. This number made Shangguan Yulin extremely uncomfortable. After all, this was just a strategic reconnaissance ship, not a large battleship, with fewer than 500 crew members in total. But now, the casualties had exceeded half, with many even injured on the bridge during the recent impact. Looking at the status screen displaying the open damage of the warship, the rear half on the right side of the warship and the entire tail were all marked in vivid red, and not only that, even the remaining parts were mostly in yellow. It could be said that it had almost reached the point of abandoning the ship. Engineering team, has the Stargate been activated? Captain, the Stargate has been opened. Currently 700,000 kilometers away. Immediately have the evacuation system perform a self-check to confirm if it can still be used. The evacuation system is currently undergoing a self-check. Report, Captain, there is a malfunction in the evacuation system, and it cannot be activated. Damn, this was simply the worst-case scenario, with even the evacuation system malfunctioning. Shangguan Yulin's brows were almost furrowed. What about the mecha hangar? The mecha hangar is located on the port side of the warship, with minimal impact. It is still usable. Alright, whether it's combat mecha or engineering mecha, order them all to be deployed immediately. Yes, Captain, notify all personnel on the ship to gather towards the front of the warship. Once everyone is in position, abandon all modules located at the rear of the ship. Captain, the life support system is also in the rear of the warship. Although it has malfunctioned due to the recent impact, it can still be repaired. If we abandon it, the maximum oxygen we have left can only support us for 2 hours. Not only the modules in the rear area of the warship, but also all non-essential modules in the front, even the mecha hangar module, must be discarded. Captain, this is, maximize the reduction of the warship's mass, and then have the mecha teams push the warship together into the Stargate. Hiss. So the captain had this plan, which left everyone stunned. But it seemed to have some feasibility. After abandoning all the ship's modules, leaving only the bridge module and concentrating all personnel here, maybe all the mechas together could really push it. Understanding the captain's intention, everyone stopped talking and busied themselves. Some were guiding all crew members towards the bridge, some were commanding all mechas inside the ship to deploy, and others were inputting commands in preparation for separating the warship's modules. Captain, given our current warship state, if we were to encounter another attack like the one just now, we can only gamble that the opponent cannot launch another attack quickly in succession. After the lieutenant stated his concerns, Shangguan Yulin gritted her teeth. Yes, now all they could do was gamble. Not gambling would mean all the crew perishing here, but by gambling, there was a slim chance of survival. Yes, Captain, the Federal soldiers were well trained, maintaining a high standard even in such a situation. Just over 2 minutes later, Captain, all mechas are in position. Captain, preparations for separating all modules have been completed. Captain, the Stargate is ready for activation. Target locked. Captain, all personnel have confirmed reaching the designated safe positions. Under the highly effective operation, just over 2 minutes later, all the orders given by Shangguan Yulin earlier had been completely executed. Alright, now I command. Immediately abandon all modules except for the bridge and A-21 to A-27. Yes. As sparks flickered throughout the ship, the entire warship began to disintegrate into several sections, spreading in all directions. Captain, all modules have been detached. Order all mechas to begin moving. Yes, Captain. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of bangs, dozens of various types of mechas were quickly attached to the remaining parts of the warship's left side, and with maximum power towards the direction of the Stargate, they began to move. Many of the mecha pilots were shouting inside their mechas, urging them to move. After a few seconds, with the combined effort of dozens of mechas pushing the remaining modules, the warship slowly began to move and gradually accelerated. It's moving. It's moving. Suddenly, cheers erupted inside the bridge. End of chapter. Chapter 653. Escaping the outskirts of the Shepherd Seat Hollow. Heck was very unhappy. Even though he didn't use his full strength, he was still not weak. Yet, he managed to completely take out the other party. The key point was that after the opponent revealed their presence, Heck sensed that while the creatures on the warship were not weak, they were also not strong. At most, they were slightly stronger than the average ethnic-level purgatory creatures. But even these creatures, like ants compared to itself, managed to escape a blow from its hands. This made it extremely unhappy. However, the blow just now from tens of AS away, just as Su Ren from Shangguan decided, couldn't be quickly followed by successive shots. Otherwise, Heck's special organ wouldn't be able to handle it. Of course, it could forcibly make another shot, but the cost required was definitely high. Just for that distant ant-like creature, Heck felt it was not worth it. After all, even if it didn't take action anymore, with the opponent's current speed, it would be impossible to escape in the short term. And with the 7-level creatures under its command, casually opening a spatial teleportation channel, they could reach the position of the opponent's warship within 7 minutes. Bring back that warship from me. Yes, Lord Heck. After receiving the order, there were immediately 5 7-level leader-level purgatory creatures that flew out of the First Legion, and one of them had already begun to calibrate the target position and operate the energy, preparing to open the spatial teleportation channel. Lord Heck, it seems we are unable to open the channel due to some strange force interference. What? Heck was somewhat surprised. All along, it had thought that the spatial teleportation channel could not be blocked, and throughout its life, it had never encountered a situation where it was prevented. But now, as the energy began to circulate in its body and it personally tried, it frowned deeply afterwards. Indeed, as its subordinates had just said, when it tried to open the spatial channel, it felt a strange energy suppression preventing the successful establishment of the channel. That warship is heavily damaged and can't escape. Just go like this. But remember not to kill the humans inside. I want to know from their mouths the secret behind preventing us from establishing a spatial channel. Yes, Lord Heck. The 5 leader-level territorials immediately took a group of ethnic-level creatures and flew towards the human warship 30 away. However, the situation of being unable to use the spatial teleportation channel meant that crossing this 30 astronomical units distance was not a simple matter. With their speed, they wouldn't be able to reach it without a few days. At the same time, 30 AU away, with the warship actively disintegrating to minimize its mass and the joint efforts of dozens of mechas, the few remaining modules of the warship were gradually accelerating and had now reached a speed of 100 kilometers per second. Captain, our speed has increased to 100 kilometers per second, but in terms of the propulsion of the mechas, this is already our limit. According to the current speed, we still need almost 2 hours to reach the Stargate. However, because we have focused all our people together and abandoned the vast majority of the warship modules, this has also resulted in our remaining air being even less, and we are expected to run out in at most 10 minutes. After some calculations, the deputy officer reported to Su Ren with a hint of worrying in his voice. How many sets of combat suits do we have now? Approximately 358 sets. Get them all out immediately. After the oxygen runs out, had everyone change into them. The combat suits have their own life support system, so even without replenishment, it should be fine to sustain air supply for a few hours. The deputy officer immediately realized how he had forgotten about this. Considering that the entire crew of the strategic reconnaissance ship only amounted to 498 people, subtracting the 100 previously killed, then over 50 currently outside driving mechas, the actual number of people without combat suits was greater. Therefore, the 358 sets of combat suits were enough to support all the crew at present. Yes, I will go arrange that immediately. After agreeing, the deputy officer immediately, and to arrange the distribution of the combat suits. Captain, Mecha Squad Leader Rontel's reports that on the Mecha radar, there are tens of thousands of targets closing in on us, expected to arrive in 3 days. They must have found that the spatial channel was disrupted and couldn't be established, so they had to come this way instead. This also explains that the opponent, just as I thought, cannot continuously carry out that kind of attack. Tell Rontels to ignore them. Yes, Captain. Time was passing rapidly, and soon over 10 minutes had gone by. By this time, the air inside the ship had become very thin, and breathing seemed to have become an extremely difficult task. However, they were all prepared for this, and all the people who had put on combat suits did not seem panicked. With Su Ren's command, everyone immediately put on the helmets of the combat suits and activated the small life support system that came with them. Suddenly, everyone felt the same sensation. Ah! Finally coming to life. 100 kilometers per second might have seemed fast to people of old times, but in this interstellar era, it was as slow as a turtle crawling. With a distance of only 700,000 kilometers, it took almost 2 hours to reach it. Activate Stargate sequence. Target the Sarsal Star Domain. Yes, Captain, in the Sarsal Star Domain, the Federation Expeditionary Army base. Has there been any news from Su Ren? Not yet. Should I contact her proactively? No. Proactive contact carries the risk of exposing her whereabouts. Let's wait a bit longer. For some reason, Lin Fan always had a foreboding feeling. Marshal, energy reactions inside the channel detected. They are about to emerge. This is end of this chapter. Chapter 654. Pressure brought by Higgs. This is in the scene. No, it could no longer be considered a battleship. It was merely a part of a battleship, slowly emerging from the spatial channel, surrounded by 50 various types of mechas. Rapport. According to the database comparison, it has been confirmed that this is the bridge module of the strategic reconnaissance ship Foxfly and several adjacent modules to the bridge. Rapport. According to the scans, Foxfly and the life source in the mechas are less than 400. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan furrowed his brows deeply. Less than 400 meant around 100 crew members. Remember, when Foxfly set off, it was at full capacity, including Captain Shangguan Yulin, totaling 499 personnel. At this moment, Lin Fan finally understood why Shangguan Yulin had not made contact before or after returning. The entire battleship was left with only the bridge and 3 adjacent modules, regardless of whether it was the battleship type PDAC or the long-range spatial communication device. None of them were in these modules. In other words, the Foxfly currently could not communicate externally except for its close-range battlefield command system. Immediately dispatch warships to rescue Foxfly. After rescuing the people, if there are no major issues with Shangguan Yulin, bring her to me immediately. Yes, Marshal. Soon. Several warships set out from the War Star and headed to carry out the rescue mission. The entire rescue operation went relatively smoothly, given that Foxfly was actively disintegrating, so the rescue was simply a matter of going in to pick up people, with no incidents of individuals trapped inside the ship requiring external violence to open a breach. All injured crew members were quickly taken to the medical room on the rescue warship. With the current technology of the Federation, as long as you still have a breath and can receive timely medical treatment, your life will not be lost. 10 minutes later, Shangguan Yulin boarded a shuttle and flew into the 3rd spaceport of the new Gong Workers Star, then directly teleported to Lin Fan's office using light transmission technology. Tell me, what happened? Marshal, here's the report. In the office, the two sat facing each other across the desk. Shangguan Yulin continued to narrate the process of this mission, while Lin Fan's brows furrowed deeper with each detail. Looking at the data Shangguan Yulin presented, Lin Fan's expression became even more serious. A large number of new races that had not appeared before, dozens of 7th-order leader-level beings that did not exist in any database, and higher-order beings with energy more terrifying than the Hypnosis, especially ... that attack from 30 astronomical units away. This time was relatively lucky, as there was only one battleship, Foxfly, so they could still avoid some consequences. But if this happened on the battlefield, aiming at their fleet array, without even needing to establish a model for calculation, Lin Fan would know that casualties would be inevitable. I understand. You can rest for now. Yes, Marshal. Is it a suspected 9th-order biological civilization individual? After Shangguan Yulin left, Lin Fan's voice echoed in the room, filled with deep concern. Lin Fan had already witnessed 8th-order biological civilization individuals. To put it bluntly, they were strong. Very strong. If they were to fight to the death, as Lin Yu currently stood, it wasn't certain that he could easily defeat them. There were many objective factors in the previous encounter where Lin Yu was able to severely injure Hypnosis with one blow. It wasn't simply because being aboard the Ended-class battleship made Lin Yu much stronger than Hypnosis. Moreover, the Federation's other 2-rank dark energy controllers were even weaker. According to Lin Yu himself, he had already stepped into the realm of an S-rank dark energy controller halfway, while the other two had just become a rank dark energy controllers with a significant gap in strength. Therefore, the appearance of a ninth-order biological civilization individual posed a significant threat to Lin Fan. It's not that there was no way to handle the opponent, but the price to pay would undoubtedly be a severe blow to the Federation. It seems that the plan cannot be delayed anymore. Soon, a bucket of cold water was poured on Alia, who was excited about reclaiming lost territory. In the virtual meeting room, when Alia saw the various image data and detailed information retrieved by Foxfly released by Lin Fan, she was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? The 30-plus 7th-order biological civilization individuals she believed to be present, along with an 8th-order biological civilization individual, suddenly multiplied by more than double, and there even appeared to be a suspected 9th-order biological civilization individual. Lin Fan, can you humans handle this fellow, who is presumably a 9th-order being? At present, there is no guarantee. Lin Fan responded directly, without hesitation. Even if there was a way, Lin Fan wouldn't reveal it. Don't get it wrong, although both sides were currently on the same side, ultimately, it was just a temporary mutual interest among them, under the condition that the Federation would not incur major losses. Alia didn't doubt Lin Fan's words, as indeed, a 9th-order being was somewhat transcendent. However, this situation made Alia very uncomfortable. A situation that was initially promising had suddenly taken a turn. The feeling of being thrown into the air and crashing down again was truly unpleasant. So what to do now? This was a very real question. Abandon all the recovered territories and retreat to the Cabanea Superstar System. The key was, even if they retreated to the Cabanea Superstar System and defended themselves leveraging the advantageous terrain of the cosmic ocean currents, could they really hold off the 9th-order creature of the purgatory? Alia had no confidence in that. Escape further into space. That was even more impossible. With all routes in the Verse Superstar System except the one leading to the Cabanea Superstar System lost, attempting to escape further, unless heading to the Maiden Superstar System where humans were situated, though would humans allow her to pass? Obviously, that was impossible. After all, for humans, the insect race was their best moat, a fact that Alia understood very well. In the meeting room, Alia was almost going crazy. It seemed that no matter what they did, they were on a dead-end path. Actually, there is not completely no way. Just as Alia was about to tear off the hair she had painstakingly evolved while in the virtual meeting room, Lin Fan's voice filled the room like a demonic whisper. End of chapter. Chapter 655. There is a way to seize the mini-universe. Did I mishear it? It seems like Lin Fan just said there is a way. Suddenly, she looked up at Lin Fan, with a clear hope in her eyes. Is there a way? Yes, indeed there is a way. But I need your cooperation. No problem. Tell me, whatever cooperation is needed, I can do it. At this moment, Alia had completely lost her previous self, resembling the Empress of the insect race. I want to borrow the mini-universe located at the center of the Shepherd constellation. The virtual conference room instantly fell silent. For a full minute, the two of them, or rather one human and one insect, did not speak, just staring at each other intently. How did you know? We are already in the Versailles Superstar Cluster now. Is it difficult to scan the Shepherd constellation? Lin Fan said earnestly. It's impossible. As far as I know, the current technology of the Federation can't discover the mini-universe. Alia denied directly. After all, she once controlled a large number of human elites for a period of time. How could she not be clearer about the technology of the Federation? Don't joke around. Indeed, the Federation's several long-range detection technologies, not to mention the Versailles Superstar Cluster, even in the Milky Way galaxy, can peek at the Shepherd constellation. However, it's only a rough view. You can understand it as a rough idea, enough to create a simple map of the Versailles Superstar Cluster. But to peek at the finer details of the Shepherd constellation, it's impossible, let alone discovering the existence of the mini-universe. Have you forgotten about the 7th Special Decree of the Federation? According to this decree, Lin Fan has the power to conceal certain technologies related to the survival of the Federation, and even the President Lin Zhen has no right to know about the technologies under this decree. In the past, Lin Fan used the 7th Special Decree to shut up to control the mouth of the Void Predator. At this moment, after Lin Fan mentioned it, Alia also remembered this decree. Could it be that the Federation really has the technology to discover the mini-universe? Fine. What do you want? I've just said, I just want to borrow this mini-universe. Lin Fen said casually. Borrow? What for? To produce more warships. Alia couldn't figure out Lin Fan's intentions. Even though the mini-universe has a time contraction effect, the rate of this contraction is not significant. And most crucially, there's no industrial base of any technological civilization in this universe. Even if Lin Fen wants to use this mini-universe to produce more warships, just setting up the basic industries and relocating various warship production lines would take several years, which they simply don't have now. No. Producing warships is not realistic. We don't have the time and energy for it. I just want to send a person in. Who? My son, Lin Yu. Listening to Lin Fan's words, Alia furrowed her brows deeply. Lin Fan, what are you up to? Lin Yu. He is the one who severely injured Yapunos before. Without directly answering Alia's question, Lin Fan said almost to himself. However, this sentence stirred up waves in Alia's heart. After all, when Lin Yu severely injured Yapunos earlier, Alia was nearby and witnessed it firsthand. As for the Phantom-class warship, Alia didn't believe it had such combat power. Otherwise, if one Phantom-class warship could severely injure Yapunos, then dealing with Blacker with 10 billion Phantom-class warships in the Federal Expedition Fleet would be a piece of cake, right? Therefore, the key issue is not the warship but the person inside the warship. When Alia felt Lin Yu launch that attack against Yapunos, she clearly sensed that there was a powerful human inside the warship, vastly stronger than anyone else. Of course, not strong enough to surpass a biological civilization, but evidently, the Phantom-class warship magnified his formidable power exponentially, unleashing an attack powerful enough to severely injure Yapunos. After all, although Alia didn't know the secrets of the Phantom-class warship, she was aware of the dark energy controllers and the intelligence of the EDAC, so she could guess something. Lin Yu should be one of the 3 level dark energy controllers in the Federation. Alia, let me be frank with you. After his battle with Yapunos, Lin Yu has reached the critical breakthrough point, and now he just needs time. I know that the flow rate of time in your mini-universe differs from that of our universe, with the existence of time contraction effects. Therefore, I want to let Lin Yu in to break through faster, and I need to remind you, even if you disagree, Lin Yu will only break through a little later. The Federation can totally retreat to the Virgo superstar cluster, leaving you insect race caught between humanity and the Purgatory Legion, buying time for Lin Yu. Choosing what is most advantageous is the wisest choice. I believe you should understand that. Alia remained silent, unable to deny that Lin Yu's words struck her weak point. Just as Lin Yu said, even if she disagreed, what then? Humanity could simply retreat back, leaving the entire insect race exposed to the Purgatory Legion, thus securing more time for Lin Yu to break through. So, if she disagreed, it was essentially meaningless. As for whether Lin Yu, after breaking through to an S-level dark energy controller, could deal with Blacker, Alia was still optimistic. Even if he couldn't win, at least he could hold his ground, preventing the human insect allied forces from falling into a completely inferior situation. I agree. A wise choice. In fact, Lin Fan's choice to plan for this mini-universe of the insect race was also a last resort. Initially, Lin Fan was prepared for the science department to use the device from the Bryseth star system on the side of the Italo Alliance to create a time bubble, facilitating the time contraction effect. However, when Lin Fan asked about the status of that device from Lily Z, he was dumbfounded. The device discovered by the Italo Alliance could only construct a time bubble with a time expansion effect, not one with a time contraction effect. This was ridiculous. So, Lin Fan had no choice but to focus on the central part of the Shepherd constellation, the mini-universe of the insect race with the time contraction effect. At the same time, holding the trump card, Lin Fan wasn't worried that Alia would refuse. Moreover, the threat Lin Fan made just now wasn't just empty words. If Alia truly refused, Lin Fan was prepared to do just that. Thankfully, Alia wasn't foolish. Otherwise, the insect race would truly be buried by Lin Fan as if they were just tools. End of this chapter. Chapter 656. The Alpha Metal Sassar sector is too far from the Shepherd's Hollow, where the Insect Clan's small universe is located. Initially, Lin Yu spent a whole month just traveling from the outskirts of the Shepherd's Hollow to the center, so would time simply not be enough? No, that's not an issue at all. Initially, Lin Yu had to search for anomalies, so he had to advance slowly using hyperspace navigation. But now, There's no need for that. A single Stargate can solve the problem. Even if it's a distance of hundreds of millions of light years, it would only take 77 minutes. After Lin Yu set off, Lin Fen didn't continue to pay attention to the progress. The insect clan wouldn't dare to play tricks in this matter anyway. At this moment, he had another trouble to deal with. Yes, if Lin Yu broke through to become an S-level dark energy manipulator, he would undoubtedly become very powerful, directly becoming a strategic force of the Federation. However, there is also a problem here. The second-generation battleship version of the Dark Energy Assistant calculating device could not support the use of S-level dark energy. In fact, not to mention S-level. When Lin Yu previously used the A-level highest grade application to deal with Hypnos, it directly rendered the second-generation battleship version of the Dark Energy Assistant calculating device on the Merlova useless. Therefore, this is currently the most important issue. Otherwise, even if Lin Yu breaks through as an S-level dark energy manipulator, he wouldn't be able to unleash 1% of his true strength. Although the third-generation battleship version of the Dark Energy Assistant calculating device has been in development for a long time, there are still many obstacles that cannot be overcome in a short period. Currently, what Lin Fen lacks the most is time. Therefore, as the inventor of the Dark Energy Assistant calculating device, Wei boldly proposed and conducted an experiment with Lin Yu's approval. By compressing a large amount of Eros metal from the Visus Galaxy group to the limit, a new metal was created, the Alpha metal. According to tests, this metal, in terms of dark energy absorption, storage, and operational efficiency, is tens of thousands of times better than Eros metal, enough to meet the needs of an S-level dark energy manipulator. However, there is another major issue here. If you want to use Alpha metal as the material to manufacture a second-generation Alpha version of the battleship-type Dark Energy Assistant calculating device, it would require the entire annual production of Eros metal in the Visus Galaxy group. Since the Federation's reserves of Eros metal are not extensive, with 90% of the previously mined Eros metal used to build the Purgatory battleships and the rest used in other areas, almost all of it has been used up. Even though the Federation had initiated the project when the agreement was reached with the Insect Clan several months ago, it's simply impossible to gather the required quantity of Eros metal. And now, Lin Fen doesn't have time to wait for another half a year. Eventually, after the appearance of Hagrid, Lin Fen had to discuss with Wei how to solve this problem. Marshall, the special customized version of the Purgatory-class battleship for Lin Yu doesn't actually need a redesign. You only need to replace the material of the Dark Energy Assistant calculating device with Alpha metal. As long as the material is available, the battleship can be completed in 3 days. The real problem still lies in the production of Eros metal. Without another large half-year, the required quantity simply cannot be gathered. Wei's virtual image stood in front of Lin Fen, shaking her head involuntarily. After all, this was not a technical issue. It simply wasn't something she could solve. Wait, I remember you designed a mech version of the Dark Energy Assistant calculating device besides the personal and battleship versions, right? Yes, I did design one, but due to size limitations, the mech version would be weaker than the battleship version. Therefore, after evaluating various aspects, the project was abandoned. Marshall, what are you thinking? That's right, the Dark Energy Assistant calculating device made of Eros metal for the mech version is indeed much weaker than the battleship version. It makes no sense to create it. But what about using Alpha metal? That's brilliant. Wei's expression was vivid at that moment. How did she not think of this before? The reason for rejecting the mech version of the Dark Energy Assistant calculating device before was that there were only so many dark energy manipulators of Class C and above in the entire Federation. Taking into account that each battleship would need at least 2 Class C dark energy manipulators, the current billion Purgatory-class battleships could almost absorb all these dark energy manipulators. Therefore, there was no need to create a mech version that was weaker than the battleship version. But the situation is different now. The performance of the battleship version of the Dark Energy Assistant calculating device made of Alpha metal will be thousands of times better than the Eros metal version. But does an S-level dark energy manipulator need this level of performance to match? The answer is no. In reality, as long as it has the performance of the Eros metal version several times greater, it would be enough to support a full S-level dark energy manipulator firepower. As for the performance of the mech version of the Dark Energy Assistant calculating device, It is indeed much weaker than the battleship version, about 40%. Though when this 40% is based on the alpha metal version of the Dark Energy Assistant calculating device, it's a whole different story, right? A 4,000-fold increase in performance will already support a S-level Dark Energy manipulator in battle, and even provide a substantial margin. Will 3 days be enough? Lin Fan asked with a smile, watching Wei's infinite excitement. More than enough. The design is already available. We can directly start production. Forget about 3 days. It can be completed in 2 days. Good. As soon as the mech is completed, send it to the Cabinia Super Galaxy Cluster. I will try to buy time and then retreat to the Cabinia Super Galaxy Cluster. It's true that even if we can manufacture the mech in just 2 days, delivering it to the front line still poses an inevitable problem with the Cabinia Super Galaxy Cluster in between. Humans do not have the technology to use the black hole space like the Gargans do, so travel through the cosmic currents is inevitable. If the mech is directly sent to the Verse Super Galaxy Cluster, it would take at least 2 months. When facing Hagrid, Lin Fan would not have the confidence to hold on for 2 months without significant casualties. Therefore, the best solution would be for the entire army to immediately retreat to the Cabinia Super Galaxy Cluster through cosmic currents after Lin Yu's breakthrough. In this way, Lin Fan should only need to hold on for a few more days at the Verse defensive line. After all, even if Hagrid wanted to chase to the Cabinia Super Galaxy Cluster without the help of the Gargans, the month-long travel time in cosmic currents would still be an unavoidable problem. Yes, Marshal. End of this chapter. Chapter 657. Warrior Lin Yu was planning his next move after the plan with Lin Fan, while working hard to build Lin Yu's special edition mech. In the empty center of the Shepherd's Seat lies the Insect Clan's small universe. Thanks to the past, the Insect Clan occasionally sent planets and stars into this small universe. Now, this small universe was essentially no different from the main universe except in size. Even within this small universe, civilizations were born on many life-bearing planets. Under Arlia's command, the Insect Clan did not prey on these civilizations. As a result, these civilizations were unaware of their existence within the small universe. In the future, this small universe would become the entire universe, with the Insect Clan being regarded as the kings of all races. From this, it can be seen that Arlia had a plan and ambitious ambitions. After all, within this small universe existed thousands of civilizations, whether they be technological or biological civilizations or even mechanical civilizations. Can you believe it? However, the resources within the small universe were not as abundant as in the main universe, which led to the slow development of these civilizations. Even after millions of years within the small universe, the highest level of civilization was only at level 6. Therefore, many civilizations held the viewpoint that aside from the Insect Clan as kings of all races, reaching level 6 civilization was the pinnacle. In reality, they were unaware that it was not impossible for civilizations to reach higher levels. Once a civilization showed signs of breaking through to level 7, the Insect Clan would use the excuse of conscription to expel the entire civilization from the small universe. And once these civilizations left the small universe, their fate would be extinction, leaving no survivors. After all, once a civilization reached level 7, they would gradually uncover the truth about the small universe, something the Insect Clan could not tolerate. Arlia had allowed many civilizations to develop within the small universe with the goal of harnessing the power of 3 types of civilizations to find their own evolutionary path, not to witness their uprising after growth. Of course, before agreeing to allow Lin Yu to enter, Arlia had made a request to Lin Fan. Do not reveal the truth to any beings in the small universe. Lin Yu agreed without a second thought. He wasn't a saint and had no intention of saving these civilizations from their plight. A life-bearing planet roughly 10 times the size of Earth, in a tropical jungle, Lin Yu was hunting. Yes, he was hunting, armed with a bow and arrow and a large machete slung on his back, swiftly navigating through the jungle. If the federal soldiers in the Sulsar sector were to see this scene, their jaws would drop instantly. Lin Yu had been in the Insect Clan's small universe for exactly 3 years. While only a few hours had passed back in the main universe, Lin Fan had just finished his communication with Wei. Initially, Lin Yu had been absorbing dark energy within the universe, but he soon realized this wouldn't lead to his breakthrough. What he lacked was not the quantity or skill in using dark energy, but rather something he had never experienced before. What was it that Lin Yu had never experienced? After much contemplation, he concluded it was primitive natural living. Since Lin Yu's birth, the Federation had been an advanced civilization. He hadn't experienced even life in the Mother Star era, let alone primitive living. After observing hundreds of relatively primitive planets within the small universe, Lin Yu chose this one, a planet 10 times larger than Earth, Lanceral. He stripped off all his technological gear and even the dark energy-assisted calculation equipment. With no technology at his disposal, Lin Yu lived on Lanceral. In the jungle, Lin Yu was chasing a creature similar to a wild boar, only much larger than Earth's wild boars, at least 20 times bigger. Currently, a huge creature was running in front with numerous arrows and long hairs piercing its skin, blood dripping in black and red. Its energy and speed were rapidly decreasing due to the injuries. Behind, Lin Yu jumped onto a large tree branch, swiftly retrieved an arrow from his back, and shot it with the bow. The arrow, made from a special metal found in Lanceral, turned into a streak of light, hitting the creature just seconds later. Almost simultaneously, several streaks of light on Lin Yu's left and right also struck the target. They were natives of Lanceral, the Tarlok tribe. Their size and human-like figure, albeit with noticeable differences, presented a unique beauty that could be appreciated by humans. Lin Yu, the Toro beast is on its last legs. The final blow is yours. A Tarlok female standing on a tree branch behind Lin Yu exclaimed loudly. In the Tarlok tribe, killing a Toro beast was a rite of passage for every warrior, completed by delivering the final blow. Lin Yu seamlessly jumped forward, responding loudly, "I got it." Seeing the heavily wounded Toro beast, Lin Yu put away his bow and took out a huge machete from his back. After a few jumps, he caught up with the injured beast and, without hesitation, leapt from a giant tree, forcefully plunging the blade into the beast's neck. The jungle echoed with the loud groans of the Toro beast. After a moment of struggle, the beast, fighting to its last breath, finally succumbed to its injuries, with a resentful gaze before breathing its last few breaths. Standing on the beast's neck, Lin Yu pulled out the knife, cleaned it of the beast's blood with a swing, and looked up at the sky. In a voice only he could hear, he spoke to himself, "I wonder how the fleet is doing now." With a flick, he rid the knife of the Toro beast's blood and Lin Fan gazed at the sky, finishing the chapter. Chapter 658, Beast Tide. While Lin Yu was living a primitive life within the insect tribe's mini-universe, in the main universe, Lin Fan once again approached A. "No. I don't agree." A exploded upon hearing Lin Fan's request. "Withdraw completely from the Verse Supergalactic Cluster. Are you kidding me? We've worked so hard for so long for what? I've told you. Lin Yu wants to possess the ability to battle with a 9th-tier being. Just breaking through isn't enough. We also need a device to unleash all his power. And that device must be transported from the Virginis Supergalactic Cluster. If we retreat to the Kevinia Supergalactic Cluster, we'll only need a month to receive the device and enter the counterattack phase. During this month, even the Purgatory Legion will be wasting time when the cosmic currents. Of course, if your insect tribe can withstand that 9th-tier being for 2 months, we can also not retreat." This statement hit a sore spot once again, making the insect tribe hold off the Purgatory Legion for 2 months, allowing enough time for humans to prepare for the battle with Hedge. That's impossible. Never mind a 9th-tier being, even an 8th-tier being, the insect tribe couldn't withstand for 2 months. Just push to the Kevinia current node. Yes, just retreat to the node. The virtual meeting room fell into silence, but Lin Fan wasn't worried at all. He had A firmly under control now, and he wasn't concerned if she disagreed. Moreover, even if she did disagree, what could she do? The Federation could handle the retreat on its own. There was no need for the insect tribe's cooperation. Clearly, cooperation wasn't needed. Fine, I agree, but we can only retreat to the current node. Minutes later, A seemed to understand and thought about what option she had other than agreeing. Then we'll wait for Lin Yu to come out of the mini-universe. Lin Fan nodded. Yes. The most critical question now was when Lin Yu could come out. According to the flow of time in the main universe, if Lin Yu could sort things out within 2 days, there wouldn't be a big issue. However, if it took more than 2 days, that would be problematic. After leaving the virtual meeting room, Lin Fan once again contacted Wan Hai through the terminal. Lin Fan remembered Wan Hai vividly since Lin Yu had personally recommended him as a talented commander, and Lin Fan had reviewed all the war reports from his service. He was indeed a talent, with a command style similar to Lin Fan's, and trusting him with the planned operation seemed like a good choice. "Marshal, You're looking for me? As the communication connected, Wang Hai's hologram appeared in Lin Fan's office. Yes, I'm looking for you because there's an important task I need to give you. The insect tribe's mini-universe, the planet Landseer. In a giant tribe with over 1 million inhabitants, a celebration is taking place. A Taro's beast nearly 30 meters tall is being displayed, emitting a tantalizing scent alongside the flames. Around it, tens of thousands of Tarok people are joyfully dancing, and Lin Yu is among them. This is a celebration for the birth of a new group of warriors, as well as the annual celebration of the Tarok tribe. However, while everyone was celebrating the birth of new tribal warriors, they were unaware of the massive crisis unprecedented in Tarok history approaching. 20 kilometers away from the tribe, a Taro's beast at least 80 meters long stood, glaring with red eyes towards the tribe, illuminated by countless bonfires. Behind it, a massive army of tens of thousands of Taro's beasts, unmoving and silent, waiting for the general's order to charge like elite soldiers. If the Tarok people saw this Taro's beast, they would be astonished. According to Tarok records, Taro's beasts usually range from 20 to 40 meters long. The largest Taro's beast recorded over 1,000 years was approximately 48 meters. However, this Taro's beast was over 80 meters long. Truly shocking. At that moment, the massive Taro's beast raised its head and let out a roar before charging towards the Tarok tribe's village, followed by thousands of other Taro's beasts. The ground shook as if a minor earthquake had occurred. Despite being 20 kilometers apart, the tribe could still feel the slight tremor. However, they paid it no mind. After sensing the ground shaking, everyone paused briefly before continuing the celebration, except for one person, Lin Yu. Lin Yu wasn't like the primitive Tarok tribespeople. Despite being a federal soldier rather than a scientist, the education system in the Federation had equipped him with knowledge equal to any scientist from the old Earth era. From the frequency and manner of the ground vibration, Lin Yu instantly deduced that it wasn't an earthquake. It felt more like the thundering of cavalry, only more intense. Lin Yu, what's wrong? A Tarok girl bounced over to Lin Yu, noticing his serious expression. We might have trouble. Trouble? Yes. Quickly go inform the elders. A beast tide might be approaching, and its scale could reach tens of thousands. How is that possible? The girl was astonished. The term beast tide was ancient and only appeared in the Tarok tribe's mural records. In over 1,000 years, this so-called beast tide had occurred only 3 times, with the most recent being over 500 years ago. According to records, the largest beast tide consisted of over 100 Taro's beasts and several hundred other animals, causing some casualties among the Tarok tribe but nothing significant. However, Lin Yu now claimed that a beast tide was coming, with a scale of tens of thousands. How could the girl not be shocked? Hurry, there's no time. All right, I understand. I'll go immediately. Seeing the puzzled girl, Lin Yu furrowed his brows and raised his voice again, radiating the authority he once commanded as the supreme commander of the Ghost Fleet. The intensity of Lin Yu's sudden outburst shook the girl, who nodded and ran towards where the elders were located. End of this chapter. Chapter 659 approaches. Lin Yu's palm pressed against the ground, closing his eyes to feel the vibrations coming from the earth. Lin Yu's brain rapidly calculated the approximate time the beast tide would arrive. Lin Yu. Just 2 minutes later, a digital Tarok elder, who appeared much older than his actual age, approached him. Elders, is it true? Xiling said you discovered the beast tide, with a scale reaching over tens of thousands. The elders looked at Lin Yu, the young man who suddenly appeared years ago, and asked solemnly. These Tarok elders were not unfamiliar with Lin Yu and trusted him greatly. Over the years, Lin Yu's various abilities had shocked all of them. After all, no matter what, Lin Yu was a level 8 civilization person who could even stand out in the primitive tribe based on common knowledge that everyone knew. In particular, Lin Yu used his knowledge to help the Tarok tribe improve their spears, bows, and arrows with a special metal from Lancer, significantly enhancing their attack power and durability, leading the entire tribe out of the Stone Age. However, despite the trust, the annual Warrior Birth Festival was a major event for the entire tribe. Without sufficient reason, even the elders did not dare to easily halt it. Therefore, although these elders greatly trusted Lin Yu, they had to confirm multiple times as what Lin Yu said was truly unbelievable. Elders, prepare quickly. Time is running out. Trust me. Lin Yu said with a serious expression to the Tarok elders. The Tarok tribe's Grand Elder, who stood at the forefront of the elders, stared at Lin Yu as if trying to read his mind. If what Lin Yu said was true and a beast tide of tens of thousands was coming, there was no room for complacency. Moreover, in the Tarak tribe, only the tribal warriors were capable of killing Terra's beasts, and the number of warriors in the entire tribe was just over 1,000. Even if one included those who had not become warriors, but possessed decent hunting skills, the number would not exceed 10,000. At this moment, the Grand Elder dared not take risks. Even if Lin Yu was wrong, he would take responsibility for interrupting the festival. Spread the word. End the festival immediately. All warriors and hunters assemble. The Grand Elder turned to the other elders with a serious expression. Grand Elder, enough. I trust Lin Yu. If any issues arise, I will take responsibility. The Grand Elder interrupted the other elders directly before they could say anything, and they could only helplessly convey the orders. Thank you for trusting me, Grand Elder. Lin Yu said sincerely to the Grand Elder after the other elders left. No need. I hope you're right. The Grand Elder waved his hand. 10 minutes later, laughter was absent in the tribe, and the festival had been interrupted. Everyone heard that the beast Tai, historically the largest, was approaching. Even after the elders revealed that the news came from the prophet Lin Yu, many still had doubts. After all, a beast tide of tens of thousands of Terra's beasts seemed too exaggerated. Nevertheless, regardless of belief, nearly 10,000 tribal warriors and hunters had gathered with their weapons at the front of the tribe in a very short time. Under the guidance of the elders, other members assisted in transporting various weapons. Due to the tribe's location surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, defending the front was sufficient. Moreover, in the past 3 years under Lin Yu's guidance, the rudimentary fence that used to be at the front had been transformed into sturdy wooden walls reminiscent of ancient earth, albeit still made of wood. These wooden walls, made from the unique trees on Lancer, were extremely hard and as defensive as ancient earth walls, if not stronger. No time to spare. Everyone, up to the wall. As 10 minutes passed, the ground tremors had intensified. According to Lin Yu's estimation, the beast tide would arrive in 5 minutes at most. He couldn't help but shout to everyone. Feeling the sudden burst of aura from Lin Yu, the Tarak warriors and hunters even forgot that this command did not come from the elders and quickly arrived at the wooden wall with their weapons. Look there. A minute later, a Tarak warrior on the wall shouted, directing everyone's attention in a particular direction with his spear. In the distance, the galloping of over tens of thousands of Terra's beasts stirred up clouds of dust. Well, that wasn't the key. The key was. At this moment, everyone could vaguely see a massive figure at the front of the flying dust, unmistakably a Terra's beast. However, this Terra's beast was larger than any they had seen, causing waves of shock among the Tarak warriors on the wall. Before they could recover from their shock, with the Terra's beasts getting closer, everyone finally saw the full extent of this beast Tai. No other wild beasts were present, only a sea of Terra's beasts, just as Lin Yu said, numbering tens of thousands. In the face of such a beast Tai, can we truly hold on? Everyone on the wall was stunned, continually questioning themselves. Similarly, the elders on the wall were dumbfounded and even forgot to issue commands. Everyone, prepare for battle. We must keep the Terra's beasts outside the wall. Seeing the dumbfounded elders, Lin Yu sighed, shouting loudly as he took out an arrow, put it on the bow, and shot. Despite being several kilometers away, as someone who had used intermediate genetic enhancers like Lin Yu, his physical strength was no longer ordinary, even without the ability to use Ether Darkness ability Cancellery DAC. Moreover, with the bout he crafted from various special materials on Lancer over the past 3 years, he could launch attacks even from several kilometers away. The arrow turned into a streak of light, swiftly heading towards the Terra's Beast King still 3 kilometers away. Everyone on the wall looked baffled at Lin Yu's actions. This was 3 kilometers away. This couldn't be real. However, just seconds later, amidst the rumbling charge of the Terra's Beast group, everyone heard a sound they shouldn't have. The sound of an arrow hitting the Terra's Beast King 3 kilometers away. End of this chapter. Chapter 660 Lin Yu's Crisis. The entire battlefield seemed to quiet down with this sound. How is this possible? Yes. It's simply impossible, at least in the eyes of the Tarak tribe, but Lin Yu managed to do it. An arrow shot from 3 kilometers away, hitting the target perfectly. Many people here had hunted together with Lin Yu before, and they all knew his strength. Indeed, he was stronger than most Tarak people, but not to this extent. However, it was normal. To avoid being seen as a monster, Lin Yu had always tried to control his body's greatly enhanced functions due to the genetic enhancing drugs. But today's situation showed that Lin Yu could no longer hide his strength. As everyone watched Lin Yu take a deep breath, the person who shot the arrow furrowed his brows deeply. That shot was his full power, and if it were the usual 2 to 3 meters Taro beasts, he could pierce through them. Even the massive kinetic energy carried by the arrow could knock down those ordinary Taro beasts. However, now, the 80-meter-long mega-sized Taro beast was only shot in the flesh, with half the arrows still hanging outside. What a powerful superficial defense it had. Lin Yu was willing to bet that even if he didn't intervene, even if the entire Taro group went all out, they might not be able to leave a scratch on this Taro beast. Everyone, focus on the giant Taro beast. I'll handle it. The rest can deal with the normal Taro beasts. Previously captured by Lin Yu's momentum, combined with the recent shot, his words were more effective than all the elders, at least in this battle. All Tarak warriors picked up their bows, but they had to wait for the Taro beasts to approach within 300 meters before attacking. After all, they weren't Lin Yu, able to maintain such massive attack power after shooting an arrow 3 kilometers away. The Taro beasts charged forward, Tarak people prepared to defend, and only Lin Yu tirelessly fired arrows at the Taro Beast King with a pace of almost 1 arrow every 3 seconds. 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer, 500 meters, 300 meters, for the tribe. With this somewhat juvenile statement shouted from Lin Yu's mouth, all Tarak warriors, having already pulled their bows taut, shouted for the tribe and released their fingers. Countless arrows made of special metal turned into streaks of light, rushing towards the Taro Beast herd. Despite the impressive display, for these tens of thousands of 2 to 3 meters long Taro beasts, the damage caused by an arrow storm was almost negligible. Only 2 beasts fell due to multiple arrow hits to vital spots on their heads. The rest sustained minor injuries that didn't affect their combat abilities. At the forefront of the Taro beasts, the mega-sized Taro Beast King was covered in arrows. In the final charge within 3 kilometers, Lin Yu shot nearly 100 arrows at it. However, all that resulted was some superficial wounds, nothing more. Nonetheless, this outcome was expected. Normally, it took at least 20 Tarak people to hunt down such a huge creature. Therefore, despite the first wave of arrows achieving little success, all Tarak warriors didn't give up. They retrieved another arrow, aiming again. For the Taro beasts, 300 meters was a short distance they quickly overcame. During this time, Tarak warriors had barely pulled out the third arrow. With a loud bang, the impact of the giant Taro beasts charging and their high-speed movement seemed to shake the wooden city wall as if it were about to collapse, knocking down many Tarak people directly. Fortunately, the trees on the planet of Lancer had enough hardness and resilience to barely withstand the first wave's attack without being completely destroyed. However, an unexpected incident occurred. Although the city wall held up, and its nearly 20 meters height prevented Taro beasts from attacking the Tarak warriors on top, there was an exception among them. Doric, the name chosen by the Taro Beast King for itself. Since birth, it had possessed intelligence far beyond other Taro beasts, as well as a colossal size and strength incomparable to the entire race. Once it matured, Doric quickly conquered the entire race with its intelligence and strength, becoming the king of the Taro beasts in this jungle. Unbeknownst to the Tarak tribe, Doric had ruled the jungle for over 100 years as a king. Today was supposed to be a good day, marking his son Salawi's coming-of-age trial. However, unexpectedly, the trial turned Salawi into a roasted meal, now suspended over a bonfire in the heart of the Tarak tribe. This enraged Doric, who rallied all Taro beasts in the jungle, initiating an unprecedented beast tie. The 18-meter-high city wall was no hindrance to the 2 to 3 meter-long Taro beasts, but for Doric, it was a mere obstacle. Although Taro beasts were not known for leaping, Doric, with its massive size, only needed to lift its front body and place its front legs on the wall to easily climb over. With a bang, Doric landed behind the city wall. The impact from its 20-meter free fall caused vibrations akin to an earthquake. Everyone, focus your attacks on the Taro beasts outside the wall. Leave the one inside to me. Lin Yu's expression turned serious. If he had the assistive calculation device, even a single soldier's model, he could effortlessly crush the massive creature before him. But now, he had none of that. All he possessed was a body modified by intermediate gene enhancement drugs. Perhaps in the eyes of the Tarak people, This body was already akin to a deity. Still, facing the enormous Taro beast before him, it was evident he lacked sufficient strength. With its huge bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Yu, for some reason, Doric felt this tiny being had killed its son. The battle was about to begin. Doric lifted its massive right front leg and stomped down towards Lin Yu. With a massive bang, a 10-meter diameter crater was instantly formed on the ground, creating a dense dust cloud. It was like being struck by a shell bombardment, quite terrifying. Lin Yu. Due to the thick dust in the air, everyone lost sight of Lin Yu. Watching this scene from behind, the elder couldn't help but shout out. End of this chapter. Chapter 661. Where are the promised primitive creatures? At this moment, no one knows if Lin Yu has avoided Dulk's attack. The thick dust raised by the impact will not settle down quickly. The most nervous person at this moment is the elder chief of the Teruk tribe. He is well aware that if Lin Yu cannot subdue this terrorist beast, then there will be no one in the entire tribe who can handle it. Even if the city walls built in the past few years can fend off the ordinary terrorist creatures outside, it would be meaningless. This is the decisive battle that determines everything in this moment. Inside the flying dust, Lin Yu appears somewhat disheveled. Yes, he narrowly avoided Dulk's stomp, but was it okay to just avoid being stepped on directly? It seems not. In addition to the direct impact, Dulk's full-force stomp also triggered a strong shockwave. At this moment, Lin Yu's crude clothing is nearly gone, with only some remnants of beast skin hanging from his right shoulder. Unable to hold back any longer, a mouthful of bright red blood is sprayed out. In this battle, the first move has almost achieved a deadly effect. Even after using the Federal 3rd Generation Intermediate Genetic Enhancement Potion, which increased his physical abilities hundreds of times, it's still based on the foundation of an ordinary human being. But what about Dulk's strength? If calculated based on an ordinary human, it is at least thousands of times greater. Thus, in this universe, humans have always been one of the weakest species. It is precisely because of their weakness that humans have embarked on the path of technological civilization, using technology to compensate for their lack of strength. However, at this moment, Lin Yu has no technological power at his disposal. Nevertheless, despite the bleak situation, Lin Yu suddenly has a comprehension of breaking through the S-rank Dark Energy Manipulator. As mentioned earlier, it is precisely because of their weakness that humans have embraced technological civilization. Although dark energy manipulation relies on dark energy-assisted computing devices to unleash formidable combat power, fundamentally, it is not technology, but rather inherent strength, somewhat akin to biological civilization. Of course, this is not to say that technology is useless. By combining dark energy manipulation with technology, the power that can be exhibited is calculated to be hundreds or thousands of times greater. Although technology is indispensable, breaking through the S-rank Dark Energy Manipulator is absolutely unrelated to technology, but a true sublimation of life. It requires surpassing oneself without relying on technology, transcending limits to achieve true success. And this is the enlightenment that Lin Yu is experiencing at this moment. Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, not succumbing to despair despite being severely injured, Lin Yu instead smiles faintly. After checking his body, he acknowledges the serious internal injuries he has sustained. Perhaps, for an ordinary person, this would be a fatal blow, but for a genetically enhanced human like Lin Yu, it is only of moderate severity and might not significantly affect his mobility for some time. Gripping tightly onto his specially crafted spear, Lin Yu disappears from the spot in the next moment. At the same time, Dulk locks his eyes on the thick smoke and dust in front of him, as if trying to see through it to confirm whether the tiny existence within has been crushed into a pulp by him. Just then, a black shadow suddenly darts out from the airborne dust, directly appearing beside Dulk's forefoot. With a loud roar, Dulk emits a deafening sound. Finally, everyone sees that the black shadow beside Dulk's right forefoot is indeed Lin Yu. His specially crafted spear is deeply embedded in the flesh of Dulk's right forefoot. From the roar it let out, it is evident that Lin Yu's strike hit a critical spot on Dulk's right forefoot. Swiftly withdrawing the spear, Lin Yu doesn't dare linger in the same spot but transforms into a black shadow once again, this time heading for the hind foot. Based on the location Lin Yu hit on the right forefoot earlier, he strikes again at a corresponding position. With a schlick sound, as the spear penetrates the outer skin and pierces the flesh, Dulk lets out another roar, but this time, it can't do anything to stop Lin Yu. Its lower abdomen is a blind spot, yet the tiny entity that is Lin Yu keeps darting within its blind spot, occasionally targeting its vulnerable points. It's as if Dulk is being teased. While Dulk is helpless against Lin Yu and nearly losing its mind, Lin Yu's attacks become smoother and more efficient. This scene is also observed by the elders of the Tarak tribe. Their faces turn red with excitement. If it weren't for Lin Yu, the simple fence that previously surrounded them would have been breached by the thousands of terrorist creatures charging in, leading to merciless slaughter of the Tarak tribe. Looking at the giant terrorist creature before them, it becomes clear that without Lin Yu, that single terrorist beast alone could have wiped out the entire Tarak tribe. No. Once this crisis passes, they must create a new title of Tarak tribe's top warrior specially for Lin Yu. Clenching their fists, the elder chief, overcome with excitement, is already thinking of a title for Lin Yu even grander than a warrior. However, they seem to be thinking too soon. The battle between Lin Yu and Dulk continues, but the roles seem to have completely reversed. The hunter has become the hunted, and the prey has turned into the hunter. As time passes, under Lin Yu's relentless assaults, Dulk's fur limbs have been pierced tens of times, and the dark red blood has completely soaked all the fur on its limbs. Finally, Dulk can no longer support its massive body, collapsing on the ground. Witnessing this, the Tarak people who have not joined the battle on the walls burst into cheers. However, just like the elder chief, they seem to have celebrated prematurely. Yes, Dulk has fallen, but it's only due to the injuries in its limbs that it can no longer support its massive body, not due to fatal wounds. Looking at Lin Yu, Dulk's eyes are full of hatred. Suddenly, Dulk makes a gesture that leaves Lin Yu bewildered and opens his huge bloody mouth. Instantly, an energy sphere appears within its large mouth. Wait, weren't we supposed to only deal with primitive creatures? At this moment, Lin Yu is perplexed. End of this chapter. Chapter 660. To moving towards a higher level. Looking ahead, Lin Yu was truly startled by the sight of the dork that was opening its bloody mouth and gathering energy. He instinctively moved around to its back. An energy attack was no joke. Generally, a biological civilization needed to reach at least the third level of evolution before evolving organs capable of using biological energy. That the dork was just a primitive creature, maybe not even at the initial level, right? Even though Lin Yu's body functions had been greatly enhanced by intermediate genetic strengthening drugs, he still couldn't resist an energy attack. Even the most basic energy attack was equally formidable. Suddenly, a weak energy blast was sprayed out from the dork's mouth. At this moment, Lin Yu, who had been trying to avoid it, finally realized that the dork's target was not himself, but the tall wooden wall behind him. Perhaps, in Lin Yu's eyes, this energy blast seemed very weak, but it varied in different circumstances. After all, energy blasts Lin Yu had encountered before were from interstellar wars. So, despite the dork's attack being far less powerful than the energy blasts from a Tier 3 technological civilization battleship, destroying a wooden wall here was no challenge at all. A small mushroom cloud rose, and the sky was filled with flying wall debris and wood chips. A huge gap of at least 50 meters was blasted through the wall. Except for those warriors on the wall's edge, there were no survivors among the Tarak warriors who were standing on that section of the wall. It was a scene straight out of hell. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. After all, the reason the Tarak warriors had been able to resist the Taros beasts up until now was this wall, which had kept all Taros beasts outside except for the dorks. But now, with a gap of more than 50 meters, it was enough for a flood of Taros beasts to rush in. Once a large number of Taros beasts entered the tribe, the warriors on the wall would be safer, given their elevation of nearly 20 meters. However, the situation of the other tribe members was precarious. Elder, evacuate the tribe members immediately. Lin Yu shouted loudly towards the direction of the elder, who had already been too late. 3 more and 3 more. An endless stream of Taros beasts flooded into the tribe within a dozen seconds. Ignoring the warriors on the wall, they directly charged towards the tribal population, and a one-sided massacre began. The excellent terrain of being surrounded by mountains had now become the source of despair for all tribe members. There was nowhere to run, only continuous efforts to dodge the charging and trampling of the Taros beasts. But this was not a long-term solution. With more and more Taros beasts rushing into the tribe, it would become increasingly difficult for the Tarak people to evade, wanting to resist. Not to mention the ordinary tribe members who hadn't been in frontline battles. Even with warriors from the tribe, it would take at least dozens of people to hunt down a single Taros beast on flat ground. Moreover, With the entire tribe of Terek warriors numbering less than 10,000 and the number of Tauros beasts exceeding 10,000, the current situation was dire. Watching as Terek people were being slaughtered almost every second, Lin Yu felt some regret for leaving the dark energy-assisted calculation device on the Malovia. After all, they had lived together for 3 years, the people were nice to him, and Lin Yu was not a heartless person. How could he lack any emotions? A feeling of frustration rose within him. However, no matter how hard he tried to activate it, as usual, Lin Yu couldn't access even a trace of dark energy. Lin Yu, be careful. Just as Lin Yu was feeling annoyed and distracted, he suddenly heard a familiar voice and felt as if he had been pushed hard. Under normal circumstances, the Terek people could never push Lin Yu, but in his distracted and defenseless state, he was pushed several meters and even before he landed, he experienced another shockwave, sending him flying 20 meters before crashing to the ground. Through his bewildered eyes, when he looked back at where he was just standing, it was the tail of the dork that had struck there like a whip, cracking the ground even. And when he scanned around, Lin Yu finally noticed who had pushed him just now. Looking at the young girl who had fallen several tens of meters away, Lin Yu felt a twinge of pain in his heart. The Terek girl named Purple Spirit, who had always been lively in front of him, had now lost all signs of life. Unforgivable, I won't forgive you. This scene made Lin Yu lose almost all sense of rationale as he muttered through gritted teeth, staring at the dork in front of him. With a thunderous roar, the energy within the dark energy shield in front of him began to erupt, forming a silver-white beam of light that pierced through the dork's massive head, creating a gaping hole in it. At this moment, Lin Yu finally began to regain some clarity. Staring in confusion at the silver-white dark energy shield in front of him, he was perplexed as he hadn't been wearing the dark energy-assisted calculation device, yet he could now manipulate the dark energy successfully. Could it be that he had already made a breakthrough earlier, and that with S-level dark energy manipulation abilities, he could manipulate and utilize dark energy without relying on the dark energy-assisted calculation device? Initially, this should have been a cause for celebration. After all, Lin Yu's main goal in coming here was to make a breakthrough. However, he couldn't find joy in his achievement. After 3 years, the girl who had almost become like a younger sister to him would never appear in front of him again. Lin Yu, Purple Ling still has a breath in her. Is there any way to save her? Suddenly, the voice of the Terek tribe's elder rang out behind Lin Yu. Originally, Purple Ling was his granddaughter, and after the incident just now, the elder hurried over. Of course, the injuries Purple Ling sustained were unsolvable for the Terek tribe, making it impossible to save her. But just as the elder was about to give up hope, he witnessed Ling use godlike intervention. This moment gave rise to an inexplicable thought in his mind. Perhaps Lin Yu could save Purple Ling. End of this chapter. Chapter 663. As a Tier S dark energy manipulator, Lin Yu was controlling the energy to make Ziling kneel on one knee on the ground. Lin Yu carefully inspected Ziling's injuries. Just as the elder had said, although weak, there was still a hint of life, and she had not completely lost her vitality. Perhaps, just a minute ago, even Lin Yu would have been helpless in this situation, but the Lin Yu at this moment was not the same as the Lin Yu from a minute ago. At this moment, his life had been elevated to a new level, officially entering the ranks of the S-tier dark energy manipulators. Speaking of Tier S dark energy manipulators, the biggest difference from Tier is that they can absorb, manipulate, and use dark energy without relying on dark energy assistive devices, solely relying on themselves. Of course, compared to relying on dark energy assistive devices, it was definitely much weaker. Judging from Lin Yu's current feeling, his current strength without relying on dark energy assistive devices was roughly equivalent to a federal B-tier dark energy manipulator. With the help of dark energy assistive devices, his strength would be over 1,000 times greater than before. With the thought, dozens of small diamond-shaped dark energy barriers gradually formed around Ziling's wounds, shimmering with a silver-white light, causing Ziling's physical injuries to visibly recover at a rapid rate. The elder on the side had widened his eyes in amazement. This was truly a divine intervention. All right, Ziling is no longer in danger. I will go deal with the other Taro beasts. Everything is in your hands, Lord Lin Yu. Unconsciously, the elder had already started using respectful language towards Lin Yu, making Lin Yu's expression somewhat awkward. However, now was not the time to correct the elder. The iconic cube-shaped silver-white barriers, the high-tier dark energy manipulator, had now surrounded Lin Yu, enveloping him in them. In the next moment, Lin Yu, who had been beside Ziling, was now floating hundreds of meters in the sky. The primitive beast group that has not yet advanced in rank. Lin Yu muttered as he looked down at the group of Taro beasts below. This was not arrogance on Lin Yu's part. Even if they were primitive creatures within the star system, so what? Even without the assistance of a dark energy assistive device, Lin Yu's abilities as a B-tiered dark energy manipulator solely relying on his own power could definitely compete with beings from civilizations of the 5th or 6th order. Therefore, using the term primitive to describe these Taro beasts that had not left the planet was entirely fitting. 10, 20, 30, hundreds of small dark energy barriers continued to manifest around Lin Yu. Previously, controlling this level of attack for a B-tier dark energy manipulator would have been relatively effortless, even controlling hundreds or thousands simultaneously. However, Lin Yu had only released over 100. This was different from the interstellar wars of the past. Tower needed to be controlled with extreme precision, as even slight deviations could bring unimaginable devastation to the planet. After a while, nearly half of the Taro beasts had fallen to the ground, each one with a precise, fatal blow to the head. The remaining beasts were terrifying, even their sturdy limbs quivering incessantly. The king beast was slain in an instant, followed by the massacre of thousands of beasts in a short span of time. Fear gripped every Taro beast's body. Almost simultaneously, the remaining thousands of Taro beasts turned and frenziedly fled. Seeing this from the sky, Lin Yu ceased his attacks. After all the Taro beasts in the jungle had been dealt with. There was no need to exterminate them, especially since without the Taro Beast King, the regular beasts would not launch a beast tie, posing no real threat to the Talak tribe. Most importantly, if all the Taro beasts were eradicated, the traditional annual warrior trials of the Talak tribe would be impossible to conduct. Therefore, it was better to let them go. 10 minutes later, in the assembly hall of the elders, there was an additional seat this time, and at the request of the elders, Lin Yu also attended the tribal elder meeting. This time, our tribe lost 27 warriors and 283 fighters, mostly due to the destruction of the city wall by the Taro Beast King. Although the loss of warriors and fighters is not severe, even less than in the two recorded beast tides, there were significant casualties among the common people, with over 60,000 people dead. 60,000 people. What a staggering number. It should be noted that the entire Talak tribe only had a population of 1 million people. Furthermore, we still have over 50 severely injured individuals. It is almost certain that we cannot save them. Should we make their passing easier? The second elder introduced the casualties of the tribe and inquired about the treatment of severely injured personnel. The elders had witnessed Lin Yu saving Ziling before, but at this moment, they regarded Lin Yu as a deity incarnate. How could they dare to ask anything of him? After the elder spoke, everyone looked at Lin Yu expectantly, their eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. We should act promptly. Let's go save the injured first, and we can discuss the rest later. Feeling pressured by all the elders' stares, Lin Yu stood up and nodded. Regardless of the elders' requests, Lin Yu had already planned to treat the severely injured Talak warriors. Soon, they arrived at an open space where over 50 injured individuals lay on the ground, gasping for air. Sighing, this was the tragedy of a weak civilization, where even without the invasion of powerful extraterrestrial beings, indigenous life forms on some planets pose sufficient threats to their survival. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of super-small diamond-shaped barriers began to form above the bodies of the 50 severely injured individuals. Similar to the treatment of Ziling before, each person received a different number of super-small diamond-shaped barriers based on the severity of their injuries. In no time, their wounds began to visibly heal at a rapid pace. Once again, a miracle-like scene began to unfold for the primitive tribe. End of chapter. Chapter 664. Difficult situation. Lin Yu did not leave the insect clan's small universe immediately. On one hand, he needed some time to stabilize and proficiently use the newly acquired power. On the other hand, it was not yet the agreed-upon time for the rendezvous of the Maloa, and there was no support from the ship. He was relying only on himself. Although he could now unleash the power of B-grade dark energy manipulation without the assistance of the calculation device, he could only temporarily enter the universe, and it was impossible to leave the small universe. As Lin Yu continued to stay on the land star, the situation of the human-insect allied forces in the main universe became increasingly difficult. Since repelling the Second Legion of the Purgatory Army, Arya had fully launched the recapture operation of the Velis supercluster. Within a few days, she had taken over 3 star domains. After all, the Purgatory Legion itself did not have many troops. If each star domain left a large number of troops for defense, there would be no strength left to continue the attack. Therefore, in the star domains captured by Ipnas, there were barely tens of thousands of troops left, and in some places, the remaining troops were not even 10,000. With the lack of 7th Order leader-level creatures guarding these areas, Arya's recapture operation was effortless. 30,000 light-years from the Sassel Star Domain, Feldman Star Domain. This was a star domain recently taken by Arya and was now the outermost perimeter of the Insect Clan's strength, where almost half of the main forces of the Insect Clan were concentrated. However, just as the Feldman Star Domain was captured, not even a day had passed when the Purgatory Army had already counterattacked. Moreover, in every aspect, they were much stronger than the Second Legion of Purgatory. The First Purgatory Legion led by Heg was almost entirely composed of close combat-oriented entities. Of course, that didn't mean that the First Legion was lacking in long-range capabilities. In fact, the long-range capabilities of the First Legion were no worse than the Second Legion, only their close combat abilities were superior. Almost every race had extremely tough exoskeletons, and many of them had powerful shielding abilities. In one area of the battlefield, thousands of combat insects were besieging a crab-like creature whose hard shell made it impervious to any insect attacks, whether long-range or close-range. Despite its crab-like appearance, its movements were not slow, especially its immensely powerful claws capable of inflicting deadly blows. When targeting, it launched attacks at speeds invisible to the naked eye, often killing multiple combat insects with just one blow. If it was only formidable at close range, then it would be acceptable. But the problem was that this creature could also launch long-range spatial attacks, causing spatial rift effects on targets millions of kilometers away. It was quite terrifying. And this was just a tribal-level creature within the First Purgatory Legion. As for the 7th Order leader-level creatures of various races, they were rampaging within the insect army, hunting down high-level king insects everywhere, like cutting down enemy generals in a forest of 10,000 troops. This was the dimensional difference between civilizations of the same kind. From the lowest level combat insects to the most powerful emperor insects, all of them had at least one dimensional difference compared to their counterparts. Taking the example of soldier-level creatures, the combat insects of the insect clan were usually 3rd or 4th order creatures. What about the Purgatory Psi? Their tribal-level creatures were 5th order creatures. And it wasn't just a difference in soldier levels. Even at the level of commanders or supreme commanders, there was still a dimension difference. This battle was simply impossible to continue. In any case, the situation had deteriorated to the extreme. Without effective measures, the extermination of the insect clan here was only a matter of time. Sassel Star Domain, New Gong Worker Star. Marshal, the insect Arya has entered virtual conference room No. 3 and requested a meeting with you. Most of Arya's concerns are about the Feldman Star Domain. Alright, I'll go see her. Lin Fen nodded and operated the terminal a few times before leaning back in his seat. Arya, what's the matter? What's the matter? I don't believe you don't know the situation in the Feldman area. With eyes glaring at Lin Fen, as if Lin Fen had done something to offend her, this suddenly sent chills down Lin Fan's spine. I know the situation there, but haven't we agreed that the insect clan must delay Purgatory's forces for at least 2 days? Forget 2 days, I can't even hold on for another 2 hours. This surprised Lin Fan. It was within his expectations that the insect clan couldn't hold on. After all, the enemy had more than twice the troops and possibly a 9th order creature in command. But even if the insect clan was weak, their sheer numbers should buy them some time, right? Unless the overall strength of the enemy far exceeded Lin Fan's expectations. If that was the case, then the problem would be troublesome. Are you asking us to send reinforcements with our fleet? Even if I request it, will you agree? Arya sneered. I don't need your large army support, but I need the 0-point arsenal of the Federation. I'm even willing to blow up my swarm. Oh. This was interesting. It seemed that Arya was truly desperate and had come up with such a method. However, just as she said, if Lin Fan were to send the fleet to directly face Heg in the Feldman area, it would be impossible. Therefore, Arya had to settle for the next best thing, requesting the Federation to use Zero-Point Arsenal to temporarily repel the Purgatory Legion, in accordance with the plan agreed upon by Lin Fen and Arya. As long as they could delay for 2 days, it would suffice. As for the front line of the battlefield, where the insect swarms were completely entangled with the Purgatory Legion, their lives were considered expendable. Although there were indeed many of them, at least Arya could accept it. After all, they were just low-level combat insects, which was better than having numerous king insects and high-level combat insects killed, right? Similarly, for Lin Fen, this was an acceptable option. Send a fleet to the Feldman Star Domain, stay in the rear of the entire battlefield, and provide fire support to the front with zero-point missiles. The only thing to be wary of was Haig's long-distance attacks. Of course, now that the basic parameters of that attack were known, there were several methods to avoid it. Alright, I will send a fleet for support. We should arrive within 10 minutes. End of chapter. Chapter 665. Support Operation Veer Super Galaxy Group, Feldman Star Domain. Everywhere is a fierce battle. The traces of war almost cover the entire star domain. The wars between biological civilizations are not as magnificent as technological civilizations, but more like primitive biological struggles, yet more bloody and violent. At the edge of the star domain, even far away from the insect race's rear, there were suddenly countless deep blue vortex-like channels appearing in the void. One after another, numerous warships coming out from them. If counted, a total of 1 billion Federal warships arrived here. Each warship's hull is imprinted with the Federal emblem and the emblem of the Indomitable Fleet, and in the center of the Indomitable Fleet emblem, there is also inscribed a number 2. Obviously, this is the 2nd Legion of the Indomitable Fleet. Commander, all warships have left the superspace and arrived at the designated position without deviation. Inside the flagship, the vice captain slightly bowed to report to Lin Kexin. Scan and establish a dynamic battlefield model. The staff will formulate a zero-point armed combat plan. At the same time, release spatial teleport disruptors to prevent the Inferno Legion from directly ambushing us. Finally, let the onboard Dark Energy Advisor connect through the insect race's mental network provided by Alia, and be ready to coordinate battlefield forces at any time. Understood. With a series of commands from Alia, the entire bridge immediately operated like a precision instrument. Report, the spatial teleport disruptors have been deployed. Report, the dynamic battlefield model has been established. Projection initiated. Report, the initial combat plan for zero-point armed combat has been formulated. The dynamic battlefield model is an upgraded version of tactical imaging, which synchronizes all conditions on the battlefield and displays them around the commander in a virtual projection, allowing the commander to manipulate the model freely with virtual touch controls, observing from any angle. According to tests, this technology can increase the command efficiency and accuracy of fleet commanders by 31 and 21 percentage points, respectively. However, as a technology that has just been developed and has not undergone extensive large-scale combat testing, it is currently only equipped by the cutting-edge Indomitable Fleet of the Federation. Constantly manipulating this dynamic battlefield model, Lin Kexin is examining the zero-point armed combat plan provided by the staff. No, you guys are too conservative. After all, the enemy has a 9th-level biological presiding. No one knows how effective the zero-point series weapons are against 9th-level civilizations or 9th-level biological individuals. Your plan is still the same as usual, precise calculations, striving to avoid any firepower wastage, but are you sure that the current intelligence represents the enemy's full strength? As Lin Kexin said, the combat plan developed by the staff is still the same as when facing the insect race. A zero-point missile should not be used twice if one can solve the problem, and when the coverage range of 5 million kilometers sufficient, it should not exceed 5,001 million kilometers. The key is, for the Legion led by Haga, with such scarce intelligence, are you still using such meticulous planning for attacks? Are you guys out of your minds? To sum up, Lin Kexin is very displeased with this strike plan. It feels like her subordinates have been riding high for these years. Does the Federation lack that much ammunition? Do you need to save like this? If your savings lead to the failure of the entire operation, can you bear that responsibility? Furthermore, it has been nearly 100 years since the Interstellar War started. Why don't you understand that the most prudent method in the case of insufficient intelligence is to go all out in the attack? Relax the limits on all data by a factor of 2. Let me rearrange the strike plan. The Federation is not that poor. No need for your meticulous calculations. Decides, change the use of zero-point bomb carriers directly for the suspected 9th-level biological civilization individual, to ensure that there are no hitches. Yes, Commander. The staff blushed and quickly responded. Just 2 minutes later, a new strike plan was compiled and sent to Lin Kexin. This is better. Dark Energy Advisor. Immediately inform the insect race that we will begin zero-point armed combat in 5 minutes. Ask their high-level battle bugs to retreat to a relatively safe distance. Yes, Commander. As the on-board Dark Energy Advisor, after receiving Lin Kexin's command, immediately access the insect race's mental network through the Dark Energy Network to transmit the message. After all, this was previously agreed upon by Lin Yu and Alia, to notify the insect race before the attack starts, so that Alia can try to move high-level battle bugs and queen bugs to a relatively safe location. Ordinary battle bugs can die in large numbers, and Alia can accept that. However, there are only a limited number of high-level battle bugs and queen bugs, and the resource requirements for breeding them again are quite terrifying. If there are too many losses, Alia might just cry. As for time, 5 minutes is already quite generous. The battlefield changes in an instant. If Lin Fin hadn't ordered it before, Lin Kexin wouldn't have even wanted to give a minute. Now you have a full 5 minutes. If you haven't retreated to a safe distance by then, it's not Lin Kexin's concern. Commander, the message has been delivered. The advanced battle bugs and queen bugs on the front lines of the insect race have started to retreat. Understood. With just a brief response, Lin Kexin's attention remained focused on the dynamic battlefield model. From this dynamic model, you can already see in the front line of the battlefield, some insect race bugs are rapidly retreating, which appears very unnatural. Of course, in comparison to the ordinary battle bug swarms still fighting on the front lines against the Inferno Legion, the number of these bugs seems insignificant. However, the issue is that the 7th-level leader-level biological organism overseen by Haga is already targeting these high-level battle bugs and queen bugs for elimination. So even if the quantity difference isn't significant, they clearly notice this situation first thing. At the same time, at the rear of the Inferno Legion, Supreme Commander Haga, something's wrong on the front line. As a perceptive leader-level biological organism within the Haga Legion, Douglas did not go to the front lines to fight, as auxiliary-type biological civilization individuals generally have very poor combat capabilities. What issue did you discover? Upon hearing Douglas's report nearby, Haga couldn't help but ask, Commander, those high-level bugs are all retreating, and in the far rear of those bugs, a human fleet has appeared, with at least 1 billion warships. What? Perhaps, the first thing Douglas mentioned was of no concern to Haga. However, this human news couldn't be overlooked. After all, this is the race that severely wounded its third brother and escaped from its grasp. End of this chapter. Chapter 666 0-Hour Armed Strike Against Humanity. This civilization that had long been on the blacklists of the hegemony for annihilation had now taken the initiative to come knocking. Instantly, the hegemony felt that those insectoid beings were no longer as sweet-smelling. Douglas, you continue commanding the main battlefield here. I'll take the personal guard to meet this human. Commander, should we gather our forces before going? The appearance of humans and the current strange actions of the insectoids. I can't shake the feeling that there's a conspiracy at play. No need. A level 8 civilization that can only preliminarily utilize dark energy poses no threat to me. Heedman shook his massive crocodile head, decisively vetoing. Though the previous encounter had let the opponent escape, that was merely a strike at 30 astronomical units away, coupled with their ability to preliminarily use dark energy for defense. In such a precarious situation, escaping unscathed wasn't entirely impossible. However, that didn't mean that humans could engage in direct combat with them. In this regard, Heedman had absolute confidence. After seeing Heedman's firm stance, Douglas ceased his persuasion. After all, he was well aware of his commander's temperament, and while he had some concerns about the enemy's motives, he doubted an 8th-level technological civilization could inflict substantial damage on Heedman. Soon, without reaching the front line, Heedman's exclusive personal guard had assembled. Despite numbering fewer than 500, each member was a powerful being selected from various tribes of the 1st Legion of Hell, with most reaching the peak of the 6th level, and some on the cusp of stepping into the 7th level category, just a step away from becoming true leader class beings. In human terms, this was akin to an ancient army composed solely of warlords. Their combat prowess was evident. Once the guard was assembled, Heegman informed Douglas and prepared to open a spatial channel for a surprise attack. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute passed. Douglas became somewhat puzzled. Wasn't their Supreme Commander supposed to depart? Why was there no movement yet? And why did Heegman's expression sour by the moment? Heegman, what's going on? It's like what happened in the Shepherd's Hollow, disrupted by some strange energy. I can't directly teleport to the location of the humans. Heegman said with a frustrated expression. To be honest, this wasn't his first encounter with an 8th-level technological civilization. In the Supergalactic Alliance they had battled before. There were several 8th-level civilizations, a few of which were almost at the peak of the 8th level. However, he had never encountered a civilization that could prevent space teleportation. Thus, the inability to block space teleportation had been a consensus in Hell. Initially, the failure to teleport was attributed to special environmental conditions in Shepherd's Hollow. Now, it seemed like the humans were behind this feat. Otherwise, to coincidental incidents of failed teleportation targeting human warships wouldn't have happened. In reality, Heegman's suspicions were not unfounded. While an 8th-level civilization wouldn't possess such technology, a 9th-level civilization might, and Lin Fan was indeed an extraordinary individual. Although he rarely exposed technology for the benign development of their civilization, crucial life-saving technologies could still be utilized, such as the 9th-level civilization spatial disruption tech. Heegman found himself at a loss of what to do. Despite the Fermi star domain not being a supercluster, even a distance of 1 light-year was considerable, with both parties positioned on opposite sides. Without space teleportation, crossing a distance of 1 light-year could take years. Granted, the range of the spatial disruption device was limited to 100 astronomical units, so Heegman could still create a spatial channel if he set the target 1 AU away from the fleet, bypassing the interference. While traversing 100 AU was challenging, it was infinitely easier than crossing a light-year. Frustrated but lacking alternatives, minutes later on the far side of the Fermi star domain, the position of the 2nd Legion of the Invincible Fleet. Commander, the time is up. Our scouts report that although the hive mind and their queen have retreated to a safe distance, approximately 12.7% of high-level insectoids remain behind. Should we delay the attack slightly? In the bridge of the Divine Ship, when the 5-minute countdown ended, the deputy officer reported to Lin Fan. No need. Time's up. If they fail, it's their problem. Begin the strike according to the plan. Lin Fan shook his head and replied directly. Yes, Commander. 0-hour missile launch ready. Initiating target lock sequence. Targets locked. Quantity 3,271. 0-hour bomb carriers begin deployment. Deployment complete. Quantity 2. Commander. 0-hour arms saturation strike ready. Just over 10 seconds later, under the coordination of the bridge command team, all preparations for the strike operation were completed. All that remained was for Lin Fan to give the go-ahead. Commence operation. Standing up from the captain's position, Lin Fan commanded loudly, waving his right hand. Yes. 0-hour arms strike commencing. First wave of 0-hour missiles launched. Quantity 498 dispatched. Miniature short-range hyperspace engines starting up. All missiles successfully entered hyperspace. Second wave of 0-hour missiles launching. Quantity 529. 0-hour bomb carriers engaging hyperspace engines. Target 1 locked, ready for departure. Hyperspace window open. 0-hour bomb carriers had entered hyperspace. Estimated arrival time 7 seconds. In an instant, the entire bridge command team sprang into action, executing the strike plan with utmost precision. Akin to a precision instrument, hundreds of dazzling white energy clusters erupted 0.3 light-years away from each other, devouring all insectoids and Hell Legion beings caught within their range of destruction. End of this chapter. Chapter 667 0-point bomb carrier appears again. The first batch of 498 0-point missiles have all reached the designated coordinates and successfully exploded. The second batch of 529 0-point missiles will exit the hyperspace in 5 seconds. The 0-point bomb carrier has exited hyperspace, the coordinates are on target, and the detonation procedure has begun. Inside the bridge of the luxuriant ship, various reports continued to sound, and all members of the command team were calmly executing the strike plan. At the same time, on the other side of the Fileman starfield, Lord Hek, the front line, is under a saturated assault from the technological civilization zero-point weapons. Hek was no stranger to zero-point weapons. Whether it was before being captured by the Fane or in recent battles, he had encountered them before. Generally speaking, a 7th-level civilization could possess technology related to zero-point particles. However, this was not absolute. In reality, most civilizations that mastered zero-point particle extraction and related technologies were 8th-level civilizations. As for civilizations below the 7th level, they usually only discovered zero-point particles under fortuitous circumstances, giving them a chance to grasp the relevant technology. Like humans, if it weren't for the Bavar Empire destroying the Starway to obstruct the Federation fleet's advance speed, the Federation might not have discovered the existence of zero-point particles to this day, let alone mastered the relevant technology. The 8th-level civilization that has mastered zero-point weaponry. Have all entities below the 6th level retreated? Yes, Admiral. Hek was well aware of the power of zero-point weapons. Entities below the 6th level had no resistance to them at all. Even those at the 6th level could only resist not being killed. Only individuals truly at the 7th level leader level could fully withstand it. Knowing the power of zero-point weapons, Hek also knew that the best course of action would be to source and cut off the humans using zero-point weapons, the other side's fleet. However, they couldn't get through. This made Hek frustrated. Under helplessness, they could only withdraw entities below the 6th level, leaving those at and above the 6th level, as well as 7th level leader-like entities, to continue fighting up front. Let them continue bombing you. After all, individuals at and above the 6th level could at least resist a hit without dying, but being entangled with the insect race would definitely cool them off altogether. In this calculation, it seemed that Hek wasn't at a loss. Most likely, they would only suffer injuries. As long as they were not fatal, it wouldn't be a problem for a biological civilization. The recovery speed of powerful biological entities was also quite terrifying. After withstanding the first wave of attacks, they could immediately have the First Legion momentarily retreat. At least they could eliminate most of the annoying insects, right? However, the young tribal entities below the 6th level suffer, as they had no time to follow Hek's orders due to the Federation's successive and saturated attacks. Fortunately, there weren't many entities below the 6th level under Hek's command, accounting for only about 5% of the Legion as a whole. After all, the tribes commanded by Hek were relatively stronger than the 2nd Legion. They directly reached the 6th level after adulthood. Only some inherently weak individuals would remain at the 5th level after reaching adulthood. For Hek, these were the burdens of the 1st Legion. Hence, it would be best if they could withdraw. If not, Hek didn't care at all. At this moment, on the front line of the battle, the white energy clusters generated after the detonation of zero-point missiles continued to flash and soon spread across the entire front line. It was at this moment that a swirling blue vortex-style hyperspace window, much larger than the one opened by the zero-point missiles, appeared just tens of thousands of kilometers behind Hek and Douglas. Douglas sensed it before Hek did. Suddenly turning around, he fixed his gaze on a hyperspace window tens of thousands of kilometers away. In fact, Douglas wasn't very worried about these zero-point missiles, as he was also a 7th-level leader-type entity. And unlike Aura, although his combat strength was weak, his defense was not. About half a second after Douglas's reaction, Hek, who sensed the hyperspace window from behind, burst out with at least 50,000 kilometers of shoots. In less time than a blink, he had arrived in front of Douglas, protecting him. However, when the attacking object flew out of the hyperspace window, both Hek and Douglas were somewhat dumbfounded. They had thought it was the same kind of weapons as those at the front line, the zero-point missiles. But what was in front of them was not that at all. It was a warship. Though small in size, it was definitely a warship. What was going on? Honestly, Hek was baffled. Admiral, there seems to be something wrong with this warship. There are no signs of any life inside. After sensing this, Douglas immediately spoke from behind Hek. This was indeed quite eerie. Why did humans send over an unmanned warship like this? Luxuriant ship, bridge. Commander, the zero-point bomb carrier has exited hyperspace and reached the designated coordinates. The distance from Target 1 is 37,000 kilometers. Initiate detonation procedure immediately. Yes, the zero-point bomb cluster detonation procedure has begun. Engines 1 to 18 are started, and supercharged rotation is in progress. Open the zero-point particle storage and begin release. The concentration of zero-point particles inside the ship is rising. 55%, 75%, 90%, 97% reaching detonation conditions. The engine has reached the supercharged overload critical point. Countdown 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Detonation. Unlike zero-point missiles that simply compress and release zero-point particles for a momentary energy attack, the zero-point bomb carrier initiates the leap engines and the concentration of zero-point particles in the environment reaches a certain level. This sets off a chain reaction of detonating all the zero-point particles in that environment, forming a wide-ranging spatial attack. In simple terms, zero-point missiles are a small, highly precise energy attack within a limited range. The zero-point bomb carrier, on the other hand, is a large-scale spatial attack. In terms of attack intensity and range, the level of destruction inflicted by zero-point bombs is incomparable to that of zero-point missiles. Instead of devouring everything around instantaneously with immense energy like zero-point missiles, the entire space around these carriers starts collapsing. Cracks in space appeared one after another, like thunder resounding throughout the heavens. At the same time, in the vast area, random spatial compression was occurring everywhere. It appeared like a scene from the end of the world. End of this chapter. Chapter 668 Confirmation of strikes. If we say that zero-point missiles are tactical strikes, then zero-point bombs are definitely strategic strikes. It should be noted that the kill range of zero-point missiles is only 5 million kilometers, while zero-point bombs are calculated in terms of 10 astronomical units, which is already capable of destroying star systems. The entire space is collapsing, space fissures, and spatial compression continuously appearing everywhere. At the location where Hagrid and Douglas are, space suddenly seemed to freeze, followed by irregular compression phenomena within the area, and afterwards, the space-tearing effect occur under this asymmetrical compression. This type of strike from the spatial level requires full attention to resist. Even Hagrid needs to concentrate fully and can no longer spare any attention to protect Douglas behind him. A tragic cry rang out in an instant. Even though Douglas tried his best to evade with his heightened senses, 3 of his legs were still torn into pieces. But Hagrid was unable to provide assistance, only able to continue activating all the energy in his body, constructing a special barrier above his exterior shell to resist the forces of space. As for Hagrid's guards, it was really a tragedy. After all, they had not officially reached the 7th rank. Even without Hagrid's strong defense to withstand, they couldn't rely on sharp senses like Douglas to evade. In the catastrophic environment, they were constantly falling, with most of them lost in just half a minute. All of this was for the leader-class seeds of the First Legion. Hagrid defended against the forces of space with his full concentration. Red-Eye. It was simply heart-wrenching. Fearless Fleet 2nd Legion, Flagship Lorelei. Commander, the zero-point bomb has been detonated at the designated coordinates. Due to the extreme instability of space, observation of the area cannot be conducted temporarily until it stabilizes. At the same time, the effects of the zero-point missile strikes are currently being confirmed, and preliminary results are expected within a minute. How many zero-point missiles do we have left? Report. We still have 1725 left. Prepare all remaining zero-point missiles for launch. Yes, Commander. It is important to note that this is the Federation's first use of zero-point weaponry against advanced life forms, and it's hard to say what kind of impact it will have. Moreover, although the zero-point missiles utilize zero-point energy, they are still essentially energy-based attacks. While they may be effective against creatures at levels 3 to 5, it's uncertain whether they can handle beings at levels 6 to 7 of civilization. According to the data analysis brought back by Zhang Feng and Lin Hai after their first battle with the Purgatory Legion, the impact of zero-point missile strikes on level 6 biological entities might be severe, but not necessarily fatal. To ensure the elimination of level 6 to level 7 beings, spatial and energy-based attacks would be the most feasible, with unique energy like zero-point particles being most effective. Commander, the preliminary results of the 5 waves of zero-point missile strikes have been compiled. Send the results to my terminal. Yes, Commander. Soon. A preliminary report appeared on Lin Keshin's virtual terminal. However, after reviewing the report, Lin Kedin frowned deeply. Indeed, the effect of zero-point missiles on level 6 biological entities is not ideal. and the damage caused to level 7 organisms is minimal. Based on the data in this report, Lin Keding quickly reached a conclusion. A single 0-point missile can annihilate level 5 beings, cause moderate injuries to level 6 beings, and only lightly wound some level 7 beings, likely due to differences in their races, as different species surely exhibit variation in bodily strength and defensive abilities. Staff, immediately draft a new strike plan. Select a gathering area of level 6 biological entities, choose 9 targets, and conduct cover strikes with 2, 3, up to 10 0-point missiles each. I want to know precisely how many missiles are needed to cause fatal damage when used with 0-point missiles. Yes, Commander. Compared to the previous saturation strike plan, this new plan is much simpler. In less than 10 seconds, the entire plan was finalized. Commander, the strike plan has been sent to the combat unit, ready to begin at any time. Initiate immediately, and have the information unit record data throughout the process. Yes, Commander. 54 0-point missiles were fired at high speeds from the warship, heading to different directions. Once they ensured sufficient distance between them, they activated short-range hyperspace engines, diving into newly emerged hyperspace windows. On the front lines, there are no traces of the insect race now. Although the recent wave of 0-point missile strikes didn't eliminate many purgatory creatures, the insect race was indeed completely wiped out. Of course, compared to the total numbers of the insect race in the Feldman Star domain, this is still insignificant, but at least within tens of thousands of kilometers, there wasn't a single insect to be seen anymore. On the battlefield, the purgatory creatures that survived the wave of attacks did not continue to advance, but stayed in place to recover. Yes, to recover. The recovery speed of high-level biological entities is fast as long as they do not sustain fatal injuries, almost visibly fast. Quickly, focus all energy on recovering from injuries. As the leader of this race, Ogvile was issuing orders to his fellow species for recovery. For Ogvile's clan, the previous order from Hagrid was to completely defeat the tens of thousands of insect swarms ahead. And within the First Legion, Hagrid's orders were absolute, accepting no explanations, only to results, complete the mission, or receive punishment. The recent attack had no significant impact on Ogvile, but the species-level creatures under it didn't have such high defenses, with almost none being unscathed. While there weren't many direct fatalities or mortal injuries, even minor non-lethal injuries significantly affected their combat capabilities. The punishment from Hagrid is something all purgatory races fear deeply. Therefore, even though they couldn't currently contact Hagrid or Douglas, Ogvile dared not entertain any thoughts of temporarily withdrawing due to tribal injuries, instead urging his species-level creatures to recover quickly. However, lacking Douglas's heightened senses, it failed to detect that within less than 50,000 kilometers away, 10 small hyperspace windows had been opened. End of this chapter. Chapter 669. Marrow arrived at the deep blue vortex-shaped hyperspace window, appearing not far from Ogvile. 10 0-point missiles shot out instantly, triggering their detonation procedures. It wasn't until this moment that Ogvile realized the existence of these missiles, but it was already too late. 10 small glaring white light clusters immediately rose up and rapidly expanded, eventually merging with each other. A vastly more massive and terrifying energy mass appeared than when a single 0-point missile detonated, carrying energy that could consume and annihilate everything. Centered on the energy mass, Ogvile was desperately supporting a unique defensive barrier of his race. Why did the same attack become so much stronger? Even though moments ago he could withstand it with just his physical body, now, even with his full effort in releasing the defense barrier, it was still extremely difficult. Ogvile's mind was filled with question marks. Not good. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. If he was struggling to defend against it, what about those children under his command? Well, no need to ask. Asking would mean they all perished. Even though the range of this attack was not large, even the 6th-level creatures of the Inferno, like those of the tribal level, were nearly the size of Earth, and a range of tens of millions of kilometers would not affect too many, maybe just a few thousand. But even if it wasn't many, it was enough to make Ogvile heartbroken. These Inferno creature civilizations were not like the insect-like reproductive machines. Their numbers were quite limited, and the gestation of the new generation was extremely slow. Fortunately, unlike 0-point bombs, 0-point missiles' continuous killing time would not be too long. just around 30 seconds, and just as Odwal was about to be unable to maintain the defense barrier, the violent zero-point energy finally began to dissipate. Looking around, Odwal, who finally relaxed slightly, eyes filled with murderous intent. "Commander, the second round of targeted attacks is completed. Results confirmed. Relevant data report sent through the command terminal." Hearing the report, Lynn Kexon's gaze left the dynamic battlefield model, and after a series of actions, she opened the latest data report on the latest round of attacks. As expected, multiple zero-point missiles simultaneously detonating could produce enough lethality. According to the effects data, the attacks in 9 regions for zero-point missiles could pose a certain lethal threat to 6th-level creatures, and with each additional missile, the killing ratio became even greater. After 8 missiles simultaneously detonated, it could almost achieve an absolute kill on the 6th-level Inferno creatures within the range, with virtually no chance of survival. As for the 7th-level creatures, in the 9 test regions, there were 3 areas with 7th-level leaders, with 8, 9, and 10 zero-point missiles being respectively deployed. However, not even the region with 10 zero-point missiles deployed dealt fatal damage to the 7th-level creatures. Well, not to mention fatal damage, according to the battle results data, it didn't even inflict minor injuries on them. They merely detected different energy decreases in the 3 7th-level leader creatures, speculated by the staff to be releasing a defensive shield similar to a shield, leading to a sharp decrease in internal energy. As for the 54 zero-point missiles deployed this time, the total kill count was around 29,000 6th-level Inferno creatures. It had to be said that this efficiency might not be as high as a wave of dark energy attacks by the Underworld fleet or a wave of spatial attacks by the Fearless fleet. Of course, zero-point missiles could carry out long-range tactical strikes, much safer compared to the 2 methods mentioned above. After all, the Inferno creatures had a considerable range, especially the creature suspected to be of the 9th level, which could even reach distances of several lo. In this situation, if they were to engage in direct combat, the losses of the Federal fleet would definitely be significant. Therefore, as long as they were not driven to a dead end, the Federal fleet would never choose to fight in this manner. However, to achieve the original goal of repelling the enemy, the amount of killing was far from enough, and the next step would depend on the effects of the zero-point bombs. If even the zero-point bombs' effects were unsatisfactory, they could only bring Lin Yu out of the small universe early and then retreat to the Coguinia super galaxy cluster to figure out a solution. Lynn Kexon did not yet know that her brother had already completed his breakthrough at this moment, becoming the only S-level dark energy controller in the Federation. Insect's small universe, Planet Lancel. It's been a year since the last animal tide. The areas destroyed by the Taro beasts in the Tarak tribe have all been restored, and even the entire tribe was larger and more prosperous than a year ago. As Lin Yu's reputation spread, several small Tarak tribe settlements in the surrounding areas even proactively requested to join, forcing the tribe to continue expanding outward. More than tripled on its original basis, the majestic wooden city walls had become a sort of inner city wall. Finally arrived, Lin Yu, who was training in a deserted area, exploring deeper ways to use dark energy, suddenly looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. To avoid affecting Lin Yu's breakthrough, the Meroa stayed away from Lancel, as what Lin Yu needed was an entirely technology-free environment, and as a crystallization of an 8th-level civilization, having the Meroa floating overhead daily didn't fit the bill, right? Therefore, the Meroa's command was to return here once a year to check on Lin Yu's situation, and the last time it left Lancel orbit was one day before the animal tide. With a thought, the surrounding dark energy was instantly summoned, forming 6 silver-white rhomboid barriers, enveloping Lin Yu in a cube shape at the center. A smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips, and he somehow was already off the ground, then shot up towards the sky. At the same time, on the main bridge of the Meroa, White Officer, we have arrived at the Lancel orbit. Without disturbing the commander, locate his position and confirm his latest status. Yes. Searching the surface, White Officer, there's a high-energy reaction on Earth, ascending. In 8 seconds it will break through the Lancel atmosphere. The target is ... our ship. Activate Level 1 Combat Alert. Battle members in position. Dark energy barrier activate. Yes, White Officer. Radar team, immediately confirm the identity of the other party. No need to confirm, it's me. Before Baijuan could issue a complete command, A familiar voice had already directly entered her mind. End of the chapter. Chapter 670. Airdrop to Lancel. Hearing a familiar voice, Baijuan was a little excited. After all, Lin Yu abandoned all the technological equipment and chose to live alone on this primitive planet, which made Baijuan feel nervous every day over the past 4 years. Deputy Bai. It's the commander. With the slightly activated voice of the bridge command group, a monitoring image was quickly projected onto the bridge. I remember when the commander left, he didn't bring the dark energy-assisted computing device, right? Yes, he didn't. Stop talking about this. The commander didn't bring anything related to technology. He even just wrapped himself in a piece of cloth. But look, the commander is clearly using dark energy to fly towards us. Well, I don't know either. In the bridge, everyone looked at the image observed by the battleship and couldn't help but whisper, expressing doubt in their words. Indeed, controlling dark energy without bringing the assistance computing device was considered impossible by them because humans needed to use DEAC to access dark energy, which was a consensus in the entire Federation. Have someone deliver the commander's military uniform. Forget it. I'll go myself. The chief of staff will take command of the bridge. Ignoring the group of guys debating whether Lin Yu had brought DEAC, and not waiting for the chief of staff's response, Baijuan said, and then turned and walked out of the bridge. This scene caused the members of the bridge command group, who were discussing whether Lin Yu had DEAC, to quickly shift the topic towards gossip. Thanks to the widespread use of light transmission technology in the Federation, even though Baijuan first went to Lin Yu's room, put on his military uniform, and then went to the No.1 spaceport, the total time spent was less than a minute. The signal to guide the Mecha landing had been opened long ago, and according to the guidance, Lin Yu successfully landed inside the No.1 spaceport. Inside the spaceport, everyone had already lined up, standing straight, as if waiting for a review. However, at the front of the queue was a beautiful female officer in military uniform, holding another set of clothes in her hands. But when Lin Yu landed in the No.1 spaceport, the smiling female officer suddenly twitched at the corner of her mouth, covered in bee skin with many blood stains, plus messy and waist-length hair. To be honest, looking at it through the battleship's observation image just now, because of the silver-white dark energy barrier, there wasn't a particularly strong sense of familiarity. However, when Lin Yu landed and removed the dark energy barrier, Baijuan's mind immediately flashed with 3 words: barbarian. Obviously, Lin Yu noticed the twitch at the corner of Baijuan's mouth. What? Does my appearance look bad? It should be okay, right? This was the first sentence Lin Yu said after returning to the battleship. And after he said this, not only Baijuan but everyone's mouths twitched. What do you mean okay? This is clearly a complete barbarian now. Lancel is a primitive planet. There are no mirrors. So the commander doesn't even know how bad he looks now. It must be like this. Ignoring the group of subordinates who were speculating, Lin Yu came in front of Baijuan, wanting to take the military uniform she was holding. However, just as Lin Yu reached out to take it, Baijuan moved first, placing her hands down to avoid Lin Yu's reaching hand. This left Lin Yu bewildered. What is this girl doing? Looking at Baijuan with an expression of perplexity, Lin Yu heard Baijuan's sudden words. Shower. Go wash up first. Hearing Baijuan's sudden words, Lin Yu reacted a bit. Indeed, in the past 4 years on Lancel, he rarely showered and didn't pay much attention to personal hygiene. After all, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, right? Are you supposed to live in a group of primitives and shower all day? In that case, everyone would probably treat you as a monster. Therefore, over the past 4 years, Lin Yu had gotten used to it, but Baijuan wasn't having it. Watching Baijuan, who was protecting Lin Yu's military uniform as if protecting a cub, Lin Yu's mouth twitched several times. Can't provoke. I'll go wash first, alright? 30 minutes later, after cutting his hair and taking a shower, Lin Yu changed into the exclusive military uniform of the Federation Fleet Commander and walked slowly into the bridge he hadn't stepped into for 4 years, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Commander has arrived on the bridge. When Lin Yu walked onto the bridge, Baijuan stood up from the captain's seat, saluted Lin Yu and shouted loudly. Soon, everyone in the bridge command group also stood up and saluted. For them, without Lin Yu, the Maluo Hua was soulless, and now, the soul of the entire battleship had returned, making everyone a bit excited. With all eyes on him, Lin Yu came to his exclusive seat that he hadn't been in for 4 years. You've worked hard over these for years. Let's all get back to our posts. After nodding towards the bridge command group, Lin Yu sat down like everyone else had. Commander, are we leaving the Insectoid mini-universe now? After Lin Yu sat down, Baijuan bowed slightly and asked, wait for a moment. I have some things to take care of first. Order the battleship to perform an air drop on Lancel. Commander, it's all right. Do as I said. I want to leave them a gift. Understood. Commander. Baijuan understood. After all, she led the Maluo HUA to the Lancel orbit every year to check the situation, so she was very clear that Lin Yu had been living in a primitive tribe on Lancel for the past 4 years. Living together for 4 years, having feelings was quite normal, so now that the commander wanted to give a gift, they would go along with it. After all, the Federation had no rules against interfering with the progress of primitive civilizations, right? Soon, under Baijuan's command, the entire battleship began to adjust its angle, preparing for an air drop. Planet Lancel, surface, Terek tribe. Grandpa, do you know where brother Lin Yu is? I've been looking for him for a long time. Xiling bounced over to the elder, playfully asking. It must be mentioned that now in the entire tribe, only she dared to call Lin Yu like this. If it were someone else, they would surely add the term sir after Lin Yu. Although Lin Yu had repeatedly said there was no need to call him like that, the people in this tribe were quite stubborn, insisting on calling him that way, where they had to call Lin Yu. Seeing their lively granddaughter, the elder said kindly, I don't know where he is. What is it? Has a god descended? Where is Mr. Lin Yu? Where is Mr. Lin Yu? At this moment, the whole tribe suddenly started shouting, pointing to the sky loudly. Their voices carried a hint of awe, but also a touch of panic. End of this chapter. Chapter 671. Lin Yu's gift in the sky. A spacecraft several kilometers long was slowly descending. Although a battleship of this size was merely a cruiser in the Federal Fleet, for a primitive civilization that hadn't even reached a second-level civilization, it was still an enormous presence. The eldest elder and Purple Ling, who walked out of the house because of the shouting outside, were also shocked by the battleship in the sky, almost forgetting how to speak. A minute later, the Meloa had stopped descending, hovering steadily above the tribe with the help of anti-gravity engines. At this moment, the tribe fell silent, not a sound to be heard. Why did the chaotic tribe suddenly become so quiet just now? The reason was simple. Because everyone had knelt down. Even the Meloa had been largely imagined by the tribe members to be the chariot of a god, which now contained a shuttlecraft, a small cargo ship, and hundreds of mechas, all ready to go. Depart. In a neat and orderly formation, the mechas maintained the 2 small spacecraft as they slowly departed from the spaceport and headed towards the tribe below. Until the entire formation landed in the central square of the tribe, all Tawaric tribespeople were still kneeling, not daring to even sneak a peek. Well, not everyone. One person was an exception. The mischievous little girl, although kneeling on the ground, was restless, constantly sneaking glances until Lin Yu Jeech. Although Lin Yu had cut his hair and tidied himself up, as soon as he stepped out of the shuttlecraft, he was immediately recognized by Purple Ling. Hearing her granddaughter's call, the eldest elder also mustered the courage to lift his head slightly, sneak a peek, and see the 2 spacecraft landed on the ground, surrounded by hundreds of mechas standing guard. Most importantly, the hatch of one spacecraft had opened, and several people had disembarked, including someone who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yu. Could these people, like Lord Lin Yu, also be gods? And could this god who resembled Lin Yu actually be a relative of Lord Lin Yu? The eldest elder's mind raced wildly. As for the person in front of him being Lin Yu, the elder hadn't even considered it at all. After all, the differences in attire were too great, and some features were completely different, such as the hair. You see, in the Tawaric tribe, there was no concept of cutting one's hair. So when the eldest elder saw Lin Yu with short hair, he didn't automatically associate him with the Lin Yu who had lived in the tribe for 4 years. Lin Yu Jeej, where have you been? I've been looking for you for ages. Ignoring the elder lost in wild thoughts, the girl stood up, skipped over to Lin Yu, and complained. This almost blew the elder's mind. However, in the next moment, when he heard what the god said, he was completely dumbfounded. All right, don't be angry. I had something to attend to and just got back. Why are you so upset? Comforting Purple Ling while patting her head affectionately, Lin Yu explained. Over these 4 years, Lin Yu had truly treated her like a sister. Yep, Little sisters were quite adorable creatures, with an exception to the one who always called her old lady. That was definitely an exception. Yes, that's right. An annoyed purpling, despite being rubbed on the head by Lin Yu, pouted and remained sulky. Initially a harmonious scene, in the elder's eyes, it seemed like a storm was brewing. Could this really be Lin Yu? Ignoring the puzzled elder, Lin Yu approached the elder. Are you truly Lord Lin Yu? Yes. It's only been half a day. Have you forgotten what I look like so soon? Then, what is this? Oh, that's my Rai. I used it to come here for years ago. Lin Yu didn't hide anything because there was no need to. However, upon hearing this, the elder immediately fell back into his wild thoughts. A god's chariot descending from the heavens from for years ago. Lin Yu was indeed a god. Elder, seeing the elder lost in thought again, Lin Yu had to call him repeatedly to bring him back to reality. Here, I'm here. Lord Lin Yu. Well, let's skip the explanations then. From the looks of it, Lin Yu knew that his explanations would be in vain. I will be leaving to return soon. I came this time to thank everyone for their care over the past 4 years and to give the Tawaric tribe a great gift. Lord Lin Yu. Going back, yes, back to my own world where many things await me. I can't continue staying here. Understanding instantly, the elder acknowledged. Lin Yu was going back to the divine realm. Although some reluctance lingered, as a mere mortal, how could they possibly influence the will of the gods? All right, I'll give you the gift prepared for the Tawaric tribe first. Bring the items over. Smiling wryly and shaking his head, Lin Yu gestured, and through the dark energy network, Temechas brought devices from the small cargo ship and gently placed them on the ground nearby. These 2 items are. To teach a primitive person how to operate high-tech devices was quite challenging. Fortunately, these devices were equipped with a basic artificial intelligence and didn't need manual operation. The first was a knowledge terminal system storing a vast amount of technological knowledge. The Tawaric people could ask questions, and the AI installed in the system would retrieve and respond from the knowledge base. Under Lin Yu's command, this terminal only stored knowledge up to the 2nd level of civilization, but it would still accelerate the Tawaric civilization's progress by thousands or even tens of thousands of years. For a civilization, Lin Yu's gift was indeed invaluable. The other device was a warning system typically used on the Federation's borders. If an external civilization crossed the Federation's border, this device would issue a warning, informing them that they had entered Human Federation territory and warning them to leave immediately. The reason Lin Yu gave this device to the Tawaric civilization was simple. After all, this was a bug universe. When he left, who knew if the bugs might come and destroy this civilization someday? Leaving this device behind, even if the bugs came, after receiving the warning, they would probably not dare to act rashly, right? After explaining everything and preparing to leave, the girl blocked his path, her eyes filled with moisture. End of this chapter. Chapter 670. To fighting for time in the void. A battleship was sailing towards the exit of the small universe. Compared to before, there was an additional person on the battleship, Xiling, the granddaughter of the Terra clan's elder. Initially, this action by Lin Yu was not permitted, but given the help Xiling had provided when Lin Yu first arrived at Lancerel Star and the complete acceptance of Lin Yu in the 4 years that followed, helping him now meant helping the Federation in the current situation. To some extent, the Federation owed a favor to the Terra clan. Therefore, when Lin Yu was about to leave Lancerel and Xiling blocked his way, the elder understood his granddaughter's intentions and carefully asked Lin Yu if Xiling could accompany him. After seeing the tearful and cute girl in front of him and the pleading elder, Lin Yu sighed and agreed. Before leaving, Lin Yu told the elder that once Xiling went with him, she would have a long life, and when she returned here next time, thousands or even tens of thousands of years might have passed. Trying to explain the time contraction effect to the elder would be futile. However, if he considered himself a deity, maybe he could understand better. As Lin Yu expected, the elder understood easily. With Xiling leaving with Lin Yu, the elder even had many murals created to record this historical event and left behind a prophecy. In a distant future, Xiling would return to Lancerel and lead the entire Terra clan to rise. Of course, that's a story for another time. To Verset Super Galaxy Cluster, Farron Starfield. Ling Kedin sat in her captain's seat, observing the dynamic model of the battlefield in front of her. The area where Heger was located was still affected by spatial turbulence following the detonation of the zero-point bomb. making detection and assessment difficult. Commander, there are signs of the spatial turbulence dissipating. Immediately observe that area and provide a report on the results. Yes, Commander. The dissipation of the spatial turbulence did not take long. After all, the universe itself had strong self-repair capabilities, and without other interference, repairing spatial trauma only took a few seconds. Data has been retrieved. Begin evaluating the strike effect. 9 remnants of level 6 organisms, 1 remnant of a level 7 organism, suspected remnant of a level 9 organism. All level 6 organisms are severely damaged and judged to have lost combat capability. For the level 7 organism ... Inside the bridge of the lawship, the information processing team was constantly evaluating the results of the most recent data. Shortly, Lin Kedin had a preliminary understanding of the impact of the zero-point bomb. For level 6 organisms, aside from a few very lucky individuals, the rest were effectively eliminated. As for level 7 organisms, causing severe damage was possible, and if lucky, killing them was not out of the question. As for level 9 organisms, aside from reducing its energy intensity, no significant damage was observed. This was quite a headache. The zero-point missiles caused limited damage to regular Inferno creatures, and the zero-point bomb couldn't pose enough threat to the suspected level 9 organism. Thus, completely repelling the Inferno army presented a challenge. Calculate our remaining inventory of zero-point armaments. 1761 zero-point missiles remaining for zero-point bomb carriers. This number was not ideal, not referring to the remaining zero-point missiles at the zero-point bomb carriers. If there were a dozen or so carriers, could they sustain continuous attacks on the suspected level 9 organism and weaken its energy, preventing it from recovering, eventually causing substantial harm? Lin Kedin believed it was feasible. However, there were only a few hundred carriers in the entire expeditionary force, and she only managed to acquire 5 this time. It was insufficient. Urgently requesting a batch from higher-ups, the time for arranging the carriers was lengthy, not to mention the 77-minute requirement for spatial transport. It would take close to 2 hours before they arrived, right? Commander, we received orders from the new Gon ship. Just as Lin Kedin was considering whether to request more zero-point bomb carriers, her subordinate reported receiving instructions. After opening the command terminal and decrypting the message, Lin Kedin initially showed joy but quickly turned serious. That individual succeeded so quickly, which is good. However, the orders from the higher-ups are to do everything possible to repel the enemy and buy time for the Allied forces to retreat. This task is challenging. Or should we make a gamble? Seated in her captain's chair, holding her chin with her hand, Lin Kedin muttered to herself. After all, a comprehensive evacuation of the Verset super galaxy cluster by the Allied forces wasn't something that could be achieved quickly. It might be possible for humans in a few hours, but what about the insects? With their massive numbers, without a few days, it'd be impossible. The best way to prevent the Inferno army from attacking within a few days, allowing the Allied forces to fully evacuate, was to thoroughly defeat them, rendering them unable to launch another attack for some time. But it was apparent that with her current fleet strength, Lin Kedin struggled to achieve this, or rather, couldn't without significant casualties. After pondering, Lin Kedin decided to take a gamble and employ a cosmic version of the empty fortress strategy. Deciding, she immediately acted. Prepare the remaining for zero-point bomb carriers. Conduct consecutive attacks on target 1, and after each attack, leave a 1-minute recovery window for the target, an hour recovery window. While the first part of the order was clear, using the carriers to steadily weaken the target's energy, the subsequent 1-minute recovery interval puzzled her subordinate. Shouldn't the target be constantly bombarded, allowing no recovery time, maintaining relentless pressure at the zero-point bomb? Why deliberately allow a minute for its recovery after each attack? The subordinate looked at Lin Kedin in confusion. What are you waiting for? Execute the orders. Yes, Commander. Lin Kedin watched her perplexed subordinate and gave a stern glare. Regardless of her subordinate's doubts, as an officer, not everything needed detailed explanations before carrying out orders. Otherwise, what use would she be as a subordinate? Now, let's see if that fellow falls for it. Leaning back in her chair, Lin Kedin squinted her eyes and murmured, "End of the chapter." Chapter 673. The continuous bombardment that was still raging in the area affected by spatial turbulence has finally calmed down. At this moment, peace is restored. With the self-repair of the universe, the entire region's space gradually stabilizes. The extensive and continuous spatial attacks for a full 10 minutes even caused some discomfort to Hagrid. Fortunately, the attack intensity did not exceed the defense limit, allowing it to rely on continuous energy supply to maintain the defense barrier in the end. However, although the defense barrier was not breached and no harm was done to Hagrid itself, it did indeed consume a considerable amount of energy, as Lin Kedin had anticipated. Despite being a 9th-tier individual of a biological civilization, its internal energy storage is not unlimited, and consumption requires recovery. It's like a battleship of technological civilization. You can continue to function against shields, but if your ship runs out of energy, the shield naturally can't hold up. The principle is the same. Compared to Hagrid, Douglas is in a much worse situation. Although its sensing ability is very strong and can anticipate spatial ruptures or the formation of spatial compression zones in advance and evade them in time, there are still times when it cannot escape the continuous and irregular spatial injuries caused by zero-point bombs. Now, with 3 missing legs and countless wounds all over its body, it serves as the best example. It will probably take at least a month for it to fully recover. Of course, Douglas, as a 7th-tier leadership-level individual, has a lot of entities worse off than him, namely Hagrid's bodyguards. Originally, there were not many of them, and after this strike, only 9 of them survived. And even surviving is all they did, because each of their conditions is 10 times worse than Douglas. Without exaggeration, these are seeds of 7th-tier leadership-level beings, and Hagrid's heart is bleeding. Douglas, you and the remaining bodyguards must not have any accidents. Retreat with them first. Douglas's role in the 1st Legion of Purgatory is more important than Org's role in the 2nd Legion of Purgatory, and there must not be any accidents, otherwise the 1st Legion of Purgatory would lose its eyes. The remaining 9 bodyguards cannot stay here either because surviving the recent attack without dying already counts as good luck. If humans launch a second wave, Hagrid believes they won't be so lucky. Most importantly, these are seeds of leadership-level beings. Given time, they will become 9 7th-tier leadership-level individuals, and they cannot all be lost here. Therefore, withdrawing them all is the best choice. After all, staying here will not be of much use. Understood, Lord Hagrid. Douglas did not put on a show of loyalty and vowed not to retreat. It knew well that staying here would be useless and just a burden on Hagrid. Although it suffered many wounds, it did not harm its origin, and it can still open a spatial passage without any problems. Along with Douglas itself, there are only 10 beings from Purgatory, so it won't take much time to retreat. Within half a minute of opening the spatial transfer passage, they had all disappeared. Humans, don't think this is over. Since I can't defeat you, sooner or later, you will be defeated by me. All ethnic leaders, with the human fleet as the center, try to establish a spatial transfer channel and find the nearest coordinates suitable for establishing the channel. Watching Douglas and the remaining bodyguards leave, Hagrid became furious and immediately issued orders to the dozens of leadership-level beings at the front line. If I cannot establish a spatial channel at your location, I don't believe you can still interfere with the entire star domain. Hagrid's idea was, since he couldn't directly go to their location, he would find the nearest location he could go to. Once he reached the attack range, none of them would be able to escape. Overall, the direction is correct, and the human spatial interference range is indeed not that big. However, Lin Kedin is no longer giving Hagrid that chance. Just as Hagrid arranged for his leadership-level beings to find ambush points, a deep blue swirling super space channel was opened 5 AU away. Without Douglas' presence, Hagrid did not sense it in time. Even if he did, without Douglas' assistance, Hagrid could not accurately target the zero-point bomb carrier for long-range attack. It must be said that Lin Kedin was lucky because if Douglas had not left, Hagrid, with Douglas' help, would have been able to destroy the zero-point bomb carrier before it detonated. Of course, there are no ifs in this world, and when Hagrid finally sensed the threat, it was too late. Just a while ago, the spatial turbulence that had just ceased erupted again. In a vast area, numerous spatial ruptures and regional spatial squeezes continued to emerge. Hagrid doesn't have Douglas' sharp sensing ability to preemptively avoid most spatial disasters, so it relies on its strong defense to withstand them. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and because only Hagrid remained in the region, the results of this wave of zero-point bomb attacks were embarrassing, yielding nothing substantial. Clearly fatigued, Hagrid took down the defensive barrier that surrounded it. The attacks didn't cause any real damage, but they consumed nearly 20% of its energy. For a 9th-tier individual of a biological civilization, the amount of energy contained in its body is staggering, so losing 20% is quite terrifying. At this moment, Hagrid's eyes were somewhat unpredictable. After 2 rounds of attacks, Hagrid had basically figured out the power of this type of attack. As long as it can maintain the defense barrier, it cannot cause substantive damage to itself, but will consume a considerable amount of energy. If it cannot maintain the defense barrier and only relies on its physical body to withstand the attack, even this level of attack might not be able to completely take it down, but it could definitely injure it. And if the attacks continue, it might cause some troublesome injuries, significantly affecting its fighting ability. Hopefully, this kind of attack cannot be used continuously. However, just as Hagrid was thinking this, another super space window was opened a few away from it. End of this chapter. Chapter 674. Calculations Beyond Species. This was already the 4th wave of 0-point bomb detonations. Lasting a full 10 minutes, the void once again stabilized. Sensing the energy within, close to 40% had already been consumed. Even Black Shay felt somewhat drained at this moment. Despite consumption not yet being over half, the actual amount consumed was already quite exaggerated. Can humans really keep deploying this endlessly? Right now, relying on the defensive barrier can resist, but once the energy is depleted, only the body can withstand. Although the body of a 9th-tier creature is very strong, even if within the blast range of the 0-point bomb, it absolutely cannot die, but some injuries are inevitable. This is equally unacceptable for Black Shay. If Black Shay really wanted to deal with such a human weapon, there was a way, so there was no need to resist so hard as if being a fool here. The key thing is that if Douglas were here, teaming up with it could completely destroy the self-destructing ship the moment it appeared, completely without the need to resist. So, should I lead the entire army to retreat first, and then re-attack after Douglas recovers from its injuries? After the 4th round of bombardment by the 0-point bomb carrier, Black Shay couldn't help but think about strategically retreating, feeling deeply moved. However, before he could make a final decision, the 5th 0-point bomb carrier had already exited hyperspace and initiated the detonation process. Damn it! Black Shay, who was slow to react, had to once again raise the defensive barrier, preparing to withstand the 0-point bomb already being detonated several away. In just a moment, the entire void was once again engulfed by the spatial turbulence caused by 0-point particles. Commander, this is our last 0-point bomb carrier. Looking at the 5th 0-point bomb being detonated, and from the data, even if this detonation would absolutely not harm Black Shay, the deputy was a bit anxious. She couldn't figure out what her commander meant. After this round of bombardment, the fleet would only have over 1,000 0-point missiles left. But the key was, dealing with 0-point missiles, even to target a 6th-tier creature, was not an easy task, making her anxious. Can't just send the fleet forward and have close combat with the opponent, right? However, at the next moment, the deputy heard Lynn Kexon muttering to herself, "Can this guy bear it?" "Commander, nothing. Just thinking, if this guy can withstand this attack and not retreat, then it will be a headache." "Oh, do you mean?" The deputy was confused, but soon understood what Lynn Kexon meant. After all, with the current Federation system, those standing in this position were not stupid. Before, she didn't understand because Lynn Kexon didn't say anything, but now hearing Lynn Kexon, if she still didn't understand, it would be embarrassing. That's why the commander requests a 1-minute gap between each use of the 0-point bomb. However, even though she understood, can the opponent really retreat after this bombardment? After all, after 5 rounds of bombardment, not even a scratch, just energy consumption. To completely deplete its energy and force the opponent to flee, the deputy believed it could be done. But hoping to achieve this by consuming less than half of its energy was truly, as Lynn Kexon said, gambling. If the opponent turned out to be a very reckless fool, it would almost be impossible to succeed. So, hoping that the opponent would be smarter, the deputy couldn't help but wish so in her mind. However, the deputy did not know that Black Shay, who was currently resisting the 0-point bomb with all his might, had already made up his mind. After this wave of attacks, he would immediately escape during that 1-minute gap, and Black Shay had already given orders to all frontline leader-class creatures to open the spatial channels and engage in a strategic retreat. On the bridge of the Los Angeles, Lin Kexin, who was watching the dynamic battlefield model in front of her, suddenly brightened. The groups of the Hell Legion, which had already found the closest position to the Fearless Fleet and could open the spatial channels, were already sending troops towards the various tribes. 100 around the fleet had stopped sending troops and begun to withdraw. Of course, the deputy, who was standing aside, also saw this information. She was well aware of what this action of the Hell Legion troops meant. It meant her commander had won, and after this wave of attacks, that 9th-tier civilization individual would certainly retreat. Commander, the Hell Legion's main forces have already begun to retreat. Should we abandon the zero-point missile strike we just planned? In the deputy's view, the opponent's full retreat had become a certainty, so there was no need to waste over 1,000 zero-point missiles, right? Even if all were fired, it wouldn't cause much damage. As the deputy thought, to ensure the effectiveness of the strike, it would take at least 8 missiles per group for a comprehensive bombing. Following this pattern, with over 1,000 zero-point missiles, it would only be able to create just over 100 groups of missiles. Each group's kill range was about 10 million kilometers, and considering the dispersion of the Hell Legion army, each group could take out 2,000 to 3,000 at best. Deploying over 100 groups could maybe eliminate tens of thousands, but for the opponent, it might not even be significant. No. The zero-point missile strike is still needed, but we need to change the approach, abandoning the method of grouping, transitioning to individual strikes, and planning the entire strike process in about 2 hours. The deputy suddenly felt like she couldn't keep up with her commander's thoughts. She had wanted to avoid wasting the zero-point missiles, even though the Federation wasn't as resource-limited as before, but zero-point missiles couldn't be used indefinitely. And planning the entire strike for 2 hours, what was this operation about? Are you crazy? With their billions in number, even if every tribe opens a planet-sized spatial channel, it will take them several hours to evacuate. If we stop all attacks when the opponent starts to retreat, watching as they leave, would they realize we were bluffing? Will they turn back and probe again? So, we need to use our limited resources wisely and show a semblance of wanting to prevent their retreat. Only then, they will have no suspicions and retreat at full speed. Seeing her deputy confused once again, Lin Kexin scolded her impatiently and then briefly explained. It was like this. The deputy suddenly realized, the smarter the creature, the more suspicious it usually is, even between different species. End of this chapter. Chapter 675. Are you no longer human? A continuous stream of .0 missiles kept launching from the Luotian, although there were only over 1,000 left, and Lin Kexin had requested to keep the entire strike time under control for about 2 hours. There were already enough to launch one every few seconds without interruption. They didn't focus on attacking a specific group within the Legion of Purgatory, but instead shots were fired here and there, blossoming around. However, this seemed more like a desperate move of humans refusing to retreat after seeing the Legion of Purgatory retreating, making Haga even more determined to strategically withdraw. After all, if the enemy was in a hurry, it meant they were doing the right thing, right? Well, obviously Haga was led into a trap by Lin Kexin's maneuvers. After a few minutes, when the spatial turbulence caused by the detonation of the 5.0 bomb subsided again, Haga didn't hesitate for a second and directly tore open a spatial crack, disappearing into it. It was only at that moment that the people on the bridge of the Luotian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The biggest trouble had finally run away. Next, by using the .0 missiles to supervise the remaining forces of the Legion of Purgatory's retreat, the situation would be considered settled. In order to ensure that there were no hiccups, Lin Kexin even informed the insect race, instructing them to press forward aggressively, giving the appearance of a relentless pursuit. This made it seem as if humanity was using the .0 missiles to continually bombard various races evacuating, as if the insect race was chasing after them to delay time. 1 month later, at the other end of the ocean current, to Node Ravel belonging to the Cabinia Super Galaxy Cluster, a large number of fleets were constantly sailing out of the ocean current, gathering into one impeccably organized fleet formation after another. Soon, after two galaxy clusters, an immensely huge battleship slowly appeared from the ocean current. Marshal, we have arrived at the Cabinia Super Galaxy Cluster. Where is the Dark Abyss Mecha? According to the estimated time, the dedicated carrier of the Dark Abyss Mecha still in the cosmic current between the Virgo super galaxy cluster and the Cabinia super galaxy cluster and can arrive at the Cabinia super galaxy cluster in 5 days. Upon hearing Lin Fan's inquiry, Liangzu immediately responded, there should be no issue with the timing. After all, according to the intelligence obtained from the monitoring devices we left in Kul's, the Legion of Purgatory didn't notice anything was wrong until a day after the insect race retreated and came to Kul's. Then 2 days later, they started entering the ocean current. In other words, if nothing unexpected happens, the Legion of Purgatory will arrive at Ravel in 6 days. And now, the only issue is whether Lin you can proficiently use and develop sufficient combat capabilities in just 1 day after obtaining the Dark Abyss mecha. Lin Fan nodded. After all, this was a brand new mecha, completely different from the specialized dark energy controlled mechas used in the past. In other words, mastering the combat abilities would require time to develop. I believe Lin you can do it. Liangzu's expression was complex, with a hint of determination, trust, and worrying. Lin Fan naturally understood why Liangzu showed such an expression. After all, Lin Yu was his biological son, and as a mother, she blindly trusted her son, but would not want him involved in any danger, especially such a significant one. Don't worry. Lin you can do it. Trust him. Lin Fan's voice softened, looking at his wife and Deputy Liangzu. At the same time, while Lin Fan and Liangzu were discussing Lin Yu, the Meloa and Luotian had already emerged from the ocean current, heading towards the designated rendezvous point for their fleet. Hey, have you really become an S-class dark energy controller? I don't see any difference. In the Luotian's bridge, Lin Kexin looked at her half-brother's holographic image and said, a month ago, after Lin Kexin completed the mission to repel the enemy, she immediately followed the orders and moved towards the ocean current, following behind the Meloa. Communication was impossible in the ocean current, so it was only now that Lin Kexin had the first opportunity to communicate with Lin Yu. Unlike Lin Yu, Lin Kexin didn't have any innate talent for dark energy manipulation, but she was very interested in it and even more knowledgeable about the profession than many active dark energy controllers in the Federation. Seeing her half-brother calling her this guy every time they met, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. What are you trying to see? Become a new species? Fine. You have a point. But what about your abilities? Tell me. Lin Kexin's dark energy interest syndrome flared up again. Seeing her little sister, who called herself Mom, with eyes sparkling with interest, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. Okay, I'll tell you a few things. Okay, go on. First of all, after advancing to an S-class dark energy controller, contrary to some advanced theories proposed by the Academy, an S-class dark energy controller can not only rely on dark energy to assist the calculating device, mobilize and use even larger amounts of dark energy, but can also do so without the assistance of the calculating device. That's impossible. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, he was met with Lin Kexin's loud denial. As someone who was almost becoming a dark energy doctor, Lin Kexin naturally knew the consensus of the Federation's scientific community. Humans were not capable of using dark energy without the assistance of a calculating device. That was an iron rule. It was also a rule agreed upon by all 3 of the Federation's strategic scientists. How could it be wrong? Lin Kexin gave a look of disbelief, staring fiercely at Lin Yu. You don't want to say it, so don't say it. Why lie to me? Am I that gullible? Okay, the consensus of the scientific community indeed has no problem. Humans are indeed incapable of manipulating dark energy on their own. But what? But if I told you that after advancing to an S-class dark energy controller, the human body undergoes a comprehensive sublimation under the influence of dark energy, a sublimation of life on all levels, then do you think what I just said would make sense? Lin Yu smiled. There was nothing to hide from his sister. Okay. Lin Yu watched his sister, who was too shocked to say a complete sentence. Just then, a smile vanished from his face. You are no longer human. End of chapter. Chapter 676. Upon hearing Lin Kexin's words, Lin Yu was instantly a loss for words. Can they still chat happily now? Don't mind, just a slip of the tongue. Heh. Please continue. Seeing Lin Yu's blackened face, Lin Kexin realized her mistake and smiled awkwardly. All right, I will continue. Helplessly shaking his head, Lin Yu continued, Although an S-level dark energy controller can rely on its own modulation and utilization of dark energy, it is still weaker compared to using dark energy to assisting computational devices. It's roughly equivalent to the strength that a B-level dark energy controller can achieve after using a dark energy-assisted computational device. So, does that mean it's pointless? Lynn Kexon tilted her head and couldn't help but ask. Although an S-level dark energy controller can use dark energy without outside help, it is significantly weaker. Doesn't that make it meaningless? No. It is still meaningful because during the process of transitioning life stages, I realized something. S-level dark energy. No. I should say the entire federal dark energy system is merely the entry point for using dark energy. What do you mean? According to the normal progression, one should achieve natural life transitions, that is, human evolution, before starting to use dark energy. However, the invention of the dark energy-assisted computational device takes a shortcut, allowing humans to use dark energy before evolution. Therefore, the pinnacle of the federal dark energy system, the S-level dark energy controller, is merely the threshold for humans to touch dark energy. As for me, I have just entered this system, Lin Yu said seriously. This is what he discovered after transitioning life stages. Dark energy is a very complete system, and to enter this system, one must first make their body capable of absorbing and storing the ubiquitous dark energy in the universe. Of course, 99.999999% of civilizations in this universe would never achieve this, because it requires a race to evolve to a very high level to accomplish it, and civilizations that can evolve to this point are the chosen ones in the universe. Without even mentioning becoming a transcendent civilization, at least before ascending to a super civilization, there will be no more barriers and all will become seeds of a super civilization. So what does that mean? Does this mean that as long as the human body evolves, one can naturally use dark energy, regardless of talent? If that's the case, then why am I judged to have no talent and cannot become a dark energy controller? Perhaps Lynn Kexon didn't pay much attention to others, but she heard Lin use words about human evolution, life stage transitions, and being able to instinctively use dark energy. Yes, as Lin Yu said, the ability to use dark energy may have nothing to do with talent, purely depending on whether one has successfully evolved to a life stage transition. Does that mean one doesn't need to care about talent to find a way to evolve? That's right. That's what I wanted to tell you. The reason there is talk of talent in the current federal dark energy system is because humans have not evolved to the point of using dark energy on their own but rely on external forces, such as the dark energy-assisted computational device. To use the dark energy-assisted computational device, one needs to possess exceptional mental strength and brain development different from an average person. In simple terms, using the dark energy-assisted computational device depends on brain development, while after life stage evolution, it relies on instinct. Therefore, you can consider the D to a grade dark energy controllers in the federal system as pseudo-dark energy users, and S-grade dark energy controllers as the true practitioners. As for you, you can't even become a pseudo-dark energy user, but that doesn't hinder your chances of becoming a true dark energy user in the future. Lin Yu nodded. Really? You're not lying to me. This time, Lynn Kexon was excited. She thought she was destined never to be a dark energy controller, but now she saw a glimmer of hope. Pseudo-dark energy users? She didn't care. She wanted to be a true dark energy user. Alright, even though I see you're so excited, I can't bear to dampen your spirits, but I still have to tell you, for the current moment, it's almost impossible for humans to reach the evolutionary stage of life transition. Also, although it is said that the federal dark energy system can be prefixed with pseudo, once one becomes an A-grade dark energy controller, the possibility of achieving a life stage transition is definitely at least 10,000 times greater than an ordinary person. Seeing his extremely excited younger sister, Lin Yu couldn't help but shake his head and pour cold water on her excitement. Sure, once life transition is complete, one can instinctively control dark energy, regardless of talent. But is achieving life stage transition a simple matter? No. It's extremely difficult, especially given the current state of human evolution. A few seconds ago, Lynn Kexon was thrilled, but after hearing Lin Yu's words, her face fell. Lin Yu, do you know that discouraging someone's dreams is like killing their parents? With a furious face, Lynn Kexon glared harshly at Lin Yu. Killing one's parents. Speaking of which, isn't your father my father too? Are you suggesting that I want to harm our own father? Lin Yu was speechless at Lin Kexin's words. Alright, I only shared my opinion. Anyway, in a few days, Wei will be here, and we can ask her opinion on this matter. After all, she is the creator of the Federal Dark Energy System. Faced with the threat from a certain sister, Lin Yu, feeling embarrassed, gave in. He didn't insist on his own opinion but instead passed the ball to Wei, who would arrive here in a few days. Lin Kexin finally let go of her older brother, who was probably the most powerful human being. 5 days later, the Calvinia Hyperstar Cluster, at the drift point of the Lantern, a huge spaceship, escorted by a fleet of Star Domain-level vessels, arrived here through a spatial transmission channel. This was the third super research ship specially built by the Federal Science Department for 3 strategic scientists, and it was also Wei's current flagship. Its size was equivalent to half of a Planet-class battleship. After all, for scientific research, a normal battleship size wouldn't suffice. Surrounded by the escort fleet, the research spacecraft soon arrived next to the new Gongcheng interstellar battleship. Well, this battleship was huge, almost as large as the new Gongcheng interstellar battleship. Therefore, it had to be parked outside, and couldn't enter the battleship's spaceport. At this moment, with the help of hundreds of industrial mechas, the Abyssal Mecha was dragged out of the research ship. When everyone saw the customized mecha specifically made for Lin Yu, they were all shocked. Is this still a mecha? End of the chapter. Chapter 677. Can't tame the mech. Is it still a mech? This is a question that involuntarily comes to mind for everyone who sees the Zhuangning mech. It's really. This mech is a bit too big. Although it's not as big as a battleship, it's at least hundreds of times larger than a federal standard mech. Do mechs really need to be built this big? Of course, there's no other way. First of all, according to the plan, the Zhuangning mech is a specially designed dark energy mech for Lin Yu. Therefore, as a concentration of dark energy, it inevitably comes equipped with a key device, the Dark Energy Auxiliary Computation Device. The personal version is meaningless, and the battleship version is too big. Even if the computation device of the battleship version is reduced as much as possible to be able to fit into the mech, even if it's minimized, that's already the limit. Secondly, in order to withstand the massive dark energy that Lin Yu, an S-class dark energy manipulator, can access, the Dark Energy Auxiliary Computation Device in the Zhuangning mech is a completely custom-made version, even utilizing 80% of the Federal's energy reserve to create alpha metal through extreme compression. However, alpha metal, no matter how you look at it, is the product of continuous compression of a large amount of energy reserves, so despite its relatively small size, its mass is at least tens of thousands of times what you can imagine. What does this mean? It means that a regular mech engine simply can't propel it, it's too massive. Therefore, in the experiment, they had no choice but to take out the propulsion system prepared for the next generation of Federal battleships and, with slight modifications, directly incorporate it into the Zhuangning mech. In order to make this propulsion system fit in, they had to enlarge the Zhuangning mech a bit more. As a result, it has become the size you see now. It can be said that it is a compromise result that was somewhat inevitable. Regardless of the compromises made in the technology or how strangely this mech was built, the Zhuangning mech that Wei created still achieves the envisioned performance without any compromises. It can also be said that in order to achieve the desired performance, a series of compromises in technology had to be made. Is this my mech? Just as this slightly exaggerated mech was being dragged out of the research ship, within the Merlin-class battleship New Gong Worker next to the New Gong Worker star, Lin Yu was also looking at the image projected in front of him, and muttered to himself. Originally, he thought the Zhuangning mech would be majestic and dominant, but now, well, it does look pretty dominant. If you were to describe the appearance of this mech, it would be utmost roughness, without a hint of elegance gene. Coupled with its enormous body, it indeed exudes dominance. Commander, there's an order from the New Gong Worker. They want you to report immediately. I know. Tell them I'll leave now. Yes, Commander. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu was already on a shuttle and landed at the number 1 airfield of the New Gong Worker star battleship. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. Therefore, Lin Fen didn't even bother to hold a meeting or ask Lin Yu to meet. As soon as he got off the shuttle, he was immediately taken away by a group of doctors in white coats. This was followed by a very urgent training session, including operating the Zhuangning mech, utilizing various functions, dealing with possible issues, and so on. a bunch of data was dumped into Lin Yu's mind. It was fortunate that the military now used brain development drugs, so it wouldn't take too long to go through all the data and remember it. Just 2 hours later, the pile of data was all read by Lin Yu and firmly remembered in his mind. Of course, merely remembering was far from enough. There was still a long way to go in understanding and mastering them, as many aspects could only be realized and truly understood through actual operation. At this moment, there were still 28 hours until the predicted time of arrival of the Hell Legion led by Haegu in the Valkyrie's Void. Inside the Zhuaming mech's cockpit, Lin Yu, wearing a special combat suit, was feeling exceptionally excited. Since being promoted to an S-class dark energy manipulator, he had never used his full power. Using only the dark energy, he could manipulate himself without the aid of the auxiliary computation device. He was only as powerful as a B-class dark energy manipulator. If he used the dark energy auxiliary computation device, even if it were the mech version of a Deca personnel, let alone the battleship version, it wouldn't be able to endure the massive dark energy adjustments he could now command, rendering it unable to exert its full power. However, that was different now. With the mech version dark energy auxiliary computation device made from alpha metal by Wei, it could completely support the dark energy Lin Yu could now command at full throttle, and even had plenty of surplus. This greatly surprised Lin Yu. A diamond-shaped barrier, like a magical circle, was gradually being constructed in front of the Zhuaming mech, as if a mage was meticulously drawing the magical circle stroke by stroke. However, just as the entire barrier was about to be completed, an accident happened. A crack suddenly appeared on the barrier that was about to be constructed. The crack quickly spread outwards, eventually spreading across the entire barrier. Like a shattered mirror, as more and more cracks appeared, the barrier, which could no longer bear it, immediately scattered into pieces and then turned into twinkling starlights, gradually dissolving into the universe. Having excessive performance is not a good thing either. Lin Yu was very troubled, and the reason for his trouble was that the mech version of the dark energy auxiliary computation device made from alpha metal was so powerful that, for the mech pilot Lin Yu, who had just driven the Zhuaming mech for less than an hour, this mech was like a wild horse, very difficult to control. That was also the reason for Lin Yu's recent failure. With such powerful and surplus dark energy auxiliary computation device, he would need some time to get used to it in order to control it effortlessly. If there was enough time, Lin Yu believed that he could tame this wild horse-like mech, but the problem was that Lin Yu was running out of time now. Even if you're a dragon, I will tame you to coil obediently on the ground. Inside the Zhuaming mech's cockpit, Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes that had been closed due to the recent failure, and said with a resolute expression, "After all, there were less than 30 hours left until the arrival of Haeguo's Hell Legion. Within this time, Lin Yu had to completely control it." End of this chapter. Chapter 678 Black Armor Norton. At this moment, the entire Lawwar has been cleared out. In the emptiness, there is only a huge mech at a distance of 5 astronomical units from the ocean current. While the rest, whether it's the Federal Fleet or the Insect Army, have all retreated outside Lawwar, at least 100 astronomical units away from the ocean current exit. In the cockpit of the Abyssal Darkness mech, Lin Yu is closing his eyes and resting, waiting for the upcoming battle. In the past date, everything that could be done has been done, although Lin Yu still can't fully control this wild horse-like mech, but regardless of whether he can kill Black Hess, at least blocking it should not be a big problem in Lin Yu's opinion. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour, only 30 minutes of time, but the tense nerves make everyone feel as long as several days. Finally, after 32 minutes, something emerged from the ocean current. It was a 7th-tier leader-level creature that looked like a crocodile turtle, along with those behind it, same in appearance but much smaller in size, the tribal-level creatures. The Black Armor Tribe is the most powerful in defense among the many biological civilizations under Black Hess. Not only do they have innate super-grade body strength, but they can also release an extremely powerful defense shield. What is super-grade body strength? It's quite easy to understand. The Black Armor Tribe at the 6th tier, their body strength can already be comparable to a 7th-tier creature, and when they ascend to the 7th tier, their body strength can even rival that of an 8th-tier creature. Of course, this universe is fair. After being endowed with such strong defense capabilities, the Black Armor Tribe was also deprived of one ability, that is long-range attack capability. Although it was mentioned before that the biological civilizations in Black Hess's 2nd Legion are not good at long-range attacks, it doesn't mean they can't perform long-range attacks. It's just that compared to their close combat abilities, their long-range attack ability is weaker. That the Black Armor Tribe is an exception. They can't even release any long-range attacks, and in close combat, they only use their mouths to bite. That's right, to bite. Even if you stand in front of a Black Armor Tribe creature and keep a sufficient distance to prevent it from biting you, there is no other way for it to attack you. This is a race that has abandoned everything, evolving to the extreme in defense only. Among the 2nd Legion, they also serve as the undisputed vanguard in such assault battles. As the Black Armor Tribe gradually crossed the cosmic ocean currents and entered the void of Law Weir, Lin Yu, who had been resting in the cockpit with closed eyes, slowly opened his eyes. He had seen information about this tribe and had some understanding. After all, when Lin Kexin was in the Firmin Starfield, she had launched attacks on almost every race in the 2nd Legion of Purgatory. The Black Armor Tribe was the only tribe that suffered no losses under the bombardment of zero-point missiles. After all, their 5th-tier tribal-level creatures already had body strength comparable to the 6th tier of other races, as long as it wasn't a situation of simultaneous bombardment by a large number of zero-point missiles. Sure enough, this tribe came out first. But it's also reasonable, if I were the enemy's commander, I would let this tribe come out first to establish a defensive circle to ensure the safety of other races when they attack. Looking at the dynamic battlefield model surrounding him, Lin Yu had a clear understanding. After all, this was something that had been anticipated early on, so there was nothing worth being surprised about. According to Lin Kexin's data, this tribe seemed to have very strong physical strength and defense capabilities, essentially belonging to the kind of strength that transcends tiers. So, the defense capabilities of this 7th-tier leader-level creature should be able to rival or even surpass that of Epunos, right? After all, no matter how you look at it, Epunos had just evolved to the 8th tier. This made Lin Yu very interested. A bio-individual that possibly has a defense capability stronger than Epunos from a single defense perspective, which could allow him to test his current strength before Black Hess arrives. Decided. Let's start with you. A shimmering silver-white rhombus array quickly began to build in front of the mech. Just a day ago, Lin Yu couldn't handle the basic dark energy attack method, but now he could easily complete it in just 3 seconds. Then a silver-white attack, like an energy beam, surged towards Black Armor Norton 5 away. Although this was only the most basic dark energy attack method, even a sea-level dark energy manipulation, which could be used with the help of a battleship-level dark energy computation device. But with the huge dark energy Lin Yu could mobilize, even this most basic attack method could unleash a terrifying power. Even though it looked like an energy beam, its essence was completely different, and its speed could reach thousands of times the speed of light, defying the principles of basic science without being affected by time dilation. For this kind of attack at a distance of 5 astronomical units, 3 seconds could already overcome a strong sense of mortal danger. Instantly filling every corner of Black Armor Norton's mind, he instinctively unfolded a shield imbued with a lot of spatial power. In the face of any attack, would demonstrate powerful comprehensive defensive capabilities. However, the other tribal-level creatures didn't react as quickly. Just after Black Armor Norton had set up a defensive shield in front of him, Lin Yu's attack had already arrived. Without any preparation, the terror energy instantly ripped and devoured hundreds of tribal-level creatures located in front of Black Armor Norton, then fiercely struck on Norton's defensive shield. A battle between sword and shield unfolded instantly. The deadlock continued, neither side giving an inch, like two equally matched people comparing strength. For a time, neither could do anything to the other. However, there would always be a result, especially in this kind of contest between attack and defense. Either the defense would be breached, or the attack's momentum would be exhausted, unable to penetrate the opponent's defense. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until 7 seconds later, the situation finally changed. Cracks suddenly appeared on the originally solid defense wall, and this was just the beginning. More and more cracks appeared, until the entire shield could no longer hold and shattered, dissolving into spakes of stardust in the void. The silver-white energy no longer obstructed, almost without any delay, hit the body of Black Armor Norton. However, it was unfortunate that 90% of the energy of the attack had been consumed in the sword and shield confrontation just now, and the remaining 10% of the energy could no longer cause any harm to Black Armor Nord. End of this chapter. Chapter 679 Induced Dark Energy Compression Run. Lin Yu's preliminary understanding of his attacking capabilities has bin established. With the specially designed Alpha Dark Energy Assistive Algorithm device installed in the Abyssal Mecha, the power of his casual strike is now very close to the strongest strike he made when he was using the battleship version of the Dark Energy Assistive Algorithm. This made Lin Yu feel good. However, compared to the relaxed Lin Yu, Norton from the Black Armor Clan, located 5 AU away, was not feeling so happy. Defense has always been the most powerful thing for the Black Armor Clan. Although its inherent defensive power is stronger than its energy barrier, this does not mean Norton's released energy defense barrier is weak. On the contrary, apart from Black, in terms of this skill, no one in the entire First Legion is stronger than it. Nevertheless, despite such a powerful energy defense barrier, it was shattered by the enemy, leaving Norton with a strong sense of humiliation, wishing to devour the enemy alive. However, the Black Armor Clan is an extremist race, with almost no strengths other than defense. Even if just attacked, Norton is still unable to determine the attacker's location. Moreover, even if it could determine the location, what could it do without any long-range attack methods? In that case, let's stick to the established plan. Although the enemy's attack is powerful enough to break through the defense barrier, it is not yet able to deal a fatal blow. Of course, if Norton knew that Lin Yu's earlier strike was just a probe, it would definitely want to smack its present self. Most importantly, the main army of the Purgatory First Legion will be entering the geological flow about 10 minutes after the Black Armor Clan. If General Haig arrives and the Black Armor Clan has not yet established a bridgehead, according to plan, the consequences can only be imagined, causing Norton's massive body to tremble slightly. Quickly commanding the Black Armor Clan under his leadership, Norton centered around the outflow of the geological flow, deploying a large spherical defense formation and assuming a defensive posture. Though the appearance of the Black Armor Clan resembles a crocodile turtle on Earth, the structures of these two species are completely different, just like their appearances. The large black turtle shells behind them detached and moved separately, as if controlled by telekinesis, slowly moving in front of each individual from the Black Armor Clan and standing upright. The crimson glow immediately circulated on each upright black shell, gradually connecting with the energy emitted by adjacent shells. Eventually, a large spherical shield enveloping the outflow was gradually forming as more Black Armor individuals arrived and joined the formation. There are quite a variety of tactics. This is somewhat similar to the Federal's previous joint shield, isn't it? Through the observed images, Lin Yu already had a rough understanding of the enemy's tactics. It was essentially the Federation's play on joint shields, combining the energy shields released by multiple warships and merging them to build a larger and stronger shield. In front of him, the Black Armor Clan was using a similar method, but with a larger number of entities constructing the joint shield and thus enveloping a larger area. However, this was not a concern. A sixth-order being, no matter how one tried to increase the strength of the defense barrier, it could only be raised to the limit of this dimension, unable to surpass dimensions. It was like technological civilizations. An energy shield would always be just that. Even if its defense strength was maximized, it would remain an energy shield and not evolve into a more potent spatial shield. Similarly, the joint shields formed by these sixth-order individuals of the Black Armor Clan might reach the peak of a sixth-order civilization, but would never become the comprehensive defense barrier released by Nor. After all, they were products of two different dimensions. As for Lin Yu, he wasn't particularly interested in these little fellows' joint shields. Since I've already probed, let's deal with you directly. I believe that big fellow of the Ninth Order is also coming soon, and the stage must be cleaned up. The Abyssal Mecha did not have a dark energy control panel like the one on the battleship. Instead, the DAC controller was inherited onto the Mecha control stick, allowing the pilot to control the Mecha while using dark energy for attack or defense. Focusing his mind, with a slight movement of intent, the Alpha Special Edition Dark Energy Assistive Algorithm device in the Abyssal Mecha began to operate madly. A large amount of dark energy started to be absorbed and converged toward the location of the Abyssal Mecha. 1, 2, 3. Ultimately, a large 1 and 6 small 7 silver-white rhombus-shaped dark energy barriers were gradually constructed in front of the Abyssal Mecha. Different from Lin Yu's previous usage in shells, this time, The 7 dark energy barriers were not arranged in a straight line. The smaller ones were evenly spaced around the largest one, as if surrounding 6 satellites around a planet. This was an attack form thought of by Lin Yu after becoming an S-class dark energy user, a new attack method with dark energy at the core named Induced Dark Energy Compression Cannon. Compression completed. Begin induction. With a muttered whisper from the cockpit, the 6 small dark energy barriers suddenly erupted, releasing 6 strange energy streams resembling red thunderbolts that rushed towards the larger dark energy barrier in the middle. Saying they rushed might not be accurate, it looked more like they were being absorbed by the central dark energy barrier. As this process continued, the central large dark energy barrier gradually emitted a silver-white glow mixed with some red light, becoming increasingly dazzling. Induced Dark Energy Compression Cannon. Fire. The central large dark energy barrier seemed to break apart as if unable to withstand the pressure. However, this was not a failure. Although the dark energy barrier shattered, the energy compressed to its limit remained in the void. Suddenly, this energy could no longer stay quiet and transformed into a terrifying beam of at least hundreds of meters in diameter, shooting towards the direction of where Norton was. The silver-white beam, accompanied by the surrounding red thunderbolts that kept flashing, created a devastating atmosphere, making all the Federal fleet's hundreds of away and even Arya of the Insect Clan shudder. Nothing could stop this attack. This was the single thought arising in the minds of everyone witnessing the attack unfold at this moment. End of the chapter. Chapter 680 brought cancer to purgatory. The silver-white beam, with a diameter of over 100 meters, was enveloped by crimson thunder, carrying endless power, instantly crossing a distance of 5 astronomical units and fiercely striking the shield formation of the Black Armor Clan. There was no hesitation, not even a second of delay. The entire shield formation was pierced like a piece of paper, revealing a massive hole. In the next moment, the clash between sword and shield unfolded once again. Unlike the previous time, this time Norton of the Black Armor Clan could only endure for less than 2 seconds before the defense barrier was shredded. Of course, this was only the weakest layer of Norton's 3 layers of protection. After breaking through the defense barrier, the attack once again collided with the towering black shell in front of Norton. Clearly, compared to the defense barrier released by Norton, this black shell with a crimson light swirling on the surface was indeed much stronger in terms of defense. 3 seconds had passed, and the battle between attack and defense was still at a standstill. However, the swirling crimson light on the black shell was gradually dimming, and everyone witnessing this scene had already made their judgment. Apparently, in this wave of confrontation, the defense side was still at a disadvantage. Indeed, in the 4th second, the enormous black shell could no longer hold on. Cracks of all sizes rapidly spread from the point of attack towards all directions. Finally, when the time reached the 5th second, the entire shell shattered with a loud roar, and countless fragments flew in all directions. At this moment, Norton of the Black Armor Clan felt absolutely wretched. Speaking of the shell of the Black Armor Clan, it was supposed to become stronger over time. Once it was shattered, it had to be nurtured anew, and after nurturing, it might not even be as strong as the shells of the 6th-tier lineage under its command. It would take at least 1,000 years to fully recover its original strength. With these thoughts, Norton's heart was bleeding. Yet there was no time to dwell on these thoughts because Lin Yu's guided dark energy compression cannon had already directly hit his main body. This was the last defense measure of the Black Armor Clan, also possessing the strongest defensive capability. However, Norton had no thoughts of relaxation. It could already sense that the attack hitting its body had been somewhat weakened after passing through 2 defenses, but the reduction was limited, possibly not even 1%. Norton had no confidence in whether it could ultimately withstand this attack. Nevertheless, even though it lacked confidence in blocking the attack, Norton did not think it would be life-threatening. After all, as a 7th-tier leader-level organism, its size was colossal, almost like a planet. Even if a beam with a diameter of only 100 meters pierced through its entire body, the wound caused would not be as severe as a human injection. Although this analogy was somewhat odd, it was the truth. Was Lin Yu's attack really so simple? As time passed by, the terrifying beam gradually began to erode the surface of Norton's body, akin to continuously twisting a screw into a wall at home. Although the material was tough, eventually, the screw would go in, right? After more than 10 seconds, a large hole was finally opened in Norton's chest. Subsequently, another second later, it passed directly through Norton's back. Norton felt as if mocking laughter crossed its ugly, gigantic face. It seemed that even without defense, it would be fine, right? While the attack was indeed powerful, its impact was limited. Even if it had been hit thousands of times, it should not be fatal, right? However, Norton's laughter ceased the next moment. Just as it was about to focus its internal energy to quickly repair the minor wound, it discovered a strange energy hindering the wound from healing. Only then did Norton notice that on the insignificant wound, Crimson Thunder was jumping around. Could it be that the remaining energy from the attack was preventing the wound from healing? Yet the issue seemed insignificant. Even if the wound did not heal temporarily, it shouldn't have a significant impact on itself, right? Just like humans don't need specialized treatment for a needle wound. Thinking this way, Norton stopped worrying about the wound. However, when it stopped paying attention to the wound, it failed to realize that the damaged area within its body was expanding rapidly, like an infection spreading, and the speed was increasing. Truth be told, not even Lin Yu had anticipated this outcome. The dark energy compressed to the extreme had transformed a portion of Norton after piercing it, acting like cancer cells, rapidly spreading and destroying its body. After a minute, Norton finally realized something was amiss. What was initially a minor issue within its body had now damaged a large swath of internal tissue. With no signs of stopping, the spread accelerated at an alarming rate. If the progression continued at this pace, in another 10 minutes, its entire body would be consumed. This realization startled Norton, but it had no idea how to handle the situation. As more and more of its body was destroyed, the intense pain spread towards its brain, and the sounds of agonizing screams escaped its mouth. Meanwhile, 5 AU away, Lin Yu, who was preparing to use another attack to end the 7th-tier leader-level organism, halted, perplexed by the unfolding scene. Just then, a communication link was established, and a voice rang out. Lin Yu. The sudden communication was from Wei, the one who had provided Lin Yu with the mecha. Lin Yu could also voice his concerns. After all, in such matters, who in that place was more authoritative than Wei? I was about to discuss this with you. Based on the data returned from various scanning devices we left in Luoyao, I have arrived at a preliminary conclusion. Wei made an initial judgment based on the received data. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression turned peculiar. What does that mean? Did I bring the era of cancer to the biological civilization system? End of chapter. Chapter 681. When Hagrid arrived, Lin Yu was somewhat confused. According to Wei, did he bring cancer to this biological civilization of the Black Armor Clan? He had always thought he had developed a very powerful penetrating single-body attack. As it turned out, it was actually a biochemical attack. Is there anything more absurd than this? Should I finish it off now? Scratching his head, Lin Yu asked Wei uncertainly. No. There's no need. Its current situation is quite interesting, allowing me to collect a lot of valuable data. According to the data I have obtained now, that special dark energy remaining in its body will completely destroy all of its cellular tissues in 10 minutes at most. So, for now, ignore it, but be prepared to deliver a fatal blow. In case of any uncontrollable situation, act immediately. Wei shook his head hastily to stop him. This rare data, if you don't let me continue collecting it in full, and you want to go up and finish it off later, I will definitely have a good chat with the Marshal. His son still lacks enlightenment in the scientific aspect. Alright, Lin Yu did not know at this moment that Wei had already made a note of this in his notebook. 5 full minutes had passed. At this moment, Norton could already feel that almost half of its body had completely necrotized. Moreover, the strange energy incessantly destroying its internal body was showing no signs of stopping. Not only was it not stopping, but the rate of erosion was increasing. Currently, forget about fighting. Even moving a little was very difficult. In fact, even at the beginning, when it felt this energy was destroying its body, it had considered directly cutting out the area where the energy was located. In that case, even if this type of energy was terrifying, it wouldn't have any way to harm itself, right? After all, the area being eroded wasn't large at that time. Even if the entire area was cut off, it would only be a small injury for it, and it would soon recover. However, the reality was very cruel. Currently, in Lawville, only the Black Armor Clan remained, and there was only itself as the 7th-tier leader-level creature. So, the problem arose. How could the Black Armor Clan, which had no combat ability, tear off a piece of flesh from Norton who had the strongest defense. This was the first time Norton had so much hatred for its own powerful defense since it was born, until now. Unable to do anything, it had to continuously use its own powerful energy to impact the strange energy, in an attempt to slow down its erosion and hold out until Hagrid arrived. As long as Hagrid arrived, Norton believed that it could be saved. At worst, as long as Hagrid was there, tearing off the already eroded flesh and blood from itself would be a piece of cake. However, what it didn't expect was that after using its own energy to impact, instead of slowing down the erosion, it was as if it was being fed, directly devouring the energy, guided over. And after devouring it, the erosion rate accelerated even further. Currently, it had no way out, except to wait for its final moment, unable to do anything else. 10 minutes later, perhaps nothing could be seen externally, but the giant body in the void had already lost all signs of life. All flesh and blood tissues had been completely destroyed. 1 AU from the exit of the ocean current, beside the new Gong Gong battle star, inside a huge research vessel. Deputy Minister, the target has lost signs of life. It's okay. I have already obtained all the necessary data. Originally, I thought it was just a unique virus-type energy that happened by chance, specifically targeting biological civilizations. But now, looking at these data, it's far more complex than that. Perhaps, our next generation of strategic weapons development has found a direction. In the huge bridge, Wei said thoughtfully. Indeed. At first, we thought it was just a random event. Under Lin Yu's latest development of a unique way to use dark energy, a new type of energy was created, which could harm the flesh and blood cells of the purgatory creatures inside, like a biological virus. However, after obtaining the data, we realized that things were far more complex than he had thought. This was not just a special virus-like energy, but with further development and application, it might create a strategic weapon even more potent than the zero-point particle armament. This was a research direction the Federation had been exploring for decades without success. Humanity had been using zero-point particle armaments for almost 100 years, starting from the 4th-tier civilization to the current 8th-tier civilization, without any breakthroughs. Wei was extremely excited at the moment. If it weren't for Lin Yu being the son of that man, if it weren't for the ongoing war situation, and Lin Yu being an indispensable force, Wei really wanted to bring him back immediately and dissect him. Alright, although dissection was impossible, after this battle was over, Lin Yu must go to the Baerlin Institute and cooperate with his research. No one would be able to stop it. At the exit of the ocean current, although Norton had lost its life, in its final moment, it still ordered its Black Armor clan to maintain the shield formation until Hagrid arrived. Therefore, even though the leader of the clan had died, these tens of millions of Black Armor tribal-level creatures remained firmly in their positions, maintaining the integrity of the shield formation. In the center of the shield formation, the Conwotion current exit suddenly experienced a ripple, followed by a wave of ripples. Then, at the exit of the ocean current, a huge head suddenly emerged, a head that was already as large as Norton's entire body. 5-0 Wei. When Lin Yu saw this scene, he immediately focused all his attention. How could he not recognize this head? It could be said that Lin Yu had read all the information about this guy over and over again. Even with his current level of brain development, he would never forget it after just one read. His eyes became extremely sharp, and through the DEAC control panel integrated on the control stick, he began to manipulate it. Numerous silver-white diamond-shaped dark energy shields were continuously formed in front of the mech, exceeding 100 in number. The terrifying dark energy was surging like turbulent waves around him. It was evident that the big move Lin Yu was about to unleash would be extremely shocking. However, Hagrid was not aware of all this yet. Just as it emerged from the ocean current, the first thing it saw was the Black Armor clan, which had completed the bridgehead defense line as planned, and the Norton in the void head. Not bad. Hagrid indicated that it was very satisfied with Norton's performance this time. However, he soon noticed something was amiss. Everything seemed fine just by looking, but when he tried to sense the surrounding situation, he was stunned. Why? It couldn't sense any signs of life in Norton's body. End of this chapter. Chapter 680 to the aggregated dark energy cannon focusing on the nearly unharmed but lifeless Black Armor Norton in front of him. Black suddenly erupted in anger. What in the world is going on here? A roar instantly resonated in the brain of every ethnic entity in the Black family, causing them to uncontrollably tremble and even revealing significant flaws in their shield formations. However, before Blacksh could receive an answer from the Black Armor Tribe, it could already sense a terrifying and deadly threat locking onto itself. This lethal threat, even when it experienced continuous bombardment by zero-point bombs and firemen, only posed a threat, not a lethal one. Could it be that within the Kepler star cluster, there are level 9 or even level 10 entities? For a moment, the eyes of Blacksh fluctuated between darkness and clearness, but at this moment, it was not so easy to retreat. Even if it wanted to retreat, it had to wait for the arrival of the reinforcements and then turn back into the current to leave. Otherwise, once it left, the subsequent reinforcements would be like lambs to slaughter, and by then, it feared it would become a losing commander. But the entire First Legion had billions of beings in size after all, and it was not something that could be completed quickly to wait for their full retreat. Could it endure within these hours? Looking at the millions of black armor-asnic entities arranged around him, Blacksh's eyes revealed a hint of reluctance, but soon turned resolute, even with a touch of ferocity. This is for the entire Legion. Holding on to its conviction, Blacksh constantly reiterated to itself, and then the command was issued. Although Blacksh was not the leader of the Black Armor Tribe, with its command, none of the remaining ethnic entities in the Black Armor Tribe dared to object, and even if they were to die immediately, they would comply. From level 6 to 9, a suppression in 3 dimensions, and under the circumstances of losing a tribe leader, Blacksh easily took complete control of the entire Black Armor Tribe. Suddenly, the originally spherical shield formation was disbanded, and a large number of level 6 ethnic entities from the Black Armor Tribe began to arrange themselves in front of Blacksh, one stacking on another, directly forming a neat single-file line in front of Blacksh, and one by one, they raised their black turtle shells again for defense. Different from before, where it was a united shield, now it was a singular defense mode. With this defense mode, for Lin Yu's attack to reach Blacksh, it would have to break through the first one in this single line formation, until it broke through all 10,000 before it could make contact with Blacksh's body. It had to be admitted, Blacksh's mind was quite nimble. So you can pose a lethal threat to me, then I will set up 10,000 shields in front of me. Even if these 10,000 shields cannot withstand your attack, at least they can weaken the strength of the attack to a controllable level, right? In any case, with over 50 million level 6 ethnic entities of the Black Armor Tribe, using 10,000 at a time, it could entirely resist your attacks 5,000 times. It was enough time to allow the First Legion to withdraw back to the Wilsert Super Galactic Cluster. Of course, Lin Yu, who was preparing his attack, also noted this situation. It really doesn't treat its underlings like people. Oh no, they're not human to begin with. But, in this case, it is indeed a bit tricky. Although a single level 6 isn't much, when you have 10,000 level 6 entities, lined up one after another, taking turns to withstand attacks, it wasn't a joke. Keep in mind, each level 6 being was nearly the size of the Earth. It was like trying to punch through 10,000 planets, not to mention that the defensive strength and body conditions of the Black Armor Tribe were certainly stronger than a planet. Lin Yu couldn't be sure what effect his attack would have in this situation. It should be feasible to break through the 10,000 level 6 ethnic entities, but the key was, after breaking through, how much energy would remain to continue attacking Blacksh, and whether the remaining energy would be sufficient to cause damage. Well, it wasn't very meaningful to think about it now. In any case, just try it out. Focus Dark Energy Cannon. Fire. Different from the Guided Dark Energy Compression Cannon, the Aggregated Dark Energy Cannon was composed of a total of 101 dark energy arrays. In front was a massive dark energy array about 1,000 meters in diameter, while behind it, there were 100 small dark energy arrays arranged in a circular pattern. One used the main array to release the attack, while the other arrays added special energy attributes to the attack. The second type did not release any attack from the main array, but rather served as a magnifying glass. The rest of the arrays, like sunlight, shone towards the main array in a uniform circular pattern. And finally, the main array focused this energy and released it back. These two methods each had their advantages. In Lin Yu's words, the Guided Dark Energy Compression Cannon was like a needle piercing through everything, while the Aggregated Dark Energy Cannon was like forcefully shattering everything. EDAC operation rate at 38%, EDAC operation rate at 47%, EDAC operation rate at 59% inside the cockpit of the Dark Abyss Mecha. The system continuously displayed the rising values of the EDAC operation rate. However, Lin Yu wasn't worried about the risks of overload. After all, the alpha version of the mecha-specific EDAC, even for his current self, was still considered overperforming. And ultimately, even with Lin Yu's full effort, he only managed to push the EDAC operation rate to 64%, with ample room for improvement. Of course, this improvement didn't refer to the equipment but to Lin Yu himself. In other words, he could only unleash 64% of the alpha version mecha's EDAC performance. After about 3 seconds of brewing in the dark energy main array, at the forefront of the mecha, a bright silver-white light pillar suddenly shot out. Despite the light pillar appearing to have a diameter of only 700 to 800 meters, it was completely different from the attack released by the guided dark energy compression cannon. The attack from the guided dark energy compression cannon compressed all energy completely, meaning you would only be harmed if you were directly hit. The aggregated dark energy cannon, however, was entirely different. Its energy had no compression, and it struck violently. The surrounding space collapsed continually as it passed through, reaching a range of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. In the face of such an attack, even if you weren't directly hit, but tens of thousands of kilometers away, you would still be affected by the residual waves on a spatial level. The bright silver-white light pillar flew swiftly toward Blackja's location, carrying a destructive force to obliterate everything in its path. End of this chapter. Chapter 683. I have a bold plan. A silver beam of light cuts through the void, accompanied by the collapse of the spatial dimension, affecting an area with a diameter of 300,000 kilometers, akin to the arrival of Doomsday. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying beam has already crossed a distance of 5 astronomical units, directly hitting the forefront of the single-line array of the Black Armor Clan. It's as if this single-line defensive array, composed of tens of thousands of Black Armor Clan members, does not exist. The silver beam advances almost unhindered, leaving massive holes in the bodies of the Black Armor Clan members attempting to defend against it, each hole around 800 meters in diameter. Subsequently, the rest of their bodies are torn into pieces by the spatial collapse triggered by the beam. This astonishes Black, who is behind the single-line defensive array, his eyes widening in disbelief. The power displayed is somewhat exaggerated. Even the 9th-level civilization encountered in the previous conquest was not this terrifying. Speaking of the 9th-level civilization, although they also harness the use of dark energy, they are not the same as the Federation. The Dark Energy Assistance Calculation device opened by accident is essentially a dark energy amplifier, with an amplification ratio of up to 80 times even for humanoid beings. Otherwise, someone like Lin Yu, who has only reached the dark energy proficiency level attainable at the late stage of the 8th level civilization, would not just contend with Black in battle, but would also be formidable against 7th level leader class organisms, with 100, 1,000, 2,000, up to more than 3,000 creatures attacked and torn apart. The momentum is slightly halted. However, this halt is only temporary, as the advanced speed remains beyond comprehension. Only Lin Yu, seated in the mecha, can perceive that the attack released has been weakened by nearly 10% by the beam. This indicates the effectiveness of Black's method. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Mecha has completed its calculations and drawn the final conclusion. After piercing through all the 6th level Black Armor Clan members, nearly 40% of the energy will be depleted. Do not underestimate this near 40% energy loss, as it is enough to downgrade the attacks from lethal to merely damaging, or even render them ineffective. The once fearsome Black Armor Clan, known for their formidable defenses among their peers in the Abyss, is now as fragile as paper. Despite their efforts to defend, after losing thousands of their kind, they could only slightly hinder the attack for a moment too brief to register, even with the blocking of tens of thousands of Black Armor beasts. The silver beam strikes Black in less than a second, causing it to lose vitality and disintegrate due to the spatial collapse effect. This scene falls before the eyes of a certain female research maniac stationed 100 away in the massive bridge of a research ship. The temperature around her drops instantly, causing all the scientists in white coats to shiver involuntarily. Though sufficient data have been collected, the prospect of studying the body of that creature in detail could significantly reduce the time needed to break through. Will such a crucial experimental subject be wasted like this? Once this war ends, and after being reassigned to the Berland Research Institute, some serious repercussions await. A person swears to make sure of this in their cooling machine. While Lin Yu remains unaware, he is once again casually noted down in someone's notebook. After shredding through tens of thousands of black armor beasts with the Dark Energy Annihilation Cannon, he is blocked for the first time. Perhaps Black's defensive talents are not as impressive as those of the Black Armor clan, but being a 9th level creature in a civilization, the defense still matches that of the 8th level creature Nort. Of course, Nort no longer has the chance to advance to the 8th level. Black expels energy without reservation, having exhausted all its resources. It is aware that any reservation leads to a deadly outcome. It's a battle of spear and shield. And after a brief stalemate, Black seems to notice something and widens its eyes suddenly. It perceives a nearly invisible crack on its defensive force field. Although almost imperceptible, the crack exists. Black is well aware that regardless of the species or technological civilization, when such a crack appears, it heralds the imminent collapse of the entire defense system. Although sensing a gradual weakening in the opponent's attack during the standoff, Black cannot be certain if its defense is about to crumble first or the opponent's assault will exhaust itself. Even though resilient physically, Black knows that its own defense field is not as robust as the one released by the opponent. If the defense field cannot block the attack, then it is truly in peril. Curses. Why didn't I assemble a defense array with 20,000 or even 30,000 black armor creatures? Black curses itself, feeling like a fool. As seconds pass, cracks multiply on the defense field, resembling bulletproof glass under a hammer strikes. Although not completely shattered yet, the shield is riddled with cracks, with hardly any intact areas left. Damn it, can't hold on anymore. Black can sense that its defense field will crumble in the next moment, unable to withstand the ongoing assault. A sense of despair engulfs Black for the first time since its inception. However, just as Black descends into infinite despair, the spear depletes all its energy and gradually dissipates into the void. While the shield is almost on the verge of being scrapped due to severe damage, it remains intact. Am I truly alive? Black, still trembling, begins to question the reality of the situation. In the end, was I just a hair's breadth away from destruction? However, with this experience, next time, it probably won't use just 10,000 turtle-like creatures for defense, right? Lin Yu sighs heavily in the cockpit of the Abyssal Mecha. He knows that in the next attack, the opponent will likely deploy 20,000, 30,000, or even 100,000 similar lifeforms to block his path, making it extremely challenging for him to deliver a fatal blow. This presents a headache. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu touches a few buttons on the console, projecting a miniature hologram of Lin Fen in front of him. Commander, I have a bold plan. Lin Fen states seriously over the communication channel, catching Lin Yu's attention. End of the chapter. Chapter 684, The Third Wave of Attack. Oh, do you have a bold idea? The classic line from a previous life was now spoken by his own son in this life, leaving Lin Fen with an indescribable feeling on his face. Yes, this idea is indeed quite bold. It might even change our overall strategic goals, so it needs the marshal to decide. Let's hear it first. Lin Fen looked at the serious Lin Yu and nodded. In fact, not to mention Lin Yu, Lin Fen himself also had a bold idea, but before he could start implementing it, his son's communication request had already come. It just so happened that he could now see if his son's so-called bold idea was similar to his. The thing is, originally our strategic goal was to severely damage or even kill this suspected 9th rank individual of the alien civilization. After all, as long as we can suppress this one, we have ways to deal with the rest. But now, given the current situation, it's difficult for us to achieve that goal. So, why not change our approach, abandon the initial strategic goal, and focus on constraining the big ones, eliminating the small ones? Finally, let it become a puppet commander, and when the time comes, I believe it will be easy to deal with it. With a hint of confidence, Lin Yu laid out his idea. Coincidentally, this idea was actually the same as the new plan that Lin Yu had just started redeploying. How exactly do we do it? Nodding, Lin Fen continued to ask with interest. We can take advantage of the continuous area damaging nature of zero-point bombs, detonating them at the outlet of the ocean current. This way, the arriving and successive forces of the Purgatory Army will be completely wiped out at this location. Interesting, but how can you ensure that the zero-point bombs are not destroyed before detonation by that guy? Remember, the detonation of the zero-point bomb carrier relies on the overload operation of zero-point particles and the jump engine. After the convergence of the two, A spatial turbulence effect is triggered, and that takes time. Lin Fen asked with a smile. Indeed, in the Feynman era, Lin Kedin was able to continuously bomb Black Hawk with zero-point bombs because of a premise. Black Hawk couldn't precisely locate the position of the zero-point bomb several astronomical units away and destroy them prematurely. Thanks to Lin Keshin's initial ambush on Douglas, severely weakening Black Hawk's long-range locating ability. That the current situation was different. Douglas had clearly recovered, and after Black Hawk, the next 7th-rank leader-level creature emerging from the ocean currents was it. In this situation, replicating Lin Keshin's scene in Feynman was almost impossible. Of course, direct replication was not possible, but there were other ways to think about it. Luckily, Lin Fen knew a few of those methods. However, he wouldn't reveal them now, as this moment was a rare test for him. And the target of this test was Lin Yu. We can do it in 3 steps. First, use zero-point missiles to bomb the single-line defense array in front of the target, not to kill, but to weaken. Second, in coordination with the bombing of zero-point missiles, without giving the enemy time to recover, seamlessly integrate with the focal-type dark energy cannon. Finally, when the focal-type dark energy cannon hits the target and engages in a stalemate, the zero-point bomb carrier will come into play and detonate, while the target is focused on defense without paying attention. Clap, clap, clap. After Lin Yu finished speaking, Lin Fen also applauded. Well done, very detailed. I approve of your plan. You have 3 minutes to send me the detailed operational plan. Yes, Marshal. Inside the command center of the new Gongon, what's wrong? Why are you so happy? After a busy period in the staff group, Liang Zhu came to Lin Fen's side, and was quite surprised by his expression. In her memory, Lin Fen hadn't shown such a happy expression in a long time, and it seemed to carry a hint of contentment. This made Liang Zhu very curious. Is it that obvious? It's written all over the Marshal's face. Well, okay. By the way, cancel the 3rd plan. The sudden statement left Liang Zhu a bit puzzled. Wasn't that the plan you just finalized? She had been busy with the staff group to fill in all the details. As soon as everything was completed, you wanted to cancel it. What happened? After all, she had been with Lin Yu for hundreds of years, and this was the first time she had seen him finalize a plan only to cancel it right after. Cancel it. As for the reason, you'll know soon. Teasing her, Lin Fen didn't say much more. Marshal, Commander Lin Yu has sent a new operational plan. Just at that moment, the voice of the group leader came, informing that a detailed operation had been transmitted to the staff group according to procedure. I know. According to Lin Yu's deployment, execute in 1 minute. Yes, Marshal. Oh, you wanted to know why the 3rd plan was cancelled, right? Go take a look. After giving the command to the staff group, Lin Yu stood up, patted Liang Zhu's shoulder, and said with a smile. With a sense of curiosity, Liang Zhu went to the area where the staff group was located. This is... After reviewing the operational plan sent by Lin Yu, Liang Zhu didn't know what to say for a moment. Truly, they were like father and son. Deputy Liang, this operational plan. I know. Cancel the 3rd plan and use Lin Yu's operational plan, temporarily named the 4th operation. Yes. Deputy Liang, even though they said they cancelled the 3rd plan, changing the name just meant it became the 4th plan, right? Seeing 2 identical operating plans, the group leader of the staff group smiled bitterly and shook his head. Everyone was already clear why Marshal Lin Fen had ordered to abandon the 3rd plan and switch to the 4th plan. After thinking this, they discarded the original 3rd plan and, with the 4th plan taking the lead, started the deployment. 1 minute later, zero-point missile 1 to 36, launch, zero-point bomb carrier, hyperspace engine startup, awaiting departure command, with a command from the combat group leader inside the command center of the new Gongon. 36 missiles were instantly launched from a hidden launch slot on the battle star, and after flying for a while, they each opened a hyperspace tunnel and dove inside. At the same time, more than 90 away, Lin Yu had begun the attack preparations, and 101 silver-gray dark energy arrays swiftly unfolded in front of the dark armor in an orderly manner. The 3rd round of competition had officially begun. End of this chapter. Chapter 685 is all about feigning attacks on the cosmic oceanic currents, Ravel. Since the last attack, Hagrid no longer trusted anyone, directly deploying 50,000 dark armored beasts to set up a single-line defense array in front of himself. Although analysis of the last attack showed that only 30,000 beasts were enough to block the enemy's assault, Hagrid was truly afraid that it wasn't the opponent's full-strength attack. Therefore, just in case, he directly used a full 50,000 dark armored beasts to face this single-line defense array. Hagrid believed that under such defense, even a newly entered level 10 technological civilization might not be able to break through immediately. Looking at the single-line array stretching nearly 50 million kilometers in front of him, Hagrid nodded in satisfaction. "Douglas, can you lock onto the position of that guy?" "Yes, Commander Hagrid, it's locked in. 5 AU away. 5 astronomical units so close." Quite bold. Although Hagrid had decided to retreat long ago and had issued orders, he was somewhat reluctant to just leave like that. After all, experiencing the fear of death once was unforgivable. Of course, even if he managed to eliminate the threat, Hagrid would still retreat. Who knows if the enemy could launch such a powerful attack from elsewhere. Same as usual, I'll attack, you assist in targeting. It's not good. Terrifying energy is converging at the target position. Another attack is imminent. Hearing Douglas's words, Hagrid shuddered uncontrollably, his anger boiling within. Fear. I'm actually afraid. It's too humiliating. Completely unforgivable. I want to see how you plan to break through this single-line defense array formed by 50,000 dark armored beasts. With a fierce glare fixed on the pitch-dark void ahead of the array, as if he wanted to swallow the incoming attack whole, Hagrid prepared for Lin Yu's next wave of assault. However, just as Hagrid was ready to face Lin Yu's next attack, a mutation occurred. Over 30 smaller hyperspace windows appeared from various points of the single-line defense array of dark armored beasts in front of Hagrid, nearly one every million kilometers. Before Hagrid could react, 36 zero-point missiles were released, each exploding without the slightest delay. Unlike zero-point bombs, the zero-point missiles detonated almost instantaneously, leaving no chance for interception by Hagrid. Humph, the same trick again. Watching as each missile exploded in front of him, with each one affecting millions of kilometers, Hagrid completely disregarded them. After all, even 6th-tier beings from other races couldn't kill these beasts, let alone 6th-tier dark armored beasts. As Hagrid expected, the 36 zero-point missiles caused 0 casualties among the dark armored beasts in the array. However, before he could relax, another 36 zero-point missiles emerged and exploded without hesitation. While a single missile might not harm 6th-tier dark armored beasts, continuous bombardment would eventually take its toll. Despite not being very worried, Hagrid knew with nearly 50 million dark armored beasts on his side, he could easily rotate them to absorb the attacks. In less than half a minute, the entire array had been hit 3 times by zero-point missiles. Although no casualties were inflicted, the crimson glow on the backs of the beasts had dimmed significantly, and some parts had even disappeared. At the same time, Lin Yu had completed all preparations on his end, and 100 beams of terrifying light shot towards the largest diamond-shaped dark energy array in front of him. Suddenly, a more terrifying silver-white beam shot out from within the dark energy array towards Hagrid at lightning speed. Damn it! Only then did Hagrid realize he had overlooked something. Indeed, zero-point missiles posed little threat to the Dark Armored Clan, but after several rounds of missile strikes, while no beast was harmed, their individual turtle shell defense capabilities were greatly depleted. In this situation, the human attack could indeed break through the entire single-line array. However, do you think this can hurt me? No. It's impossible. Even if all of these 50,000 dark armored beasts rely solely on their flesh to defend, it's enough to weaken the energy carried by this attack compared to the first time. It was true, even without their turtle shell defense, the beasts' bodies were still very strong, almost on par with 7th-tier leader-level creatures. Although the attack could penetrate them, the remaining energy would be much weaker than in the first assault, perhaps even half as powerful. Therefore, despite realizing he had been played by the humans, Hagrid was not too concerned, even smirking inwardly how the humans were being overly confident. If only he knew that Lin Yu's strike wasn't meant to severely damage him, but merely to stall him for a few seconds, he probably wouldn't have thought that way. Before he could even blink, the horrific light beam collided with the front of the single-line array of dark armored beasts. With all-consuming energy and space collapse triggered by the attack, even the beasts who had been unscathed during the first assault couldn't withstand it, now that they had lost their turtle shell defense. Just like paper, pierced through effortlessly without any resistance. It took only slightly longer to penetrate the 50,000 beasts than it did for the first assault on 10,000 beasts. After expending nearly 60% of its energy, the silver-white glow of the beam had dimmed somewhat, but it still struck Hagrid as intended. Not as anxious as the first time, Hagrid could clearly feel that this attack was nearly twice as weak as the previous one, just as he had expected. With a hint of satisfaction in his smile, not feeling the least bit of pressure, Hagrid raised his defense barrier and directly withstood the attack. However, all his attention focused on the incoming assault. He failed to realize a large hyperspace window had opened several AS behind him. End of this chapter. Chapter 686. The killing intent from behind was focused on the dark energy cannon. Even though its power had been weakened by more than half, its momentum was still extremely terrifying. The several 7th tier leader level creatures that had already arrived in Rival were all focused on this confrontation between spear and shield. Even Douglas failed to notice the anomaly happening several astronomical units behind them. About 5.5 astronomical units away, in a position aligned with Haga and Linyu, a large swirling azure hyperspace window had been opened. This time, instead of zero-point missiles, a spaceship flew out, a weaponless spaceship. This was the Federation's strategic weapon, the zero-point bomb carrier. Using leap engines in an environment where the zero-point particle concentration exceeds 95%, overloading operation can trigger spatial turbulence, creating a strategic weapon on the scale of a star system. Its main feature is the sustained spatial turbulence effect, serving as the final blow of this fourth battle, tailor-made like a weapon. The entire operation, all attacks were seamlessly connected, with no time to waste. Therefore, as the zero-point bomb carrier just emerged from hyperspace, the detonation procedure had already been initiated. In a massive chamber occupying nearly half the ship's space, hundreds of zero-point energy crystals began releasing stored zero-point particles. The concentration of zero-point particles in the chamber was rising rapidly at a very fast pace. 33%, 72%, 96%. In just a few moments, the concentration had exceeded 95%, reaching 98.5%. Subsequently, all 10 leap engines in the chamber were started, operating in overload mode. Alarm sounds instantly filled the entire ship, even though there was no one present on the ship to hear it. Of course, just activating the leap engines was not sufficient. The overload stage also required time. And it was at this moment that Douglas finally sensed the threat from behind and swiftly scanned using the bioradar, immediately discovering the zero-point bomb carrier located 5.5 astronomical units away. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Just over a month ago, in Nephi Ironman, it had lost 3 legs and sustained multiple injuries, instilling an inner fear of such a powerful weapon as the zero-point bomb. After the battle at Nephi Ironman, it was clear that although this weapon was powerful, its detonation required time, and that time was not short. Although Douglas and other 7th tier leader level creatures couldn't attack something beyond 5.5 astronomical units, Haga was an exception. As long as it provided precise coordinates, Haga could destroy the threat before it detonated. However, as Douglas regained control of the bioradar to alert Haga, it was flustered. Before him, Haga was fully engaged in fending off the terrifying attacks from humans and couldn't divert its attention. Recalling the 3 waves of zero-point missile attacks and the current-focused dark energy cannon attacks, plus the imminent detonation of the zero-point bomb. All right, it seemed that all the human attacks from the beginning until now were just a ploy, all leading up to this moment. And Douglas looked towards the entrance and exit of the currents, where the hellish army emerged and then immediately disappeared back into the currents. Damn it, if that thing detonates, wouldn't the rear forces die immediately, with no chance of returning to the Wilson supercluster? Now, Douglas finally understood the true intentions of the humans. The target had never been the commander of the First Legion, Haga, but rather the ordinary ethnic creatures within the Legion and us, the 7th tier leader level creatures. You all, enter the currents quickly, immediately, right now. Douglas, what are you up to? Watching the dimming pillar of light that was being blocked by their leader, Douglas suddenly spoke out, leaving the other 3 7th tier leader level creatures puzzled. Don't ask, there's no time. Go now, or it'll be too late. Douglas was extremely anxious. Perhaps, with its keen perception, after paying a price, it could evade the killing blow of the zero-point bomb. but the three ethnic leaders in front of it didn't have that ability. If they didn't escape into the currents immediately, they would most likely be killed in the terrifying spatial turbulence. Yet, whether human or hellish creature, they all had the same problem. That is, at a critical moment, they had to know what exactly was happening. Explain to me now, what's going on? Exactly. Not saying anything and letting us escape. Who do you think you are? The commander. Can't you see the commander is about to block the attack? Why are you doing this now? Well, it tried its best. But it was too late. Looking at the three ethnic leaders in front of it, Douglas was extremely helpless and had to give up. It wasn't that it didn't want to try to persuade them again, but there was no time left. Because, at that very moment, it sensed that the terrifying thing had been triggered. Exactly 7 seconds to the limit, as the 10 leap engines within the 0-point bomb carrier operated in overload mode. After the 7th second, the 0-point bomb erupted completely, inducing spatial turbulence in an instant, swiftly spreading outwards. Just as Haga was completely blocking Lin Yu's focused dark energy cannon attack, almost simultaneously, spatial turbulence had already enveloped them. Within a radius of about 10 astronomical units, over 1.5 billion kilometers, for some not-so-large star systems, this range could completely cover them. Although the detonation position had been meticulously calculated, it couldn't completely guarantee that Lin Yu wouldn't be affected. After all, with a weapon like the 0-point bomb, the extent of damage after each detonation couldn't be precisely predicted. It was akin to nuclear explosions on Earth during the human era. Could you accurately calculate how far the blast wave would travel? Down to meters or centimeters? Ridiculous. You could only estimate roughly. That didn't mean they should detonate the bomb in a more distant location. The closer to the core detonation area, the stronger the effects of spatial turbulence. If it were detonated further away, the ultimate destructive outcome couldn't be guaranteed. For this reason, after finishing the attack, Lin Yu had already activated multiple dark energy shields, firmly protecting himself, even if he was just on the edge of the detonation area, or even likely not to be affected at all. Necessary protective measures had to be taken. And with the detonation of the 0-point bomb, within a radius of about 10 astronomical units, a hellish scene unfolded once again. End of this chapter. Chapter 687 began to perform the entire explosion range according to the script, and immediately, there appeared localized irregular spatial squeezing phenomena, along with dense spatial cracks constantly forming. It seemed as if the world was about to be destroyed. Damn it! Douglas, why didn't you remind me earlier? The three ethnic leaders who witnessed this scene were all extremely fearful. Even though they had not personally experienced it, they had seen Douglas heavily injured in the Feynman battlefield and Commander Haig severely bombarded by 5 rounds before having to retreat. How could they not be afraid of such widespread and continuous killing power? One of the ethnic leader-level biological entities, under the grip of fear, directly scolded Douglas. This made Douglas quite helpless. Was it that I didn't remind you? Did you all insist on me clarifying first? With so little time, barely being able to escape, yet you still want me to explain in detail. Since you didn't listen to me, what else could I do? However, Douglas only thought about it in his heart and did not argue. After all, it was not the time for him to waste his energy on quarreling. All his focus was on avoiding various spatial crises that might arise. Based on the experience from last time, it had to be admitted that this time Douglas's avoidance reaction had obviously reached a higher level. Although there would definitely be situations that couldn't be completely avoided after more than 10 minutes, it should not end up as severely injured as last time. However, the other 3 ethnic leader-level beings on the side did not have this capability. They belonged to species with extremely poor perception abilities, purely combat-oriented, with almost zero sense of perception in terms of spatial dimensions. Just as the spatial turmoil had just begun for less than half a minute, a huge spatial crack suddenly appeared next to one of the ethnic leader-level beings without any warning signs. The terrifying suction instantly dragged it into the crack. Of course, the 7th-order leader-level biological being was not completely defenseless. When it realized its situation, it immediately exerted all its strength to struggle outward. Surprisingly, it slowly began to escape bit by bit. However, just as half of its body struggled out of the crack, the cosmic self-healing force began to take effect, and the crack slowly began to close under this mighty force. No. A tragic scream reached the minds of both Douglas and Haig, with both of them focusing their attention on a certain location. By now, the ethnic leader at only his upper body left, as his lower body no longer existed in this universe. It should be noted that the vitality of a 7th order leader level being is very tenacious. Even in such a state, it was not dead, and could even slowly recover. However, there was a premise for this, which was that the space turbulence effects caused by the 0-point bomb detonation had come to an end without bringing any further harm. Obviously, this was impossible. Soon, a new irregular spatial squeezing area was born, and coincidentally, the ethnic leader left with only his upper body happened to be at the center of this area. Already severely injured, it had no ability to resist this, sometimes being squeezed here, sometimes being squeezed there. In less than half a minute, when the spatial squeezing phenomenon disappeared, the space no longer had half of a body, only a lifeless entity displaying dozens of irregular smooth surfaces. This was the first leader-level 7th order creature to fall within the space turbulence, but definitely not the last. Looking towards the entrance connecting to supergalactic clusters, the situation was even more grim. The 6th order biological beings of that ethnicity, as soon as they came out of the currents, were either completely swallowed by spatial cracks or turned into complex polyhedrons just like the leader-level 7th order creature earlier. Only a small lucky portion could avoid all spatial disasters and re-enter the currents. Watching this horrific scene, Heg's eyes were almost spewing fire, but he couldn't do anything at all. After all, he was striving to resist the spatial turbulence and couldn't spare a hand to do anything else. When the spatial turmoil finally disappeared, after more than 10 minutes, only the 7th order leader-level beings had fallen, and 4 of them at that. 3 of them were already here when the 0-point bomb detonated, while the other was just an unlucky one. As the space turmoil had lasted for over 14 minutes, and was about to end, another being emerged from the currents and was instantly swallowed by a huge spatial crack without even having time to react. Douglas was relatively much luckier. With keen perception and the experience from the Feynman battle, he managed to completely avoid over 90% of the impacts. However, despite not losing a few legs like last time, he still had many wounds from the hits that were not completely avoided, including a collapsed chest. Although he had not reached the point of complete incapacitation, he was definitely seriously injured. Within these 15 minutes, many more beings came out from the currents and were unable to return inside. Due to the isolation of the currents, Heg had no way to know precisely how many had managed to return, but based on what he had seen previously, at least 80% of them had not made it back. This meant that at least 200 million 6th order beings had been killed. Damn it! Damn it, Douglas, can you still move? Yes, Commander. Very well. Immediately provide me with guidance to eliminate that guy 5 astronomical units away. Yes, Commander Heg. Seeing the furious Heg, Douglas did not hesitate, relying on his racial talent to establish a mental connection between himself and Heg and shared the location of Lin Yu scanned by his biological radar. To Heg, the guy 5 AUA was the biggest threat, the one who had prevented him from taking out the human self-destructing battleship in time. As for the 0-point missiles, Heg didn't care at all, even being able to focus on the bombardment of the 0-point missiles while launching attacks, in order to timely eliminate the human self-destructing battleship before it detonated. Therefore, the key lay with the guy 5 astronomical units away. At least that was what Heg believed. After receiving leadership from Douglas, the giant crocodile-like head, almost the size of a planet, raised high, gathering terrifying energy in front of its gaping mouth. However, it was unaware that the attack it was brewing at that moment was part of Lin Yu's battle plan, and itself, stupidly following Lin Yu's script, had begun the performance. End of this chapter. Chapter 688. Let's not mention how frustrated Black feels. Lin Yu was not surprised by Black's attack. Rather, Lin Yu was waiting for him to launch the attack. A huge silver-white rhomboid dark energy shield had been erected in front of him a long time ago, with 7 sides raised up, each side much stronger than the defense against the attack by Charles on Apronos. The defense shield, constructed purely of dark energy, was impervious even to spatial attacks, requiring pure energy to break through. This is also why the spatial turbulence triggered by the 0-point bomb could not harm Black. Whether it's a dark energy shield or the biological energy shield Black used, after reaching the 9th order, both biological and technological civilizations will return to the simple path of energy confrontation. The reason for this is that after reaching the 9th order civilization, the dark energy that can be used is actually more advanced than spatial energy, which is the same for biological civilizations. Of course, humans are only an 8th-order civilization, and Lin Yu has only advanced to the level of dark energy utilization, the 9th-order civilization, through the help of dark energy-assisted computing devices. Near the entrance of the ocean currents, after the energy was stored, Black suddenly turned his head, where Lin Yu was located, and a terrifying burst of energy sprayed out from his mouth. Unlike the attack used by Black in the hollow inside the shepherd's seat, this attack emphasized power rather than range. Although its momentum did not seem as strong as Lin Yu's focused dark energy cannon, to ripple it caused still induced spatial oscillations that made everyone's scalp tingle. Perhaps not as fast as Lin Yu's attacks, but certainly not slow. In just 5 seconds, he had crossed a distance of 5 astronomical units and struck hard at the front of the abyssal armored armor constructed by Lin Yu's dark energy shield array. It was still a confrontation between spear and shield, but the roles had been exchanged. However, just as Black launched his attack, another hyperspace window quietly opened behind him, and another zero-point bomb carrier flew out. This time, Douglas had learned his lesson from the previous incident and did not lose focus due to the ongoing battle. Thus, he had already noticed the arrival of the human suicide ship. The problem was that even if Black stopped the attack at this moment, due to the massive amount of energy he had previously gathered, he would not be able to launch another attack in the short run. Although this time interval would not be prolonged, at most a minute for recovery, there was no longer that minute available. The stalemate in the battle of spear and shield had already irritated Black to no end. However, there was one more complicating factor. His attacks were being effectively defended against by human defenses, to the point that it seemed the spear he had thrust might end up turning against him. This was frustrating in itself, but then came a message from Douglas saying that another human suicide ship had arrived. For some reason, an odd thought suddenly crossed Black's mind. If Lin Yu heard this, he would definitely commend him, thinking, "Yes, you are meticulously following the script I wrote for the performance. This is absurd. Whether the first attack or not, humans will attack, and then they will send a suicide ship, while I defend against the attacks. If I initiate the attack, the humans will still send a suicide ship while I'm attacking. No matter what I do, they just keep sending suicide ships. How can we continue this way? Humans, have you no honor?" This thought nearly made Black want to curse. Stopping his attack was out of the question, but continuing the attack was equally unacceptable. Well, at least by halting his attack, he could defend against the incoming suicide ship attack. Continuing the attack would surely leave him with serious injuries given the power of the suicide ship. Even if he was unwilling, Black had to end the battle of spear and shield prematurely and deploy defensive barriers to prepare for the next wave of attacks from the human suicide ship. It was sour, to say the least, not to mention frustrating. Just 10 seconds later, several away, the zero-point bomb carrier erupted again, enveloping Black and the entrance of the ocean currents in spatial turbulence once more. For Black, it was manageable since the zero-point bomb could not inflict substantial damage on him until his internal biological energy was depleted. But for Douglas, the wounds caused by the previous zero-point bomb were still present, affecting his combat efficiency and evasion skills. The hellish army that continued to emanate from the ocean currents suffered once more, with only a few lucky ones surviving while the rest faced certain death upon entering the universe's ocean currents. Did I make a mistake? Black pondered this as he struggled to resist the spatial turmoil. It seemed he had made the same mistake as Douglas, being too impulsive and underestimating the enemy. The insect race and humans had withdrawn from the Vielsat super galaxy cluster, and he should have completely seized the place and further strength and the Legion of Hell's power. However, he failed to do so. Was this due to being deceived by the humans' environment? He shook his head slightly with a touch of humanity in his thoughts, ceased overthinking, and focused solely on defense. Once again 100 AU away, the new Gong-Gong-class battle star. It seems that everything is proceeding according to plan and quite smoothly, Lianzu said, with a slight curve at the corner of her mouth, expressing more joy for her son's success than for her own. At this stage, there should be no problem. The key is to see if the opponent will act as we expect after this wave of attacks ends. And what if not? Then we repeat phases 1 and 2 until the opponent behaves as we anticipate. That guy is really unlucky to run into you too. He'll probably be driven to a state of autism by anger, right? Liangzu's mouth, which had previously curved up, twitched slightly at this, unexpectedly feeling a sense of sympathy for Black. By the way, how is Wang Hai's side preparing? Everything is ready. We are just waiting for our results here. Tell him not to make any mistakes within this month. If this mission goes smoothly, I will personally grant him a new rank. I will inform him. Liang Zhu nodded. Commander, the space turbulence caused by the zero-point bomb is expected to end in 1 minute. At that moment, the staff on the command center side suddenly reported the Chief of Staff's report. Notify Lin Yu to be prepared to re-enter the first phase of the operation at any time. Yes, Commander. End of this chapter. Chapter 689. Heck escaped to the universe ocean current node Ravel. 5 astronomical units away from the entrance, inside the cockpit of the Dark Abyss mech. Sigh, I hope that guy cooperates a bit, so I can save some energy. Lin Yu sighed as he looked at the information coming from the newly constructed Star Battlecruiser. Although dark energy is everywhere in this universe, no matter how Lin Yu attacks, and no matter how many times he attacks, there won't be any depletion of energy. After all, Lin Yu can only manipulate dark energy, not generate it himself. In simpler terms, it's just borrowing. However, each time he uses it, it requires a significant amount of mental energy. When mental energy is depleted, even if there is endless dark energy, Lin Yu won't be able to use it anymore. Therefore, for Lin Yu, he doesn't want a prolonged battle with Heck. The best way is to follow Lin Kexen's tactics and scare him off. Once Heck runs away, the Purgatory Army will no longer have a way to stop the zero-point bomb transport carrier. As for Lin Yu, he can rest and enjoy the show. Afterwards, it only requires a seamless connection with the ocean current node to continue bombarding with zero-point bombs. But the key issue lies with Heck, whether he will be truly scared. If not, then Lin Fan's approach of repeatedly executing the first and second phases of the operation until forcing him back to the Wheel's Superstar Galaxy cluster is the only option. Another 5 times shouldn't be a problem, right? Checking his own condition, Lin Yu muttered to himself inside the cockpit. Outside the 5 astronomical units mark, the hellish scenery gradually dissipated after a full 15 minutes. Devoy returned to calm, as if everything just now was an illusion. However, the sight of Douglas missing 5 legs reminded everyone that what happened was no illusion. Douglas was lucky to be alive, at least. As for missing a few legs, it wasn't something new to him. He'd grow them back after some time. In comparison, the Purgatory Army that emerged from the currents in that 15 minutes was truly tragic. Just like the previous round, almost only 1/10 could escape. In this wave, there was a tribal leader as well. When it tried to re-enter the currents on Douglas and Heck's command, a huge spatial crack suddenly formed at the mouth of the current, swallowing its other half of the body. This resulted in a tug-of-war between the currents and the spatial crack, with neither side giving in until the spatial crack closed in less than 2 seconds due to its powerful self-healing ability. Without an opponent, the universe ocean current directly swallowed the tribal leader. However, a month later, when the tribal leader arrived at Kul's, it was only half a body left. Whether alive or dead, no one could tell, and no one really cared. Douglas, is there any way? Completely at a loss, Heck had to rely on Douglas and asked for guidance. Douglas, being both the eyes and the brains of the First Legion, responded, "There's no way. Whether you stay or leave, it seems the subsequent arriving armies have no hope. Commander, it's better to retreat back to the Wheel's Superstar Galaxy cluster." After some contemplation, Douglas didn't provide the solution Heck was hoping for but suggested an immediate evacuation. Douglas believed the entire Legion could perish, but Heck must remain unharmed. After all, each race in Purgatory had a breeding area in the sacred land of Hira Vivi, and even if they were eradicated, it would take only a few hundred years to rebuild the First Legion to its former glory. But if something happened to Heck, it would lead to catastrophic consequences, as the enraged Supreme Lord Galan might exterminate all races of the First Legion, including those present in Hira Vivi. That would be a true genocide. Thus, Douglas knew what he had to do: convince Heck to abandon the entire Legion and return to the Wheel's Superstar Galaxy cluster immediately. But if I leave, the subsequent armies will be left with no protection at all. Commander, the current situation is such that even if you stay here, you can't focus on protecting other areas. In that case, it's better to leave now. Even if the First Legion is wiped out, as long as you're here, as long as the new generation of Hira Vivi's races is intact, you can quickly rebuild the Purgatory First Legion. Heck fell silent. How could he not understand Douglas's reasoning? However, reluctantly abandoning all his subordinates to save himself was still a tough decision for him. Commander, make a decision. If you delay any longer, you'll truly be stuck here. All right, I got it. You come with me. After a moment of hesitation, Heck finally made up his mind but didn't forget to take Douglas along. After all, Douglas played a crucial role in the Legion. While the new generation of the Arachnids had already been born in Hera Vivi, reaching the level of Douglas would not be achieved in a short time. Yes, Commander Heck, lowering his head in a very human-like manner, Douglas agreed. Who would choose death if given a chance to survive? Moreover, Douglas knew very well that the Arachnids were solely relying on him now. If he perished here, their future wouldn't be so bright. Let's go. With these simple words, Heck, with the still injured Douglas, dove into the universe ocean current. Finally, they're gone. Inside the cockpit of the Dark Abyss mech, Lin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, he had requested a restart of the number for operations first phase from the new Gon ship. Lin Fen had agreed to this proposition. If he had delayed a few more seconds, he might have consumed a significant amount of mental energy again. Well done. As for what comes next, he would leave it to the new Gon ship to handle because Lin Yu, although not completely exhausted, was still very fatigued after consuming nearly half of his mental energy. At this moment, all he wanted and needed most was to rest. End of this chapter. Chapter 690. I want Lin Tia to cross the Velster Super Galaxy Cluster, the Cosmic Current Junction Cols. Although the main army of the Alliance Legion has departed and left behind an entire population group along with the leaders to station here, but after all, they are not a sensing or auxiliary type race like the Oro or Douglas. Stationed here, they did not notice at all, in Cols, that they were not the only ones present. In the empty void, a fleet composed of over 100 million Ghost-class battleships, not only blended into the cosmic background like a chameleon in appearance, but even the energy within the battleships was simulated to match the cosmic background energy through a special method. If it were not for some particularly sensitive biological civilizations or technological civilizations that had mastered the main technologies of the 9th level of civilization, they would not be able to detect their existence at all. Legion Commander, encrypted message received from the new Gon worker has been uploaded to your command terminal. Inside one of the battleship's bridges, the deputy officer came to stand beside Wan Hai, who was gazing out at the stars through the observation window. It's about time. I should be receiving the message today, as well. Retracting his gaze, Wan Hai moved to his command position in the center of the bridge, quickly accessed the command terminal, and completed the authentication process. After a series of operations, Wan Hai finally saw the content of the message. It recorded Blackja's entry into the Kybenia Super Galaxy Cluster, the time of entry into the cosmic current, and the expected arrival time at the Velster Super Galaxy Cluster, with no further information. However, for Wan Hai, this information was sufficient. After all operational plans had been finalized more than a month ago, and what was lacking now was this precise timing. How is the deployment of the Dark Energy Space Resonance device? After closing the encrypted information on the terminal, Wan Hai turned to ask his deputy officer, Commander, the equipment has just been deployed, but we found some synchronization issues during self-check. Synchronization issues. Hearing this, Wan Hai furrowed his brow deeply. It's worth noting that this device was developed by the Biolan Research Institute and had been confirmed to be problem-free through a series of tests. It was one of the 3 major scientific research sanctuaries of the Federation, and any equipment developed and put into use by them had no precedents of problems occurring. How could such an unprecedented incident happen at such a crucial moment? What does the accompanying team from the Biolan Research Institute say? Reporting. Legion Commander, experts from the Biolan Research Institute say that this may be due to the uniqueness of the Velster Super Galaxy Cluster, and it is currently necessary to make adjustments to the parameters based on the actual circumstances here to use it properly. Uniqueness? Yes. According to the experts, unlike other super galaxy clusters, the Velster Super Galaxy Cluster suffered a central void due to the war between the insects and the Holy V Empire in the past, resulting in some differences in spatial stability and dark energy density compared to other super galaxy clusters. Tell them they have only a month to ensure that the device operates normally. If they fail, they will be the sinners of the entire Federation. Yes, Legion Commander. I hope everything goes smoothly." Watching the departing deputy officer, Wang Hai couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Kybenia Super Galaxy Cluster, Ravel." It had been a full 10 hours since Black Jan Douglas escaped through the cosmic current. During this time, Lin Fan had already employed a total of 40 zero-point bomb carriers. Every 10 minutes, a seamless chain of bombing slaughtered the incoming Inferno Legion to Ravel, killing a total of 25 7th-tier leader-class beings, with only 5 of them managing to escape back into the current, and even these 5 were hardly intact. In fact, Lin Fan wasn't even sure whether those with such injuries would survive once they returned to Kul's. Such losses were considered severe for the Inferno 1st Legion, and even the previous losses from the Inferno 2nd Legion led by Yapunos were not as significant. "Marshal, it's been over 3 minutes since any beings emerged from the cosmic current." After confirming the information, Lianzu approached Lin Yu to report. "Continue monitoring for an hour and keep the zero-point bomb carriers ready for immediate deployment." "Yes, Marshal." Although it was almost certain that the entire Inferno 1st Legion had arrived by now, considering the number of 7th-tier leader-class beings killed and those that escaped, it was important not to let their guard down. Lin Fan still ordered the zero-point bomb carriers on standby to ensure they could be deployed at a moment's notice. Although an hour was not a long time, at this moment, it felt like an eternity to everyone. Finally, the time set by Lin Fan came to an end, and no new Inferno beings flew out of the current, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Send the Mailorva immediately to pick up Lin Yu, and notify all fleets to activate the spatial engines and proceed to Ravel one by one for assembly at the current entrance. Understood. Marshal, Director Wei from the Bayerland Research Institute has a communication request. Do you want to connect? Connect. Soon, Wei's virtual figure appeared in the command center of the new Gong worker. Wei. What's up, Commander? In the past 10 hours, the fleet killed 25 7th-tier Inferno beings. Although the majority of the remains are incomplete, and some even left no trace of their bodies, but there are still a fair amount of debris remaining, so I'd like to request permission to retrieve these fragments. After all, they are important research materials. Granted. Lin Fan nodded without much thought. Besides the Bayerland Research Institute, who else could these things benefit? It should be noted that the 3 major research institutes each focused on different research areas. For example, Baizixuan's Lurin Research Institute specialized in space technology and numerous related projects. Li Lizi's Avi's Research Institute focused exclusively on dimensions and time. These remains of the 7th-tier leader-class beings were not essential for their research. Only Wei's Bayerland Research Institute specialized in dark energy and biological technology. Therefore, whether Wei brought up the matter or not, Lin Fan would have her clean up the battlefield and recover the remains of these powerful beings. Thank you, Marshal. Love you. Seeing Wei's exaggerated expression, Lin Fan was left speechless, while Lianzu beside her was holding back her laughter with all her might. Oh, Marshal, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you. Go on. I want Lin Jie. End of this chapter. Chapter 691. Preparing for battle. Watching the approaching Merliwa ship, Lin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he doesn't have as high demands for sleep as ordinary people do now, with the significant mental exhaustion, he really felt like having a good sleep. However, at this moment, Lin Yu didn't know that just a few minutes ago, he had been sold out by his own father, and after this war ended, what awaited him would be months of a miserable life. Yes, being treated as a research subject with no human rights, the space current. The entire void at this moment seemed very busy. After all, the spatial turbulence mainly brings two effects. One is the sudden emergence of spatial fissures in the entire region, and the other is the random and irregular spatial squeezing phenomenon in the area. For the former, if completely engulfed into the fissure, that is fine, but many just had a portion engulfed, and after the fissure closed, the unengulfed parts remained. For the latter, they were all squeezed into irregular polyhedrons, some with just a dozen faces, others with hundreds or even thousands of faces, and many even had several heads crushed together to form a giant polyhedron. Therefore, the entire void was filled with remnants of Inferno beings and lifeless polyhedrons. Originally, handling the airspace would have been simple, just fire a few zero-point missiles to clean it up. But the issue is that these beings are precious research materials, even holding the potential to cross the threshold of the 5th-generation gene enhancement drugs through studying these biological remains. So, Not only the research ship Wei became busy, but the entire federal fleet, under Lin Yu's command, also became bustling. Dizzy with what? 2 words. Corpse collection. Of course, using current technology to salvage these beings is not difficult. Just release a towing beam and pull them away. After half an hour, a route leading to the current mouth had been cleared, leaving the surrounding cleanup work to Wei and the station fleet. Marshal, the route has been cleared. We can depart now. According to the plan, let the Merloa ship depart first. The Hades fleet will depart 5 minutes later, followed by the Dreadnought fleet and the regular fleet. Understood. Speaking of which, the entire federal fleet had spent a whole month retreating from the Weir Superstar Cluster to here, only to stay for a few days and engage in battles for over 10 hours. Then they had to spend another whole month returning. Space Wars indeed spend about 90% of the time on the road. Taking the lead, when Lin Fan's orders were spread to the entire fleet, the Merloa ship directly sailed towards the entrance of the space current, displaying a sense of determination. 5 minutes after the Merloa ship entered the current, the 9 legions of the 2nd Echelon Hades fleet began to depart, followed by the Dreadnought fleet and regular fleet. It took almost 3 hours in total for the entire Federation Expeditionary Force to enter the current. Just moments ago, Laville, which had been previously filled with billions of battleships, now appeared strangely empty once again. However, that didn't mean no ships were left behind. The remaining regular fleet stationed at the current mouth continued their corpse collection work as ordered by Wei. Nearby, the supergiant Stargate continuously transported the collected experimental materials directly into the Virgo Superstar Cluster through space currents, as it was impossible to bypass the current and transport these materials directly to Beleren. Speaking of the remnants of the Inferno beings, it wasn't just Wei who was keen on them. Arya was equally interested in them. What do the insect race desire the most? That's definitely nutrients and energy. Currently, what could provide the insect race with more nourishment and energy than the Inferno beings' remains? Nothing. If all these remains were given to Arya, she could definitely elevate the overall strength of the insect race and could even cultivate one or several new combat insects through these Inferno beings with a high probability. Remember, among these beings, aside from the 6th-tier Inferno beings, there were plenty of 7th-tier leader-level creatures, similar to Arya's level of biological civilization individuals. What does this concept signify? In any case, Arya's eyes were full of the word desire. However, she didn't need to even consider it. Even if she were to desire it, Lin Fan would simply respond with 2 words, not giving. Hating can't solve anything. After all, in the current tripartite confrontation, the insect race was evidently the weakest. Humans had a way out, and the Inferno beings also had a retreat. The only ones without a way out were the insect race. Under Arya's envious and hateful gaze, Wei continued to command the station fleet to keep collecting these valuable research materials. 1 month later, Weir's Superstar Cluster, the space current node of Coles. Is everything guaranteed to be in order? Yes. The experts from the Beleren Academy have conducted hundreds of simulations. Good. Finally everything is settled before the opponent's arrival, otherwise the whole battle plan would have failed. After listening to the report of his deputy, Wan Hai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of this past month, he hadn't had a single day of good sleep. Especially in this last week, it had made him unusually anxious. The originally well-planned battle suddenly encountered an issue in the final stage. Wasn't that endangering his life? Fortunately, just before Hage's arrival, some good news arrived. After a month of calibration, the Beleren research team had finally brought the synchronicity rate of the dark energy resonator to the usable standard. Otherwise, Wan Hai really didn't know what to do. After all, he was just a B-class dark energy manipulator, not as powerful as Lin Yu, capable of directly confronting Haga. As for this Legion's Hades-class battleships, forget it. Fighting against 6th-tier tribal-level beings might work, barely against 7th-tier leader-level beings, but directly facing 8th-tier or even 9th-tier biological civilization individuals, he would have to give up on that. For additional safety measures, have the Beleren experts recheck several more times to ensure there are no mistakes. Yes, Legion Commander. Upon hearing this, the deputy turned and headed towards the expert team to convey the message. Tomorrow, this war would finally come to an end. Time was dragged on long enough. Coming to the lookout window, standing at his exclusive viewing spot, Wan Hai looked towards the direction of the space current and muttered to himself, Although defeating Haga didn't signify the end of the entire war, there was still the second legion of Hypnos resting inside the Shepherd's Hollow. And who knows if there might be a third legion, a fourth legion, in the Inferno. Nevertheless, no matter what, as long as Haga was taken down tomorrow, humans would at least gain a phase of victory, securing more time for development. End of this chapter. Chapter 690 to Lin Yu and Farn's daily life. There is nothing here except white. This is an extremely special space, if described in the language of the Alpha civilization. This is a zero-dimensional space, a dimension that should not exist. Here, there is almost no energy or resources, nothing else except white. Perhaps, such a dimensional space is meaningless for any civilization. However, for the Alpha civilization, which has evolved into a pure energy existence at a high latitude, it is a natural prison. Breaking through the dimensional wall of the zero-dimensional space to open a passage to other dimensions is not difficult for the Alpha civilization, as long as there is enough energy. As a civilization that has evolved to a high latitude, that is, the Alpha civilization of the Superlimit civilization, this amount of energy is simply negligible. However, even individuals of a high-latitude civilization cannot generate energy out of thin air. Therefore, millions of years ago, a scientist of the Alpha civilization proposed a very bold theory. You see, the people of the Alpha civilization have evolved into a form of pure energy existence. Almost no means can detain them. Therefore, even if a member of the civilization violates the laws, no one can do anything to them. This was an era of imbalance in the entire civilization order. It was only when this bold theory was proposed by the scientists that the order of the Alpha civilization was re-established. What if the energy of an Alpha person is weakened to the limit and then sent into the zero-dimensional space? Due to the special nature of the zero-dimensional space, there is almost no energy inside, and no resources. So, can this Alpha person be completely detained inside? The answer is yes. Although there is almost no energy in the zero-dimensional space, there is still some. However, accumulating enough energy to open a passage to other dimensions in the zero-dimensional space would take at least thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Therefore, the zero-dimensional space became the exclusive prison of the Alpha civilization for millions of years. Lin Han, in a vast white and empty space, Farn roared angrily. Even he couldn't stand being in such a place for a long time. And it's only been a few decades. Even if everything goes well, it would take at least thousands of years before they can escape from here. Every time he thinks about it, as of now, only a fraction of that time has passed. Farn feels like he's going crazy. Stop shouting, it's useless. Lin En, not far away, sat quietly, with a demeanor contrasting with Farn. Although these two people can't stand each other, they haven't been apart for decades. After all, they both know that in such a place, being alone without someone to talk to for thousands of years might drive them insane. Surprisingly, in such times, even two opposing individuals need to keep each other company. You shouldn't take pride, Lin Han. You might not know this, my laboratory is only separated from the place where humans are by the Cabinia supercluster. And once my location is uncertain, the small universe or my laboratory is located will release all the creatures have nurtured. Not to mention, Galan is inside. Haha, do you know what the result will be when it comes out with a group of level 7, 8, and 9 creatures from the small universe as the neighboring humans? Farn laughed heartily, especially when he saw Lin Han's expression after his statement. His laughter became more joyous. In such a dull place, what could be more enjoyable than provoking a former friend? However, he might not realize that Lin Han and his focus are completely different. Galan is the one you stole? Why? Lin Han appeared, incredulous. Who else did you think it was? Oh, I always thought it was that old man, the counselor. All right. Farn didn't know what to say anymore. If possible, he would want to punch this despicable guy in front of him. Anyway, within 100 years, humans will surely be wiped out by Galan. And by then, your ridiculous plan will be nothing but a false illusion. Well, if that's the case, it would only prove that I misjudged them. However, I believe things won't develop as you expect. After all, humans have their existence. Dade? What do you mean? Raising his eyebrows, Farn caught the key point in Lin Han's words and asked, is there really some neglected existence on the human side? Want to know? Begged me. Seeing Lin Han's appearance, Farn was infuriated and turned his head away. refusing to talk to this guy anymore. Lin Han just smiled. In this environment, teasing Farn a little is one of the few pleasures he has. Sensing the energy within him, after decades, he only gained 1/10 of the energy needed to open the passage. It's really slow. Fortunately, Lin Han just thought about it in his mind. If Farn knew what he was thinking at the moment, he would definitely go all out with him. In the same environment, even though he only obtained a fraction of the energy he needs, in terms of energy recovery speed, Lin Han is already dozens of times faster than Farn. It's just that even with such a significant discovery and achievement, Lin Han still maintains a facade of sitting quietly all day without moving, seemingly resigned. However, what Farn doesn't know is that since the two of them fell into the zero-dimensional space, Lin Han has been carefully studying the zero-dimensional space. And about 10 years ago, he made a discovery. In reality, there is energy in the zero-dimensional space, but even he doesn't understand this energy. Hence, over the years, Lin Han has been quietly researching this strange energy and figuring out ways to convert it into a form acceptable to his energy body. Fortunately, a few years ago, he succeeded. Although the conversion rate may be less than 1 in 10,000, he managed to transform successfully. And despite this less than 1 in 10,000 conversion efficiency, Lin Han's energy recovery speed has increased by tens of times compared to Farn. In just these few years, he has obtained 1/10 of the energy required to open the passage. However, even with such a major discovery and progress, Lin Han continues to maintain the appearance of not moving a muscle and just sitting there as if nothing has happened all day long. End of chapter. Chapter 693. The Space Dark Energy Resonance Device, Ver's Superstar Cluster, Celestial Ocean Current Node, Chels, Legion Commander. Predicted time to distance is 5 minutes. Understood. Order all warships to be ready for combat, but do not deactivate stealth mode without my command. Roger. At this moment, the Dark Fleet's First Legion was located on the edge of Chels. For over 2 months, Wang Hai had been busy, as Lin Fan had a purpose in leaving his Second Legion here. In the first month, Wang Hai had arranged a total of 300,000 space dark energy resonance devices throughout Chels with the Celestial Ocean Current Node as the center. This technology derived from the Federal's previous space resonance device was developed by the Burrow Research Institute and was a large-scale destructive weapon system below the standard star system level. Why the addition of the word below? On one hand, the range of damage caused by this device was only within a 3 astronomical units radius, unable to reach the size of a standard star system. Furthermore, the device's destructive power only targeted living organisms, not other entities. The most critical aspect was that it was extremely troublesome to use. First, one had to deploy thousands to millions of space dark energy resonance devices based on the target and required level of destructive power. Although great effort was put into the stealth capabilities of this device, it could not escape the detection of higher-level lifeforms or advanced technological civilizations. Therefore, deploying it against higher-level biological or technological civilizations was nearly impossible, since it was so cumbersome to use. Why was such a device developed in the first place? Speaking of which, the development and eventual mass production of this system for equipping fleets was indeed quite unreasonable. However, Lin Fan never did anything without a reason. If this system was to be equipped on fleets, there must be a reason, the major one being its ability to only target lifeforms and not other entities. Therefore, this device was actually very suitable for regional cleansing operations. Before this, the Federal's first task after conquering a new star system was to thoroughly cleanse the civilization within that system. However, this was a cumbersome task, requiring a significant amount of manpower and resources, and potentially causing damage to the Federal's ground forces upon landing. Thus, the Space Dark Energy Resonance device was developed. Once deployed based on the planet needing cleansing, it could quickly eradicate all life on that planet without leaving any aftermath and without harming anything outside of living beings, making it nearly perfect. To cleanse a large life-sustaining planet only required the deployment of up to 1,000 Space Dark Energy Resonance devices. However, Wang Hai had deployed a total of 300,000 devices with the Celestial Current as the center, showing the importance placed on Blacker. Of course, being the one who developed the stealth mode for dark energy battleships, Wei was definitely considered an authority in stealth technology for the entire Federation. Therefore, Designing a small stealth device for the Space Dark Energy Resonance device was almost effortless for him. This was why, until now, the ethnic group stationed here and their 7th-tier leader-level being had not noticed anything unusual. 5 minutes had quickly passed, and when Wang Hai saw Blacker emerge from the celestial ocean current, his eyes suddenly sharpened. Activate all Space Dark Energy Resonance devices. Inform me immediately once the synchronization rate reaches 90%. Yes, Commander. Entering command chain. Space Dark Energy Resonance devices starting activation. Activation complete. Following Wang Hai's orders, the entire command center of the warship became busy. Space Dark Energy Resonance devices are coordinating, synchronization rate increasing. 48%, 72%, 88%. What's going on? Everything was fine just now. Why are we suddenly having communication issues? Looking towards the command center, Wang Hai felt a jolt of anxiety. Could there be a problem? Report, Commander. Synchronization rate of Space Dark Energy Resonance devices is stable at 88%, with no signs of further increase. Damn it, didn't the experts from Burl say after hundreds of simulations that there would be no issues? What's going on now? The experts are currently investigating. The entire fleet is being jeopardized by them. Tell those experts, if they can't identify the problem within 3 minutes, they can stay here with us forever. Yes, Commander. Wang Hai recalled how angry he was yesterday when those experts reassured him, after repeating checks several times to ensure there were no issues today, saying they had checked and simulated hundreds of times, guaranteeing no problems. Now, it was clear that wasn't the case.